At the age of 38, Zhou Jiangnan has spent years laboring at highway construction sites. In the depths of the mountains, his days are consumed by mixing mortar and indulging in libations. There, he is known as Engineer Zhou. Rewind 20 years. Zhou Jiangnan embarks on a remarkable journey from university, ascending to the pinnacle of his career, standing atop the world, and reveling in the triumphs of life. In this context, he is referred to as General Manager Zhou. When the once haughty campus belle, who had scorned him, now pursues him tearfully, Zhou Jiangnan finally comprehends that all unattainable heights are merely the result of self-deprecation from those who fawn. One must first love oneself before loving another. To appreciate flowers, one must first nurture them. If rebirth leads to pure love, then such a state is far too meager. Zhou Jiangnan is imbued with boundless affection for this world. Chapter 1. Work, work, work. In the dead of night, at the Sanbiao Project Division of the Ronghai Expressway, the barbecue stall outside the side gate remains raucous, with tables strewn with empty cups and plates. A group of people brandishing green bottles surrounds a middle-aged man, igniting a boisterous atmosphere. Kulme, kulme. The tunnel was successfully completed, all thanks to Engineer Zhou's guidance. Let us toast with another bottle. Damn it, drink less. We still have to work through the night, mixing mortar. As a bottle of beer was drained, the middle-aged man could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground, startling those who were toasting. Engineer Zhou? Goodness, he's foaming at the mouth. Quick, some brothers, help carry him back to the project division. That night, Chief Engineer Zhou Jiangnan met his demise in a makeshift dormitory, succumbing to asphyxiation from vomiting. The following afternoon, the cold of early February disrupts one's dreams, and a lingering headache from a hangover leaves one in a dazed state. What are you dawdling for? Weren't you supposed to show off in front of Zhou Wanwan? Get to it. A boisterous laugh echoed in his ear, followed by a heavy hand thumping on his shoulder, causing Zhou Jiangnan, still dazed, to leap to his feet. Upon opening his eyes, the sunlight was blinding. Shielding his face with his hand, he staggered and plopped back on the stone steps, cursing, "Damn it, you fools. I told you not to go to Wang Ma's barbecue. Their beer is watered down. You actually went to eat barbecue behind my back? You little brat. Drinking without your father is utterly unacceptable. Little brat? How dare anyone on the Ronghai Expressway, Sanbiao section, speak to me, Engineer Zhou, in such an audacious manner?" With a scowl, Zhou Jiangnan moved his hand away, only to be greeted by the sight of a rotund face adorned with a mischievous grin, further darkening his mood. What bad luck! Isn't this fatso supposed to be enjoying life in the Maldives? Why has he returned? Gazing upon that cherubic visage, youthful and plump, it struck him that after 18 years of mixing mortar, he could easily be this fellow's grandfather. Yet the rotund man was fixated on a beautiful girl, chattering incessantly. "After 18 years, do I still not know you? You can barely handle a hammer in basketball. What's this? If Zhou Wanwan urges you to take the court, you will? If she says she wants to see you fly, will you jump off a building? If they say you're soft, you take it to heart. If I say you're soft, you hit me, you shameless scoundrel." Upon hearing that nightmarish name, Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. "Li Pengfei, how many times must I tell you not to mention her in my presence? Even my dreams aren't free from disturbance. Get out of my head. Dream? You drunken fool, look around. This is the school playground, and we're in the middle of a game. With your current state, if you manage to score even one basket, I'll not only help you deliver another love letter, but also gift you a brand new Boo Boo Gao 9188 electronic dictionary," Li Pengfei prattled on. Zhou Jiangnan stared at the cement playground and the banner hanging above the podium, completely stupefied. Lijiang No. 1 High School's 2005 College Entrance Examination 100-Day Pledge Rally. He pinched himself hard and then slapped Li Pengfei backhandedly. The sound of scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig brought him unexpected joy. So, I have indeed been reborn, right? After reading hundreds of Rebirth novels, it's finally my turn. It's been a long time coming. I can finally escape. Remembering the relentless toil of the past years, Zhou Jiangnan felt his eyes welling with tears. "Damn it, I'm the one getting hit. So why are you crying?" "I'm sorry, I'm just too moved." Zhou Jiangnan excitedly grasped Li Pengfei's hand, asking, "Fatty, will you keep your word? Deliver another love letter?" "No, the next line. Score one basket, and I'll give you the electronic dictionary?" "Absolutely, that counts. I tell you, the 9188 has a fantastic game called Three Kingdoms Domination that's incredibly fun." Zhou Jiangnan stood up, staring intensely at Li Pengfei, causing him to feel uneasy. "Li Pengfei, are you serious?" "Serious. What if I score two? Then you're my father." "You little brat, just wait for your father." Zhou Jiangnan patted his backside and eagerly approached the court. Following this rally, a friendly match to enliven the atmosphere commenced, with Class 6 already trailing by a significant margin. Seeing him take the initiative, homeroom teacher Zhang Minfu looked on with satisfaction. "Jiangnan, well done. Dawei has sprained his ankle and must leave the game. Your courage to face challenges pleases me greatly." Having witnessed the cremation of his beloved mentor, The vibrant high school playground still bore witness to life and beauty, and the joy of rebirth was overwhelming. Zhou Jiangnan grinned broadly. Old Zhang, we meet again. What do you mean we meet again? I'm not dead. Old Zhang's face darkened to the color of charred coal, his temples throbbing. Zhou Jiangnan, can you be serious for once? Zhou Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. In a man's dictionary, there is no such thing as impossible. After 18 years of mixing mortar, his beliefs are harder than concrete, and his mantra is simple. Don't hesitate, just act. Light rain calls for diligent work. Heavy rain demands hard work. Torrential rain requires relentless effort, and on rainless days, one must toil with all their might. 3 words, work, work, work. It must be done. He tucked the jersey emblazoned with the number 18 into his pants, weighed it in his hands, and after a few jumps, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he felt the vitality of youth. Old Zhang's eyes brimmed with rage as he exclaimed, Zhou Jiangnan, you dare to curse your teacher, behave recklessly, and reek of alcohol. After school, compose a self-reflection to submit to me during tomorrow's evening study session, and do ensure your parents accompany you. All right, let me savor my youth for now. Zhou Jiangnan nonchalantly strode onto the court, leaving his 4 teammates utterly dumbfounded. Teacher Zhang, perhaps you should refrain from substituting. If it comes to that, we can manage 4 against 5, and who knows, a deadweight might inadvertently be of assistance. Indeed, Zhou Jiangnan has never played basketball. Let's hope he doesn't twist his ankle, considering he lives quite far and riding a bicycle is inconvenient. Never played basketball? Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. What relevance does that hold to the present? Before his rebirth, he was famously dubbed the Kevin Durant of construction engineering. Enough of your incessant chatter, you bunch of imbeciles. Hurry up and finish the game, for I must retrieve my electronic dictionary. Zhou Jiangnan waved dismissively. Who am I guarding? Number 8 in red, just stick to him. Catch the ball and pass, do not dribble, do not shoot, and avoid fouling. All right, Zhou Jiangnan, I admire your willingness to endure pain for the sake of the school beauty. Get lost, what class flower or school beauty? It's more like a dogtail flower. You're done for. Zhao Wanwan is glaring at you. The match continued. After several rounds, Class 6 astonishingly found themselves trailing with a score of 8-0. Zhou Jiangnan dashed back and forth, having not even touched the ball once. His 4 teammates clearly held no faith in him. The illustrious Kevin Durant of construction engineering was being reduced to a mere bystander on the court. What a ridiculous situation. Zhou Jiangnan desperately waved his hands. Pass the ball, for heaven's sake, pass it. The ball is coming. A few passes would be nice. The response came in the form of 4 disdainful eye rolls. Let alone touching the ball. He wasn't even in line to serve. At that moment, the opposing defender skillfully maneuvered left and right, executing a sharp breakthrough. A dribble, a pivot, a swift step, and a graceful little floater. It seemed yet another goal was imminent. A white figure descended from above, casting a shadow and delivering a thunderous block. It was Zhou Jiangnan. What the hell? The 4 teammates stood in stunned silence. Is this truly the Zhou Jiangnan they knew? With a powerful leap, he soared half a meter off the ground, executing the move with finesse. Spectators on the sidelines were equally astonished. Is this what they call not being able to play basketball? What a farce. Zhou Jiangnan clutched the ball, a radiant smile illuminating his face. At this moment, he held the ball against the light, embodying the strikingly handsome pose of a reborn individual. Chapter 2. The first strike of rebirth, severing the tongue of the sycophant. Astonishing. Unbelievable. The atmosphere in the stands was eerily silent. Zhou Jiangnan tousled his bangs and flashed a grin, while Li Pengfei's right eyelid twitched incessantly, a portent of financial loss. Bewildered, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a dead mouse by chance. Jiangnan, pass the ball quickly. Stop showing off. The air was filled with various shouts urging him on. However, passing the ball was the last thing on his mind. The defender was merely 3 meters away. With such feeble intensity, he could easily break through, even while escorting his 80-year-old grandmother. Dribbling past the half-court line, his teammate extended a hand from the corner. Yet, Jiangnan did not even glance in that direction. He faked a shot, tauntingly challenging, go ahead, take your shot. If you score, I'll gladly eat dung while standing on my head. The opponent, hands on hips, scoffed derisively. Zhou Jiangnan leaped for beyond the 3-point line and released the ball with precision. It swished cleanly through the net. Brother, it's not a good habit to scam for food and drink, he retorted forcefully, then gestured toward Li Pengfei. With tears in his eyes, Li Pengfei nodded solemnly and silently approached Zhao Wanwan, presenting her with a meticulously folded pink origami crane. A jolt of nostalgia surged through Zhou Jiangnan, overwhelming him with painful memories. Zhou Jiangnan, stop writing to me. It's truly disgusting for a grown man to fold paper cranes like a girl. What do you have to offer? No grades, no wealth, and not even a decent temperament. You hardly resemble a man. Only a blind person would be smitten by you. Prove yourself? Then go and enroll. Standing tall, yet cowering at the first sign of trouble. What a waste of potential. Such a feeble man. What can he hope to achieve in the future? The sting of his own past actions felt like a boomerang, piercing his heart. Zhou Jiangnan was on the brink of losing his sanity. It was this name, Zhou Jiangnan, that had haunted him throughout his life. In his previous life, during those years at second-tier university, majoring in civil engineering, Zhou Jiangnan had diligently honed his basketball skills, eventually becoming a key player on the college team. With his superb skills and handsome looks, he attracted the attention of Li Xiaoyu, the belle of the music academy, who pursued him ardently. They appeared to be a perfect match, a harmonious blend of beauty and charm. Yet, the shadow of Zhou Jiangnan loomed in his subconscious, tainting his every moment with Li Xiaoyu. Whenever they indulged in their shared passion for speed and excitement, her voice would echo in his mind. Zhou Jiangnan is not a man. Under this psychological conditioning, he truly faltered in his masculinity. Time and again, Li Xiaoyu grew increasingly dissatisfied. After graduation, their paths diverged, and during a reunion 6 months later, he discovered she was already 3 months pregnant. Love, a blinding light, turned agonizingly green. Li Xiaoyu, devoid of remorse, insisted that she never loved him, her heart eternally occupied by another shadow. Zhou Jiangnan, chewing on his gum, found himself too weak to counter her claims. While a wealthy suitor embraced Li Xiaoyu and drove away in a luxury car, he could only watch the rear of the Range Rover, lost in contemplation. That night, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, numbing himself. Subsequently, he squandered his entire life savings on gifting a streamer to the online host Su Cici, reveling in a brief but extravagant moment of indulgence. As the saying goes, only the heart can heal a heart's affliction. The roots of his malaise now lay bare before him. He vowed never to let himself fall into despair again. With the first strike of his rebirth, he would first sever ties with his object of affection and then silence the sycophant. Zhou Jiangnan's gaze hardened, an instant of fierce determination igniting the crowd. Ah, he is so fierce. What the hell? Zhou Jiangnan just made a three-pointer. Wait, did you notice? His shooting form is impeccable, and his dribbling coordination is excellent. He certainly does not look like someone who can't play ball. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan has deceived us all. Who said he was the weakest boy in Class 6? He shoots like an ace. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Zhou Jiangnan transformed entirely. He held the ball with both hands, maneuvering through the double team, utilizing a screen from a teammate to find an open spot in the corner. He jumped, released a floater, and the ball swooshed through the net once more. What the hell? Another three-pointer. His teammates were astounded, as if they had rediscovered a long-lost relative. He deftly darted left and right, his speed and skill outshining all others. The eyes of everyone around him shifted. No one doubted his prowess any longer. With a quick change of direction, a spin move, and a layup, he scored again. In 3 plays, Class 6 retaliated against their opponents with an 8-0 run. Wow, that number 18 is incredible. His playing style is so graceful. He is quite handsome too. When did Class 6 acquire such a talented player? I've never seen him before. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered, many young girls gasping in awe. Wan, stop listening to your MP3 and look. Zhou Jiangnan is amazing. Zhao Wan was pulled from her reverie by her friend Lin Yu, who yanked off her headphones. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld the radiant Zhou Jiangnan. Once more, he approached the three-point line, dribbling behind his back and crossing over to evade an opponent. Then, executing a swift spin move, he accelerated towards the paint. Good job, Jiangnan, the basket is wide open. His teammates assumed he would lay it up off the glass. But to their astonishment, he leaped high, clutching the ball with both hands over his head. Was he going to dunk it? Boom! He delivered a thunderous slam dunk, the ball crashing into the hoop. He actually dunked it. Incredible. The rim reverberated with a thunderous buzz as Zhou Jiangnan landed and massaged his wrist, feeling a twinge of pain in his feet. Ugh, who dirted this court? It's disgusting. Damn, Zhou's father. Incredible. Brother Nan is amazing. What do you mean, Brother Nan? From now on, he should be called father. Ah, Wan, Zhou Jiangnan is so handsome. Zhao Wan winced as Lin Yu gripped her arm tightly, frowning. I saw it. You're so loud. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, she witnessed a Zhou Jiangnan she had never seen before. Elegant, fervent, and self-assured. Where was the timid, cowardly boy she was accustomed to? The boy who had been ridiculed for his inability to play basketball, now shone with brilliance on the court. Such talent. Why had he kept it hidden? Zhao Wan's impression of Zhou Jiangnan was far from favorable. Despite having excellent grades upon entering school, he had allowed himself to spiral into a life of gaming and reading novels, associating with bad influences and engaging in early romances, neglecting his studies. A boy from an ordinary family, lacking ambition, poor in academics, and timid in nature. Aside from his decent looks, he seemed devoid of any redeeming qualities. Yet now, he displayed remarkable basketball skills. As she observed Zhou Jiangnan's radiant smile in the sunlight, a flicker of regret mingled with her disdain. The most pressing matter remained: achieving admission to a prestigious university. Excelling in basketball would not enhance his academic scores. Shaking her head, she donned her headphones once more, returning to her English studies, unaware that the origami crane had been blown to the ground beneath her feet. Zhou Jiangnan smiled with nonchalance. He owed a debt of gratitude to that newly completed tunnel, as if a mystical force had guided him back to his former life. Just yesterday, the tunnel of the Ronghai Expressway had been completed, and a group had gone to Wang Ma's barbecue to celebrate with drinks. He had awoken to find himself reborn. Since returning to the age of 18, he would never again pursue a degree in civil engineering. To hell with it. Let those who wish to toil do so. Zhou what? Zhou someone. He would never be a mere worker. He aimed to be Zhou the CEO. As for the school belle, Zhao Wanwan. If one continues to be a sycophant, one might as well perish. The pent-up frustrations and resentments accumulated over half a lifetime are now unleashed in this moment. A breakthrough. A steal. A thunderous dunk. His opponents can only watch helplessly as the score evens out. None can effectively defend against him. In the final 3 seconds, Zhou Jiangnan, facing a triple team, executes a long-range three-pointer that seals the victory. Amidst the overwhelming cheers of Class 6, a miraculous comeback is achieved. He strides forward, unperturbed and confident. Addressing his classmates, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhou Jiangnan." Indeed, it is the enchanting Jiangnan, where one meets again amidst the falling blossoms. Chapter 3. When brothers become brazen and unruly. What a splendid verse. It is truly fitting for this moment. Zhou Jiangnan articulates it beautifully. Classmates, the youth must possess this fiery spirit and determination. If our youth cannot soar, what purpose does it serve? After 100 days of struggle, one can live the rest of their life with ease. The homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, seizes this opportunity to invigorate the students of senior year Class 6. Within this elite class, he harbors no concerns for the majority, as even the least capable should secure admission to a reputable institution. However, among the few he worries about is that rascal Zhou Jiangnan. This lad entered Lingjiangno, one high school with a rank of 53rd in the county during the entrance examination, becoming an exceptional student at the city's finest school. Yet, inexplicably, upon entering high school, he began to stray from his studies. Initially, he became engrossed in online novels, and, subsequently, he fell in with the wealthy second-generation student Li Pengfei, indulging in games at internet cafes. Naturally, his grades plummeted. A promising seedling had morphed into a crooked tree. At this rate, one could hardly expect him to gain admission to a prestigious university, let alone a regular undergraduate program, which is truly disheartening. Zhang Minfu gazes at Zhou Jiangnan, the earlier satisfaction evaporating in an instant. After such an impassioned declaration, he had hoped for a transformation towards diligence, only to find him once again mingling with Li Pengfei. Oh, this lad, truly a source of anguish for his teacher. Zhou Jiangnan, what on earth are you doing? Zhou Jiangnan snatches a brand new electronic dictionary from Li Pengfei, beaming as he stows it away in his pocket. This latest Bubugao 9188 electronic dictionary, in 2005, cost over 1,000 yuan, quite a considerable sum. Old Zhang witnesses the pained expression on Li Pengfei's face, expecting him to take a stand for justice, only to be met with a loud reprimand. Li Pengfei, it is commendable that Zhou Jiangnan borrows your electronic dictionary for study. Do not wear such a reluctant expression. Good tools must be utilized effectively. Placing them in the hands of the unambitious is indeed a waste. It is only right for classmates to assist one another. You and Zhou Jiangnan are as close as brothers, fostering a bond of mutual benefit. Li Pengfei, feeling utterly disheartened, could not help but retort. Report, Teacher Zhang. It is not as you think. I wish to lodge a complaint. Zhou Jiangnan did not take my electronic dictionary for the purpose of studying English. He intends to play games with it. Old Zhang's temples throbbed faster, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Zhou Jiangnan, who was drenched in sweat. Jiangnan, is what Li Pengfei said true? Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, caressing the hard pocket fondly. He speaks falsely. I am, of course, studying English. The teacher has indeed not misjudged you. With a focused effort over the remaining 100 days, securing admission to a second-tier university should be no issue. Old Zhang's words of encouragement had scarcely left his lips when Zhou Jiangnan added, after I finish studying English, I will play games. Ah, rebellious student, you little rascal. Write 2 reflections. You must bring your parents tomorrow. Old Zhang fumed, his frustration overshadowing the joy of the class's victory. As he pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Jiangnan and stormed off the court, Li Pengfei, reveling in the misfortune, laughed until he was breathless. Jiangnan, you scoundrel. How can you be so incorrigible? Huh, fatty, how many goals did I score just now? Didn't he count? Probably quite a few. Zhou Jiangnan, you scored a total of 13 points with 29 points. Lin Yu, enamored, responded with an expression of admiration, while Zhao Wanwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Zhou Jiangnan smiled slightly at Lin Yu. Fatty, did you hear? 13 goals. And so what? You said that if I scored 2 goals, I should call you Dad. So from today onward, I am your father, foolish son. Zhou Jiangnan, I curse your ancestors. As the match concluded, it coincided with dismissal time. The boarding students were released for their evening break, and the school would not hold evening study sessions. In 2005, Lingjiang County had just inaugurated a single bus route, which only operated within the urban area, leaving students from the outskirts to bike or walk to school. Zhou Jiangnan pushed his bicycle alongside Li Pengfei, who was riding a racing bike equipped with gears. Jiangnan, consider the electronic dictionary a gift, but do try to play fewer games. I can inherit the family fortune even if I don't get into university. Do you truly wish to end up hauling bricks? Mentioning hauling bricks soured Zhou Jiangnan's mood. He never wished to hear those words again. If you can speak properly, that is called a rectangular prism directional movement engineer. Huh. Li Pengfei halted, scrutinizing Zhou Jiangnan's face. What's wrong? You're not quite right. Why do I feel like your speech today has a different flavor than usual? How so? I can't quite articulate it, just that it feels cocky, very much like the mature demeanor of my father. Precisely. Otherwise, how could I be your father? You brat. Li Pengfei became flustered. Zhou Jiangnan, equally agitated, grasped his shoulder with utmost seriousness. Say that again. I did not come here to be called a brat. I expect you to refer to me as handsome guy. Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind, disrupting the banter between the two mischief makers. Zhou Jiangnan turned to see Zhao Wanwan and Lin Yu. The laughter emanated from Lin Yu, whose close companion, the school belle, was clad in a short-sleeved white t-shirt and long school trousers, her cheeks flushed from the heat. Classmate Zhou, why was I unaware of your humorous side before? It is said that like attracts like, naturally, Lin Yu, who could be the belle's confidant, was not lacking in beauty, merely overshadowed by Zhao Wanwan's brilliance. Zhou Jiangnan smiled at Lin Yu. That is because you did not approach me. Proximity affects judgment. What distance is necessary for accurate judgment? Certainly a closer distance would suffice. Lin Yu's face reddened as if it could bleed. She immediately lowered her head, daring not to utter another word. Zhao Wanwan shot Zhou Jiangnan a disdainful glare. How could this scoundrel dare to flirt publicly? Disgusting. Xiao Yu, let us go. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei are not good people. Do not engage with them. She tugged at Lin Yu and departed, her tall ponytail swaying gracefully, the setting sun casting a halo around her hair, proud as a peacock. Lin Yu, see you tomorrow. Do not be afraid. I truly am not a good person. Zhou Jiangnan waved farewell, only to turn and find Li Pengfei glaring at him, his eyes reddened and breathing heavily like a bull. What is the matter? You've changed. You used to blush when speaking to girls, and you couldn't even dare to glance at Zhao Wanwan. Now you have transformed into such a brazen scoundrel, daring to flirt with her deskmate right in front of her. What on earth happened last night? Chapter 4. How to break the goddess's halo. Last night, I merely drank some counterfeit liquor. How else could I end up back in front of you, you scoundrel? Zhou Jiangnan met Li Pengfei's puzzled gaze with a fatherly smile, and then squinted his eyes, ultimately stirred by the unseemly memories evoked by this rotund figure. Indeed, one must ponder, what precipitated this change? When did he transform from a spirited youth into someone so timid? Once, he had been a beacon of brightness, a paragon of optimism. Back in middle school, he was the pride of his teachers, an idol revered by his classmates, and the top scholar in the entire town. He had won awards in mathematical competitions and spoken beneath the national flag. Before the age of 16, he had been undeniably exceptional. So, when did this metamorphosis occur? Perhaps it all began with his encounter with Zhao Wanwan. In the throes of youthful naivety and burgeoning affection, he willingly became a devoted admirer of the school beauty. Little did he know that she came from a better-off family, garnered more attention, received greater favor from teachers, and even excelled academically beyond him, an all-encompassing superiority. Is it any wonder that the adage of matching social standings has endured through the ages? Zhao Wanwan's brilliance was blinding. Initially, he could hold her gaze for a few seconds, but gradually, he found himself looking down when in her presence. His love letters were rejected, his offerings of milk spurned, and even his attempts to assist her met with dismissal. After experiencing cold rejection, he became increasingly subservient, eventually losing himself in a barrage of harsh words. He descended into self-destructive behavior, succumbing to a state of despair and moral decay. His fragile values crumbled, leading him into a quagmire of self-denial, and, subsequently, he was further looked down upon. Over time, he morphed into a person plagued by inferiority and weakness, leaving behind psychological scars. Regaining his composure, Zhou Jiangnan realized that this Li Pengfei was perhaps the only classmate who genuinely cared about him. A wave of warmth washed over him, softening his gaze. "Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not Zhao Wanwan." Li Pengfei stammered, retreating 3 steps in fright. Could it be that this fellow had repressed his feelings for too long, leading to a psychological imbalance? "Fatty, stop bringing up Zhao Wanwan. She is not that remarkable. If you think of her as a goddess, then she is a goddess. If you see her as a flower, then she's merely a flower." Zhou Jiangnan resumed his normal demeanor and chuckled. "In light of our father-son bond, allow me to impart a method to shatter the goddess's halo. Henceforth, you shall never falter in the presence of beautiful women. I don't believe you. You don't even understand it yourself, yet you wish to teach me? I dreamed about it last night, just tested it out, and you've seen the results. So what say you? Oh, what are we waiting for? Hurry up." Li Pengfei hurried forward, eager to learn, while Zhou Jiangnan relished the role of the mentor, ready to eradicate the sycophant from his side. "Let me tell you, some girls may appear glamorous, but are quite unkempt at home. Dirty socks strewn about, unwashed underwear, bed linens not changed for a month, and even body odor. Moreover, no matter how beautiful a girl may be, she still needs to use the restroom. She might even suffer from constipation. Just imagine that scene. A lovely face turns grotesque. And suddenly, the halo dissipates." Li Pengfei envisioned the scenario, then quickly shook his head. "Ugh, that's disgusting. But Jiangnan, your method is rather crude. I assent it. Just tell me if it works. It seems to have some effect. Therefore, with your intellect, I find it challenging to explain the sophisticated principles. I can only convey knowledge through this base approach, allowing it to penetrate your mind." "Really? I always feel like you're just pulling my leg. Which part is unclear?" Zhou Jiangnan purchased fried stinky tofu from a roadside vendor, casually handing a skewer to Li Pengfei while munching on one himself, gently guiding him. "Observe this stinky tofu. It smells foul but tastes delightful, much like certain girls who may not be conventionally attractive yet possess kind hearts and are genuinely pleasant to be around. Conversely, some girls may appear as cute as lemons, but are, in truth, sour and unpalatable. In essence, after all I've said, have you grasped it, fatty? Are you suggesting I choose between attractive yet unappealing girls and those who are appealing yet lacking in substance?" "Exactly. Well, I still prefer the pretty ones." I haven't grasped anything. Li Pengfei scratched his head, offering an awkward yet polite smile. "Haven't grasped? Then that is just as well." Zhou Jiangnan replied earnestly. "According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, merely being satiated is insufficient. One must also eat well." "Stop right there. I don't comprehend your so-called theory. Just get to the point. Desires arise after one is well fed. Speak plainly. It's normal to prefer beauty. TCH, as eloquent as you are, you still prefer someone like Zhao Wanwan, don't you? Let me clarify. I like beautiful things, but I no longer fancy her. I don't believe that." As they passed a bus stop, Zhao Wanwan was waiting for a ride. Li Pengfei, with a mischievous glint in his eye, approached her with a stinky tofu in hand. "Li Pengfei, are you out of your mind? Get that away from me. It stinks." Zhao Wanwan pinched her nose in distaste, bewildered by this rotund boy's antics. "Hee. It may smell, but it's delicious." Li Pengfei grinned, taking a hearty bite. "Unlike some people who may look appealing, but taste worse than stinky tofu." "What do you mean by that, fatty? Speak clearly." The school beauty sensed an underlying message in his words. "It's not my assertion, but Zhou Jiangnan's. He claimed that you're not tastier than stinky tofu." Li Pengfei hopped onto his bicycle and pedaled away, laughing heartily. A water bottle flew past him, narrowly missed by the agile boy. Zhao Wanwan glared at the scapegoat. "Zhou Jiangnan, what do you mean by comparing me to stinky tofu?" Zhou Jiangnan shot her a glance, but chose to ignore her, mounting his bicycle and preparing to leave. "Speak up. You were so vocal about basketball this afternoon. Yet now you're mute? You dare not speak to my face, but only backbite like a coward. Who are you calling coward?" The handsome boy retorted, displeased. "You. Repeat that. Zhou Jiangnan, you coward. A feeble, spineless wretch. Then let me show you my strength." Zhou Jiangnan's anger flared, and he grasped her hand tightly. "Ouch." Zhao Wanwan quickly withdrew her hand, only to slap him across the face. Zhou Jiangnan anticipated her move, swiftly capturing her hand again. "Ah, Zhou Jiangnan, you scoundrel. I will never like someone like you. Is that so? Thank heavens." Li Pengfei watched the spectacle from a distance, utterly dumbfounded by their antics. Zhou Jiangnan caught up to him and gave him a kick. Zhao Wanwan remained frozen in place for quite a while, unable to move. Chapter 5. Do not follow your father's example in mischief. Jiangnan, I must commend you. You actually held Zhao Wanwan's hand. Now I finally understand. Understand what? Women must not be coddled. One must take action. Fool, Get ready to tread the sewing machine. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, exasperated. How could someone in their 30s still be so affected by Zhao Wanwan? Today, Li Pengfei chose not to return to his luxurious home in the city, instead opting to accompany Zhou Jiangnan to the cement factory in the suburbs. They chatted and laughed along the way, truly inseparable. Zhou Jiangnan knew that even if he didn't T-score today, as long as he spoke up, Li Pengfei would still gift him the electronic dictionary. Their close bond was also influenced by the work of their fathers. The limestone resources in Linjiang County were abundant, and during a period of national development, the government established a cement factory on the outskirts of the county. The factory bore a name steeped in its era, Linjiang People's Cement Factory. Li Pengfei's father, Li Jiangguo, was the factory manager, while Zhou Jiangnan's father, Zhou Xiangdong, worked as a laborer there. If one were to speak candidly, Zhou Xiangdong could indeed be regarded as a leader of minimal significance, albeit the foreman of a trio. In Zhou Jiangnan's recollection, their fathers initially toiled as ordinary workers. However, during the reform of state-owned enterprises in the 1990s, Li Jiangguo took a daring leap, securing loans and connections to become the factory director. Over a decade later, he had ascended to the ranks of the county's wealthiest individuals. As for his own father, Zhou Xiangdong, he was characterized by an overly earnest and unassuming nature. He spent his life laboriously producing cement, lacking the ambition to pursue any greater aspirations. Had Zhou Xiangdong possessed even half the audacity of Li Jiangguo, Zhou Jiangnan would have long since been a second-generation wealthy heir. One could only assert that fate varies for each individual, and the blame cannot be laid upon old Zhou. Each person's destiny hinges upon their own efforts, while also harmonizing with the progression of the times. For instance, Zhou Jiangnan, now returned with the experiences of 18 years, ought to leverage his inherent advantage of knowledge to alter his life trajectory and attain prosperity. Otherwise, what was the point of his rebirth? It would be better to find a branch in the southeast and end his life. If Zhou Jiangnan once lamented the lost opportunity to become a wealthy heir, he now felt utterly indifferent. As he passed a large truck, he inhaled the pungent scent of diesel exhaust, his expression one of bliss. "Fatty, what brings you to the factory today? Is the mansion too uncomfortable for you?" "Oh, my mother went shopping in Rongqing, and there's no one to cook at home, so I might as well find my dad at the factory. I'll have lunch there and then come look for you." "No, how about you come find me instead? I've got something good to show you." Li Pengfei's mysterious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zhou Jiangnan. This portly fellow was undoubtedly eager to flaunt some martial arts novel or gaming card he had stumbled upon in a back alley. This had always been his manner since childhood. "All right, I'm heading home." Li Pengfei, riding his bike with ease, sped along the pitted road that had been ravaged by trucks. Zhou Jiangnan's steed was his father's heavily modified bike, creaking and laboring, consuming an inordinate amount of fuel. He had no choice but to stand and pedal. Occasionally, a cement truck would pass, and both Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei would lean to one side to gain a bit of momentum, their familiarity with the driver causing no offense. These two rascals had become quite notorious at the People's Cement Factory, and had been known for their mischief over a decade prior. The early summer skies lingered long in darkness. Before long, two towering chimneys loomed into view, exhaling plumes of grayish-white smoke. This was the hallmark of Linjiang People's Cement Factory, a symbol of home. Following the original course of events, due to his prolonged frontline work at the cement factory, Zhou Xiangdong had been diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer in 2013, failing to survive until the new year. His mother, Luo Xiaoying, also succumbed to respiratory failure in 2021 for various reasons. Now, returning 18 years into the past, his parents were still alive. Zhou Jiangnan felt like a wayward son returning home after many years, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. After all these years, were his parents still well? "Fatty, I'm heading home now. I'll come find you later." "All right, brother Zhou, until we meet again." Li Pengfei clasped his hands in farewell and dashed off towards the factory director's office. What a fool, engrossed in martial arts novels. Zhou Jiangnan slung his backpack over his shoulder and climbed to the third floor of the employee dormitory, arriving at his doorstep. The sounds of a spatula stirring in a pan filled the air. His mother, Luo Xiaoying, called out, "Old Zhou, go check if Jiangnan is back yet. They don't have evening classes today. What else there to check? PS 18. Is someone going to abduct him and sell him?" This familiar lack of romantic sentiment could only belong to Zhou Xiangdong. Zhou Jiangnan entered, announcing, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." "Good to have you back. Master Huang, the truck driver, said he saw you and Pengfei hanging onto the truck again. How many times do I have to tell you not to follow behind big trucks? It's dangerous." Luo Xiaoying's words trailed off as her son enveloped her in a tight embrace, leaving her feeling inexplicably anxious. Jiangnan, what is wrong? Were you bullied at school? Nothing, just missed you, Mom. Zhou Jiangnan entered the living room, disregarding the dust on Zhou Xiangdong's work uniform, and embraced him as well. Old Zhou had never experienced such an affectionate display. Since his son turned 8, they had not been this close. Dad, you've worked hard. Zhou Xiangdong suppressed a smile of pride, attempting to maintain his composure. Did you run out of pocket money? No. I just had some thoughts at school today and realized how hard it is to be a parent, so I missed you both. Zhou Jiangnan set his backpack down and went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. After a considerable pause, old Zhou finally managed to say, Xiaoying, your son is growing up, learning to care for his old man. Luo Xiaoying removed her apron, dried her hands, and picked up chopsticks to serve Zhou Jiangnan a piece of meat. Your son cares about you. I can tell you're happy. If you want to smile, just smile. Why pretend to hold it back? Zhou Xiangdong poured himself a small glass of white liquor, prompting Luo Xiaoying to tease, you've been working with cement every day. You become rough around the edges. Your smile is more frightening than your frown. Despite her words, she still sent a piece of meat into old Zhou's bowl. Zhou Jiangnan watched this scene with delight. This was the essence of parental love in that era. Simple yet inseparable. Such feelings were not expressed through grandiose words, but were instead reflected in the subtle, nurturing rhythms of daily life. After a few sips of liquor, Zhou Xiangdong grew more talkative. Jiangnan, I heard your college entrance exam is just 100 days away. Are you capable of getting into a university? What are you saying? Old man, you know my capabilities. If I can't get into a university, I'll take your surname. I only ask because I know your potential. You were at the top of your class when you entered school, yet now you've fallen to the back. What on earth are you doing? Zhou Xiangdong took another sip of liquor, his tone growing louder. You can't compare yourself to that Peng Fei. Jiang Wo is a wealthy man. Peng Fei doesn't worry about food, even if he doesn't attend university. Why would you fret over not getting into college? Exactly. You need to apply yourself. Luo Xiaoying chimed in. Am I supposed to learn construction like your father? Chapter 6 Old Zhou. The teacher asked me to pass on a message. Learn construction? Zhou Jiangnan felt utterly disheartened. He had barely escaped the construction site, only to find himself back in a childhood home, hearing that word again. Was this a profound sense of fate? Before he could voice his objections, old Zhou continued. What's wrong with construction? It's a skill that will keep you fed. Shut up. Do you want your son to return to this factory and stand by the furnace every day? Of course not. But I still hope he goes to university to study civil engineering. Jiang Wo mentioned to me privately that studying civil engineering pays quite well these days. I can't believe it. Zhou Jiangnan felt numb. Was this truly his father? What kind of parent would push their child into a pit of fire? He suddenly remembered that after repeating a year, he had the potential to attend a prestigious university, but due to his stomach upset on the exam day, he only scored enough for a mediocre institution. When filling out his application, it was old Zhou who insisted on civil engineering. Some fathers are destined to lead their sons to misfortune. Old Zhou's reckless decision ultimately caused Zhou Jiangnan to miss the time to mourn for his loss. Civil engineering? Construction? This father is not worth keeping. Zhou Jiangnan glared at Zhou Xiangdong, and the atmosphere at the dining table suddenly seemed to freeze. Hey, what's with that expression? You little brat? Old man, let me emphasize, no matter in this life, the next, or even the one after that, even if I have to die, even if I jump off this place, I will not engage in construction work. Not even Jesus could persuade me. I mean it. Hey, you dog. Have you lost your mind? Old man, why are you scolding yourself? I have my own plans for college. You and Mom need not worry. Just wait to enjoy life in the future. Luo Xiaoying, of course, favored her son, especially since Zhou Jiangnan's aspirations were not without merit. Working in construction, exposed to wind and rain, covered in dust on sunny days and mud on rainy ones. Her son, so handsome, was destined for an office job with air conditioning. I support my son's ambitions. Being a worker leads nowhere, Luo Xiaoying encouraged. Jiangnan, Mom believes in you. Just make the most of this time, and you'll surely get into a second-tier university. Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely show you I can get into a prestigious university, Zhou Jiangnan declared confidently, snatching the wine from old Zhou, who was silently pouring himself a drink. Old man, drink less. It's already poured. Wasting it would be a shame. Give it to me. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp before Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou could react. Zhou Xiangdong, look at the trouble you've caused. Will you die if you don't drink? Luo Xiaoying's heart raced, and old Zhou was also flustered. Their son couldn't afford to have an accident after consuming such a large glass of liquor. Zhou Jiangnan patted his mother's hand and sat down unperturbed. Old man, there's something I need to discuss with you that requires your support. Old Zhou, preoccupied with worry about the wine, absent-mindedly responded with a grunt. Actually, it's not really a discussion. It's just that Teacher Zhang asked me to relay a message to you. I need to go see him tomorrow. What does that mean? As the saying goes, it's about inviting the parents to school. Old Zhou fell silent for a moment, setting down his chopsticks. You better honestly explain what you did at school that warrants a parent meeting. Zhang Minfu is my middle school classmate. Why would he call me to school otherwise? Luo Xiaoying anxiously watched Zhou Jiangnan, fearing he would reveal something unpleasant. It's nothing serious. I just surprised him while playing basketball today. You can play basketball? Why have I never heard you mention it? Self-taught? It's normal that you wouldn't know. Under Luo Xiaoying's watchful gaze, the father and son reached an uneasy consensus. The next afternoon, Zhou Xiangdong would accompany his son Zhou Jiangnan to the school to discover what mischief his rebellious child had committed. After dinner, Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou washed the dishes together. The living conditions in the cement factory dormitory were modest, but fortunately, the factory's boiler provided hot water for free every day. Zhou Jiangnan took a refreshing shower in the cramped bathroom and then stared at his reflection in the mirror. His skin was smooth, his features delicate, and faint, soft stubble was just beginning to appear on his lips. Aside from the depth in his gaze that belied his age, he was the quintessential 18-year-old youth. He had no hint of a belly, and even faintly visible were the outlines of abdominal muscles. His thick hair, long enough to cover his ears, was styled in the popular F4 cut of the time. Damn, what a ridiculous hairstyle. It makes me cringe, Zhou Jiangnan muttered, leaning closer to the mirror to scrutinize himself. Tomorrow, I'll get a haircut, completely change my look, a new life starts anew. Work hard. You already have the foundation for a repeat year. Aim for a good 985 university and accomplish something great. Right? And about CC? If I get the chance to meet her again, I'll keep her hidden away. She can't be a social media influencer anymore. Which university did she graduate from again? Lin and Media Academy. That's it. Then I'll strive to get into Lin and university. As for Zhao Wangwan, Zhou Jiangnan had long since cast her from his thoughts. Or the school belle of Lingjiang No. 1 High School. She was not ice cream. Zhou Jiangnan was done being a sycophant. There were countless women in the world. Once he stepped out of the small county of Lingjiang, the vibrant world outside was filled with beauties, especially in Jiangnan, Linen, where one could find slender waists and delicate hands. Everything one could desire. My name is Zhou Jiangnan. Where else would I go if not Jiangnan? He would never fill out a third-choice application to that mediocre second-tier school he had attended in his past life. Zhou Jiangnan changed into a fresh t-shirt and shorts and slipped on his sandals before heading out the door. Luo Xiaoying chased after him, asking, "Where are you going, son?" "I'm going to finally Ponzi, Mom." "Don't worry." He waved to Luo Xiaoying and strolled towards the factory manager's lounge. As the manager of the cement factory, Li Jiangwo's office was next to the lounge, which was well equipped with 2 rooms and a living area. He lived there when not returning to the city. When Zhou Jiangnan knocked, Li Pengfei was crouched in front of the television, fiddling with the DVD, and jumped in surprise upon hearing the knock. "What are you doing, fatty? Why are you messing with the DVD?" Li Pengfei quickly pulled him into the room, peeked outside, and then locked the door. "Jiangnan, I'm only sharing this with you because I consider you a brother. Don't go blabbing about it." Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Was this guy acting as if he had found a national treasure? He nodded, and Li Pengfei turned on the DVD, revealing 4 dazzling characters on the screen. The Monk of Lantern Grass. Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. Indeed, it was a rare gem. "Fatty, where did you get this?" Zhou Jiangnan stroked his non-existent beard, somewhat astonished. Back in the 1980s, the Hong Kong region produced many classic romantic art films. Notably the strange stories from a Chinese studio series, with Yi Yuqing representing the urban beauty series. Films like Ghosts Hitting the Wall were among the stars of that era. However, these discs were considered contraband in the mainland. Those who possessed them usually kept quiet and were reluctant to share. This fatty had some unconventional connections. "Hey, don't mind where I got it from. Just tell me. Isn't it awesome?" "Awesome. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start." Zhou Jiangnan approached it with an appreciation for art, while Li Pengfei assumed he was eager. With a disdainful look, he said, "Jiangnan, I knew you were pretending to be serious. This just exposes your true nature. You lecher." Zhou Jiangnan chose not to respond and casually settled into an old sofa. Watching such a film required a comfortable position. Otherwise, one would find themselves in quite an awkward state. Li Pengfei, being inexperienced, initially stole glances out the window after watching for a few seconds, but soon became completely engrossed and let down his guard. Zhou Jiangnan, however, occasionally remained cautious, ensuring that Uncle Li Jiangguo Wu Ti returned unexpectedly. As the story reached its climax, Li Pengfei's face turned crimson, panting like a boiling kettle, on the verge of exploding at any moment. Zhou Jiangnan silently chuckled. This fatty might just be sowing the seeds for a life without models from this very day. Any seasoned observer knew how intense the impact of such scenes could be on a young, vigorous lad, akin to being tossed into Hiroshima. Zhou Jiangnan clearly observed that Li Pengfei was bleeding from his nose, overwhelmed with excitement. This rotund fellow had certainly wasted his meal tonight. Wiping away the blood, Li Pengfei, feeling both awkward and embarrassed, asked, Jiangnan, how can you remain so composed? Have you seen this before? Not at all, Zhou Jiangnan decisively denied, shaking his head. Look at your lack of ambition. Such a mediocre spectacle has you so excited that you might end up being swindled by a young model and lose everything. Li Pengyu, who had heard him mention young models several times today, could not contain his curiosity any longer and inquired, what exactly is a young model? Zhou Jiangnan paused momentarily before responding. A young model is simply a very youthful model, one of those young and beautiful women with great figures. Li Pengfei's expression turned puzzled. Isn't that just the kind of model who struts down the runway on television? Not quite. Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just imagine if Zhao Wanwan were a model. That's the kind of effect I mean. Oh, had you said that earlier, I would have understood. That indeed sounds far more exciting than this film. Now that the movie had finished, Li Pengfei felt an inexplicable discomfort coursing through him, a restless urge for release. Perhaps a cold shower would help. You seem to be in a state of excess heat. Fine, it is a bit warm. I'll take a shower first. You can watch television by yourself. Li Pengfei dashed into the bathroom, and soon the sound of the shower could be heard. When he emerged, Zhou Jiangnan was engrossed in a game on his electronic dictionary. The Rise of the Three Kingdoms. Jiangnan, I've noticed you have a real talent for gaming. I attempted this game several times and couldn't conquer even a single city. That just goes to show the disparity in intelligence among people. Is it really so difficult for you to admit that you're less clever than I am? Damn you. Under Li Pengfei's adamant insistence, Zhou Jiangnan decided not to return home that night. The two 17 or 18-year-olds laid on a bamboo mat on the rooftop, basking in the evening breeze. Surrounded by a sky full of twinkling stars, Zhou Jiangnan reclined with his head in his hands, leisurely searching for the Big Dipper, his right leg draped casually over his left. However, Li Pengfei was not as serene. The refreshing effect of the cold shower had worn off, leaving him restless once again. Jiangnan, what do women really smell like? It's about what you'd expect, akin to riding a bicycle. After a while, you grow weary of it. Really? How do you know? If you don't believe me, why bother asking? It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to broaden my horizons. Damn, how are you older than me? Jiangnan, the college entrance exams are approaching. I estimate I can at best manage to get into a vocational school. What should I do? So what if it's a vocational school? You have that massive factory waiting for you to inherit. In the future, those pursuing a bachelor's degree will still end up working for you. True. Then you can follow my lead. At the very least, I can arrange for you to be a deputy factory manager. Get lost. By the time you inherit the factory, my grandchild will be on the way. Your grades are only marginally better than mine. My old man says it's tough to find a job with an ordinary third-tier degree. I will get into a prestigious university. If you manage that, I will be your grandson. Jiangnan, hey, why do you talk so much, you fatso? It's as if you're a walking encyclopedia, making my head ache. Can't you just keep quiet and stargaze? What's so fascinating about stars? They can predict fortune and misfortune. Intrigued, Li Pengfei eagerly asked, what do you see? Zhou Jiangnan shot him a glance. You have ominous signs. Are you cursing me indirectly? No. Your DVD of the monk with the lantern is still in the player. By now, Uncle should be back. Damn it. Li Pengfei leaped up like a sprightly piece of pork and dashed into the hallway. Moments later, he returned to the rooftop, crestfallen. He really is back. And now I dare not retrieve the disc. I'll wait until he leaves. Good luck. The early summer evening breeze was refreshingly cool, more delightful than anything else. Li Pengfei was a natural chatterbox, rambling on endlessly. Eventually, he claimed to be tired, and soon the sounds of snoring filled the air. Zhou Jiangnan pondered over his last question. Jiangnan, will you still write to Zhao Wanwan? She never even glances at them. I don't want to keep delivering your letters. It's too embarrassing. Write a letter? Why would I write a letter? I'm not masochistic by nature, and there are plenty of beautiful women around. Not to mention, Su Cece is at least a campus beauty. If any other woman spoke of familial troubles or illness, Zhou Jiangnan wouldn't believe a word. But when Su Cece said it, he believed it to be true. After all, how could a renowned internet celebrity from a media university, with such unparalleled beauty, still remain chaste at nearly 30? Thinking of Su Cece made Zhou Jiangnan's calm demeanor stir with excitement. Such an extraordinary woman, with a temperament even better than Zhao Wanwan's, would be the ideal match. He was grateful for the faux beer from Wang Ma's barbecue. Zhou Jiangnan finally had the chance, at this tender age of awakening feelings, to encounter someone at just the right moment. How wonderful. This is youth. Chapter 8. Subtly astonishing everyone. Achoo. The next morning, Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose as he descended the stairs, where Li Jiangguo was ascending with a bag of soup dumplings. Good morning, Uncle Li. Ah, Jiangnan. Here. Have a few dumplings, they're still warm. Thank you, Uncle Li, but I'll eat breakfast at home. Take one, just take it. Unable to withstand Li Jiangwo's persistent insistence, Zhou Jiangnan accepted one in his hand and another in his mouth, expressing his gratitude as he made his way toward the employee dormitory. Uncle Li certainly knew how to handle things. No wonder he was the factory manager. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Have you finished writing your self-reflection? Don't make me shame you. Zhou Xiangdong quickly shoved a box in his bag, and Zhou Jiangnan distinctly saw it was a pack of cigarettes, Jinwenyo, popular in the early 2000s in the Sichuan Chongqing region. Ha, this old man has finally learned to give gifts. What are you staring at, you wasteful child? Old Zhou, feeling the heat of his son's gaze, blushed slightly. Giving gifts was indeed a rather embarrassing matter. Although Zhang Minfu was his middle school classmate, he had shown Zhou Jiangnan considerable kindness over the past 2 years. Luo Xiaoying insisted that some connections were necessary, and one should reciprocate favors. Since the household was led by his wife, Zhou Xiangdong felt her reasoning was valid and had to brace himself to face it. Zhou Jiangnan was not intimidated by the scolding, nor did he expose old Zhou's embarrassment. After the family finished lunch, the father and son each pushed a bicycle out of the factory gate. Zhou Jiangnan did not invite Li Pengfei along, as this outing was meant for his father to accompany him to write his self-reflection and also to deliver a gift to the homeroom teacher. So they had to sneak into the village. Strangely enough, during this father-son outing, they had little to say to each other. Old Zhou occasionally asked a question or two, to which Zhou Jiangnan would casually respond. Before long, they arrived at the school, and, as the son guided his father to the third-floor teacher's office, they found only Zhang Minfu present in the large office for the senior class. Old Zhou felt relieved and hastily ushered his son inside. Minfu, are you busy? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Minfu scowled and gestured for the father and son to approach. Zhou Xiangdong, with a forced smile, inquired, You seem unwell. You should take care of your health. Unwell? That's because of your troublesome son, Zhou Xiangdong. After all these years, you still haven't changed a bit. Zhang Minfu, brimming with pent-up grievances, could no longer contain his emotions. Reflecting upon it, he mused that when Jiangnan first enrolled in school, he ranked among the top 100 in the county, yet now languished around 500th in his grade. How could a parent bear such a reality? Zhou Xiangdong's face flushed with embarrassment, his shame palpable. Aware of his friend's sensitivity, Zhang Minfu refrained from further provoking him and instead inquired, Has Jiangnan mentioned to you what he did yesterday afternoon? He claimed he was startled while playing basketball. Nonsense. What does that have to do with playing? That young master, in front of dozens of female classmates, revealing himself while reeking of alcohol, was nothing but a good-for-nothing wastrel. Have you seen the reflection? I made him, right? No, I haven't. Well, let him read it aloud to you. Zhang Minfu rapped his knuckles on the table, and Zhou Jiangnan, ever dutiful, promptly began to recite his reflection. Comprised of 300 to 500 words, it succinctly outlined his transgressions, expressed a fervent desire for remorse, and set forth clear goals for personal reform. This elicited a begrudging admiration from Zhang Minfu for the young man's writing prowess. He found Zhou Jiangnan's commitment to striving for a top-tier university over the next 100 days particularly commendable, though given his current performance, it seemed a mere pipe dream. At least his attitude was commendable. His expression softened slightly, and he began to earnestly counsel the boy. Zhou Xiangdong, accompanying his son, bore the brunt of the reprimand. It was too timid to retort. Zhang Minfu, taking into account their long-standing friendship, was, without complaint, shouldering the responsibility of overseeing Jiangnan's studies. A significant favor indeed. Were it not for his vigilance, Zhou Jiangnan's dismal performance might have plummeted even further. With this in mind, Zhou Xiangdong mustered the courage to glance outside the office door, saw that it remained empty, and hastily pulled out a pack of golden 5 cows from his bag, intending to slip it into the desk drawer. Minfu, I owe you a great deal for keeping an eye on Jiangnan these past years. This is a small token of appreciation from me and Xiaoying. Please accept it. Hey, Zhou Xiangdong, what are you doing? Zhang Minfu's expression shifted dramatically as he admonished. I don't smoke. Are you trying to hasten my demise like that scoundrel Jiangnan? Huh? Jiangnan said that? Zhou Xiangdong erupted in fury, glaring at Zhou Jiangnan, ready to lash out. This rascal dared to disrespect his teacher. Zhang Minfu had previously avoided mentioning the incident, but regrettably, a slip of the tongue had revealed the matter due to the cigarette. He understood that while Zhou Xiangdong appeared honest and dull, when provoked, he could be as fierce as a blacksmith. Jiangnan spoke out of turn. Do not let your anger get the better of you. He quickly interjected to restrain Zhou Xiangdong. However, Zhou Jiangnan stood his ground, unflinching under his father's gaze. Teacher Zhang, I only said that because I dreamt the previous night that you had succumbed to a heart ailment. You treat me like your own son, so naturally I was terrified. After waking, I couldn't fall asleep, and the pressure was overwhelming, so I indulged in a small amount of my father's liquor to calm my nerves. Uncle Zhang, please take care of your health. This boy was adept at speaking in a way that flattered his audience, having learned the art of conversation on construction sites. Indeed, Zhang Minfu was touched, his mood visibly lightening. Seizing the moment, Zhou Jiangnan took the cigarette and placed it in Zhang Minfu's hand. Uncle, you must accept this cigarette. It is a gesture of respect from a younger generation to an elder, and also a pre-celebration of my admission to a key university. This cigarette symbolizes my resolve to strive for 100 days and to reform. Should you refuse, it would imply a lack of faith in my abilities to gain entrance to a prestigious institution. As a teacher, how could he possibly stand against the wiles of a savvy youth? In just a few exchanges, Zhou Jiangnan had ensnared Zhang Minfu. For the stakes of the college entrance examination were significant, and undermining his confidence was not an option. Sigh, I suppose I shall accept it for now. After the examination, I will return it if you do not gain admission to a 211 university. Zhang Minfu placed the cigarette in the drawer, though Zhou Xiangdong's countenance remained less than pleased. His son's aspirations were far too lofty given his current academic standing. Attaining even a decent second-tier university would be a stroke of luck for the Zhou family. Zhou Jiangnan was keenly aware of both his father's and Zhang Minfu's sentiments. Recognizing that mere words lack persuasive power, he resolved to quietly exert himself and surprise everyone in due course. The outcome would be revealed after the college entrance exam. In his previous life, he had repeated a year and had long since caught up with the missed coursework. What was 211? He was determined to aim for a 985 institution. At the farewell banquet, he would personally ignite the celebratory fireworks for Uncle Zhang. He would smoke, even if he had to force it. Chapter 9. When the prodigal decides to return. Zhou Xiangdong left, feeling satisfied. With his son's assistance, he had successfully presented the gift, fulfilling the task assigned by Luo Xiaoying. This time, he could return home without having to sleep in the living room. Zhou Jiangnan watched his father's retreating figure, filled with profound reflections. The only ones who unconditionally wish for your well-being are your parents. Zhou Xiangdong pedaled away on his trusty bicycle, while Zhou Jiangnan prepared to embark on his first evening study session since his rebirth. He found his seat in the back of the classroom, casually flipping through several books, which were as pristine as a freshly washed face. Not a single word had been written, nor a line drawn. No wonder he had failed to even secure a spot in a third-tier university in his past life. He was undeniably a poor student. Opening the drawer, he discovered a small box containing a stack of colorful sticky notes. Nearby were several neatly folded origami cranes. Zhou Jiangnan casually opened one, revealing a palm-sized paper filled with meticulously penned calligraphy. Zhao Wanwan. To resent is not as profound as to have faith. Yearning begins to realize that the sea is not as deep. Your eyes are like a bottomless abyss, ensnaring my very soul. Zhao Wanwan. I am but a solitary hill formed from sand, unable to withstand the gentleness of the waves. With just a fleeting glance, I crumble. What is love in this world? That it compels one to pledge life and death. Zhao Wanwan. As long as you are willing to accept me, even for just a second, I would gladly sacrifice everything. This was utterly ridiculous. The more he read, the more embarrassed he became, feeling as though he could scrape the floor with his feet. Had he truly penned these cringeworthy lines? What on earth had possessed him to become so pathetic? Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened, wishing he could rewind time and prevent himself from existing 2 years prior. He gathered all the origami cranes and, in a fit of anger, tore them to shreds, tossing them mercilessly into the trash bin. Earlier that morning, while getting his hair cut, Tony had asked him why he was destroying his carefree hairstyle. His words laced with regret. Zhou Jiangnan sighed, expressing that he had borne a handsome appearance not suited for his age, and it was exhausting. The shampoo girl laughed heartily, prolonging his hair wash, which should have taken just a few minutes, into a half-hour ordeal. When he finally stepped out after his haircut, he felt as though he had shed 2 pounds. This salon deserved a 5-star review. Their skills rivaled the best treatments of his previous life. And yet, here he was, a once handsome youth, now reduced to a lovesick fool for over 2 years. What a disgrace. Zhou Jiangnan buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by shame. Zhou Jiangnan, how dare you leave without calling me? Li Pengfei's furious voice rang in his ears. You little rascal, why are you covering your face like some damsel? Did he just call me a damsel? Zhou Jiangnan, withdrawing his hand, was on the verge of unleashing a tirade when he caught sight of Li Pengfei, whose face was grotesquely swollen like a pig's head, gaping in speechlessness. What are you staring at? This is all you're doing. You wretched cur. You left without calling for me. If you had, I wouldn't have been subjected to a thrashing by that decrepit old man. Li Pengfei grumbled as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhou Jiangnan immediately surmised that the matter with the monk had come to light, and a grin split his face. What are you laughing at, you scoundrel? I've been disfigured and can no longer face the world. Do not expect me to deliver love letters for you again. Rest assured, even if you hadn't been pummeled into a pig's head, I would still have no need for your services. Really? Li Pengfei darted a glance into his drawer, his expression shifting to one of shock. What happened to your origami crane? Tore it up and tossed it away. Good heavens. Zhou Jiangnan, you rascal. In the past, you would have flown into a rage if anyone so much as touched your precious creations. Yet now you've voluntarily destroyed them. And what's this? You've even cut your hair? You've truly changed. You're no longer the same person. The former Zhou Jiangnan is dead. He mused suddenly, recalling something vital. Fatty, did you actually deliver that love letter yesterday on the basketball court? How could I lie about that? I ended up receiving a disdainful glance from her. Li Pengfei's eyes widened in alarm. She accepted it? No, I saw her casually toss it on the ground. That's a relief. Zhou Jiangnan exhaled deeply. He harbored a profound loathing for his former self and had no desire to continue being a sycophant. Just then, the class bell rang, signaling the commencement of evening study. Zhou Jiangnan opened his math workbook, preparing to tackle a set of past examination papers. With the foundation laid from his previous life, he planned to diligently practice 2 sets of problems daily over the remaining days to regain his confidence, confident that he would not falter during the college entrance examination. Li Pengfei seemed to witness something terrifying, repeatedly pinching himself to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Heavens! Zhou Jiangnan is determined to strive for excellence. He was about to speak but thought better of it and instead slumped down to sleep. A few minutes later, their homeroom teacher, old Zhang, entered. The classroom fell into a deeper silence. Adjusting his glasses, old Zhang cast a seemingly casual glance towards the back of the classroom. Zhou Jiangnan felt as if that gaze was directed at him, prompting him to elbow Li Pengfei. He's looking at us. Sit up. Reluctantly, Li Pengfei straightened in his seat, prompting old Zhang's approval. Classmates, this evening everyone seems to be in good spirits. I observed through the crack of the back door for a while, and it appears you are all diligently studying. I particularly want to commend Zhou Jiangnan. I have watched him for quite some time, and he has been earnestly engaged in his studies, completely different from his usual self. Zhou Jiangnan was at a loss for words. This old trickster. No wonder he felt a sense of hostility from behind him. Old Zhang then shifted his tone, instigating envy. As the saying goes, a scholar should be viewed differently after 3 days. Have you all noticed the significant change in Zhou Jiangnan since yesterday afternoon? The entire class turned in unison to stare. Zhou Jiangnan bewildered, while Li Pengfei squirmed uncomfortably. This afternoon, Zhou Jiangnan submitted a reflection to me, and I was deeply moved. Each word in that reflection dripped with sincerity, demonstrating a genuine desire for reform. The students, initially shocked by the transformation of their once notorious sycophant, were instantly intrigued. For nothing delights an audience more than witnessing another's embarrassment. We want to hear it too. Let us learn from it. Teacher, allow me to experience this as well. I have been feeling stagnant in my studies and hope to draw inspiration from Zhou Jiangnan's insights. Me too. Zhou Jiangnan's forehead was emblazoned with the character for danger. There will always be schemers trying to undermine me. Old Zhang beamed at him, his demeanor benevolent. Jiangnan, the students have a strong desire. Do indulge them. Desire? I am no servant to gratify whims. Mr. Zhang, I'm not being modest, after all. I'm merely a poor student. You should seek someone more qualified. No, a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. The more you resist, the more persuasive your words will be. Do not be shy. Come forth. Zhou Jiangnan felt offended. Which of your eyes saw me being shy? You're simply looking down on me. Regardless, he was once a formidable figure in the construction industry, renowned for his sharp tongue, unafraid to hurl insults at others. Such petty matters were beneath him. Chapter 10. You sit behind Zhao Wanwan. Very well then, I shall say a few words. You may listen as you please. Zhou Jiangnan stood up in his seat, opting not to approach the podium. I am fond of a particular saying. Reflect on the past and understand the future. The path of confusion is not far. Recognize the present as different from the past. At 18, we have reached a point where we must take responsibility for our choices. Mr. Zhang often reminds us that recognizing one's mistakes and amending them is of utmost importance. Recently, I have been reflecting on my issues, and in the quiet of night, I have asked myself, what kind of man is Zhou Jiangnan? I pondered for a long time, but could not understand why I have lived so humbly these past 2 years, when this world has prevented me from holding my head high. Then, yesterday afternoon, as the sun blazed down, I had an epiphany. As long as I possess self-respect, self-love, and unyielding determination, the only thing that can keep me from standing tall is the sun itself. It was terrifying to realize how much time and energy I had squandered on meaningless pursuits, wasting my prime youth on trivialities. It was truly a grave sin. Fortunately, with just 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, a night of revelry awakened me from my stupor, and the scorching sun made me fully conscious. Of course, I did not encourage my classmates to indulge in drinking. That would be misguided. Do not emulate my actions. What I wish to convey is that time is limited. Youth does not return, and life must not be wasted. We must dedicate our finite time to meaningful endeavors and relationships, pouring our energies into pursuits that yield positive feedback. In the present moment, the college entrance examination is of paramount significance. I advise all the girls, if you perform well, you can dictate your own marriage. If you do poorly, you may end up marrying a man of little merit. And for the boys, performing well leads to a bright future, while poor performance relegates you to laborious toil. Classmates, that concludes my brief address. Let's strive together. The entire class was left in stunned silence. Was that merely a brief statement? Zhou Jiangnan, the rascal, had never wielded his tongue with such agility before. Lin Yu, seated in the front row, blushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan sensed something amiss, feeling as though Zhou Jiangnan was subtly alluding to her, though she lacked proof. Old Zhang, both amused and exasperated, recognized that this rebellious student had indeed changed. He appeared more passionate and confident, yet had adopted a more audacious demeanor. Zhou Jiangnan's words, though coarse, carried profound meaning. The essence is clear. The college entrance examination is paramount. Do you all understand? We understand. Well then, taking this opportunity, I announce a new initiative, paired assistance. We will rearrange seating so that high-achieving students can help those who are struggling. Old Zhang quickly concluded, and Zhou Jiangnan instantly grasped his intent. Good heavens! Is he really trying to pull this off now? Is he not concerned about backlash? Sure enough, the class erupted into polarized chaos. No way, Mr. Zhang. With the college entrance examination approaching, we don't have time to tutor them. It will hinder our studies. This protest came from the diligent students. Huh! As if I were begging for your help. Who needs it? Retorted the rebellious faction, led by Li Pengfei. Zhou Jiangnan, caught off guard, realized that this troublemaker was already rising to his feet. Sit down. Li Pengfei, what are you doing? Are you planning a rebellion? Old Zhang forcefully slapped the table, re-establishing order in the room. In that case, let us proceed with a voluntary pairing system. Those willing to actively assist their classmates, please raise your hands. The crowd hesitated, no one taking the initiative. Old Zhang gently encouraged, fellow classmates, this is a rare connection we share. We have decades ahead of us. I believe the students receiving assistance will cherish this friendship. Throughout life, we shall often find ourselves in need of others' help. By aiding others today, you may find that they will assist you in the future. He assured them, of course. I will meticulously select those who will be on the receiving end of this support, ensuring they do not impede your own studies. Old Zhang staunchly defended the integrity of the initiative, emphasizing that he would only rescue those who were salvageable, while deeming individuals like Li Pengfei, hopeless cases, unworthy of intervention, relegating them to their fate. After this explanation, the doubts dissipated. The class monitor raised his hand to volunteer, followed by an increasing number of students, including Zhao Wanwan. Old Zhang felt a sense of relief and swiftly finalized the pairing list. Zhou Jiangnan, having performed decently in the previous activities, found himself surprisingly assigned to Zhao Wanwan. Teacher Zhang, may I refuse? I fear sitting there will be quite uncomfortable. No refusals allowed. You must go. Old Zhang's eyes narrowed in admonishment. Just when I praised you, you falter. Don't be like a stubborn lump of clay. He commanded Zhou Jiangnan to team up with another student and relocate to the elegant seating behind Zhao Wanwan. A complete rearrangement of the seating was mandated immediately. Zhou Jiangnan shrugged in response to Li Pengfei's glare. Buddy, I tried my best, but Old Zhang wouldn't allow it. You're already a lost cause. Li Pengfei felt insulted, tearfully berating Zhou Jiangnan for his lack of brotherly loyalty. Jiangnan, didn't you say brothers stick together for life? Are you really abandoning your brother for self-improvement? The tone of Li Pengfei's complaint resembled that of a distraught wife bidding farewell to her husband heading off for a crucial examination, fearing he might return more successful. Ironically, Zhou Jiangnan wasn't even going to take an exam. The absurdity of all was that he feared for his brother's struggles while also worrying about his brother's success. Zhou Jiangnan patted Li Pengfei on the shoulder, confidently declaring, Fatty, do you still not trust me? Our brotherhood is deep in our hearts. Li Pengfei nodded, touched, as the troublesome duo was forcibly separated. Zhou Jiangnan clutched his books and moved to the front row. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, the younger sister, was blushing profusely. What do I do? Zhou Jiangnan is coming over. Lin Yu fervently shook Zhao Wanwan's arm. Wanwan, I think Zhou Jiangnan looks so handsome with his new hairstyle. What if I switch with you to tutor him? Sure. Go tell teacher Zhang. I have no objections, Zhao Wanwan replied, tucking her hair behind her ear. When Zhou Jiangnan raised his objections earlier, she felt a pang of offense. What do you mean by being uncomfortable sitting behind her? These immature boys. They chased after girls like dogs, and now they reject me for being unattractive. Coincidentally, she had no desire to tutor him either. The notion of redemption was mere self-deception, with less than 100 days left. If he could gain admission to a prestigious university, Zhao Wanwan would grant him a chance. Thus, amidst their individual thoughts, the ad hoc support group was formed. Zhou Jiangnan was paired with another boy who was also optimistic, gazing at the two lovely figures ahead, especially Zhao Wanwan, the top student and school beauty of Lingjiangno. One high school. He felt fortunate, starting from a junior college, and it was a steal. Zhou Jiangnan twirled his pen, suppressing a laugh. Truly, the law of the devoted admirer remained intact. Devoted admirers do not appear from thin air, nor do they vanish without a trace. They simply transfer their affections from one to another. Was Zhao Wanwan truly that alluring? Chapter 11. You are all I see. The night passed without a word. Lin Yu quickly adapted to her role, having begun tutoring the struggling student in the back row since last night's study session. However, she occasionally stole glances at Zhou Jiangnan, which tainted the tutoring experience. While Zhou Jiangnan diligently worked on the exam questions, he effortlessly noticed her furtive glances. Lin Yu, you need to keep staring at me. If you wish to learn more about me, we could engage in closer conversation. Who is looking at you? You're looking down. How could you see me? Don't ask if I can see you. You occupy all my peripheral vision. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. Her deskmate was astonished, his gaze toward Zhou Jiangnan transformed, who claimed this guy was merely a mediocre friend. He clearly had a sharp edge when it came to charming girls. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Wanwan paused her writing, though Zhou Jiangnan remained unaware. Women only ever impacted his speed in solving problems. With the distraction gone, his exam paper became even more engrossing. Last night, Zhou Jiangnan completed a set of math problems, and upon self-evaluation, he found his score commendable, likely achieving over 110 out of 150. This was while his memories from his past life were still not fully integrated. With more practice, it would be easy to regain his former prowess. The rhythmic clamor from the cement factory did not faze him in the slightest. He could sleep even with a Swona playing nearby. This noise was trivial. Lying in bed, he contemplated his thoughts. The essence of rebirth was, of course, to remedy regrets, each needing to be addressed in turn. First and foremost was his education. Previously, he had failed to pass the college entrance examination in his graduating year, only to improve significantly during a year of repetition, only to fall ill on the day of the exam and end up in a second-rate civil engineering program. Given another chance, he would not repeat that mistake. A spot at a prestigious university was assured. Next was love. In his past life, he realized too late and met Su Cece too late, losing the ability to love again. On a business trip at the age of 35, his first night in Dongguan was spent dining alone, signaling the end of his youth. In this new life, he had gained a clear understanding of himself, handsome and charming. He had become the object of affection for soft-spoken girls, compensating for his previous financial shortcomings, making him unstoppable. As for money, he had plans to earn his first fortune. If he recalled correctly, by the end of June 2005, the government released a new development plan that included a highway passing through the outskirts of Lingjiang County, right near a dilapidated town. Seizing the opportunity, he could purchase 2 properties in advance and sell them for a profit once the demolition news broke. What a delightful prospect. However, he still needed to carefully consider where to source the initial funds. Li Pengfei was a solid friend, but he was unsure how much money he had received for his New Year's gift. He would need to find an opportunity to gauge his finances. Even a mere 10 to 20,000 would suffice to get things rolling. Making money is the easiest task, but the challenge lies in acquiring the initial capital. Zhou Jiangnan pondered his future plans, clearly aiming for a triumphant trifecta of academics, love, and career, striving for a comprehensive and unblemished success. He could hardly wait to embark on his university journey. The morning dew was brisk. Zhou Jiangnan rode his heavily modified bicycle to school, while Li Pengfei pedaled his racing bike, expressing his grievances about their new deskmates' poor habits along the way. Who eats sunflower seeds in class? And the foot odor, and the body odor. It's unbearable. Fatty, how much New Year money do you have? Zhou Jiangnan interrupted his complaints, bluntly catching Li Pengfei off guard. Why do you ask that? Are you planning to borrow money for an abortion? You idiot, does my old bike need that? I have a project that urgently requires venture capital. What is venture capital? The subject at hand pertains to venture capital. There is no need for you to grasp the professional jargon. Just inquire about the amount of private savings, will you? The two individuals have been bosom buddies since childhood. sharing the same pair of split-crotch trousers. Li Pengfei, not one to conceal his wealth, remarked candidly, "It's not much, merely around 30,000. "Merely?" exclaimed Zhou Jiangnan, his tone laced with incredulity. "You rotund fool. You must be quite affluent." Zhou Jiangnan, with a fierce glint in his eye, declared, "Father is poised to help you amass a fortune. Are you in or out?" "Indeed, Jiangnan, I did not misjudge you. As a brother at heart, it is commendable that you think of me, for I have spent 2 years delivering love letters on your behalf." "Silence. Let us not revisit the matter of love letters. Simply hand over the money as a loan. Should the venture succeed, we shall split the profits. If it fails, I shall repay you later." Zhou Jiangnan was uncertain whether the trajectory of this reborn world would mirror its former self. Hence he refrained from making absolute statements. Li Pengfei, however, chuckled with nonchalance. "I trust you. After school, I shall give it to you. Use it freely, and should there be a loss, do not worry about repayment. My family is not lacking in such trifles. Good brother, once we strike it rich, I shall treat you to a foot massage, starting at 668. "What kind of treatment is that?" "A foot massage." Li Pengfei felt a surge of excitement. It was said that 288 was already quite impressive. But 668, would that not mean soaring to great heights? At 9 a.m., classes commenced punctually. The first lesson was Chinese, during which the enthusiastic homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, fervently reviewed the exam points. Zhou Jiangnan absorbed the information with voracious eagerness. Once the teacher and students were aligned in focus, Mr. Zhang felt a profound satisfaction. It appeared that this wayward student had genuinely turned over a new leaf, his eyes now brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Excellent, a second-tier university is within reach. Next came the English class. The English teacher, Ms. Wu, in her 30s, wore her hair in luscious waves and donned a fitted long dress, embodying the grace of her youthful years. She approached the lectern, laid down her textbook, yet did not announce the day's lesson. Instead, she produced a crumpled pink piece of notepaper. Li Pengfei, upon seeing the paper, felt an ominous familiarity wash over him. Oh no! Was that not the very paper Jiangnan cherished for folding into paper cranes? Could it be that Zhao Wanwan's love letter, discarded on the playground, had been found by Ms. Wu? Li Pengfei was in a state of anxious anticipation, yet his good brother had already ascended to greater aspirations. With the front and back rows of the classroom separated by an insurmountable divide, in the realm of superficial camaraderie, there was no telepathy to bridge the gap. As anticipated, Ms. Wu began. "Students, after dinner yesterday, I took a stroll around the playground and happened upon a beautifully crafted paper crane on the basketball court. Intrigued by its exquisite folds, I picked it up. To my surprise, there were words inscribed on it. Curious, I unfolded it, unveiling a heartfelt poem brimming with youthful sentiments." Ms. Wu's gaze flitted around the classroom, while Zhao Wanwan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Her intuition told her that the paper crane in question was indeed the one she had discarded. However, the poem was penned in English, which piqued my interest further. It was the perfect opportunity to assess everyone's translation skills. Ms. Wu turned to the blackboard and inscribed the poem. "I love 3 things in this world: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun for the day, the moon for the night, and you forever." I shall randomly select a student to translate this. You all just had Chinese class, so let us see whose translation is the most faithful, elegant, and expressive. Zhou Jiangnan watched with keen interest, a smile playing on his lips, oblivious to any awkwardness. Chapter 12. You are my dawn and dusk. Damn it, Ms. Wu is diving straight into the deep end. Li Pengfei buried his face behind a pile of books, unable to fathom the embarrassment Zhou Jiangnan would soon endure. The scene was too vivid. He could hardly bear to witness it. The other students, however, were oblivious, finding the poem's sentiment beautiful, capturing the essence of youthful exuberance, a feeling that was understood but not easily articulated. Lin Yu could not resist transcribing the poem and attempted her own translation, though she felt unsatisfied with her efforts. Ms. Wu's unconventional approach had yielded excellent results, as all were intently reflecting on the poem's meaning. Satisfied, she called upon Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, it seems you have taken a liking to this poem. Why not share your translation with the class? Be bold and set an example for your peers." Rising to her feet, Lin Yu adjusted her trousers, which hugged her figure, accentuating her long legs. "In this world, I cherish 3 things: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun illuminates the day, the moon brightens the night, and your radiance is eternal." Lin Yu's translation was commendable. Ms. Wu nodded approvingly, then cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Wanwan, as if casually saying, "Zhao Wanwan, you are our class's English representative. I would like to hear your translation." Zhao Wanwan stood, instantly drawing the attention of all, save for Zhou Jiangnan. In this world, I only adore three things: the sun, the moon, and you. The day shines because of the sun, the night glows due to the moon, and you are the eternal brilliance. Very well, your translation is excellent as well. Is there anyone else who wishes to give a try? Ms. Wu gazed expectantly at the class, her eyes lingering on Zhou Jiangnan. He felt an odd sensation. Why was she repeatedly looking in his direction? Was it possible she had predetermined his selection, akin to a rigged lottery? Yet, if she did call upon him to translate, he would not be fazed. Such trivial matters held no fear for him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he sat back, appearing as a mere spectator. Ms. Wu furrowed her brow. The instigator of this entire situation was this boy, who, at this moment, remained unperturbed by the poem. How had I never noticed his remarkable composure before? His audacious demeanor was truly infuriating. Then it shall be you, Zhou Jiangnan. Give a try. Oh, Zhou Jiangnan feigned deep thought, as if racking his brain for the translation. Li Pengfei, already feeling the awkwardness, covered his face, muttering, "Brother Nan, I can't assist you now." All were intrigued to see what Zhou Jiangnan, a student of mediocre English proficiency, would produce, as the expectations had been set high by Lin Yu and Zhao Wanwan's excellent translations. Perhaps Ms. Wu had selected him to provide a stark contrast, allowing them to discern the gap in ability. That seemed plausible. After all, only one person in the class was known for using such vividly colored notepaper. Who could that be? As Zhou Jiangnan pondered, whispers circulated among his classmates. In less than 10 seconds, he finally spoke. In this transient world, I hold 3 loves. At this utterance, Ms. Wu's eyes sparkled. Lin Yu turned in surprise. Zhao Wanwan's shoulders trembled. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to him. And he continued his translation. The sun, the moon, and thee. Translating you as thee? What a clever lad indeed. Li Pengfei suddenly perked up, sensing the air of pretentiousness. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan stood tall and handsome, almost eclipsing him. The sun for the morn, the moon for the eve, and thee. Why thee? Ms. Wu interjected, unable to contain her urgency. Zhou Jiangnan surveyed the room, smiling as he locked eyes with Lin Yu, then directed his gaze at Ms. Wu, enunciating, "Morn, morn, eve, eve." The crowd collectively gasped, as the indomitable spirit of Zhou Jiangnan radiated from him. This translation was simply breathtaking. When did this fellow become so impressive? Just yesterday, he dazzled everyone with his basketball skills, and today he dazzled once more with his eloquence. Lin Yu covered her mouth, nearly letting out a scream. The sentiments of youth are invariably poetic, and now this poetry was being recited before her, utterly overwhelming. He smiled at me just now. Could the you he referred to be me? No, Lin Yu, you're losing touch. Zhou Jiangnan eyes only for Zhao Wanwan. How could he possibly like you? She glanced at Zhao Wanwan, the most beautiful flower of Lingjiang No. 1 High School, who was also momentarily stunned, murmuring to herself. Lin Yu understood she was reciting Zhou Jiangnan's translation. For a fleeting moment, Teacher Wu saw in Zhou Jiangnan a reflection of the campus heartthrob from her own university days, memories of youthful exuberance flooding back. How wonderful it is to be young. Damn it, classmate Jiangnan, I must applaud you. Your translation is truly remarkable. Teacher Wu clapped her hands, and the other students joined in enthusiastic agreement. In this vast world, I hold 3 loves: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun heralds the dawn, the moon ushers in the dusk, while you are my every dawn and dusk. What a beautiful notion of perpetual dawn and dusk, classmate Jiangnan. Today, you have truly opened my eyes. Teacher Wu, named Wu Yuan, had once been the most radiant blossom among the faculty of this school. In her era, those who studied English tended to be a bit more romantic, especially the girls. She inscribed Zhou Jiangnan's Chinese translation on the blackboard, prompting the students to hurriedly copy it down. Such exquisite lines would undoubtedly be a triumph in any essay. Even if not for an essay, how splendid would it be to compose a love letter in college, capturing the heart of the beloved? Wanwan, aren't you going to write it down? No, Xiao Yu, there's no point. It won TB on the exam. Zhao Wanwan stubbornly retorted. And Lin Yu ceased her urging. Zhou Jiangnan's performance today, indeed, took Zhao Wanwan by surprise, igniting a fleeting impulse to retrieve some discarded love letters from the past. Curious if they contained any equally stunning phrases. Yet, as soon as this impulse sprouted, she swiftly snuffed it out. She resolved not to engage in any romantic entanglements before college, especially since there was no one at Lingjiang No. 1 High School she found appealing. Zhou Jiangnan, although possessing good looks, was far too timid. He needed Li Pengfei to deliver a love letter for him, and she had no interest even in glancing his way. Moreover, after he committed such a universally detestable act yesterday, Her disdain for him had only deepened. There was no way she would allow even a hint of affection to blossom. Zhou Wanwan's father was the chief of police, and her upbringing had instilled in her a heightened sense of ambition. Teacher Wu dismissed her initial inclination to hand this love letter to the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, who has had their moments of youthful bravado. Let these children's innocent affections, in the years to come, ferment into a wine of nostalgia, intoxicating upon its uncorking. Just then a boy suddenly raised his hand. Report. Teacher Wu, I know why Zhou Jiangnan's translation is so good. It's because he wrote this poem himself. What? He wrote himself? Zhou Jiangnan, so brazenly unprincipled, resorting to such self-deprecating tactics to deceive us. The boy continued to press. In our class, only he uses this kind of letterhead, and he's the only one who enjoys folding paper cranes. Teacher, the paper you have in hand bears creases. It must belong to him. Before Teacher Wu could react, a classmate near the podium impulsively snatched the paper. It's true, this is indeed written by Zhou Jiangnan, but why does it address Zhou Wanwan? Could this be a love letter? Wow, unbelievable. The classroom erupted in chaos. Zhou Jiangnan's love letter to Zhou Wanwan had been caught red-handed. Incredible. He actually dared to pursue the school beauty. This timid-looking boy was, in fact, audacious to the extreme, unafraid of incurring the wrath of Zhao's father. Li Pengfei buried his face in his arms on the desk. It's over. It's really over. Zhou Jiangnan is doomed. Wait, does this mean Zhou Jiangnan just confessed in front of the entire class? This was monumental news. Zhou Jiangnan was truly impressive, a devoted admirer indeed. Amidst the clamor, Zhou Wanwan felt a mix of anger and anxiety. She could no longer maintain her composure. Now, Zhou Jiangnan had made her the center of attention. Although high school students often gossiped about crushes, it was usually in hushed tones. This was the first time it was so brazenly laid bare. Furthermore, this incident would soon reach the ears of their parents, and failing to provide a reasonable explanation would be untenable. Teacher Wu was equally flustered. Being young and lacking experience in managing a class, she could only admonish everyone to quiet down. Every class has a few who relish causing a ruckus, and the burdens of academia and the pressures of examinations had long since frayed their nerves. Moreover, Zhou Wanwan's lofty demeanor rarely offered an opportunity for light-hearted teasing. Seizing this chance, they would not relent easily. Lin Yu, both envious and anxious, shook Zhou Wanwan's arm, more agitated than she. What should we do? Everyone is talking about you and Zhou Jiangnan. You must say something. What is there to say? It's trivial. I can't silence their chatter. Zhou Wanwan forced herself to focus on her English textbook, deliberately pretending this matter had nothing to do with her. Zhou Jiangnan was also momentarily stunned, then chuckled at the absurdity of it all. After all this commotion, it turned out this was indeed the love letter he had written to Zhou Wanwan in his previous life. It was a ludicrous turn of events. All right. He suddenly stood up, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. No need to speculate, since you're all so intrigued. I feel it necessary to clarify as the person involved. This English phrase is not my original work. It is from Tagore's Stray Birds. You should all read more books. I'm at a loss here. Why did I write to Zhou Wanwan? Because she is the English class representative, and naturally, I can consult her on English-related matters. When I encountered this phrase, I pondered for quite some time without arriving at a suitable translation. So I thought to ask for her assistance. It merely slipped from my hands on the playground. I even searched for it for quite some time. Folding paper cranes is simply a personal hobby. A single crane soaring into the clear sky evokes poetic sentiments to the azure heavens. As for any notions of love letters, that is nonsense. I do not have feelings for Zhou Wanwan. She's not my type. To be frank, I prefer girls who are both well-shaped and have a good temperament. Moreover, I absolutely will not date anyone before college. If you don't believe me, feel free to keep an eye on me. For the remaining 90 days, if I initiate a conversation with Zhou Wanwan, I'll be a dog. Zhou Jiangnan's fervent declaration instantly quelled the murmurs. There was no denying his resolve. He even resisted the pairing guidance arranged by Mr. Zhang, their homeroom teacher. Not engaging with Zhou Wanwan would certainly undermine any assistance they might offer, and he placed his very reputation on the line, steadfastly making a bold statement. What a true man. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of delight. She quickly pinched herself, reminding herself that Zhou Jiangnan's lack of affection for Zhou Wanwan had no bearing on her. How could she find amusement in their situation? Zhou Wanwan was truly furious, genuinely infuriated. It was not merely because Zhou Jiangnan, the scoundrel, brazenly declared his disdain for her, but rather his audacious insinuation regarding her physique and temperament that incensed her. How dare he suggest that my figure is lacking? I, after all, possess a delicate oval face, a graceful swan-like neck, a slender waist, and long legs. Which girl in this entire battalion could possibly rival my beauty? And as for my temperament, am I truly ill-tempered? Is it simply because I chose not to engage with your love letters, or ignored the clumsy advances of those less appealing? How does that equate to a bad temper? Have I raised my voice at you? Have I struck you? This is utterly intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Zhou Jiangnan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Had it not been for her cultivated demeanor, she might have overturned the table and shredded Zhou Jiangnan's paper into tatters. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan, having diffused the tension, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil of the other party, casually flashing an okay gesture to teacher Wu Yuanyuan. Teacher Wu smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she shot him a warning glance. Zhou Jiangnan provided a perfectly reasonable explanation and was asked to take a seat. Classmates, the teacher began, the topic I introduced before class is not intended for you to debate romantic relationships. My objective is to cultivate your reading habits. Accumulating diverse materials will benefit your writing skills, whether in English or Chinese. Zhou Jiangnan excelled in this regard, adeptly broadening his horizons and sharing his insights with classmates. A commendable practice. Teacher Wu led the applause, and Zhou Jiangnan shamelessly basked in the accolades. Zhou Jiangnan ground her teeth in frustration. How is it that I am subjected to criticism while he receives praise? Suddenly, she whirled around, glaring daggers at Zhou Jiangnan, her demeanor radiating a fierce intensity. What are you staring at? Zhou Jiangnan, adhering to his principle of silence, met her gaze defiantly. The two exchanged a steely stare, neither willing to relent. To be fair, the girl was quite striking, with arched brows and large, expressive eyes, her fair and luminous skin accentuating her beauty, even when she was fuming. The atmosphere grew awkward as Zhou Jiangnan surprisingly detected a hint of colorless admiration in Zhou Jiangnan's eyes, devoid of any emotion. Ultimately, unable to withstand her defeat, she turned away, her high ponytail snapping against Zhou Jiangnan's face, prompting an involuntary sneeze from him. He rubbed his nose and averted his gaze, showing no inclination to indulge her. Their new classmate gazed at Zhou Jiangnan in awe, admiring his eloquence and his ability to hold his ground against Zhou Jiangnan. Wishing he could adopt him as a mentor. If only he could learn a trick or two of this artful dialogue, he would no longer fear feelings of inferiority. Brother Nan, if you wouldn't mind, I would be honored to call you my mentor. Get lost. Chapter 14. Dear, that is not love. The emotions of student life are often naive and unrefined. Zhou Jiangnan, like a star rising in a time of turmoil, had recently become quite the dazzling figure. Li Pengfei felt a surge of joy. This rascal was no longer timidly playing the sycophant, and now he could proudly claim Zhou Jiangnan as his brother without shame. News of the morning's English class swiftly reached the ears of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. He was pleased. Teacher Wu's method of reciprocal teaching yielded excellent results. At the very least, if one were to randomly select any student from Class 6 and inquire about the English poem, The Bird Collection, and Zhou Jiangnan's brilliant translation, they would recite it flawlessly. What delighted him even more was that Zhou Jiangnan appeared to have genuinely transformed, not only distancing himself from early romantic entanglements, but also demonstrating an impressive increase in his academic diligence. If this momentum continued, Mr. Zhang found himself eagerly anticipating the eventual outcome of Zhou Jiangnan's efforts. Regardless of the result, it surely could not be worse than the present state. The morning classes swiftly passed, and Lingjiang No. 1 Middle School, adhering to the principle of balancing work and rest, organized singing sessions for the students each afternoon before classes. Zhou Jiangnan joined in, belting out popular songs from before 2005, such as Fairy Tale and 8,000 Years Later. It was a nostalgic trip down memory lane, filled with the sweetness of youth. He sang with vigor, his magnetic voice overshadowing Zhou Jiangnan's, making her feel as if her ears were overwhelmed. How dare he stand behind me? Jiangnan, what's wrong? You seem out of sorts today, looking quite irritable. I'm not happy. Why not? Because of that scoundrel behind me. Lin Yu stole a glance at Zhou Jiangnan, who was lost in his singing, and stifled a laugh. Scoundrel, what a unique moniker. The class bell rang, and to everyone's bewilderment, the music substitute teacher entered instead of the math teacher. The students exchanged confused glances. Isn't this a math class? Why is the music substitute teacher here? The music substitute teacher, Wang Yuerin, was young and an intern from art school, quite beautiful. Class, I apologize. I will be out of town for the next few days, so I arranged with the math teacher to move this week's music lesson up, she explained cheerfully. You all aren't upset by this change, are you? The entire class shook their heads in unison. Great. Since this is a last-minute adjustment, and I haven't prepared a specific song to teach you, I thought we could randomly select a student to come up and teach the class a song that they know that we don't. With a beaming smile, Teacher Wang stood with her hands clasped behind her back, but the boys who had been staring at her now averted their eyes in unison. Another random selection? What a joke. If you dare to make eye contact with her, you could be certain you would be the chosen one. The girls mimicked their male counterparts, particularly those tone-deaf, wishing they could detach their heads and kick them out of the classroom. Oh, come on, don't be scared, I won't bite. Teacher Wang chuckled, pulling out a list of students. Well, it seems I must call out names from this list. Her soft and melodious voice, at that moment, struck fear into everyone's hearts. Please don't pick me, please don't pick me. They all silently prayed. Teacher Wang's gaze fell upon the name Zhou Jiangnan, and she naturally recalled the beloved song Jiangnan and the exquisite translation he had provided in the morning's English class. She was eager to discover this talented student who had emerged from class 6. Zhou Jiangnan, are you kidding me? Sir, not me again. Sitting in the front row, Zhou Jiangnan felt an unsettling jolt. Indeed, it had landed upon him once more. Damn it, these teachers must be conspiring. Reluctantly, he stood up, and Teacher Wang's eyes lit up. This guy looked so radiant and handsome with his new hairstyle. Zhou Jiangnan, how about you? Can you do it? Zhou Jiangnan furrowed his brow. Of course I can. What a mere song. I can even play the piano. The thought of playing the piano reminded him of his university girlfriend, Li Xiaoyu, the belle of the music academy. When they first got together, their affection was palpable. To foster their harmonious bond, Li Xiaoyu had taught him to play the piano, and later, they bought a piano for their little home after graduation, filling countless nights with chaotic melodies of love. Regrettably, the piano became an eyesore after their breakup, sold to an art student on a second-hand marketplace. As Zhou Jiangnan reminisced about the past, a veil of melancholy enveloped him, evoking a sense of sympathy in others. Teacher Wang's heart trembled slightly. If you don't wish to, you don't have to force yourself. There's no need to worry. I am willing to face certain matters and bring them to a conclusion. This is a perfect opportunity for me to teach everyone a song. Zhou Jiangnan strolled to the front corner of the classroom and slowly seated himself before an old-fashioned organ. Wow, you can play the piano? A classmate exclaimed in disbelief. Just a little, he replied modestly. Amazing, you've truly astonished me. Come on. The class is eagerly anticipating your performance. He casually pressed a few notes, adjusting to the subtle differences between the piano and the organ. Classmates, the name of this song is Dear, That S Not Love. Zhao Wanwan felt her heart inexplicably skip a beat. Just this morning, there had been the incident with the love letter. And now, this audacious individual was singing a song with such a title. Was he hinting at something? Was he implying that the love letters he wrote to her in the past were insincere, that they were not love at all? The melodious strains of the organ interrupted her thoughts as Zhou Jiangnan commenced his performance. The notes danced through the classroom, reminiscent of a confession, the sound of you declaring your feelings, your gestures always gentle, a smile as you send off your letter, turning away with a graceful silhouette. I cherish your elegant handwriting and the care it conveys. Zhao Wanwan was taken aback. How could this possibly sound so enchanting? She couldn't help but lift her gaze. The sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a warm glow upon Zhou Jiangnan, illuminating his melancholic aura in a picturesque way. The atmosphere was undeniably harmonious. One couldn't help but admit that this rogue had a certain charm. Such beautiful promises, yet so youthful. But dear, that is not love. Like a sprite lost in a wrong forest, that love is painfully transparent. What did he mean by these words? Was he suggesting that everything he had done before was misguided, that he had loved the wrong person? The exquisite melody captivated every ear in the room, even drawing in Wang Yueran, the music teacher, who was utterly entranced. Zhou Jiangnan's voice was enchanting, and his organ playing was equally impressive. With such talent, this young man would undoubtedly flourish in university, effortlessly attracting any girl he desired. It appeared that his earlier claims during music class were indeed true. Those love letters were not meant for Zhao Wanwan. He genuinely wished to learn English. Wait, what was this? How had she never heard this song before? If it were to be officially released, it would certainly become a beloved classic. Wang Yueran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, this is an original composition, isn't it? Where did this treasure of a boy come from? Chapter 15. You made her cry as the final notes faded. The audience was left in a daze, enchanted by the bittersweet melody that lingered in the classroom, refusing to dissipate. Zhou Jiangnan sat quietly at the organ, lost in contemplation. The setting sun casting elongated shadows as memories flooded his mind, some mundane at 35, others aimless at 16. Though he basked in the radiant sunlight, his eyes were filled with sorrow, creating a profound contrast that seemed beyond his 18 years. Wang Yueran was filled with curiosity. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy, and Zhao Wanwan sensed a profound emotional impact. Li Pengfei, the most carefree individual, observed his friend transform into a brooding prince. capturing the hearts of surrounding female classmates with his melancholic charm. He felt compelled to award Zhou Jiangnan an Oscar for his performance. Look at you, you can play basketball, sing, play the organ, and now you're even brooding. What can't you do? Wang Yueran snapped back to reality, her excitement prompting applause from the entire class. Classmates, can everyone sing along now? Not yet, let us do it again. Zhou Jiangnan, undeterred, began to play and sing once more. This time, everyone was earnest in their attempts, particularly Wang Yueran, who quickly caught on after just 2 rounds. She led the class in a chorus that echoed beautifully. As the music lesson drew to a close, the sound of an unfamiliar yet captivating song wafted through the halls, enticing students from upstairs and neighboring classrooms. After class, curious students flocked to inquire about the song. Lin Yu and Zhao Wanwan overheard several girls chattering excitedly in the restroom. I heard it was a boy from class 6 who taught them the song. Everyone in their class loves it. I love it too. It's so beautiful. I wonder who the original artist is. I need to go home and look it up after school. I heard that boy can play the organ too, and he is quite handsome. Should we sneak a peek? What for? My friend told me he publicly declared he wouldn't date anyone before university, claiming girls only slow him down. His name is Zhou Jiangnan, right? I heard he used to have a crush on Zhao Wanwan. He must have been hurt deeply, having seen through love-s illusions. Please, what is so special about Zhao Wanwan? Just because she is pretty? Unable to contain herself, Lin Yu burst out of the restroom. Yes, being beautiful is indeed remarkable. You shouldn't speak ill of her behind her back. Zhou Jiangnan wouldn't like you. Who are you? What does Zhao Wanwan have to do with you? I'm Wanwan's friend, and I can't stand hearing you slander her. Were we wrong? She walks around with her head in the clouds, completely oblivious to those around her, acting all high and mighty. I don't understand what Zhou Jiangnan sees in her. That's none of your business. Zhou Jiangnan wouldn't like you either. Would he like you? Lin Yu found herself outnumbered and felt a pang of vulnerability, her voice trembling. Just then, Zhao Wanwan emerged, pulling her away. Xiao Yu, don't argue with him. It's utterly pointless. Who cares if he likes Zhou Jiangnan? If someone wants to pursue him, they should go ahead. I have nothing to do with him. The gossip was overheard by those it concerned, leaving the girls embarrassed into silence. By the time evening self-study rolled around, Lin Yu remained sullen. The student sitting behind her, needing help, was startled when she snapped at him. Why is she so fierce? I just wanted to ask a question. I told you not to call me guardian father. Call me brother Nan instead. Zhou Jiangnan remained engrossed in his test, barely lifting his head as he casually remarked. Women have those days every month when they're unreasonable. Just get used to it. Hearing this, Lin Yu's lips quivered as tears welled in her eyes. Shut your mouth. Zhao Wanwan turned angrily to Zhou Jiangnan and hurried to comfort her friend. Zhou Jiangnan was utterly confused. What else with this nonsense? Who did I offend? You. What do you mean you? This is all your fault. I. What do you mean I? Stop talking, it's infuriating. Zhou Jiangnan looked bewildered as he exchanged glances with his deskmate, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. Forget it. Reasoning with women is a waste of life. It's far more interesting to tackle math problems. He buried himself once more in his studies. Why aren't you speaking? Apologize to Xiao Yu. Why should I? You made her cry. Zhou Jiangnan remained indifferent, fully immersed in his math problems. Zhao Wanwan was furious. What an arrogant attitude, showing no gentlemanly decorum. Such a boy has girls interested in him. Is simply blinding. She glared fiercely at Zhou Jiangnan, who remained oblivious, confidently continuing with his exercises. Very well, Zhou Jiangnan. You wish to study, do you? What a farce. Zhao Wanwan seized Zhou Jiangnan's exam paper and viciously tore it to shreds. This spectacle startled the other students in the study hall, leaving them dumbfounded and curious about what mischief Zhou Jiangnan had committed this time, as if he had dared to touch a lioness's tail, prompting Zhao Wanwan's furious outburst. Don't look at me. She's unhinged. You are the unhinged one. You made Lin Yu cry and still haven't apologized, you scoundrel. Hey, how dare you sully my reputation without cause? What did I do to her? While Zhao Wanwan was still in shock, the boys erupted into laughter. She immediately regained her composure, her face reddening as if it might bleed. How had Zhou Jiangnan transformed into such a rogue? Where had the respectful demeanor of the past vanished? Instead of studying, he had learned to retort. Zhou Jiangnan, you scoundrel. Your actions only repulse me. I shall never harbor feelings for someone like you. Here we go again. I'm aware. I will no longer play your game. Depart. Zhou Jiangnan replied nonchalantly, unfazed as he laid out a new exam paper. After a moment of contemplation, he poked Lin Yu's shoulder with his pen. Lin Yu, I misspoke earlier. Why not turn around? I shall perform a magic trick as an apology. Lin Yu, wiping her tears, turned around, her shoulders trembling with soft sobs. Resembling a weeping pear blossom, Zhou Jiangnan tore a piece of scrap paper in front of her, shredding it into bits before crumpling it into a ball. Behold, the paper is now in tatters. With a few vigorous rubs, it shall return to its original state. Do you believe? Lin Yu, captivated, forgot her tears and whispered, Really? Is that true? I don't believe it. Zhou Wanwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. This friend had turned wicked. She was no longer to be trusted. Chapter 16. The unconventional Zhou Jiangnan. Those who have not experienced it cannot comprehend. What allure does a young, handsome boy performing magic tricks hold for young girls? At that moment, Lin Yu was transfixed, afraid to miss a single detail. Zhou Jiangnan was, in her eyes, the most dashing figure. Even Zhou Wanwan's curiosity was piqued. Zhou Jiangnan feigned seriousness, muttering incantations as he rubbed the crumpled paper ball vigorously between his hands, repeating the motion several times. The back of his hand faced the two girls, his long fingers dancing like a pianist's, mesmerizing onlookers. Then came the moment of revelation. With a flourish, he opened the paper ball to reveal a complete sheet of scrap paper. Wow, Zhou Jiangnan, how did you do that? I clearly saw you tear it apart. You're amazing, Lin Yu exclaimed, her excitement drawing the attention of classmates, all craning their necks like ducks on a string. No one expected Zhou Jiangnan, the rogue, to possess such magical prowess, eliciting shrieks of delight from the girls. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let everyone hear, someone cautioned. Brother Nan, they've already heard you. Another chimed in. Be quiet. I wasn't speaking to you. You have no sense of the atmosphere, Zhou Jiangnan retorted, while Lin Yu glared at him in indignation, causing his deskmate to fall silent. Zhou Jiangnan, how did you accomplish this? Curious, are you? Come closer. I'll reveal it to you, but only to you. As Lin Yu leaned in, she suddenly recalled something, blushing fiercely and turning away. This moment went unnoticed by Zhou Wanwan, who was deep in thought, her brow furrowed. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I figured it out. Yet her shout elicited no response from those involved. At that moment, Lin Yu was lost in thought, her cheeks flushed, while Zhou Jiangnan remained engrossed in his exercises, barely lifting his gaze. A sense of despondency washed over Zhou Wanwan, akin to throwing a punch, but striking only air, as she felt a lump in her throat. Zhou, can I know? Would you tell me? Silence. She barked, her tone sharp. Zhou Jiangnan's deskmate wept quietly, inwardly lamenting the cruelty of the two girls. It's not his fault he is unattractive. Why be so harsh? Unable to contain herself, Zhou Wanwan inquired, Zhou Jiangnan, did you prepare 2 sheets of paper, one of which you never tore and had concealed in your hand? Zhou Jiangnan remained silent, his focus unwavering. And then you switched the paper while rubbing it, didn't you? Again, no reply came. He was engrossed in solving a particularly challenging chemistry problem on his comprehensive exam paper, writing down Xiao with conviction. Very well, you refuse to speak. Then don't blame me for not tutoring you. You've made a mistake, that's not calcium oxide. I know. Then why did you write it incorrectly? It merely expresses my feelings. His deskmate, having recovered from his wounds, chimed in, Zhao, that's not a chemical formula, it's pinyin. Zhou Wanwan looked bewildered. Sound it out, CIAO grass. Zhou Wanwan scoffed, slapping him playfully, Huang Xiaolong. I didn't realize you were a lecher too. Don't speak to me again. Huang Xiaolong covered his face, sniffling, while Zhou Jiangnan struggled to contain his laughter. Why are you laughing? You're no saint either, Zhao, the school beauty, glared at him. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head and returned to his work. Zhou Wanwan, having failed to extract the desired answer, was convinced the secret of the magic trick was as she suspected, yet without Zhou Jiangnan's affirmation, the thrill of the mystery remained unsolved. She sought Lin Yu for clarification, but Lin Yu's half-hearted responses indicated she wasn't paying attention. Damn Zhou Jiangnan and foolish Lin Yu. You both infuriate me. Zhou Wanwan felt restless, having absorbed nothing in the study session, her energy consumed by mental turmoil. As the evening study session concluded, she declared, Zhou Jiangnan, you truly want to speak to me? Then I shall not utter another word to you. Don't blame me if teacher Zhang questions me. Zhou Jiangnan remained unfazed, not even glancing her way. If you wish to ignore me, so be it. You are not the bicycle I wish to ride, and I do not require your tutoring. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and called to Li Pengfei as he exited. In the days that followed, Zhou Wanwan indeed refrained from initiating conversation, while Zhou Jiangnan remained entirely indifferent, having transformed into someone unrecognizable from his former self. Such a princess-like temperament, so self-important, would only shorten the lifespan of whoever wed her. Thus, when faced with challenging problems, he directly sought Lin Yu's assistance, completely disregarding Zhou Wanwan. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu had unconsciously shifted her tutoring focus from Huang Xiaolong to Zhou Jiangnan, much to Huang Xiaolong's dismay. He could no longer contain himself, finally venting Brother Nan. You can't just steal my tutor. What am I supposed to do? Zhou Jiangnan understood his plight, gesturing towards Zhao Wanwan's retreating figure. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in horror as he shook his head vigorously, while Zhou Jiangnan could only lament the unfortunate circumstance. Such a squandered opportunity. Many desired to approach the school beauty, but found no avenue. As the next week's evening study session approached, at 5 p.m., Zhou Jiangnan left the school, but did not head towards the cement factory. Jiangnan, where are you headed? Not returning to the cement factory? I'm off to the southern suburbs to conduct some market research. Fatty, would you like to join me? Although I can't comprehend it all, it sounds quite impressive. Count me in. The two of them rode their bicycles straight towards the outskirts, and soon enough, a few dilapidated and crumbling buildings came into view. Beside them lay a stretch of farmland, with eucalyptus trees dotting the hills, creating a jarring and disjointed tableau. This area was once designated as a development zone by Lingjiang County, but following the demise of the former leadership, the new administration's first act was to alter the plans, shifting the focus from southern expansion to northern integration, in hopes of embracing the mountain city. The transition from old to new leadership occurred in a mere 6 months, during which a group of self-proclaimed experts began investing money into grand construction projects within the development zone. 6 months, of course, was insufficient to erect towering edifices. Thus, after the new plans were unveiled, some buildings that had barely completed their foundations were hastily capped at 2 or 3 stories, lacking the necessary infrastructure to sell. Many individuals had invested their life savings only to find themselves ensnared in a quagmire of shifting policies, powerless and unheard. Even now, numerous people still flock to the county government during festivals to demand answers. Zhou Jiangnan dismounted from his bicycle, pushing along the bumpy, muddy path. Jiangnan, what is there to see in this desolate place? A few rundown houses that want to even sell, and they dare to advertise for rental? Li Pengfei tore down an advertisement posted on a door, spitting in disdain. No one would rent here. It's deserted on Sundays. Are they trying to fool us? Chapter 17. Rescuing a female classmate. Bah, only an idiot would rent this place. Li Pengfei spat again, turning to find Zhou Jiangnan lost in thought, staring intently at the phone number on the advertisement. Jiangnan, why are you so engrossed in that number? Are you actually considering becoming a fool? Fatty, I'm thinking of purchasing this 2-story abandoned building. What? Are you serious? Or are you pulling my leg? What purpose would I have to jest with you? You're hardly a beauty. Li Pengfei's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You're not asking to borrow money for this, are you? Clever, you have a bit of wisdom. Zhou Jiangnan replied. Damn, I wouldn't agree to it. Even if you use the money for gaming or saunas, I wouldn't oppose it. But renting this decrepit building is a waste. Zhou Jiangnan folded the advertisement and tucked it into his pocket. I'm not renting. I intend to buy. Li Pengfei, exasperated, shouted in frustration, yet he was powerless to stop Zhou Jiangnan, who seemed determined to act foolishly, especially since the 30,000 yuan had already been given to him. Don't worry, this is a venture capital investment. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. You'll understand in due time. Just follow my lead this time. That money counts as a loan for me. If we profit, we split 50-50, and if we lose, I'll repay you in kind. After all, they had grown up together as brothers, and Li Pengfei couldn't truly let him go down such a path. Though frustrated, he resigned himself to reality. Zhou Jiangnan had always been stubborn, resolute in his decisions, like trying to pull a stubborn ox back. Fine, I'll treat this as a lesson learned. I'm heading back. Li Pengfei hopped onto his racing bike and rode back, while Zhou Jiangnan pedaled his bicycle in the same direction. As dusk approached, the sun sank lower, and they hurried to return home before darkness fell. Li Pengfei, with the advantage of a good bike, sped ahead, while Zhou Jiangnan cursed under his breath, pedaling furiously. Upon reaching a small hill, Li Pengfei suddenly halted, and Zhou Jiangnan, catching up, gasped. You finally learned to wait for your dad. That is somewhat humane of you. Li Pengfei ignored him, seemingly straining to listen to something. Just as Zhou Jiangnan was about to speak again, he was interrupted by Li Pengfei's quiet voice. Jiangnan, listen, is that a girl crying? Zhou Jiangnan leaned in to hear. And indeed, from the hilltop, there were sounds of weeping. Let's go check it out. He dashed ahead, with Li Pengfei hastening to catch up. Upon reaching the summit, they witnessed a yellow-haired youth tugging at a girl in a school uniform, trying to drag her into his embrace as she fought back, her books scattering across the ground. Damn, let's take him down. Zhou Jiangnan, recalling his disdain for such lecherous behavior from experiences on construction sites, where he had once intervened to protect a naive village girl from a predator, felt a surge of anger. Li Pengfei, also filled with righteous fury, charged forward alongside Zhou Jiangnan, and together they subdued the assailant, delivering a thorough beating before rescuing the girl. The yellow-haired thug seized the opportunity to flee. vowing vengeance. I'll remember you too. Just wait. Zhou Jiangnan, unfazed, calmly assisted the girl in gathering her scattered belongings. Fatty, go back and inform Uncle Li to have someone capture that scoundrel and bring him to justice. I would have done that even without you saying. The college entrance exams are approaching, and I don't want anyone blocking your path. Why not us? Because I don't plan on returning to the cement factory. I intend to stay in the city. Damn you, what happened to our brotherhood? Hey, didn't you say brotherhood is a matter of the heart? The two shared a laugh, suddenly reminded of the girl who had nearly been assaulted, and quickly stifled their amusement, waiting for her to compose herself. After a moment of tears, she wiped her eyes and expressed her gratitude profusely. All right, this sort of thing would happen to anyone else too. No need for thanks. Where do you live? We'll escort you home. Thank you so much. I live in Tianjin village. Zhou Jiangnan realized it was conveniently on their way. So the two of them pushed their bikes alongside her. The earlier incident had delayed them, and as the sky darkened, the girl, perhaps still shaken, kept her head down, obscuring her features. After some time, Zhou Jiangnan, noticing the increasing darkness, patted his bicycle. Classmate, how about I give you a ride? It'll be quicker. My mom will worry if I'm late. Her voice trembled slightly as she replied, I'm Fong Xian, a senior at County No. 1 High School. You can call me by my name. What a coincidence, we're from there too. I'm Zhou Jiangnan, and this is Li Pengfei. Which class are you in? Class 1. Ah, you're in the liberal arts. We're in class 6, the science track. Once the conversation began, the girl seemed to relax, sitting securely on Zhou Jiangnan's rear seat. The evening breeze tousled her hair, revealing a gentle and beautiful face, unnoticed by the two boys cycling ahead. She cautiously grasped the hem of Zhou Jiangnan's shirt, as if trying to imprint his silhouette into her memory. Before long, they spotted a stooped figure calling out for Fong Xian. My grandmother's here to find me. Fong Xian leapt off the bicycle, hastily running toward her grandmother and collapsing into her embrace, tears streaming down her face. The elderly woman, initially believing her granddaughter had been bullied by the boys, erupted in fury upon hearing the full story, eager to storm the police station for justice. Grandma, it was Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei who saved me. Then we must thank them. The grandmother pulled Fong Xian to express her gratitude to the two boys. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Jiangnan waved goodbye, realizing that if he lingered any longer, his mother would likely come looking for him. The nameless Li, filled with melancholy, trailed behind him, lamenting, Jiangnan, I feel as though I am merely a backdrop in your life. After you heroically rescued her, she didn't even remember my name. Yet she recalls yours with perfect clarity. It's not disgraceful to admit that I am more handsome than you. Besides, how can you judge her beauty when you can't even see? It was just a metaphor. Damn it, don't run away. If you're capable, come and fight me. As the two engaged in their playful banter, they gradually distanced themselves, seemingly indifferent to the good deed they had just performed. Such is the spirited vitality of youth in this place. An elderly woman, holding her granddaughter's hand, watched them depart. Xin, let us go home. I need to call your father. Grandma, Dad is busy with work. Let us not disturb him. That is not acceptable. You've been bullied. And regardless of how busy he is, he must intervene. I'm fine. Just 3 months remain until the college entrance examination is over. The elderly woman refrained from further discussion, knowing her granddaughter, who had lost her mother at a young age, possessed a character too empathetic for her own good, which would lead to future hardships. Moreover, what good could come from those with bleached hair? They ought to be dealt with appropriately. Back in the 80s, during the crackdown, law and order was far superior to what it is now. Chapter 18, A Bargain at Rock-Bottom Prices. Upon returning to the cement factory, Zhou Jiangnan borrowed Li Pengfei's phone to contact the number listed in the advertisement. At first, the other party answered with skepticism. But once reassured that the call was from the Lingjiang County People's Cement Factory and that the caller was interested in purchasing his dilapidated building, the tone shifted dramatically to one of enthusiasm. They arranged to meet the following morning to discuss the transaction. Zhou Jiangnan gauged the other party's bottom line and, upon returning, smashed his piggy bank. Miraculously, after years of saving, he discovered nearly 2,000 yuan within, still falling short of his anticipated price. After dinner, he sought out Li Pengfei once more. Chubby, can you lend me a bit more of your secret stash? Li Pengfei was taken aback. What? Is it still not enough? That self-built shabby building isn't even finished on the second floor, and given its remote location, 20,000 is already generous. You're not planning to get scammed, are you? Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. There's still a pile of bricks on the roof. Once we acquire it, we can hire a couple of workers to finish the second floor. After all, we have plenty of cement at the factory. It shouldn't be difficult to procure some. Getting a few bags of cement is simple enough, but honestly, I just can't comprehend what you're up to. You don't need to understand. I have a feeling that we are destined to make a small fortune together. Forget it. You've become a bit strange lately. My mother just arrived today. I'll ask her for some more. Li Pengfei went upstairs and soon returned with 5,000 yuan. Here, take it. I can't give you more than this. It's all my pocket money for several months. Reflecting on how he had barely saved 2,000 in over a decade, Zhou Jiangnan felt even more resolute in his quest for wealth. How did you convince your aunt? I told her you needed money for an abortion, and without hesitation, she handed over 5,000, reminding me to tell you not to delay. What? Damn it, you fatso. Are you trying to get me killed? What are you afraid of? I never specified what kind of abortion. If it comes up, just say you're fixing that old bicycle of yours. Ah, you seem to have become a bit cleverer. If I don't get smarter, how can I keep up with you? We are cement brothers after all. Li Pengfei wore a self-satisfied expression, leaving Zhou Jiangnan momentarily speechless. The following day, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei arrived early at the desolate outskirts, where a middle-aged man was already waiting at the dilapidated building. Despite their deliberate change of attire, the two youths could not conceal their youthful naivete. The middle-aged man, skeptical, questioned, "Are you really the ones interested in buying a house? You must be joking. I'll have to have a serious talk with you today." "Who the hell has time to joke with you? I was the one who called yesterday. Just tell me if you're selling or not," Zhou Jiangnan replied, locking eyes with him, unflinching. "You look barely old enough to be an adult. Why would you buy this crumbling building? That's none of your concern. If you want to sell, I want to buy. This is a mutually beneficial transaction." The middle-aged man thought to himself that it didn't matter if they had stolen money from home to squander. It was most important to dispose of this dilapidated building quickly. He became more enthusiastic, skillfully extolling the various advantages of the shabby structure, even citing the original development zone plan as a selling point, painting a grand vision of future growth. "Uncle, do you really think we're so gullible just because we're young? Everyone in the county knows this place has long been abandoned by the government. There is no hope in sight for the next decade. Just give us a reasonable price. If it's right, we'll handle the paperwork. If we can't agree, then we'll part ways without wasting time." "Exactly. You can't deceive us. This place has no prospects whatsoever." The middle-aged man sensed that he couldn't easily hoodwink them. The handsome one had an astute gaze, while the other, the chubby one, wore an expression of impatience, making it seem as though they would leave at any moment. This simply wouldn't do. They were his only clients in years, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He gritted his teeth, adopting a troubled expression. The cost for labor and materials to repair this house average around 500 per square meter, with 80 square meters on the first floor. The total cost comes to 80,000. I'll give you a discount and let it go for 70,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jiangnan turned to Li Pengfei and began to leave. Hey, let us discuss this. Don't go. Boss, we're sincere here. Just think about it. 5 years ago, labor and materials didn't cost that much. Besides, you've only built half of the second floor. How can you include it in the total? Jiangnan, I think he just doesn't get it. The fact that we're even here is his good fortune. That shabby building isn't worth 2,000, let alone 70. 2,000? Why don't you go rob a bank, you chubby one? Are you pricing this like it's a joke? Zhou Jiangnan certainly wouldn't squander the opportunity presented by Li Pengfei's assist. He counted on his fingers, calculating. We'll only buy one floor at 300 per square meter, 80 square meters for 24,000. As for the half-built bricks on the second floor, if you feel it's a loss, you can take them back. Look at this desolate area. If we want to make this house livable, we'll have to spend money hiring people to remove the unnecessary structures, which will cost us several thousand just in labor. Boss, think it over. If you don't want to sell, that's fine. We'll be leaving immediately." Zhou Jiangnan exchanged a knowing glance with Li Pengfei, who then loudly declared, "Jiangnan, I've warned you against wasting money. Let us just buy a motorcycle instead. That old bicycle should have been thrown away ages ago." Zhou Jiangnan felt tempted, and the middle-aged man grew anxious. "Young man, don't leave just yet. 24,000 is indeed too low. 35,000 is my final offer." A moment of silence ensued, and Zhou Jiangnan hopped onto his old bike, ready to depart. 33,000, that's my lowest offer. At most 30,000, if you insist on bargaining further. I'll just buy a motorcycle. What do you need a motorcycle for? Forget it. If it weren't for my elderly family member needing money urgently, I would sell it for 60,000. 30,000 is final. How shall we proceed? The middle-aged man's face twisted with pain. Zhou Jiangnan, however, was far from convinced by the man's tale of a sick family member. It seemed far more likely that the man was trying to flee with his sister-in-law, and the building was being sold at a fire sale price. 30,000 was already below his psychological price point. His original budget had been 35,000, and it was evident that this place truly held no appeal. The man had indeed slashed the price drastically, much to Zhou Jiangnan's unexpected delight. Both parties proceeded to the county's Housing Management Bureau to sign the transfer contract. In a bid to expedite the sale, the middle-aged man discreetly slipped a red envelope. And by the end of the day, all formalities were swiftly completed. Zhou Jiangnan supplemented a small fee, and by the afternoon, he held the property title certificate in his hands. 30,000 yuan was counted out in front of him, with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man exited the housing authority, leaving a group of staff staring at Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei as if they were fools. Today was indeed eye-opening. In that desolate area of the southern district, there were still those audacious enough to take over. Had it not been for Zhou Jiangnan's 18-year-old ID, the staff would have been ready to call the police. Young people ought to stumble before entering society. He was just the foolish son of a landlord. Chapter 19. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiangnan, I feel a bit embarrassed. They seem to be looking at me as if I'm a fool. Upon leaving the housing authority, Li Pengfei was somewhat slow to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan laughed, unable to suppress the joy that danced in his eyes. Fatty, we are about to strike it rich. Time will reveal who the real fool is. What can I say? The money is in hand. I hope you know what you're doing. Trust me, you're resourceful. Hire a few bricklayers to renovate the second floor. Remember, it must be completed by the end of June at the latest. How could it take that long to renovate a floor? Li Pengfei calculated the time. It was barely mid-February, with 4 months left. Even if we had the time, we don't have that much money. It's just labor costs. The bricks are already available. I reckon the leftover bricks from the house would suffice to construct a model of 3 floors. And as for cement, that is practically free. All right then, let us build as many floors as we can. After all, the government isn't paying much attention right now. It's our chance to prosper, brother. Li Pengfei nodded in agreement. What's wrong with taking a few bags of cement from home? The bulk of it is everywhere, so it's not a big deal. The two brothers stopped by the roadside for a bowl of noodles before leisurely heading school. Evening study hours were about to begin. From a distance, they could already see the crowd in Class 6. Those diligent students were truly relentless in their studies, arriving earlier than ever. Li Pengfei entered through the back door, as usual, while Zhou Jiangnan walked in through the front. The moment he stepped inside, silence enveloped the room, with dozens of eyes fixated on him. What's with this gaze? Do I have a flower on my face? Zhou Jiangnan clearly noticed Zhao Wanwan staring at him. It was one thing for others to look, but why was she fixating on him? Hadn't they agreed to ignore him? Just one day had passed, and she was already backtracking. Being too handsome has its downsides. Wherever he goes, he becomes the center of attention, which is exhausting. Zhou Jiangnan confessed honestly. Where did that song come from? As he passed by the podium, someone loudly inquired. What do you mean, where did it come from? Yesterday, after the evening study session. Didn't you all check online? We did check online, which is why we're asking you. I couldn't find any information about that song at all. Exactly. My cousin studies music, and she said she has never heard of it. Zhou Jiangnan paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that it was 2005. Had that female singer named Zhang not released this album yet? No, it seems it truly hasn't been released. Dear, That Is Not Love became popular the year of the earthquake. So does that mean I sang it ahead of time? A multitude of possibilities flashed through Zhou Jiangnan's mind, leaving his expression complex and inexplicable. Zhao Wanwan observed his countenance, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, he had written the song himself, perhaps specifically to demonstrate his resolute attitude. Zhou Jiangnan, you've hidden this too well. Lin Yu's gaze flickered. Zhou Jiangnan appeared even more enigmatic in her eyes. Such a charming and talented treasure of a boy. How could Wanwan possibly resist? Moreover, he had made her feel inferior for over 2 years. It was truly a transgression. Unconsciously, she glanced at Zhao Wanwan, who was coincidentally looking back at her. Their eyes met, both feeling a twinge of guilt before quickly averting their gazes. Damn! At that moment, a loud voice erupted from the last row. I think I forgot something. It turns out it was right here. Jiangnan, I searched online for that song all night. I meant to ask you this morning, but totally forgot. So it's really your song? Zhou Jiangnan was speechless. This matter was becoming increasingly tangled. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. He could write a song. He couldn't continue to deceive them by saying he learned it in a dream. Could he? He fell silent and pulled out a physics test paper to start working on problems. Li Pengfei seized the opportunity. Not speaking means you're admitting it. You. What a rascal. You claim we're brothers, yet you can write songs and didn't tell me. Plus you can play piano? How many things are you hiding from me? Why would I tell you? You're not a stunning beauty. I'm not going to serenade you. Ugh, that's disgusting. You should go charm Zhao Wanwan. She's the school's flower, the beauty. Fatty, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zhou Jiangnan raised his voice, and surprisingly, Li Pengfei felt a bit guilty, promptly shutting his mouth. However, their exchange had been heard clearly by the entire class. Zhou Jiangnan's silence on the matter of songwriting was tantamount to confirmation. What a talented individual he was. Just look at how Zhou Jiangnan had him all flustered. He used to be so timid and humble, reduced to nothingness. Now, he had finally awakened, penning a heartfelt song to express his feelings, resolutely distancing himself from his past. Truly, he had gone from silence to an astonishing declaration. I wonder what Zhou Jiangnan thinks now. Surely, she must be regretting her actions. Unbeknownst to them, everyone's gaze shifted back to Zhou Jiangnan, who turned away, feeling the pricks of scrutiny on her back. Jiangnan, everyone is looking at you. What will you do? Lin Yu poked Zhou Jiangnan, instantly causing her already frazzled nerves to boil over. Zhou Jiangnan spun around, facing the crowd with anger. What are you all looking at? Zhou Jiangnan and I have nothing to do with each other. Whether he writes songs or not is none of my business. Now, that is spirited. Zhou Jiangnan silently praised her. Her fiery temper was quite invigorating. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, entered the classroom, prompting everyone to disperse into self-study. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan knew this was just the beginning. Once suspicion arose, the charge was already established. Though unintentional, the discussion surrounding Zhou Jiangnan would not cease anytime soon. The school beauty was too proud. Previously, she had no stains upon her character, yet now, through a twist of fate, she had become the protagonist in a tale of a wayward youth returning to righteousness. Rumors were inevitable. A person who is too perfect only incites envy. Toppling the pedestal of virtue is a favored pastime of the masses. Nevertheless, Zhou Jiangnan had no intention of intervening. Experiences from later years taught him that a cool response was the best approach in the face of public sentiment. If Zhou Jiangnan were wise, she would remain silent, maintaining her aloof demeanor, and the motivation for gossip would naturally fade. The more anxious she became, the worse the situation would get. Besides, with the college entrance examination approaching, why concern herself with such bothersome matters? After the exams, they would all go their separate ways, and most would likely never cross paths again. Wise individuals are untroubled, and benevolent souls remain unconfused. If you take it too seriously, you will lose. Until the evening study session concluded, neither Lin Yu nor Zhou Jiangnan turned back, allowing Zhou Jiangnan to enjoy a peaceful class. Li Pengfei did not return to the cement factory that day, and Zhou Jiangnan made his way home alone. He had stuffed a section of rebar into his backpack. Although he claimed not to be afraid, it was better to be safe than sorry. He wondered whether the bully who harassed Fang Xin had been caught. Tomorrow, he would ask Li Pengfei if he had mentioned this to Uncle Li. That bully remained a potential threat. By the time he returned home, Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying were already on high alert. Their eyes filled with a murderous intent that felt as if they could break his legs at any moment. A portent of great misfortune. Chapter 20. What kind of abortion did you have? Humph. Do you even know how to return home, you little rascal? Old Zhou was evidently furious, to the point of berating himself in his wrath. Dad, if you're going to scold me, fine, but why drag yourself into this? Zhou Jiangnan calmly removed his shoes and placed his backpack on the chair. Old Zhou exchanged a glance with Luo Xiaoying, then slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, bellowing, Zhou Jiangnan, come here this instant. Here I am. What do you want, old man? After I've worked hard to finish my studies and come back, why the long face? Zhou Jiangnan retorted with a hint of mockery. Old Zhou, infuriated, picked up a feather duster and seemed ready to strike. Luo Xiaoying, feeling distress for her son, quickly intervened. No hitting. Let us clarify things first. Clarify what? This little rascal has borrowed money from Li Panghua to have an abortion. Who knows how many more secrets he has hiding from us. I've been saying his grades have been slipping for the past 2 years. Turns out he has been busy with a girlfriend. Old Zhou glared at Zhou Jiangnan. Speak. Which girl are you responsible for getting pregnant? I've heard you've even written love letters to that campus belle, Zhou Jiangnan. Is it her? Zhou Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh aloud. Li Pengzi had indeed spread some outrageous rumors. It was likely that his mother had turned around and told Uncle Li, who then related to Old Zhou. In this day and age, nothing terrifies parents more than the notion of teenage romance. They avoid it like the plague, and hearing the word abortion would surely send them into a frenzy. Zhou Jiangnan snatched the feather duster from Old Zhou's hand and tossed it onto the table, pulling up a chair to sit down. Dad, Mom, there's nothing going on. I haven't been messing around with any female classmates. Zhou Jiangwan's father is the police chief. Why would she even look at the son of a worker? Please, don't say such things, or you might get arrested. What's wrong with being a worker? My son is tall and handsome. There are plenty of girls who would be interested. Luo Xiaoying, however, was reluctant to agree. Zhou Jiangnan had always been her pride. How could he be considered inferior? Old Zhou, momentarily distracted by her, became equally agitated. In the past, workers were the ones every girl in the village wanted to marry. He then recalled the matter at hand and quickly pressed on. What's this about an abortion? I just had a flat tire on my old bicycle and wanted to replace the inner tube. Is that all? What else did you expect? Are you disappointed? If you really want a grandson, I can make an effort. It's not too late. Stop talking nonsense. Moreover, replacing a tire doesn't cost much. Why couldn't you just tell your mother and me? Why create misunderstandings? Old Zhou was exasperated. The analogy of a bicycle tire and a pregnancy was indeed not apartment. Luo Xiaoying sighed in relief, then asked, but wait, Peng Fei's mother said she gave him 5,000 yuan. That family has plenty of pocket money. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, Luo Xiaoying finally brought out the dishes from the kitchen, hiding the chicken leg at the bottom of the bowl. Zhou Jiangnan realized that if he didn't clarify things tonight, he might not even get dinner. While he was being interrogated here, he had no idea how that fatso Li Pengfei was faring. Both families were quite nosy, and he wondered how he would explain himself. The next morning, as Zhou Jiangnan entered the school gates, he spotted Li Pengfei squatting in a corner, clutching a bag of soup dumplings and muttering to himself. Fatso, Jiangnan, you little rascal. You've caused me great trouble. When I got home last night, my parents gave me a thorough scolding. Li Pengfei had finally found a kindred spirit and began to vent his woes. After returning home last night, his mother immediately summoned him for questioning about the details of accompanying Zhou Jiangnan to the abortion. Li Pengfei had also resorted to the bicycle tire excuse, but it only infuriated his mother even more, who demanded he return the money in full. The money had already been allocated for Zhou Jiangnan's needs, and Li Pengfei was unwilling to betray him, so he claimed it had been stolen on the way. This turned out to be a disaster. There were better ways to squander money. Just then, Li Jiangguo returned home, and the couple teamed up, leading to a night of relentless torment for Li Pengfei. Jiangnan, my backside hurts. At this age, you just have to endure it. I need some comfort. Just hang in there. Once I make some money, I'll treat you to a massage. Zhou Jiangnan consoled his hapless friend while recounting his own misadventures. The two brothers shared their misfortunes, limping into class 6 together. Today's lessons continued to focus on revising key points, and Zhou Jiangnan diligently took notes, eager to make up for lost time. During Chinese class, the homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, announced that the county's second diagnostic exam for the college entrance examination would take place in mid-March, leaving less than a month to prepare. He urged everyone to continue striving, particularly those involved in peer tutoring, to exert extra effort. After the second diagnostic exam, they would assess the effectiveness of the tutoring. Those who showed improvement should maintain their positions, while those who did not would be reassigned. Oh no, Zhou Jiangnan, you've taken my Linyu. I haven't made any progress and will definitely be moved, complained his desk mate, Huang Xiaolong. Shut up, Huang Xiaolong. Don't speak nonsense, Linyu said, flustered and angry, while also worrying about Zhou Jiangnan. For the past half-month, Zhao Wanwan had not tutored him at all. She was anxious about whether he would improve his scores. She didn't want Zhou Jiangnan to be reassigned. He was handsome, charming, and she loved to see him smile. Zhao Wanwan, silent as ever, pondered whether Zhou Jiangnan would think poorly of her if he performed badly. What if all the other students made progress while Zhou Jiangnan remained stagnant? That would be terribly embarrassing. Damn, that competitive spirit. Zhao Wanwan wanted to salvage the situation, but recalled her earlier vow to ignore Zhou Jiangnan. Leaving her feeling conflicted and uneasy, she casually remarked to Linyu, "Why are you so anxious?" The person involved isn't worried at all. Linyu couldn't help but ask, "Zhou Jiangnan, are you worried?" "I'm not worried at all. It doesn't matter where I sit." Zhou Jiangnan smiled at her, adding, "But in order not to disappoint teacher Linyu's guidance these days, I will definitely perform better than last time and aim to rise 10 places. Please stay tuned. Anyone can boast. Just maintaining your position would be impressive, let alone rising 10 places." Ever since she had been compared to Stinky Tofu, Zhao Wanwan had been at odds with him. In class 6, there were 63 students, and Zhou Jiangnan had ranked 56th in the previous diagnostic exam. Jumping significantly after 20 days of effort was a dream he wouldn't dare to entertain. "Oh, it seems I'm a thorn in Zhao's side. Perhaps I should intentionally perform poorly." "Who said you're a thorn?" "I never said that." Zhao Wanwan quickly distanced herself from him, then reconsidered and added, "Your performance has nothing to do with me." Zhou Jiangnan merely smiled knowingly. At present, Zhao Wanwan ranked 7th in the class, while Linyu was 8th. With a little effort, he could surpass them after the college entrance exams. Chapter 21. Zhou Jiangnan, a beauty is looking for you. The morning classes soon concluded. The hapless brothers gathered for lunch in the school cafeteria. Li Pengfei complained incessantly, emphasizing how terrible the cafeteria food was. Lingjiang No. 1 High School enforced strict clothes management. Students were not allowed to leave campus during lunch unless there were exceptional circumstances. Zhou Jiangnan looked at the watery potato cubes on his tray and joined in the complaints. Ever since the cafeteria had been contracted out, The quality had plummeted. Under the guise of food safety, they monopolized the service, and the soup was hardly worth mentioning. In the recesses of memory, shortly after he entered university, the principal of a certain high school fell into disgrace, embroiled in murky dealings with contractors. Even if the food was unpalatable, one had to eat. After evening study sessions, I would buy some fried skewers from the back door. You're treating? No problem. I'll note it down for you, and we can settle up after the college entrance exams. I knew it, you sly dog. After dinner, it was time for a midday nap, and everyone rested their heads on their desks. Zhou Jiangnan, being tall, had to stack a pile of books on the table to alleviate the strain on his neck. Just before class resumed in the afternoon, a girl unexpectedly appeared at the back door. She spoke softly, her complexion strikingly fair, her eyes not particularly large yet captivating, standing at about 1.6 meters tall. The oversized school uniform concealed her figure, but one could imagine it was likely appealing. She quietly inquired of the boy seated nearest the door. Hello. May I ask if Zhou Jiangnan is in this class? The boy rubbed his eyes, sitting up, instantly taken aback by her beauty. Her eyes seemed to speak, and her presence was remarkably soothing. In terms of looks, she was hardly inferior to Zhao Wanwan, and her smile was endearing. Oh, who are you looking for? The boy stammered. I'm looking for Zhou Jiangnan. Is he in class 6? Yes, I'll call him for you. The boy raised his voice, shouting, Zhou Jiangnan, there's a beauty looking for you. This shout startled the entire class awake, especially Li Pengfei, who perked up at the mention of a beauty. Wu Haobo, what did you say? Where's the beauty? The boy named Wu Haobo opened the door slightly, allowing the whole class to catch a glimpse of the girl outside. Zhou Jiangnan, unfamiliar with her, wore a puzzled expression. Do we know each other? Feeling shy under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the girl quickly responded. I'm Fong Xian from class 1. Oh, I remember now. Did you come to find me for something? Could you step outside for a moment? It's not convenient to talk here. Fong Xian blushed and moved to the side of the door, shielding herself from the gaze of the crowd. Zhou Jiangnan stepped out of the classroom. As soon as he exited, the entire class erupted into discussion. What a beautiful girl, and she came specifically to find him. Look at that shy expression. Their relationship must be extraordinary. Just half a month ago, Zhou Jiangnan was merely an unnoticed admirer. How quickly things had changed. He had excelled in basketball, penned remarkable love letters, and even composed and performed melodious songs, transforming into a radiant figure. The boys longed to possess all these skills for themselves. Who wouldn't want to be the most dashing lad in school? Moreover, it was said that girls from other classes were also inquiring about him. One song had catapulted him to fame, a truly absurd turn of events. Fortunately, his academic performance was mediocre at best, likely to land him only in a third-tier university. Otherwise, how could others possibly cope? The boys consoled themselves with this thought. Li Pengfei recalled that Fong Xian was the girl they had rescued from the hands of the blonde-haired bully a couple of days prior, and a pang of jealousy surged within him. So being handsome allows one to act with impunity, does it? I was one of the rescuers too. Why does she only remember Zhou Jiangnan? It seemed that only the handsome were deemed worthy of being called heroes in rescuing fair maidens. Those less fortunate in appearance were not even afforded the dignity of a name. In that moment, he realized the profound essence of a society that placed such value on appearances, and his eyes grew misty. Meanwhile, in the front row, Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort, unable to resist poking Zhao Wanwan. Wanwan, who is Fong Xian? That name sounds so familiar. Zhao Wanwan remained silent, visibly displeased. People are like that. When something is coveted by others, feelings of insecurity arise, and what was once disregarded becomes precious. To Zhao Wanwan, Zhou Jiangnan was certainly not precious. Yet she felt a sense of irritation. Just as he had declared he wouldn't pursue romance before university, he had turned around to be with the school flower of the liberal arts class. Was this not a slap at her face? No, he had already slapped her face more than once. He had denied her love letters, refused her tutoring, vowed not to speak to her, and ignored her while composing songs to express his intentions. Why does he have a right to act this way? Am I not better than Fong Xian? Wanwan, say something. I feel like I've heard the name Fong Xian somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, What the heck? Isn't Fong Xian the school flower from the liberal arts class, nicknamed Little Zhou Huiman? Damn, what right does Zhou Jiangnan have? That's why he hasn't written love letters to Zhao Wanwan. He has a new target. Though this guy is a bit of a dog, his taste is commendable. I think Fong Xian is even prettier than Zhao Wanwan. That's nonsense. She may be slightly less attractive, but her demeanor is superior. Overall, they're quite comparable. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of opinions. Lin Yu felt disheartened, while Zhao Wanwan was visibly irked. As for the chubby Li Pengfei, he was deeply hurt and began to doubt his life choices. To hell with being heroic. Next time, I'll just let people die. Zhou Jiangnan followed Fang Xin to the staircase. At that moment, the midday break had not yet concluded, and no other students were passing by. Fang Xin, how did you know I was in class 6? You mentioned it that night. Have you forgotten so soon? Fang Xin glanced at him, her voice soft. I only remember saving a girl named Fang Xin, but I've forgotten what was said. What brings you here today? Fang Xin felt a sweet sensation in her heart at the sound of his voice, and couldn't help but steal another glance at him, clearly visible in the daylight. He was tall and handsome, meeting her ideals of a hero. It's nothing much. I just wanted to come and thank you for helping me that day. You thanked me that night, and I wasn't the only one who saved you. I know. Please thank him for me as well. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Fang Xin handed him 2 exquisite notebooks, one of which came with a fountain pen. The one on top is for you. The one below, please help me deliver to your classmate. Zhou Jiangnan noticed how shy she was, her face flushing at every word. So he graciously accepted the gift. Well then, we want to be polite. Okay, I'll return to class now. Fang Xin turned and hurried down the stairs, glancing back to find Zhou Jiangnan watching her, causing her to blush profusely, nearly tripping in her haste. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite intriguing. He pondered for a moment, took out the fountain pen, and tucked it into his pocket, then returned to the classroom with the 2 notebooks. Li Pengfei was indeed red-eyed with envy. Chapter 22. Zhou Jiangnan. There's a police officer looking for you. Zhou Jiangnan was well aware of Li Pengfei's feelings. In the absence of comparison, there could be no pain. This chubby boy was once again acutely aware of the disparities among people. Feeling the joy of the handsome was something he could not fathom. Here, for you. She came over to express her gratitude. We'll each take a notebook. Li Pengfei took Zhou Jiangnan's notebook and compared it, noticing the price tags were identical, which provided him with considerable comfort. Well, next time there's an opportunity for heroism, I'll be there. Zhou Jiangnan returned to his seat, indifferent to the surrounding gossip. Gossip was human nature, and any trivial matter could stir a tempest of discussion. Zhao Wanwan shot him a curious glance before silently turning away. Lin Yu curiously inquired how he came to know the belle of the liberal arts department. But Zhou Jiangnan brushed her off with mere pleasantries. Consequently, throughout the subsequent classes, Lin Yu's attempts to engage diminished significantly, though Zhou Jiangnan remained indifferent. During the chemistry class in the afternoon, the principal unexpectedly appeared outside the classroom, accompanied by the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, as they pointed and gestured through the window. Flanking them were 2 uniformed police officers. This scene disrupted the chemistry teacher's lecture, causing a palpable unease among the students. Why were the principal and the homeroom teacher with the police? It appeared they were identifying someone. Was there a miscreant within class 6? Principal Liang, what's the matter? The chemistry teacher inquired. Nothing serious. Please continue with your lesson. We can discuss it later. Principal Liang replied with a gentle tone, instantly alleviating the teacher's concerns. As the remaining half of the class dragged on, time felt interminable, and the students were consumed with anxiety. The moment the bell rang, Mr. Zhang entered the classroom, calling out, Zhou Jiangnan, Li Pengfei, please come here. Upon exiting, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei were met with a chorus of whispers. It was expected that their troublesome antics would lead to trouble again, and the involvement of the police indicated the situation was serious. Oh my! They must have engaged in some heinous act for the police to come knocking. How terrifying. I warned you that Li Pengfei would eventually get into trouble. He's the laziest in class, always slacking off. It's a pity Zhou Jiangnan associates with him. What a pity. He brought this upon himself. Those 2 grew up together like peas in a pod. Birds of a feather flock together, and I doubt he's any better off. On what grounds do you criticize classmate Zhou Jiangnan? You know nothing about the situation, yet you speculate so recklessly. Can't you bear to see others succeed? Lin Yu shot back, her eyes blazing with indignation. Her desk mate, Zhao Wanwan, clicked her tongue, taken aback by Lin Yu's unusual fervor in defending Zhou Jiangnan. They had only recently exchanged a few words, hardly qualifying as friends, and her fervent defense could easily lead to misunderstandings. As anticipated, someone seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Oh, Lin Yu, with how fiercely you defend Zhou Jiangnan, do you fancy him? Since he moved to your row, your engagement has skyrocketed. He used to have a crush on Zhao Wanwan. Are you trying to steal his heart? Your friendship seems rather superficial. You're all talking nonsense. I don't like him. Then why are you blushing? It's none of your business. Well, our discussions are none of your concern either. Lin Yu struggled to counter their taunts, her breath quickening with anger, but Zhao Wanwan, unable to tolerate the ruckus, glared at the gossipers, demanding they cease their chatter. The daughter of the deputy director of public security was indeed beautiful, but she had a fierce demeanor akin to a tiger. In the principal's office, Principal Yang gestured for the 2 police officers and Mr. Zhang to take a seat, indicating to Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei to do the same. Mr. Zhang, please explain the situation without scaring the boys. I can see the chubby one is quite anxious, Principal Liang instructed. Principal Liang, this is Li Pengfei, the son of the cement factory owner, Mr. Li. The other one, taller and fairer, is Zhou Jiangnan. The officers are likely here for these two, Mr. Zhang quickly introduced. Li Pengfei cast a glance at Zhou Jiangnan, his face paling. Did someone report them for taking a few bags of cement to fix a dilapidated house? It was absurd. How could they bring the police to their own factory? Surely no father would willingly send his son to jail, unless the child was not his own. Li Pengfei's mind raced with wild thoughts, trembling with trepidation. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan exuded calmness. His years of working at construction sites had familiarized him with the local police, allowing him to discern their intentions. This was not an arrest situation. Are the police officers here for us? Zhou Jiangnan asked, refraining from addressing them as uncle. He felt too mature for such an address. Don't be afraid, young men. The officers are here to commend you for your bravery, Mr. Zhang explained succinctly. Only then did Li Pengfei relax. Especially when the officers presented a commendation letter for their heroic act, his face breaking into a wide grin. Thanks to the courageous actions of these two students. The county police chief has insisted that this commendation letter be delivered to the school leadership, showcasing the exemplary conduct of our students. They truly embody the pride of Lingjiang County, Principal Liang beamed. The principal further mentioned that the commendable deeds of these students would be reported to the Education Bureau for recognition throughout the county's educational system. As Principal Liang read the commendation letter, his smile broadened, and he immediately announced that they would publicly celebrate the students during the flag-raising ceremony the following Monday. After the police left, Mr. Zhang, puzzled, remarked, Principal Liang, this situation seems rather peculiar. With a population of several 100,000 in the county, there are numerous acts of valor each year. Why has this particular incident garnered such attention? I'm not sure. Let me make a call, Principal Liang replied. Picking up the phone. After a brief conversation, his expression turned grave. Upon hanging up, he promptly summoned the entire school to assemble on the playground for a commendation ceremony. Principal? Mr. Zhang, our school certainly harbors hidden talents. Do you know the name of the student they rescued? Isn't it Fang Xin from class 1 of the liberal arts department? Then what is the surname of our city's executive vice mayor? Fang. Mr. Zhang's realization dawned upon him. It turned out the two boys had rescued someone of considerable significance, explaining Principal Liang's sudden urgency. It was unexpected that the vice mayor's family maintained such a low profile. They had hidden their daughter well. If other officials' children attended this school, the faculty would have already been on high alert, but Fang Xin blended in completely, exhibiting an ordinary demeanor. No wonder rumors circulated that the vice mayor was poised for a promotion. A family's values reflect their conduct. May such virtuous officials abound. Chapter 23. Zhou Jiangnan truly stands firm. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the playground of Lingjiang No. 1 High School was filled with students. The school had abruptly announced a gathering before the end of classes for the first and second years, leaving everyone speculating about the cause. The third-year students were largely unfazed, as they had evening study sessions ahead. However, the younger students were somewhat discontent, as they loathed extended classes. Under the gaze of all, the principal approached the podium. Students, we have gathered you here to commend an act of valor. Just the day before yesterday, two students from Class 6 of the third year demonstrated remarkable bravery by rescuing a female classmate on their way home. The county police have sent a commendation letter, praising our school's exemplary academic atmosphere. The school believes such spirit should be widely encouraged. These two students are our pride. I will now read the commendation letter for everyone to take inspiration from. As Principal Liang read the letter, shock swept through the students of Class 6 when Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei's names were mentioned. All eyes were fixed upon them, filled with disbelief. In this day and age, encountering a bold individual who could summon a crowd of supporters was a rarity, and those who dared to stand firm were indeed remarkable. Li Pengfei might have been excused for his impulsive behavior, given his carefree nature, but Zhou Jiangnan's calmness was truly commendable. The crux of the matter lies with Zhou Jiangnan, who, for over 2 years, has been timid and unassuming, hardly resembling someone who would dare to engage in a brawl. Yet, unexpectedly, he has displayed remarkable bravery this time. Such a revelation is utterly astonishing. At this moment, Zhao Wanwan's emotions are a whirlwind of complexity as she recalls her recent words. Zhou Jiangnan is far too weak. Not long ago, while discussing the boys in their class with Lin Yu, she had casually remarked that very statement. In hindsight, her judgment appears to have been misguided. Zhou Jiangnan is indeed not feeble. Beneath the setting sun, the young man stands tall at around 6 feet, his robust physique complemented by a short, neatly styled haircut that exudes vitality. At first glance, he possesses a hint of handsomeness, but upon closer inspection, he is truly striking. for reasons unbeknownst to her. Zhou Jiangnan finds him considerably more agreeable than before, even noting that his posture has become notably more upright. Every young girl harbors a dream of a Prince Charming, yearning for his presence in times of need. Despite her haughty demeanor, Zhou Jiangnan is merely 17 or 18, an age ripe with poetic and picturesque sentiments. In her eyes, Li Pengfei appears self-satisfied, basking in the approving and admiring gazes of their peers. Zhou Jiangnan, however, exhibits an entirely different demeanor, calm and unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by accolades or disapprovals, as if he has merely performed a trivial act. Such composure at this age is exceedingly rare and remarkable. Suddenly, Zhou Jiangnan recalls the saying, "A person of great courage remains unperturbed when confronted with sudden challenges and does not succumb to anger when unjustly provoked." The burdens they bear are substantial, and their aspirations are far-reaching. How has Zhou Jiangnan transformed so significantly in just half a month? The exuberance displayed on the sports field, the brilliance revealed during translation, the emotional depth while playing the piano, and the mischievous charm when performing magic tricks. Which of these facets represents his true self? As she reflects on the magic tricks, Zhou Jiangnan turns to see Lin Yu, who has become utterly starry-eyed, transformed into a lovesick admirer. In the past, Zhou Jiangnan would have rolled her eyes at such antics, yet now she finds herself inexplicably displeased, unable to articulate why. Perhaps it is the perception that her friend's infatuation is a bit too foolish? After the commendation letter was read, the name of the rescued girl, Fang Xin, remained undisclosed under the protective measures of the police and school. At that moment, she too was quietly listening from the audience. Upon finishing the commendation letter, Principal Liang, noticing the curious expressions of the students below, spontaneously decided to invite Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei to the stage to share a few words and inspire their peers. The audience was eager to see what they looked like, and so Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei were called forth to express their sentiments. A resounding applause erupted as Zhou Jiangnan confidently strode toward the podium, with Li Pengfei trailing behind, visibly anxious and nearly tripping over his own feet. "What should I do? Jiangnan? I'm so nervous," he exclaimed. "Relax. How will you ever become a factory director if you keep this up? Show the same assertiveness you usually display with me." As they reached the stage, the contrast between the two was stark. Under the gaze of thousands, one stood tall and handsome, adorned with a slight smile, exuding confidence and composure. The other, a plump young man, appeared flustered, his eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at the ground and then upward, his fists clutching his shirt nervously. Principal Liang extended the microphone toward them, and Li Pengfei, as if it were a hot potato, hastily tossed it into Zhou Jiangnan's hands. "Jiangnan, you go first. I'll take notes from you." Zhou Jiangnan accepted the microphone, cleared his throat, and began with earnestness. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Jiangnan. With school ending soon, I won't take up much of your time. I'll simply share a few thoughts. My first reflection is on the remarkable attention given by our leaders. I never expected such a minor incident to garner such significant recognition. I am truly honored. Thank you to the county leaders and Principal Liang. My second reflection is that doing good deeds isn't as difficult as one might think. At the time, I didn't think much of it. My parents and school have always taught us to help others, so when I saw someone in need, I simply lent a hand. It's that simple. My third reflection is a message of encouragement to all. A nation's wisdom lies in its youth, and its strength is determined by its young people. As the sun rises, its brilliance shines brightly. We are the hope for the future. The state of society ultimately rests upon our shoulders. Let us do good deeds without concern for our future. Let us all strive together. In roughly a minute, while the audience remained in stunned silence, he concluded his remarks. As the microphone passed to Li Pengfei, a wave of applause erupted. Lin Yu thought Zhou Jiangnan was incredibly cool, his words dripping with a certain charm, especially when he casually placed one hand in his pocket, exuding an air of nonchalance. Li Pengfei's remarks were even briefer, stuttering and trembling, ultimately summing up to a singular phrase, "Me too." Thus, a peculiar contrast emerged. The one who was expected to falter radiated brilliance, while the typically bold individual appeared hesitant. The intricacies of human nature are indeed fascinating. Zhou Jiangnan experienced an epiphany, realizing that one should not hastily judge others. Her previous remarks were indeed misguided. Zhou Jiangnan is a man, and a remarkably strong one at that. On the opposite side of the crowd, in the liberal arts class of the third year, Fang Xin gazed at the stage with eyes shimmering with gratitude and admiration. He is so radiant. Chapter 24. Will you give me a ride? The evening study session was anything but tranquil. The government had issued commendation certificates and monetary rewards for acts of bravery, with each individual receiving 2,000 yuan. Li Pengfei, seated in the back row, repeatedly counted his money, causing his deskmate to grow increasingly envious. Feej, next time, take me along. I want to bask in the glory too. You can't. At that moment, the punk had a knife drawn, and Jiangnan and I charged him with a death wish. Can you do that? Li Pengfei replied disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at his deskmate. Once off the podium, he reverted to his usual confrontational self. In stark contrast, the other protagonist of the story, Zhou Jiangnan, remained unfazed, diligently revising his notes, completely unbothered by the discussions and stares of his classmates. Lin Yu occasionally turned her head, ostensibly explaining a problem to Huang Xiaolong. Yet her gaze lingered on him for the better part of the time. Zhao Wanwan, on the other hand, seemed restless, repeatedly shifting in her seat, as if contemplating turning around. Mr. Lin, could you please focus? How can 7 multiplied by 8 equal 15? Huang Xiaolong complained in a rather mournful tone. Zhao Wanwan chuckled. Huang Xiaolong, I'm free now. How about I tutor you? Lin Yu's face turned crimson as she awkwardly turned away. Huang Xiaolong, taken aback, struggled to find his words, glancing at Zhou Jiangnan multiple times, torn between wanting to speak and remaining silent. What are you staring at? The school bell is tutoring you. What more do you want? Zhou Jiangnan teased, prompting a flushed Huang Xiaolong to nod in acceptance of her help. As Zhao Wanwan sat in front of Zhou Jiangnan, tutoring Huang Xiaolong required her to lean sideways, causing part of her upper body to rest on Zhou Jiangnan's desk. The delicate cotton t-shirt emitted a subtle fragrance, warping the geometry of the test paper and severely disrupting his concentration. Zhou Jiangnan hesitated, finally letting out a sigh as he tossed his pen onto the desk. How about you switch seats with Lin Yu? Why should I? I'm not switching. Zhao Wanwan refused. Zhou Jiangnan shifted his focus. Huang Xiaolong, let us swap. The obstinate Zhao Wanwan interjected. I'm only in a good mood today to tutor you. I never said I'd be your permanent partner, so think carefully. Huang Xiaolong found himself in a difficult predicament, biting his lip as he declined Zhou Jiangnan's offer. Brother Nan, I'm sorry. Mr. Chance, too bad. Zhou Jiangnan grasped his pen with determination. Seizing the moment when Zhao Wanwan turned to retrieve her belongings, he spread his arm across the table, claiming it entirely. In the next instant, she inadvertently pressed down on his arm, and the world fell into a profound silence. Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Wanwan, Zhou Jiangnan, oh, Q. Zhou Jiangnan, you scoundrel. Is it my fault? Zhao Wanwan, both embarrassed and infuriated, snatched his test paper and tore it to shreds. The entire class merely glanced over. Accustomed to the spectacle, in the past half-month, the aloof school beauty had faltered more often than in the previous 2 years combined. Zhou Jiangnan, that brute. Li Pengfei silently gave his friend a thumbs up. Those who dared to confront a tigress head-on were indeed warriors. Zhou Jiangnan, abandoning all semblance of dignity, reveled in his unscrupulous existence, ultimately achieving his aim. Zhao Wanwan ceased her tutoring efforts, not casting another glance his way until the evening study session concluded. After class, Li Pengfei draped his arm over Zhou Jiangnan's shoulder, excitedly expressing his admiration. Jiangnan, you have truly become my idol. After 2 years of delivering love letters for you, your sudden epiphany feels worthwhile. Get lost, you glutton. You reside in a grand villa, while I must pedal home for half an hour. I have no time for idle chatter. Zhou Jiangnan retorted as Li Pengfei's incessant banter delayed him, causing the classroom to empty. He dashed out of school, shouldering his backpack, and hopped onto his bicycle, ready to depart. Zhou Jiangnan, apologize to me. A furious voice rang out behind him. Zhou Jiangnan applied the brakes, shaking his head indifferently. Zhao Wanwan, it's your own fault. Why should I apologize? You're the one behaving like a rogue. If you don't apologize, you shan't leave. Zhao Wanwan spread her arms to block the bicycle's path. Just then, Li Pengfei strolled by, winking at Zhou Jiangnan, grinning as he approached. Li Fatty, get lost. Zhao Wanwan barked, scaring him away in haste. Jiangnan, my brother, I can't help you anymore. Farewell. The hefty boy sped off on his racing bicycle, leaving Zhou Jiangnan bemused by the fickle nature of brotherhood, truly a worthless ally. Zhao, what are you fussing about? I'm in a hurry. Apologize. Not a chance. Then neither of us shall leave. A standoff ensued at the school gate, with a man pushing a shabby bicycle. His impatience palpable. The woman, youthful and striking, appeared as if she bore a tremendous grievance. At that moment, the departing crowd consisted of seniors, all familiar with Zhao Wanwan. The school beauty and every passerby cast curious glances. Ordinarily, she would have succumbed to the pressure and retreated, but this time she gritted her teeth, stubborn and proud. Zhou Jiangnan, equally obstinate, refused to apologize, steadfast in his belief that he was not at fault. After a while, Another graceful and gentle girl passed by the school gate and could no longer restrain her curiosity. Zhou Jiangnan, what are you two up to? Zhou Jiangnan turned to see Fang Xin. Clearly, he had encountered a roadblock. Fang Xin, could you rescue me? Ah, your affair is none of my business. Fang Xin quickly waved her hands. What do you mean none of my business? I have no association with her. I'd rather converse with you. By the way, are you heading home alone? I could give you a ride since it's on my way. Is that all right? Thank you. The two engaged in casual conversation, oblivious to the world, which infuriated Zhou Jiangnan. What do you mean by a roadblock? Does that mean I resemble a tigress in your eyes? And what's this about conversing well? Can't I engage in conversation too? Zhou Jiangnan, you despicable fiend. She glanced at Fang Xin, recognizing her beauty, and understood why she was also called a school beauty. She appeared poised and gentle, while she, in comparison, felt like a ferocious creature. Damn it. Why do I feel this sense of defeat? Zhou Jiangnan glared fiercely at Zhou Jiangnan, her eyes locked onto him. What are you staring at? Having big eyes is impressive. Huh? As onlookers began to gather, Zhou Jiangnan temporarily abandoned her plan to compel Zhou Jiangnan to apologize. Pushing too hard could lead to an unpleasant confrontation. Angrily, she went away for the bus, watching Zhou Jiangnan chat and laugh with Fang Xin, even wishing a flat tire upon his bicycle. Upon reaching a flat stretch of road, Zhou Jiangnan hopped onto his bicycle, with Fang Xin perched gracefully on the back seat, her genuine smile enhancing her allure. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Jiangnan felt a pang of sadness. As the bus passed by them, she distinctly saw Zhou Jiangnan stand up to pedal. He wouldn't even let Fang Xin dismount to help push the bike uphill. Why was he so gentle now? They were both school beauties. Why treat her so differently? Zhou Jiangnan was consumed by rage. Chapter 25, An Indescribable Sense of Crisis. Upon returning home, Zhou Jiangnan found her mother alone on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Mom, why hasn't Dad returned yet? He seems to be working overtime excessively. Yes, I heard they're urgently tightening security throughout the county lately. As the deputy director, he must be working extra hours. I think the security is fine. Why the need for such measures? I don't know. They say it's because some ruffian harassed the daughter of a city leader. The mother and daughter exchanged remarks, while the mother remained absorbed in the drama, oblivious to her daughter's discontent. Just as Zhou Jiangnan was about to enter her room, her father, Zhou Jiangnan, the deputy director of the Lingjiang County Public Security Bureau, returned home. Dad, you work overtime every day. It's been ages since you spent time with me and Mom. The daughter pouted, and naturally, her father's heart softened. After changing into his slippers, Zhou Jiangnan sighed. At the beginning of the year, things weren't so hectic. Who knew an oblivious punk would dare to harass Vice Mayor Fang's daughter? The leadership was furious, and we had no choice but to work overtime. Fang, Vice Mayor? Fang Shuchu. Speaking of this, we owe a debt of gratitude to your classmate, Zhou Jiangnan. Had he not rescued the Vice Mayor's daughter, I would likely be losing my position now. Zhou Jiangnan reflected, I never imagined a high-ranking official's daughter would be raised in the countryside, and that two frail students would dare confront a ruffian. Today's youth are not simple. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's name and her father's commendation, Zhou Jiangwan's anger flared anew. Zhou Jiangnan is no good person. He is quite wicked. Zhou Jiangnan inquired, puzzled. What is wrong with him? He is irresponsible, performs poorly academically, and has no focus on his studies. Silly girl, Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Let me impart a principle to you. Our country's civil service values one saying. Across the 4 C's, a point based on merit, with virtue prioritized. Do you know why virtue comes first? Because those with both virtue and talent are true gems. Those with virtue, but lacking talent, are second-rate. Those with neither are waste. And those with talent, but lacking virtue, are toxic. As long as one's virtues are intact, the potential for wrongdoing is non-existent. You'll understand how rare it is to encounter a virtuous person once you enter society. I believe your classmate, Zhou Jiangnan, is quite admirable. Zhou Jiangman's high praise only deepened Zhou Jiangwan's gloom. This foolish father, my dignity was violated by him, and yet you're here applauding his actions. Truly a doting dad. Zhou Jiangnan silently gnawed on an apple as she returned to her room, stubbornly thinking. Having virtue without talent is second-rate. Zhou Jiangnan's abysmal grades mean he won't get into college. What good is virtue alone? Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan was cycling down the road with Fang Xin, who held onto the hem of his shirt, feeling the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward. Initially, he had taken the initiative to offer to drive Fang Xin home in order to rid himself of Zhou Jiangwan's persistent attachment. However, now that they were truly alone together, an air of discomfort enveloped the atmosphere. Fortunately, his experience allowed him to deftly navigate the conversation, frequently eliciting laughter from Fong Xin, which helped ease the tension. This girl was remarkably innocent. While others would prefer to weep in the luxury of a BMW rather than smile on the back seat of a bicycle, she seemed genuinely delighted. One could only hope that years down the line, she would still possess such a carefree spirit. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Fong Xin hopped out of the car, expressing her gratitude, and couldn't help but ask, "Zhou Jiangnan, may I ride with you again tomorrow? After the incident last time, I feel a bit frightened walking this path alone at night." Zhou Jiangnan paused, recalling that the culprit had already been apprehended and that under the current crackdown, no one would dare to commit such acts. Instinctively, he felt inclined to refuse her request. Yet, gazing into her shy yet yearning eyes, which seemed to fear rejection, he was reminded of his own past insecurities and nodded in agreement. "I'll wait for you at the school gate after evening study. If you don't see me, just wait a little while." "Okay, thank you." Just then, Fong Xion's grandmother arrived, and after bidding farewell, they each headed home. The elderly woman noticed the uncontainable joy in her granddaughter's eyes and casually remarked, "Xion, the college entrance examination is approaching. You must focus on your studies." Fong Xion, perceptive as she was, immediately grasped her grandmother's underlying meaning and blushed as she nodded in response. Some decisions should not be rushed, especially when it comes to observing others. One must take their time. The grandmother delivered her advice, causing Fong Xion to lower her head in contemplation. The following day in class, Zhou Jiangnan entered just on time. Yet he sensed that the gazes of his classmates were increasingly peculiar, with many reflecting admiration and respect. He initially assumed their reactions stemmed from his act of bravery. But as soon as he sat down, Huang Xiaolong began to inquire, "Foster father, I heard that you rode home with the belle of the liberal arts class, Fong Xian. Last night? Who told you that?" "I merely gave her a ride since it was on my way. Don't twist my words." "Oh, come on. Everyone already knows." Fong Xian was laughing the entire time while sitting behind you, and some even witnessed it. "Just admit it. Are you two an item now? What nonsense. If you keep talking like that, I'll hit you." Before Zhou Jiangnan could finish, a hand slammed onto his desk as Li Pengfei joined in. "Jiangnan, you're quite impressive. Being handsome really allows you to do as you please. You fat idiot, are you trying to stir up trouble too? I'll go tell Uncle Li to report you for watching those Hong Kong movies." "Don't, you ungrateful wretch." Zhao Wanwan, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, compared herself to Fong Xian and realized she truly lacked any sense of superiority. In terms of looks, they were evenly matched. In terms of temperament, Fong Xian was gentle and charming. And regarding family background, Fong Xion's father was a deputy mayor. Even academically, Fong Xian ranked in the top 10 of their grade. Aside from her height, Zhao Wanwan found herself lacking in any area to overshadow Fong Xian. This unsettling mindset mirrored the way Zhou Jiangnan had felt in her presence. Her relentless competitive spirit left her agitated. "Enough. Are you all done? Stop disturbing my class." Her delicate palm struck the table, silencing Li Pengfei and Huang Xiaolong, who withdrew their relentless questioning. During class, the English teacher announced an upcoming test. In the afternoon, other teachers also scheduled assessments. As the second diagnostic exam for the senior year was imminent, Zhou Jiangnan worked at a steady pace, feeling a growing sense of confidence due to his recent efforts. In his past life, he had struggled in a seemingly hopeless environment, preparing for graduate school and often studying English and memorizing vocabulary late into the night. Now, English listening posed little challenge for him, as his vocabulary far surpassed that of his peers, making English the easiest subject for him. He felt confident about the upcoming diagnostic exam and even the college entrance examination. After class, he stood at the school gate with his bicycle, waiting for Fong Xian. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan once again witnessed a scene similar to the previous day on the bus, a bicycle carrying two individuals. The boy pedaling with exertion while the girl smiled radiantly behind him. Damn it! A sense of inexplicable crisis washed over her. As the second diagnostic exam drew closer, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The classroom of Class 6 was thick with an oppressive air, as all students understood that this exam would largely determine their ultimate capabilities. According to Lingjiang No. 1 high school's tradition, securing a spot in the top 100 of the liberal arts meant a good chance of entering a 211-key university. And the top 300 in sciences were similarly assured. However, to gain admission to a 985 or even better prestigious university, one needed to rank within the top 50 of their grade. In Class 6, there were 2 students in the top 10 and 8 within the top 50, indicating a promising number of candidates striving for elite schools. Lingjiang No. 1 high school had 18 classes for science students, totaling nearly 1,000 students. 2/3 of Class 6 ranked within the top 300, while the remaining third hovered around the average level. With a little more effort in the remaining weeks, there was hope for further improvement. After Mr. Zhang's motivational speech, the morning classes concluded. Zhou Jiangnan had lunch with Li Pengfei, cursing the cafeteria staff once more, before returning to class for a nap. In a state of drowsiness, a delicate fragrance wafted to his nose, accompanied by a tugging sensation beneath his arm. Who the hell forgot to fasten the safety rope? If I slip, it'll be a long fall. The most dreaded scenario for a laborer was when the safety regulations were disregarded, as a life was worth a few $100,000. And any accident would halt work for rectification, risking delays and possibly involving the safety supervisor. Zhou Jiangnan firmly restrained the force beneath his arm, only to hear an indignant sigh. Zhou Jiangnan, you're pulling my hair. It turned out it wasn't the safety rope which relieved him. At that moment, he felt as though he were lost in a dream, recalling those familiar words from his first girlfriend, Li Xiaoyu, and later, the internet celebrity, Su Cece, both of whom had whispered that phrase to him during the night. Such a few words held an irresistible allure, flooding his mind with memories. Lost in recollection, Zhou Jiangnan smiled faintly in his sleep, murmuring, "Be good, don't fuss." Instantly, the tugging sensation vanished. In the front row, Zhao Wanwan felt a sudden weakness wash over her, her face blooming like a peach blossom. This scoundrel, Zhou, actually had a tender side. His magnetic tone felt strangely intimate, causing her embarrassment. No, what am I thinking? Zhou Jiangnan is the last person I should be thinking about. Shaking her head to dispel the burgeoning romantic thoughts, she tried once more to pull her hair free, but found it futile. Observing Zhou Jiangnan's innocent appearance as he slept, his face slightly contorted, she found his expression oddly endearing, becoming more attractive the longer she gazed. Resigning herself to the notion of not forcefully pulling her hair, she leaned back in her chair, maintaining her position until the bell rang for class, at which point Zhou Jiangnan stirred groggily awake. He looked at the girl in front of him with curiosity, wondering why she appeared so lively and poised, as if preparing for a modeling gig. Zhao Wanwan turned around, her expression strange, her voice softer than usual. "You're pulling my hair." Zhou Jiangnan quickly lifted his hand, his fingers brushing against her silky high ponytail, which felt slightly ticklish. Zhao Wanwan released her hair and stood up, stretching languidly. It is quite perplexing that, despite being in 2005 with relatively underdeveloped material conditions, this young lady has matured so remarkably. Zhou Jiangnan quickly lowered his head and offered an apology. "I am sorry." To his surprise, Zhao Wanwan nonchalantly replied, "It's fine." However, something seemed amiss with this formidable woman today. Her usual air of arrogance appeared somewhat diminished. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. So he decided to enlist a classmate as a shield. "Xiaolong, don't you have a question you can't solve? Why not ask Zhao classmate? She seems to be in a good mood and surely won't refuse." Zhou Jiangnan nudged his deskmate, encouraging him to seek help without shame. Huang Xiaolong, feeling a surge of courage, spoke up. "Miss Zhao, I have a question I can't solve. Could you possibly?" "I can't. I'm busy right now. Go ask Xiaoyu instead." Kind words can warm the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill even the warmest summer. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhou Jiangnan with a sense of grievance, feeling deeply wounded, while Nangu shrugged in helplessness. This woman was as unpredictable as the weather. Even Jesus would fear her. Zhou Jiangnan excused himself to the restroom for a moment of clarity, splashing cold water on his face to invigorate himself. Li Pengfei invited him to grab a hot dog, but he declined without hesitation. Today's refusal to indulge in hot dogs was a strategic move to ensure he could treat others to them in the future. He aimed to invest his limited time into the infinite pursuit of practice questions. One must be relentless to survive. Li Pengfei was taken aback by his fervor, reflecting on how, if he had possessed such resolve 2 years prior, they would not have descended into the depths of mediocrity together. "Forget it. I won't eat either. I must strive for my diploma." The two brothers, united in their struggles, returned from the restroom, with Zhou Jiangnan immediately diving into a book. His thirst for knowledge leaving Huang Xiaolong shivering. He realized he must intensify his efforts, otherwise he would find himself among the bottom 10 in class. When the physics teacher entered the classroom, he was greeted by a scene of eager students immersed in their studies. Even the slacker Li Pengfei was taking notes, a rare sight indeed. Following the incident involving hair, Zhao Wanwan had been unusually quiet throughout the afternoon, while her deskmate Lin Yu exhibited an equally stable demeanor. She continued to passionately assist others with their questions, as explaining concepts solidified her own understanding. Huang Xiaolong was moved to tears by her kindness. Zhou Jiangnan recognized that the entire class was preparing earnestly for the upcoming second diagnostic exam. Above all, the college entrance examination was the most pressing matter at hand. Old Zhang had repeatedly advised them to endure a little longer. Once they got into university, everything would be fine. He never explained why university was the end goal, as most students in the classroom had no clear plans for the future. The teacher had spoken, and so they would comply. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan understood that the college entrance examination was merely the beginning. Being born into a new life does not guarantee a head start. Choices far outweigh mere effort in determining one's path. Some are born into privilege, while many others are destined for toil. He cherished this opportunity for rebirth with great fervor. Chapter 27. A natural course of events initially. A confrontation between handsome boys and beautiful girls occurred at the entrance of Lingjiang No. 1 High School, with the parties involved oblivious to any irregularities. Zhou Jiangnan could never have imagined that the outcome of this confrontation would bring him closer to Fang Xin, a girl he had long admired. Once, twice, thrice at some point, escorting Fang Xin home after school had become a natural occurrence, as if it were an unspoken agreement. Especially during this time, Li Pengfei had ceased to accompany him to the cement factory, as his mother was concerned about the intensified crackdowns in the county and feared for her son's safety. Without the company of the rotund boy, Zhou Jiangnan felt a tinge of loneliness, but Fang Xin soon filled that void. Since they were headed in the same direction, he was more than happy to lend her a ride, undeterred by the curious gazes of passersby, as their conversations made the journey home much more enjoyable. The liberal arts classroom was closest to the school gate, so Fang Xin would invariably wait there after evening study sessions. The breeze tousling her hair and scattering her gentle and demure aura into the air, a vision of delicate beauty. It was a rare sight for the school S-bell to wait at the gate, and as the senior students passed by, they couldn't help but cast curious glances, prompting Fang Xin to shyly lower her head, akin to a water lily shivering in the cool breeze. This was the scene Zhou Jiangnan encountered each time he ventured out, contrasting sharply with Zhao Wanwan, one exuding warmth and softness, while the other radiated a cold, proud demeanor. It was widely understood that interacting with a girl of Fang Xin's temperament would be far more pleasant. Zhou Jiangnan felt completely at ease with her, unlike the tension he felt around Zhao Wanwan. Upon seeing him, Fang Xin cheerfully exclaimed, "You're here?" Zhou Jiangnan patted the back seat. "We're running out of time. Hop on." In perfect synchrony, Fang Xin gracefully rose on her toes to sit on the back seat, her bashful smile lighting up her face. Zhao Wanwan had witnessed this scene countless times, and it left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. Something that once belonged to her was now claimed by another, leaving her discontented. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan, that wretched person, that fool. The intent to harm was evident in her gaze, but Zhou Jiangnan was completely unperturbed, giving a forceful push off the ground, the bicycle creaking as it sped away. Lin Yu, beside Zhao Wanwan, observed her, hesitating to speak, and sighed deeply, feeling helpless. On the road leading to the outskirts of the county, the two familiar figures engaged in light conversation, with Zhou Jiangnan doing most of the talking and Fang Xin listening attentively. In his previous life, Zhou Jiangnan had traversed the country for various projects, witnessing the dawn in the southern regions and hearing roosters crow in the northern nights. Surrounded by a diverse array of workers on the projects, his experiences were richly varied. Fang Xin, being a young girl, found it hard to withstand Zhou Jiangnan's comedic prowess, often stifling her laughter as he entertained her with tales, which made her feel that he was not only knowledgeable, but also a source of security. Over the days, their after-school strolls had become frequent. Zhou Jiangnan conversed about everything under the sun, but never broached the subject of her family. Naturally, Fang Xin did not bring it up either, appreciating the current state of their friendship and wishing to keep it unclouded by unnecessary complications. It might seem hard to believe, but those unfamiliar with her might assume her father was the deputy mayor, leading her to a life of pampering from a young age. In reality, however, Fang Xin was quite the opposite. Her character was notably introverted, unlike other second-generation children who often displayed a sense of entitlement. She lost her mother at a young age, and while her father initially had time to care for the family during his tenure in the township, his rising career left him increasingly busy and less present at home. The paternal figure gradually became absent in her upbringing. Since she could remember, she had lived with her grandmother, lacking peers to play with, and her grandmother would intentionally shield her from those with ill intentions, resulting in a scant circle of friends. Throughout her life, she had attended school alone, played alone, and experienced the spectrum of emotions alone. Often, she would observe her classmates laughing and playing in groups, feeling a pang of envy, and she attempted to integrate. But the other girls were not fond of her beauty. Had it been anyone else, they would have been bullied long ago. Her exceptional academic performance made her a favored target for the teachers, who protected her. Consequently, unable to strike back or retaliate, the other girls kept their distance. Those who excel too much often find themselves isolated, a reality Fong Xin had grown accustomed to, until Zhou Jiangnan's unexpected arrival. The gaze of the young man upon her was devoid of impurities. It was not tainted by her appearance, nor motivated by any ulterior motives. His willingness to assist her emanated from a place of genuine goodwill, embodying a most pure and egalitarian essence of human interaction. Fong Xin yearned deeply for such a friendship, even daydreaming about the prospect of frequently encountering him in college. Summoning her courage, she finally inquired, "Zhou Jiangnan, which university do you intend to apply to?" Zhou Jiangnan, who was just rising from his seat, casually replied, "Do you believe I'm aiming for Linen University?" "I do," she responded. "Haha, I was just joking. My current grades are far from sufficient. I'll make plans once I receive my exam scores after the college entrance examination. However, generally speaking, my goal is to head towards Jiangnan, as the coastal regions have been advancing ahead of the inland for over a decade, presenting a plethora of opportunities." Fong Xin was aware of Zhou Jiangnan's ranking from the first mock examination. Indeed, with his current results, Linen University felt like a distant dream. Yet, given the multitude of schools in Jiangnan, there would surely be opportunities if he truly desired to go. "What do you wish to pursue in the future?" she asked. "With ample opportunities there, I naturally aspire to start my own business. I have no intention of being an employee," Zhou Jiangnan asserted resolutely. He then countered, "And you? With your exceptional grades, ranked among the top 3 in the year, you could choose any university in the country. Are you considering Tsinghua or Beida?" Tsinghua or Beida. The teachers and her father had both expressed hopes for her to apply, and she had never opposed. However, at this moment, Zhou Jiangnan's inquiry made her hesitate. The broad expanse of his back shielded her from the evening breeze, as well as from revealing her true feelings. Fong Xin's mind wandered freely, leading her to make a decision that contradicted her family's wishes. She would apply to Linen University. Since Zhou Jiangnan was set on going to Jiangnan, she would follow suit. Perhaps in the future, during the winter and summer breaks, they could still meet along the way. Yet, this decision must remain unspoken for now. It was her secret alone. "I'll think it over," she replied. "Let us see how my scores turn out." After a pause, she added, "I believe the climate in the south is more favorable than in the north. I'm not particularly keen on heading northward." That is certainly true. The climate in Sichuan and Chongqing nurtures a girl's skin well. Going north might not suit one's complexion. "Are you genuinely resolved to go to Jiangnan?" "Indeed. My name contains Jiangnan, so I must remain true to my roots." "Oh, very well then, Zhou Jiangnan, do your best. Haha, let us both strive for success." As customary, Fong Xin's grandmother awaited her by the roadside, presenting Zhou Jiangnan with an apple as a token of gratitude for accompanying her granddaughter. Zhou Jiangnan graciously accepted the apple, smiling as he waved goodbye and continued on his way. Her grandmother, observing her granddaughter's demeanor, had already seen through everything. She refrained from voicing her insights. Having already inquired about Zhou Jiangnan's background through reliable sources, his parents were decent folks, and his character was commendable. With such a friend, Fong Xin had become considerably more cheerful. She was not concerned about early romance, knowing her granddaughter could discern priorities. With him accompanying her, she felt a sense of security and decided to observe the situation for a while longer. Chapter 28. Are you in a relationship? Upon returning home, Zhou Jiangnan found his father, the team leader at the cement factory, bustling about with a broom, clearly grappling with a topic he found difficult to broach. The old man's indecision, combined with his weathered face, was becoming increasingly intolerable for Luo Xiaoying. "Zhou Xiangdong, what on earth are you doing? If you have something to say, then say it. Don't dance around your son. It's quite irritating," she exclaimed. Old Zhou pulled up a stool and, pointing to the seat opposite him, raised his voice. "Come here, young man. I have something to ask you." Zhou Jiangnan, perplexed, wondered what had gotten into his father this evening. "Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop being so coy. It's annoying." "Do you despise your old man now? I'm just asking if you're in a relationship." "What?" Zhou Jiangnan hadn't even had the chance to respond before Luo Xiaoying rushed over, abandoning her dishes to sit beside old Zhou, her eyes anxiously fixed on her son. Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Here we go again. Just last time, he had emphatically declared he wasn't in a relationship, even swearing it in front of their homeroom teacher, yet his parents still did not believe him. What is the point of romance? It's utterly pointless. You could spend 188 yuan to have a beautiful girl from all corners of the world give you a foot massage that feels like fireworks. Or 688 yuan for a night that would make you feel lighter by 2 tails. Spending money on dating is futile. You want to even get a single strand of hair. Zhou Jiangnan fixed his father with a serious gaze. "Old man, where did you hear such rumors? I have no interest in dating, as I mentioned before. Who cares where I heard it? Aren't you the one who has been escorting a rather cute girl home every day after school? Huh? Is it that girl, the daughter of the director, Zhou Jiangnan? Luo Xiaoying gasped. No, this time it's another female student. You should ask for clarification. Old Zhou replied, clearly agitated. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Knowing old Zhou had likely heard from the cement factory drivers who had spotted him riding home with a girl, his sources of information were quite limited. In a small place like Lingjiang County, gossip spread rapidly, which is why many young people prefer to leave for larger cities. All right, I'll clarify. She is a classmate I once helped, Fong Xin from the liberal arts class, who ranks among the top 3 students in our year and is exceptionally beautiful. Why would someone like her date me? Even if I had feelings, she might not reciprocate. When faced with an unsolvable conflict, Zhou Jiangnan had mastered the art of creating a new one. Sure enough, upon hearing his explanation, Luo Xiaoying became animated, questioning why their son was being looked down upon. Old Zhou remained focused. After listening to Zhou Jiangnan's explanation, he felt reassured. For him, a high-achieving female student posed no concern. Rather, he worried about their parents. Seizing this opportunity, old Zhou inquired about Zhou Jiangnan's preparations for the upcoming mock examination, to which Zhou Jiangnan confidently assured him of significant progress, claiming that if he didn't improve, he wouldn't bear the Zhou surname. While old Zhou felt pleased, a hint of melancholy lingered. The Zhou family had only this solitary heir after 3 generations, and all he could do was pray for his ancestors to ensure the family line continued. The simple yet warm moments spent as a family flew by. Zhou Jiangnan not only worked diligently in his studies, but also helped with household chores upon returning home, leaving Luo Xiaoying with a bittersweet sense of having watched her son grow up overnight. After nurturing him for over a decade, he was now nearing the time to spread his wings. As the second mock examination approached, Zhou Jiangnan took time to check on the construction progress of their self-built house. After some repairs, the second floor was nearly complete, and the bricklayer brought in by Li Pengfei was quite reliable, deserving of his wages. He mentally calculated that the highway planning would be announced after the college entrance examinations, with less than 3 months remaining. During this period, self-built houses were not strictly regulated. As long as one had the funds, one could construct up to 6 stories. Given the pace of the bricklayers, there was a strong possibility of completing the 3rd floor as well. In 2005, in Lingjiang County, the price for a standard commodity apartment in the urban area averaged around 1,000 yuan per square meter, while better locations range from 1,200 to 1,300 yuan. Though the location of the self-built house is not within the urban area, the compensation for demolition is at least 600 or 700 yuan. After completing 3 floors, the total constructed area comes close to 400 square meters, implying a minimum compensation of over 200,000 yuan, which, when divided between him and Fatty, would yield around 100,000 yuan each. At this juncture, 100,000 yuan constitutes a substantial sum, sufficient to purchase a house in the county with ease, equivalent to the income of many families accumulated over a decade. However, he does not intend to use this money for buying a house. Instead, he plans to allocate it as startup capital for entrepreneurship, knowing that once he enters university, opportunities will abound, and there will be plentiful avenues for expenditure. Zhou Jiangnan gazes at the self-built house and lets out a deep sigh, contemplating how wonderful it would be to have just a bit more capital to undertake another project, ultimately lamenting that his funds are too scant. Upon hearing his sigh, Li Pengfei inquires with curiosity, "What is wrong? Are you dissatisfied? This is already the most reasonable price from the craftsman. We can't afford any more. After purchasing materials, our funds will barely cover their fees." Zhou Jiangnan shakes his head. "No, it's not that. I simply regret having insufficient capital. If I could build another house, it would be perfect." "Build another? I've poured all my pocket money from the past decade into this endeavor, and you expect to profit from this shabby construction?" Li Pengfei retorts. "You need not worry about how to earn. You will not suffer any losses. Your hard work will be rewarded with half the profits. Enough of this. Let's talk about your rumors instead." Fatty's eyes gleam mischievously. "Jiangnan, you've become quite the sensation at school lately. Even a humanities class is inquiring about you. They say you and Fong Xin leave school together every day. That's nonsense. I'm not, and I do not. Please refrain from such talk." Zhou Jiangnan protests vehemently. "Look at you. After 2 years dedicated to Zhao Wanwan, your affections have suddenly shifted to someone else, and now it's another school beauty. You truly are a fickle-hearted creature. I have already stated that there is nothing to it. Instead of focusing on these trivial matters, you should channel your efforts into studying." "Studying? What a waste. Let me tell you, through my keen observations, Zhao Wanwan has shown a significantly heightened interest in you lately. Have you not noticed? Stop. You insufferable Fatty, can we not indulge in these meaningless and tedious topics?" The two seem to be speaking different languages, with Li Pengfei continuing his tirade. unable to halt. Zhou Jiangnan, frustrated, mounted his bicycle and turned to leave, with Li Fatty trailing behind, chattering incessantly. Indeed, in student life, nothing could be more thrilling than the allure of a school beauty. A brother's success is tantamount to one's own. Li Pengfei pedaled furiously, circling Zhou Jiangnan like an incessant duck. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the two young men as they ventured further away. Chapter 29. The Second Diagnostic Examination. March 19th. The final evening study session before the second exam. The atmosphere in Class 6 of the third year was tense, with everyone fervently scribbling down notes. Those struggling with English memorized vocabulary, while the mathematically challenged copied formulas. Zhou Jiangnan, however, did not engage in problem-solving, instead leaning back in his chair, staring blankly at the blackboard. Huang Xiaolong, after feverishly completing a set of test papers, remained in a posture that suggested he was lost in a reverie, seemingly detached from reality. Nan Go, shut it. All right then. Zhou Jiangnan, arms crossed, appeared focused, but his gaze was unfocused as he mentally reviewed the knowledge he had studied, particularly in biology, the most challenging of the three science subjects. Mendel's laws of inheritance always evaded his memory. Damn it, biology is truly difficult to learn. Zhou Jiangnan furrowed his brow, closing his eyes for a few seconds before reopening them, attempting once more to memorize the biological concepts. This scene was fortuitously observed by Lin Yu, who nudged Zhao Wanwan. Wanwan, do you think Zhou Jiangnan is unwell? He looks quite pale. Why should I care if he is sick? Zhao Wanwan replied with a frown. Though she was disinclined to inquire, Lin Yu felt it inappropriate to press further. Recently, rumors of Zhou Jiangnan and Fang Xian had spread like wildfire, and Lin Yu believed herself to be far inferior to Fang Xian. Thus, her nascent feelings were stifled beneath a heavy layer of doubt. As the class drew to a close, Zhao Wanwan returned from the restroom to find Zhou Jiangnan still frozen in place, his eyebrows slightly twitching as if in pain. Zhou Jiangnan, do you need to go to the hospital? We should get the class teacher check on you. Zhao Wanwan's inquiry received no response, prompting her to wave her hand in front of his eyes. What are you doing? Zhou Jiangnan snapped back to reality, perplexed. You seem ill. You ought to visit a doctor. You're the one who is sick. Go play elsewhere and don't disturb my studies. Zhou Jiangnan retorted without mercy, leaving Zhao Wanwan nearly breathless. What has happened to this scoundrel? He used to be so eager for my attention, yet now that I show concern, he rebuffs me. Kindness met with ingratitude. If you want to perish, then perish. If I care one more time, I must be a fool. Zhao Wanwan plopped down heavily, pushing her chair against Zhou Jiangnan's desk. Lin Yu and Huang Xiaolong exchanged silent glances, bemused by Zhou Jiangnan's growing indifference towards Zhao Wanwan as the college entrance examination approached. Learning? What a waste. If you make any progress, my surname isn't Zhao, Zhao Wanwan fumed. Huang Xiaolong interjected, then what is your surname? Zhou. The following morning, everyone arrived at the examination hall, the atmosphere charged with tension as the mock college entrance examination commenced. Zhou Jiangnan surveyed the Chinese language paper before him, feeling no pressure. Chinese had always been his forte. With a surge of inspiration, he completed the essay with half an hour to spare. He submitted his paper early, leaving other candidates in a state of anxiety. The invigilator paused momentarily, intrigued by his essay, which was neatly written and flowed effortlessly, promising to be a high-scoring piece. The invigilator nodded to himself, recognizing the student's potential and acknowledging his right to confidence, understanding the impact it would have on others' mental states. The mathematics paper in the afternoon posed a slight challenge. Despite Zhou Jiangnan exerting all his effort, he barely managed to complete the first part of the last question. After the exam, the school echoed with sighs of dismay. The following morning, the pivotal comprehensive science paper arrived, a subject he felt least confident in. His mind raced against time, and he completed the last question just as the time expired. This marked the first time he finished the comprehensive science paper within the allotted time, a commendable feat regardless of the outcome. The English exam that afternoon posed no challenge, given that he had managed to keep up his English studies even while working on construction sites. The invigilator once again witnessed the handsome boy submitting his paper 30 minutes early, leaving with a flair that unsettled his peers. He committed Zhou Jiangnan's name to memory, eager to see how this ostentatious student would perform once the results were released. After leaving the examination hall, Zhou Jiangnan purchased 2 cups of milk tea at the school gate, one of which he specifically selected to be hot. Knowing that Fang Xian excelled in English, he anticipated her swift exit from the hall. To his surprise, Zhao Wanwan also emerged ahead of schedule. At that moment, the school gate was relatively empty. Fang Xian accepted the drink with a sweet smile, followed by a slight blush. How did you know I would be here? You even bought me hot milk tea. As she received it, she distinctly felt the warmth of the cup, contrasting with the icy one in her other hand. This warm milk tea brought an unexpected comfort to her heart, igniting a gentle warmth within her. "Thank you for the milk tea. It feels lovely." This sentence was overheard by Zhou Jiangnan as she passed by, her mood plummeting to an icy low, akin to the milk tea in Zhou Jiangnan's hand. Ah, what a pair of shameless lovers, so well aware of when they can only drink hot water, truly remarkable. They even claim to avoid romantic entanglements before graduation. What a blatant lie. Zhou Jiangnan, oblivious to her thoughts, simply habitually avoided any risks. Testing whether a girl would consent to a hotel stay was unnecessary, and ordering hot milk tea was, of course, the most prudent choice. The two girls, each harboring their own thoughts, felt a subtle undercurrent of tension in the fleeting moment they passed by one another. The young man, completely unaware, did not even greet Zhou Jiangnan as he effortlessly departed with Fang Xian. In the gentle breeze of early spring in the county town, a sudden wave of regret washed over Zhou Jiangnan while on the bus. Zhou Jiangnan, in particularly high spirits, began to hum a tune as they walked. Fang Xian, equally cheerful, tugged at his shirt and sweetly asked, "Jiangnan, I heard you wrote a particularly beautiful song. Could you sing it for me?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, feeling her request was inappropriate. She quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it. After all, it's a song that expresses your own regrets. It might evoke sadness, which wouldn't be ideal." She pondered further and felt she had erred, burdened by guilt and repeatedly apologizing. Zhou Jiangnan, initially immersed in his own emotions, found himself momentarily flustered by her flurry of self-reproach. He responded casually, "You all love to spread rumors. That song was merely something I sang casually, without any special significance." With that, he began to sing a few lines. While Fang Xian listened intently, captivated by the charm of each word, a peculiar feeling lingering in her heart. Once the song concluded, Zhou Jiangnan waited for what felt like an eternity, without hearing her response. Where's the applause? Clap, clap, clap. Fang Xian, snapping back to reality, hurriedly applauded and lavished him with compliments before asking, "I haven't asked yet. How did you do on the exam?" "I think it went quite well. We'll see when the results come out." "Such confidence. Then I'll congratulate you in advance." "Ha, thanks. You have to remember that." "Oh, Jiangnan, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Chapter 30. Exam results. In the vibrant month of March, a new week commenced, and the classroom buzzed with lively discussions regarding the second diagnostic exam. Everyone eagerly anticipated the results, with a select few even hoping for Zhou Jiangnan's performance to falter, wishing for his partnership with Zhou Jiangnan to dissolve. That fellow wasted such a golden opportunity, sitting behind the school beauty, genuinely engrossed in his studies, taking up space without contributing. Li Pengfei dashed to the front row to stir things up. "Jiangnan, the results should be released today. What do you think you'll score?" "Why ask that? It'll definitely be higher than yours." "Cut the nonsense. Your score affects my bet with my desk mate. If he loses, he has to give me that mutated lion." This guy had recently become infatuated with playing Dream of the Red Chamber and had long coveted the mutated mythical beast. "What's the wager? Whether you can score over 500. If you do, I win." "Oh, then congratulations are in order." Zhou Jiangnan's nonchalant demeanor made Li Pengfei itch with impatience, wanting nothing more than to rush to an internet cafe. After this exam, teachers had indicated that scoring over 500 would essentially secure a place in a second-tier university. And it was surprising to see Zhou Jiangnan so confident. "Good brother, once I get that mutated lion, I'll treat you to barbecue." "All right." The banter between the brothers left Zhou Jiangnan feeling suffocated. Just before the exam, she had confidently declared that if Zhou Jiangnan improved, she wouldn't bear the surname Zhou. Would her words come back to haunt her? Her conscience told her that as a classmate, she should be pleased with Zhou Jiangnan's improvement, and one should not harbor overly dark thoughts. Yet, it was quite bothersome, utterly vexing, noticing their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, appear in the hallway. Li Pengfei quickly scurried back to his seat. Mr. Zhang entered the classroom with a smile, holding a report card, his mood evidently buoyant. "Students, please put your pens down. I am here to announce the results of the second diagnostic exam." After a brief moment of commotion, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of deep breaths was distinctly audible. Based on my expression, you can probably guess that our class performed admirably this time. Overall, we have made progress compared to the first exam, with an average score placing us third among the 6 elite classes. The number of students scoring in the higher brackets has increased, with one more student entering the top 50, and the number of students in the top 100 remains unchanged, while the top 300 has increased by 4, which is genuinely delightful. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, and Mr. Zhang surveyed the students with satisfaction. "This is what I like to see. Being among the top 300 means that achieving admission to a 211 university is very much within reach, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Mr. Zhang was a person who valued ceremony. While other teachers might merely announce the top 10 or 50 scores and post the results on the wall for students to view, he believed that reading each student's score aloud was a mutual respect between teacher and student, a form of encouragement and motivation. Now, I will read the results. Please listen attentively. Gao Qianjun, 643 points, ranked second in the grade. The overall difficulty of this exam was increased, especially in mathematics, so achieving this score is commendable. Keep up the good work. Zhou Jiangnan, 634 points, ranked 9th in the grade, an improvement of 1 rank. Excellent. Lin Yu, 632 points, ranked 11th. Maintaining her position. Keep pushing. Zhou Xiaolong, 611 points, ranked 49th. Zhou Xiaolong has made significant progress, moving up from 63rd in the previous exam to entering the top 50. Very commendable. Let us give him a round of applause. Qin Hui, 605 points, ranked 58th, showing a decline. Time to step it up. Zhang Xiao, 573 points, ranked 296. And now, we come to the last name to enter the top 300 in the grade. At this point, Mr. Zhang paused. A clear smile on his face as he glanced appreciatively in Zhou Jiangnan's direction. This time, I want to especially commend one student whose score was originally at the bottom of the class, far outside the top 500 in the grade, but has made a remarkable leap forward. Zhao Wanwan's heart sank. Oh no, it couldn't possibly be Zhou Jiangnan, could it? The other students' mouths dropped open, piecing together Mr. Zhang's gaze, which clearly fell on both Zhou Jiangnan and Huang Xiaolong, either of them being the last in the class. Suddenly breaking into the top 300 would be big news, especially Zhou Jiangnan, who was not only handsome, skilled in sports, but also musically talented. If he managed to improve academically, he would undoubtedly be the quintessential ideal man. If that were the case, Zhao Wanwan might just regret her earlier words. While others speculated, Huang Xiaolong, however, was well aware that his estimated score would barely scrape 500, just enough to reach the second-tier university threshold. Mr. Zhang was definitely not referring to him. Zhou Jiangnan was the only answer. Sure enough, Mr. Zhang's next statement caused an uproar. Zhou Jiangnan, 571 points. An increase of over 70 points from the previous exam, ranked 298th in the grade, a tremendous improvement and worthy of special commendation. When Mr. Zhang announced Zhou Jiangnan's name, the classroom erupted in astonished gasps, compelling him to raise his voice. After finishing the score, many students were left in stunned silence. What the hell? In just 2 months, he improved by over 70 points. Who would believe that? It's too outrageous. Surely he must have cheated. This is nonsense. My brother has been diligently studying, and everyone can see that. You aren't planning to back out of the bet, are you? Hurry up after school. Go to the internet cafe and get me the mutated lion. Li Pengfei felt a surge of joy in his heart, a sense of shared glory as his good friend achieved excellent results. He whistled a sharp, piercing sound with his fingers, provoking an irate glare from old Zhang. Li Pengfei, what are you doing? I'm sorry, old Zhang, I was just so excited. What are you excited about? I can't even begin to scold you. Look at Zhou Jiangnan. His progress is evident. And then there's you, with a dismal score of 451, ranking 3rd from the bottom of the class. You can barely scrape by to get into a vocational school. Still laughing? Even a pig would know to turn around after 3 lessons. Honestly, I've had enough. Tomorrow, bring your parents, and make sure it's your father, not your mother. Li Pengfei immediately deflated. If Li Jiangguo came to the parent-teacher meeting, he would undoubtedly face some stern discipline that evening. Zhao Wanwan, already anxious, was taken aback by Zhou Jiangnan's results, instinctively glancing back at him. To her surprise, he did not exhibit the ecstatic joy she had anticipated. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips, inexplicably giving her a sense of absurdity. It seemed as though he had anticipated this outcome, wearing an air of nonchalance that was, well, pretentious. Yes, it was undeniably pretentious. Could a person truly transform so dramatically in just a month or 2? Zhao Wanwan's curiosity was piqued. Perhaps in a good mood, Zhou Jiangnan flashed her a warm smile. Radiant as the sun, Zhao Wanwan was caught off guard, her face inexplicably flushing. Chapter 31. The Misunderstanding of Praise. The classroom remained a cacophony. Old Zhang continued to read the remaining rankings, but Zhao Wanwan was too distracted to absorb any specifics. Her mind was in a daze, temporarily devoid of coherent thought. Zhou Jiangnan had actually smiled at her, the first time in nearly 2 months. It felt like a hard-earned victory, akin to a devoted admirer, finally receiving a glimmer of acknowledgement from their idol. What mess of thoughts! Zhao Wanwan scolded herself silently, trying to dispel her irrational fantasies. Just then, Lin Yu finished congratulating Zhou Jiangnan and heard old Zhang announce Huang Xiaolong's results, which had improved by several ranks since last time. Huang Xiaolong, congratulations. The teacher commends you, indicating your solid foundation. With continued effort, you can reach even greater heights. Thank you, Teacher Lin. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance that I've made progress. I really appreciate it. The two exchanged pleasantries, though Huang Xiaolong's achievements, while notable, paled in comparison to Zhou Jiangnan's. He suddenly recalled that Zhao Wanwan had tutored him a couple of times as well, and felt compelled to thank her too. What'd you say? I said thank you. Oh, you should really thank Lin Yu. She put in the most effort. I've already thanked her. Oh, after a few exchanges, Huang Xiaolong sensed that Zhao Wanwan was not in the mood to engage. The compliment he had hoped for remained unspoken, leaving him feeling somewhat stifled. At that moment, old Zhang finished reading the report cards and began summarizing. Class, the progress we've made is evident to all. I hope everyone continues to strive for excellence in the upcoming assessments. I've noticed that most students on the paired assistance list have shown improvement, indicating that this method is effective and should be continued. At this point, I must especially commend Zhao Wanwan, who has provided exceptional support to Zhou Jiangnan, leading to his significant progress. This demonstrates her dedication, and her own grades have also improved, showcasing the admirable virtue of unity and mutual assistance. Let's applaud her. Thunderous applause erupted. Zhao Wanwan's face flushed crimson. Old Zhang was blissfully unaware of the situation, while her classmates remained ignorant. She had never tutored Zhou Jiangnan. He had never consulted her on any issues. The few times he had asked questions, he sought Lin Yu instead. All the credit rightfully belonged to Lin Yu. Even if others were oblivious, didn't Huang Xiaolong know better? Why was he clapping along? Was it to mock her? Zhao Wanwan felt the applause was a bitter mockery of her, a shameful feeling of having usurped credit, unable to bear it any longer. She sprang to her feet and declared, Teacher Zhang, this is entirely Zhou Jiangnan's own hard work. It has nothing to do with me. Look at that. Zhao Wanwan not only shuns arrogance, but also embodies humility. We should learn from her and cultivate the virtue of modesty. Not what? The results speak for themselves. Everyone can see your contributions. I didn't. Where's the lack? Look, you're still being modest. Good work deserves recognition. Don't feel pressured. Zhao Wanwan wanted to clarify everything, but suddenly a thought crossed her mind. What if, after her explanation, Teacher Zhang believed Zhou Jiangnan was capable enough on his own and deemed tutoring unnecessary, thus rearranging his seating, or perhaps assigning her a different student to assist? Neither outcome was desirable to her, so she remained silent. Zhou Jiangnan, what do you think? Does Zhao Wanwan deserve thanks? Is she worthy of our praise? Suddenly called upon. Zhou Jiangnan hesitated before standing up. Just as he was about to speak, laughter erupted from the back of the classroom. Li Pengfei, who knew the truth, erupted in fits of laughter, while Zhao Wanwan felt her embarrassment deepen. Everyone turned to see, and Zhao Wanwan's gaze collided with Zhou Jiangnan's, her eyes a mix of panic, awkwardness, and a hint of plea. Zhou Jiangnan was uncertain why she hadn't clarified earlier. Perhaps she had her reasons. Now that applause and praise had been bestowed upon her, if the truth were revealed, it would be mortifying for this proud young lady. What are you up to? Li Pengfei? Teacher Zhang, I have something to say. Li Pengfei was about to reveal the truth when Zhou Jiangnan shot him a cautionary glance, causing him to swallow his words. After years of friendship, he understood Zhou Jiangnan's intentions perfectly. That look clearly conveyed a plea for silence. With a sigh of resignation, Li Pengfei thought, this brother of mine claims he won't pander, yet his actions betray him. Zhao Wanwan is simply too beautiful for him to let go so easily. What can he do but forgive him? I have nothing to say. Nothing to say? Very well, you'll stand for this class. Old Zhang decided to impose a penalty. Zhou Jiangnan cast a sympathetic glance at his little brother and then took the opportunity to speak. Teacher Zhang, I owe my progress to you and all the subject teachers. Your exceptional teaching has guided me well, and the overall improvement in our class is due to your efforts. He initiated a round of applause, which warmed old Zhang's heart and made him increasingly fond of Zhou Jiangnan. Furthermore, I must also thank Zhao Wanwan. She has occasionally tutored me as well, and I owe her my gratitude. Upon hearing this, not only did Zhao Wanwan feel relieved, but Lin Yu, sensing the injustice, also felt more at ease. Old Zhang paused, taken aback by the acknowledgement of Lin Yu's contributions, and proceeded to praise her as well. The brief misunderstanding was perfectly resolved, and Zhou Jiangnan sat back down with composure, while Zhao Wanwan and Lin Yu resumed their seats, leaving only Li Pengfei in a state of bewilderment. Great, so I'm the only one suffering here? You three are truly insufferable. Zhou Jiangnan, thank you. Zhou Jiangnan nodded nonchalantly, while Zhao Wanwan apologized to Lin Yu once more. Xiao Yu, I am truly sorry. I shouldn't have taken credit for your achievements. Lin Yu, already feeling aggrieved and upset, could no longer restrain herself and asked, "What good is your apology? Clearly, you did nothing at all. Why not clarify things with the teacher? I thought of you as a good friend, and you just see me as someone easy to bully. That's not true. I intended to explain everything, but you didn't I simply didn't want to bring someone else in." "Huh? What do you mean?" "I mean, I didn't want to replace someone in the back row." Lin Yu quickly grasped the implications, realizing that such a possibility not only existed, but was quite likely. She recognized her misunderstanding of Zhou Jiangnan, but was at a loss for how to express it. "Don't be upset. I'll treat you to ice cream." Zhou Jiangnan continued her apologies. "Oh, all right." The two reconciled. Chapter 32. Zhao, are you contemplating a surname change? After old Zhang announced the results, he left, and the evening was designated for self-study. However, the atmosphere that night was anything but tranquil. Those who performed well were still buoyed by their success, while those who fared poorly remained mired in disappointment. The classroom buzzed with hushed whispers, making it impossible to settle down. Zhou Jiangnan was solving problems, while two girls in the front row were engaged in hushed conversation. "Wan, do you perhaps have feelings for him?" "Nonsense, don't say such things. I'm not thinking about such matters before entering university." "What about you? Do you have feelings for him?" I don't. I can't compare to Fong Xian. If you have thoughts on this, you better work hard. Fong Xian is exceptional." All right, I'm not that trivial. The college entrance examination is the priority." Zhao Wanwan, proud as she was, would never contradict herself, having previously stated she would never like someone like Zhou Jiangnan. Both girls harbored their own thoughts, concealed deep within. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong from the back shouted, "I just remembered." The abruptness startled the other three, especially the two girls, whose hearts raced as they turned to glare at him. Before they could respond, Zhou Jiangnan set down his pen in frustration, rebuking Xiaolong. "Are you looking to stand in class like Fatty Li? Nongo, don't mess with me. I merely recalled something Zhao Wanwan said before the exam." Huang Xiaolong glanced at Zhao Wanwan. "Teacher Xiao Zhao, do you remember?" It seemed this topic had been thought to be long past, yet Huang Xiaolong had the audacity to bring it up again. Zhao Wanwan retorted defiantly, "What did I say? You said that if Nongum made progress, you would change your surname from Zhao to Zhou." Huang Xiaolong's gaze was piercing. "Zhao, are you really considering a name change?" Zhao Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Yu rolled her eyes in disbelief, while Zhou Jiangnan shook his head. "This brat is doomed." Indeed, Zhao Wanwan, momentarily stunned, soon revealed her fierce nature, delivering a sharp slap to Huang Xiaolong's head. "Xiaolong, did I grant you permission to joke around? Do you take such words seriously?" Huang Xiaolong, shielding his head, stammered, I just wanted to lighten the mood." "Be quiet. If you say another word, I'll knock you out." Zhao Wanwan exclaimed in exasperation. "Have you become arrogant because you improved by a dozen ranks?" Zhou Jiangnan remains humble and focused, diligently solving problems despite his progress. "Look at you. Not only do you neglect your studies, but you also disturb others. If you can't make a joke properly, don't attempt to disrupt the classroom order." What do you mean? Did I say something wrong?" "If you invested that energy into studying, you might achieve greater progress and secure a place at a better school, thus honoring your parents and at least not disappointing Xiaoyu for her tutoring assistance." Zhao Wanwan's fierce rhetoric left Huang Xiaolong feeling despondent. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that Zhao Wanwan was somewhat putting on a show of strength. She feigned realization. "All right, Huang Xiaolong, didn't say anything incorrect. I believe in accepting the consequences of a wager. You lost, so you must acknowledge it." Zhao Wanwan, alarmed, responded, "Xiaoyu, you too? There's no way I would change my surname." Old Zhao would be furious. This proud school belle, usually composed and assured, unexpectedly showed vulnerability at this moment, a sight Lin Yu had never witnessed before, prompting her to laugh even harder. "There's another way. You can add a surname in front. You could be called Zhou Jiangnan." Are you trying to get me killed? In Hong Kong, it's common to adopt the husband as surname. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wanwan lunged at Lin Yu, engaging in a playful scuffle, while Huang Xiaolong, feeling aggrieved, returned to his studies. And Zhou Jiangnan continued his work undisturbed. Occasionally glancing at him, Zhao Wanwan found his indifference reassuring, yet deep down, she sensed something different. Fuming with embarrassment, she resolved that she must first subdue Lin Yu. "Xiaoyu, I'm going to strangle you." As the self-study session concluded, noticing Li Pengfei's forlorn demeanor, Zhou Jiangnan made an unprecedented invitation for him to join him on the way back to the cement factory, chatting as they walked. "Are you all right? Did they catch that yellow-haired guy? I'm a bit anxious. It's been so many days. If they intended to retaliate, they would have by now. I haven't encountered anything, so what is there to worry about?" The two stood at the door, conversing, when Zhao Wanwan happened to pass by, and couldn't resist interjecting, They've already caught him. My father said so himself. Well then, since the daughter of the police chief said he was caught, it must be true. The two brothers reached a consensus, pushing their cart out of the school gate. As for the addition of a plump boy to their group, Fong Xin showed no reluctance, even sincerely expressing gratitude for his previous assistance. Li Pengfei accepted it gracefully, and the three strolled home, cart in tow. On the bus, Zhou Jiangnan observed the scene with a sense of joy, even warming slightly to the notion of Li Pengfei, the chubby boy. Together, the three of them meant that some topics became less convenient to discuss, and certain actions less appropriate to undertake. No one noticed her gentle smile as the bus passed by. Throughout their journey, Zhou Jiangnan and his companions couldn't help but discuss the recent second diagnostic exam, with Fong Xin still dominating as the top scholar in the humanities. Unfortunately, the plump boy lacked academic prowess, merely exclaiming, "I'm just an average guy." He felt like a pickled fish caught between Zhou Jiangnan and Fong Xin, sour, trivial, and excessive. What do the Trash brothers fear most? They fear their brother's hardships, and even more, they dread their brother's success. Fortunately, this duo of brothers differed. He genuinely rejoiced for Zhou Jiangnan, though a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. Losing someone with whom you share daily life is undeniably painful. Fong Xin, perceptive as ever, celebrated Zhou Jiangnan's achievements while also encouraging Li Pengfei, highlighting numerous virtues he possessed, such as bravery, loyalty, and high emotional intelligence. Li Pengfei, flattered, felt his face heat up from the compliments. When they reached the intersection to part ways, the two watched Fong Xin being picked up by her grandmother before Li Pengfei sighed. "Jiangnan, you must seize this opportunity. This girl is truly exceptional, far surpassing Zhou Jiangnan." Zhou Jiangnan shot him a stern look. "You fatso, what are you talking about? I've said I'm not dating. My aspirations lie in the stars and the sea. I'm serious. You cannot possibly be oblivious to Fong Xin's feelings, can you? Let us not discuss this. I will not entertain such thoughts until after university." "All right, brother, just a piece of advice. Don't keep chasing after Zhou Jiangnan. It's genuinely pointless." Zhou Jiangnan grew angry. "Which of your eyes saw me chasing her?" Li Pengfei also fumed. "Why didn't you let me expose her in front of old Zhang tonight?" "Sigh, my dear rotund friend, do you not grasp the wisdom of leaving a thread of goodwill in human interactions?" Zhou Jiangnan let out a weary breath. At this tender age, young girls possess a fragile veneer. Should she act in such a manner, the repercussions could be dire. On a minor scale, it could disrupt her psyche and affect her college entrance examinations. On a grander scale, for someone as proud as Zhou Jiangnan, if she were to be driven to despair and take a fatal leap, it would indeed be a grave sin. Li Pengfei was taken aback, sensing the validity in Zhou's words. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by at this age, as if you're not of the same age, attempting to feign profundity? I am inherently profound. It is you who are superficial. Zhou Dog, prepare to meet your fate." Chapter 33. The Invitation from Wang Yueran. In 2005, Lingjiang One High School stood not only as the finest institution in Lingjiang County, but also as the premier school in the entire Lingshan city. Consequently, every year, students from the Music Academy in Sichuan province would come for teaching practice. Acting as substitute music teachers not only garnered them academic credits, but also enriched their resumes with practical experience. However, the slots for such internships were scarce, particularly for music instructors, with a maximum of 2 positions available. In esteemed schools like Lingjiang No. 1, the opportunity to intern was a privilege reserved for the most outstanding students, those whose comprehensive academic performance placed them among the top of their class. Wang Yueran, without a doubt, was exceptional, ranking in the top 3 of her major, and possessed striking beauty that allowed her to stand out in a sea of stunning peers at the Sichuan Music Academy. Notably, her overall capabilities were remarkable. Young ladies of her caliber often found themselves whisked away in luxury cars every weekend. More than one wealthy heir sought her affection, and several affluent businessmen proposed to support her lavishly, all of which she vehemently declined. While many classmates opted to capitalize on their youth, she steadfastly clung to her values, aspiring to forge a brilliant future through her own efforts. Thus, she cherished this opportunity. This internship not only provided clarity regarding her future, whether to pursue graduate studies or enter the workforce, but also allowed her to impart her knowledge to younger students, a task she found immensely enjoyable. Interacting with them imbued her with a sense of youthful exuberance, a lifestyle she relished. Since her arrival at Lingjiang No. 1, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly, serving as a substitute music teacher for 5 classes, conducting lessons daily. Initially, she believed that in a school renowned for its academic rigor, Courses such as music and physical education merely serve to alleviate the burden of heavy academic loads. To her astonishment, she discovered a talented individual capable of songwriting, playing the piano, and even singing well. This prodigy was none other than Zhou Jiangnan. In the recent second diagnostic examination, he had remarkably improved his rank by nearly 300 places, quickly becoming a subject of admiration among the faculty. According to homeroom teacher Old Zhang, Zhou Jiangnan's transformation began on the day of the 100-day pledge ceremony, where he declared his intent to study earnestly, and indeed, he had embraced that commitment. In the span of a month, he had not been late to class, nor had he dozed off or daydreamed, earning the respect of all his instructors. Old Zhang remarked that the boy had a solid foundation. It was unclear why he had previously settled for mediocrity, but once he awakened to his potential, achieving such results was entirely feasible. Wang Yueran had indeed heard some rumors. At merely 21 or 22 years of age, it was effortless for her to connect with her students. A female classmate had confided that Zhou Jiangnan had long harbored crush on Zhao Wanwan, pining for over 2 years without reciprocation, leading to his current epiphany. An awakening was indeed commendable. At such a young age, prioritizing academics was crucial. For to jeopardize one's college entrance examination over fleeting romantic matters would be a grave miscalculation. Wang Yueran regarded Zhou Jiangnan with a nod of approval. Her gaze then shifted to Zhao Wanwan, who was undeniably beautiful, rivaling her in every aspect, and the daughter of the Deputy Director of Public Security. With beauty, a prestigious lineage, and academic excellence, such a girl had every reason to hold her head high. The young boys often lacked understanding of the various forms of affluence, but she had been well versed in them. Yet now, Zhou Jiangnan shone brightly, should he continue to strive. A successful college entrance examination could see him admitted to a prestigious university, and with his talent and looks, he would indeed be worthy of Zhao Wanwan. It is often said that curiosity is inherent to women. Wang Yueran had been gazing at Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan for quite some time, to the point of making Zhou Jiangnan feel somewhat uneasy. Wang Defa, I hope this beautiful teacher does not expect me to teach singing again. Zhou Jiangnan mused internally, meeting Wang Yueran's gaze, which caught her off guard. Their eyes locked for several seconds. Zhou Jiangnan exhibited no shyness, while it was Wang Yueran who faltered first. Diverting her gaze, there was no denying the depth of his eyes, reminiscent of a seasoned man who had traversed countless experiences. Wang Yueran felt somewhat trivial in his presence. How could he possess such a gaze? She resolved not to be intimidated, returning her focus to him, but as Zhou Jiangnan sensed her intention, he could not help but smirk internally. It was merely a gaze. As a civil engineering student, Zhou Jiangnan would often linger in commercial establishments for several days after receiving his paycheck, engaging in prolonged eye contact with numerous gorgeous women. He was not one to shy away from the penetrating stares of hungry wolves. So why should he fear a mere senior student? He met Wang Yueran's gaze with the steadiness of a seasoned veteran, his admiration clearly growing. This young teacher was truly stunning. She must be among the top tier at the music academy. She was nearly on par with the future Su Cici, far surpassing the current Zhao Wanwan or Feng Xian. Wang Yueran gritted her teeth, maintaining their eye contact, increasingly aware that something was amiss. If one were to encapsulate his gaze in a single term, it would be taste. Yes, indeed, it was taste. It was as if she were a flower, a dish, or a cup of tea. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan's gaze resembled that of an aficionado savoring the fragrance of a blossom, a gourmet relishing a delicacy, or a tea connoisseur appreciating the lingering aroma. Zhou Jiangnan, you have been staring at the teacher. Do you have something to say? Wang Yueran smiled sweetly. Are you perhaps eager to teach us a song again? Ah, Teacher Wang, I'm not. Do not be shy. I encourage such brave displays of self-expression. Confident students are the most admirable. Therefore, I shall yield the podium to you. You may teach this lesson. Zhou Jiangnan distinctly noticed a fleeting mischievous glint in her eyes. Alas, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she was at deception. Indeed, Teacher Wang had not misled him. Classmates, let us applaud more enthusiastically to cheer on Zhou Jiangnan. The thunderous applause erupted as Wang Yueran continued to stoke the flames. Jiangnan, go on. Teacher Wang has summoned you. Do not let this opportunity pass. Li Pengfei added fuel to the fire. Zhou Jiangnan, perform a song. Let us hear it. Zhou Jiangnan reluctantly rose and approached the piano. Wang Yueran giggled. He cast her a glance, contemplating how in previous lives, Li Xiaoyu from the Music Academy, Su Cici from the Arts Department, and now Wang Yueran seemed to have it out for him. Teacher, this is the last time. Do not make me come up here again. I truly have no songs left. Zhou Jiangnan seated himself before the piano. This song is titled Misplaced Time and Space. I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 34. If you are free, come my office. I have blown the evening breeze you once felt. Does that mean we share an embrace? Yet, like awakening from a dream, my hands are empty. My heart too is void. I have blown the evening breeze you once felt. Have you ever gazed upon the same scenery? It feels as if the disruption of time zones leaves one suspended in a dislocated realm. In the end, it is but an emptiness. The melody pulsates, the piano speaks, and at this moment, Zhou Jiangnan remains akin to a melancholic little prince, steeped in tales. Captivating the attention of all, Wang Yueran, taken aback, realizes this is yet another song she has never encountered before, and she's almost certain it is Zhou Jiangnan's original creation. At this moment, she experiences an illusion, regardless of academic performance, solely based on dear. That is not love, and this piece dislocated time and space. The musical talent exhibited by this boy predestines him to a future far from ordinary. Even if he chooses not to pursue the conventional educational route, diverting towards the arts, his appearance and creative prowess would ensure his outstanding success. This fellow is not only strikingly handsome, but his vocal timbre possesses exceptional potential. With proper refinement, he could achieve greatness. She gazes at Zhou Jiangnan, who is engrossed in playing, entranced by the exquisite melody, her eyes even reflecting admiration. Zhou Jiangnan catches sight of her gaze and can almost discern her thoughts. It is indeed mystical. The notion that music is a universal language is no mere cliché. Ultimately, the advantages of a reborn individual are remarkably vast. Any popular song from later generations can be effortlessly transformed into a display of prowess, should he choose to follow the script of Charlotte. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, this path is not under consideration. Without a solid foundation in music, it would merely be a feast without sustenance. And in time, the truth would inevitably surface. It would be wiser to steadfastly pursue studies and financial stability, treating music as an embellishment to enhance his allure in courting. He meets Wang Yueran's gaze, noticing her starry-eyed admiration. If tears could be transformed into bubble solution, she would have blown bubbles long ago. How beautiful! Zhou Jiangnan silently muses before redirecting his attention to others. In the back row, Li Pengfei shakes his head rhythmically, misinterpreting a poignant pop song as rock. A girl seated in the middle gazes dreamily, likely reminiscing about a fleeting, innocent affection. In the front, Lin Yu scribbles furiously in her notebook, most likely documenting the lyrics. Zhao Wanwan rests her chin on her hand, listening intently, her gaze softening, tinged with a hint of guilt. What thoughts occupy her mind? As the final notes resonate, applause fills the classroom like a tidal wave, with Li Pengfei expressing his excitement through a whistle. Wang Yueran exclaims, "Zhou Jiangnan, if I'm not mistaken. This song is yet another of your original creations, is it not?" Zhou Jiangnan merely smiles in silence. What could he say? He can only refrain from explaining. Just as he did previously. I have breathed the same cold wind you have. Does that not mean we are embracing? Such beautiful lyrics. The teacher has long heard of your remarkable literary foundation, and today she has witnessed it firsthand. If you were at our Sichuan Music Academy, who knows how many girls would be enamored with you? In her excitement, Wang Yueran speaks without restraint, prompting the boys to erupt in playful jeers. The youthful teacher, inexperienced in managing the situation, finds herself outmaneuvered by her students. Zhou Jiangnan, momentarily speechless, reflects on how easily these emotionally driven girls can be swayed. Can such sentiments be expressed in school? Indeed, realizing her faux pas, Wang Yueran quickly steers the conversation back, avoiding any mention of such sensitive matters. All right, dear students, please forgive the teacher's exuberance over Zhou's talent. It is simply that he is truly exceptional. You may not grasp it without a background in music, but in my 4 years of university, I have never encountered a student with such creative prowess. Please, no more flattery, teacher. I'm merely saying casually. I shall return my seat now. Yes, do go back. Next, I will teach everyone to sing. Just as Zhou Jiangnan settles back in his seat, Zhao Wanwan turns to him, saying, Zhou Jiangnan, your lyrics are truly beautiful, so full of depth. Her gaze is peculiar, as if she anticipates him to say something. Zhou Jiangnan responds politely with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. He understands Zhao Wanwan's current state. She is evidently affected by the emotional undertones, perhaps envisioning some heart-wrenching narrative, compounded by the praise from Wang Yueran, which has shifted her perspective on him. Even the most formidable of women inherently desire admiration. However, their responses to different forms of adoration vary. For instance, if a hapless suitor were to declare his feelings beneath her dormitory with a heart-shaped candle, she would douse him with cold water, lamenting that she detests being subjected to public moral scrutiny. Yet, should a dashing and affluent suitor engage in the same display, her vanity would be profoundly gratified. and the onlooker's applause would leave her dizzy, leading her to lose herself that very night. Zhou Jiangnan, having lived 2 lives, comprehends the psychological nuances of young girls very well. At this moment, Zhao Wanwan merely wishes to hear that this song was written for her, while he continues to express his regrets over youthful naivety. Alas, the 18-year-old Zhou Jiangnan perished on the day of the 100-day pledge ceremony. The person he is now is no longer the pure-hearted lover charging forth for affection. He may indulge in physical admiration, but emotional entanglements are out of the question. What, do you have something to say? He inquires coolly. No. Zhao Wanwan, feeling awkward, turns away, sensing a stark shift in his demeanor. He now exudes an aura of firmness, entirely different from before. In the past, initiating a conversation with him would leave him stammering and blushing. Now, he responds to 3 of her remarks with a single reply. And if he is in a foul mood, he hardly engages at all. How impressive it is to write songs and play the piano. If only you could secure admission to a better university. Zhao Wanwan scrawls an X on her draft paper, suddenly recalling that Zhou Jiangnan has risen several hundred ranks in just over a month, with a standing of over 200. Gaining admission to a 211 university is likely within reach. With over 2 months to go, he might indeed ascend further, potentially reaching a prestigious institution. What are you so proud of? I am among the top 10 in the grade. If you can surpass me, then by all means. Lin Yu leans over to peek. Wanwan, what are you drawing? Teacher Wang is teaching a song. Aren't you going to learn? No. I refuse to engage with such a song that forcefully expresses sorrow through new words. Then why did you record the lyrics? That was for critique. To denounce such ostentatious displays of language. The class swiftly comes to an end, and as Wang Yueran steps out of the classroom, she suddenly returns. Zhou Jiangnan, I forgot an important matter. Please come find me in my office when you have a moment. All eyes are drawn to her radiant smile. The sight of the bun-haired teacher is simply enchanting. The boys gaze at her with envy, while Zhou Jiangnan nods indifferently. Certainly, Teacher Wang. Chapter 35. Someone wishes to purchase your song. At Lingjiang No. 1 Middle School in 2005, the educational model adheres strictly to a regimen of diligent study, marked by a level of monotony and oppression akin to hell. After school dismisses and before evening study begins, there is only an hour to spare. Zhou Jiangnan seizes a spot in the cafeteria, consuming his meal at a breakneck pace of 2 bites per second. Goodness, have you transformed into a pig? How can you eat so fast and still taste anything? Fatty, time is precious. Eating is merely a means to satiate my hunger. Flavor is of no consequence. Even so, your pace is making it hard for me to keep up. Don't mind me, take your time. With Li Pengfei's spittle-laden complaints echoing behind him, Zhou Jiangnan rises with his tray. I must step out for a moment. Teacher Wang has something to discuss with me. Li Pengfei suddenly realized, raising his eyebrows and gesturing. Go, hurry up. I've heard that after our college entrance examination, Teacher Wang's internship will conclude, and once she returns to school, there may be no chance to see her again. Stop rambling. Are we still heading back to the cement factory after school? Of course. Huang Mao has already been caught. What is there to fear? All right, I'll take my leave then. Zhou Jiangnan placed his tray down and made his way towards the teacher's office. As he approached the door, he peeked through the window, only to find Wang Yueran alone inside. He knocked on the door directly. Teacher Wang, I'm here. Wang Yueran looked up. Zhou, come in. Zhou Jiangnan entered the office without following the usual habit of closing the door, instead leaving it ajar. Teacher, you mentioned there was something important you wanted to discuss with me. What is it? Oh, before I delve into this matter, I must apologize to you. I acted without your consent, and I'm unsure if you would agree. Wang Yueran sat upright, her hands crossed on her thigh, exuding a striking artistic presence. She wore light blue jeans paired with a soft green check shirt tucked into her trousers, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her fair arms. Strands of hair fell from her bun, giving her a refreshing and goddess-like appearance. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but steal a few glances, silently admiring her beauty, which was in stark contrast to Zhao Wanwan, the girl with yellow hair. Wang Yueran, accustomed to the attention of men, smiled nonchalantly. What is it that you're looking at, Zhou? You, Zhou Jiangnan replied calmly. Teacher, you're the most beautiful girl I have ever met, so I can't help but look twice. His candid demeanor made Wang Yueran quite receptive. Such straightforward praise felt entirely unoffensive. You're rather forthright, complimenting your teacher without even blushing. Not all. I'm someone who speaks the truth. Beauty is beauty, no embellishments needed. Very well, I shall graciously accept your compliment. I'm quite accustomed to it. Zhou Jiangnan smiled, realizing that this young teacher was rather self-assured and had a keen awareness of her own charm. He decided not to linger on this topic, understanding that in casual interactions between men and women, compliments should be brief, Overindulgence could make one seem like an obsequious sycophant, which would only be off-putting. He shifted the conversation, smiling as he inquired, "So, Teacher Wang, what is the matter you wish to discuss?" "Well, after you sang, dear, that ISNT love, I recorded a snippet and posted it in the chat room. To my surprise, it caused quite a stir. Yesterday, someone contacted me, claiming to be the agent of a renowned singer named Zhang in the country, hoping to purchase the copyright for the song. Since it is your work, I told him I would ask for your permission before responding." Wang Yueran's clear gaze met Zhou Jiangnan's, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Realizing she had shared someone else's work online without permission was indeed a lapse in judgment. Her innate eagerness to share what she perceived as a treasure had led her to act impulsively. After a brief exchange, Zhou Jiangnan quickly grasped the situation. In this era, QQ chat rooms were immensely popular, frequented by individuals sharing common interests, and he recalled his own university days spent engaging in playful banter within such chat rooms. The space was filled with talented individuals, and it was entirely plausible for Wang Yueran, a music student, to encounter someone from the industry there. He pondered briefly before asking, "What price did he offer?" This straightforward inquiry caught Wang Yueran off guard. She had presumed that someone as talented as Zhou Jiangnan, who wrote his own songs, would hold his work in high regard and would be reluctant to part with the copyright. To her astonishment, he showed no hesitation. Little did she know, this song was originally a signature piece of a Zhang singer, and while it had emerged 2 years earlier than intended, allowing her to sing, it was nothing more than a rightful return. Receiving a sum of money in the process was merely a delightful surprise. What more could one desire? Zhou Jiangnan felt elated. He had been worried about insufficient funds for constructing his own house. And now fortune had smiled upon him, as Wang Yueran's unintentional act proved to be immensely helpful. Wang Yueran appeared bewildered, but I didn't ask. "The song belongs to you, so it's only right for you to negotiate with him. Teacher, did you not consider not informing me and proceeding with the transaction yourself?" Zhou Jiangnan's words instantly darkened Wang Yueran's expression. Her demeanor turned serious, her tone unwavering. "Zhou Jiangnan, your words are an affront to my integrity as a teacher. I am a person of principles and would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior, not to mention it is illegal. As someone studying music, I'm acutely aware of how challenging it is to compose a good song. The prevalence of copyright infringement in this industry is appalling. Such actions are utterly detestable. If we cannot protect originality, the creative spirit of musicians will be extinguished, and this industry will never thrive, consistently allowing bad practices to drive out the good. Zhou Jiangnan, though I am only a little over 3 years your senior, being in a position as your substitute teacher here means you cannot question my professional ethics." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to quickly apologize. "I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't mean to question your character. I just spoke without thinking. It was my fault. Please forgive me." Wang Yueran's expression softened, and she nodded. I forgive you. One must always choose the right path. Now, returning to the matter at hand, you are now aware of the situation, whether you wish to sell the copyright, and for how much is for you to consider. No need for consideration. A sword is best offered to a valiant warrior, and a beautiful song is best entrusted to a talented singer. It is only fitting for this song to be sung by the Zhang singer. Let us sell it now," Zhou Jiangnan declared resolutely, while Wang Yueran was taken aback, astonished by his decisiveness. "Aren't you going to discuss it with your parents?" "No, I will decide my own affairs." "Very well, the agent's surname is Lin. I'll give you his phone number." She handed him a slip of paper with a number written on it. Zhou Jiangnan reached out to accept it. Chapter 36. How about 100,000 for 2 songs? Goodness, this woman's hands are exquisite. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, then smiled. "Teacher Wang, may I borrow your phone? I need to call and finalize this. Procrastination would only waste precious study time, especially with the impending college entrance exams. Every second counts." Wang Yueran handed over her phone, a brand new Nokia 6680. He dialed the number, and a male voice with a Taiwanese accent answered. "Hello, I'm Lin Longxian." "Mr. Lin, my surname is Chun. I heard you're interested in purchasing the copyright for Dear, that ISNT love. What is your offer?" The other end fell silent for a moment, taken aback by Zhou Jiangnan's directness. "It's your song. You should state your price." 50,000 RMB. "What? Do you think you're Zhou Tianwang? A song typically goes for 100,000 TWD. You're asking for more right off the bat? Why not just rob a bank?" "Ha, Mr. Lin, please don't get agitated. Take a moment to think. You're the professional in the music industry, and you should have your own assessment of the quality of my song. Otherwise, you wouldn't have contacted my sister regarding the copyright." Zhou Jiangnan initially intended to address his teacher as teacher, but But midway through, he altered his expression and referred to her as older sister. Wang Yueran rolled her eyes in response. The composer charges 100,000 new Taiwan dollars, and the fees for lyrics and arrangement are calculated separately. However, I am offering a flat rate of 50,000 without any exorbitant demands. Moreover, the song I recorded is merely a short segment. You haven't heard the complete version. Would you consider listening to the full rendition before making a decision? Lin Longxian did not hang up, as he was also curious to discover what justification this young man surnamed Chun had for his lofty pricing. Zhou Jiangnan proceeded to hum a complete melody over the phone, and upon hearing it, Lin Longxian was immediately struck by a powerful desire to secure the copyright for this song. Based on his years of experience in the industry, he discerned that this song would be exceptionally suitable for his artist Zhang, and that it would undoubtedly be a hit. Although 50,000 was a steep price, it was not entirely unacceptable when considering the potential return on investment. However, would agreeing so readily come across as overly eager? Even at the market, one must negotiate the price. Lin Longxian fell silent, striving to maintain a steady breath, and after a prolonged pause, he coolly remarked, "The melody is quite appealing, but 50,000 is too expensive." Zhou Jiangnan recognized that he was attempting to negotiate. Had the conversation not been fruitful, he would have ended the call long ago instead of engaging in prolonged discussion. In truth, the true value of this song far surpassed the mere 50,000. Quoting that amount was already a display of nonchalance. He genuinely did not wish to haggle further, so he pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I have another song. Why not listen to it and see if you're interested?" Zhou Jiangnan then sang a segment of misplaced time and space, which evidently quickened Lin Longxian's breathing. "You're selling this one too?" "Yes." "How much?" "For both songs, 100,000. There was a brief pause on the other end before he replied, "All right. I would like to conduct the transaction in person to ascertain the caliber of the individual behind these two songs." Zhou Jiangnan did not refuse, responding with a smile. "I'm only available this Sunday morning. Are you free then?" Today was Wednesday, leaving 3 days until the meeting, and he just happened to be in the mainland. So he agreed. "Then come to Lingjiang County in Sichuan Province. Call this number when you arrive." After reaching an agreement, Zhou Jiangnan hung up and returned the phone to Wang Yueran. "Teacher Wang, I currently lack a mobile phone. Could you kindly keep an eye out for any calls?" Wang Yueran was already astounded by how effortlessly he had sold 2 songs in just a few casual remarks. And the fact that this young man remained so composed in light of a substantial sum of 100,000 was astonishing. It was as if it were merely pocket change to him. His tone during the call exuded confidence, completely unlike that of a high school student, let alone the son of a concrete factory worker, who exactly claimed that Zhou Jiangnan was indecisive. Such a notion was utterly unreliable and deserving of reprimand. This fellow was evidently a cunning little fox. His sudden switch to calling her older sister was clearly a tactic to conceal his identity and avoid being undercut. If he had intended from the outset to disguise his identity, it was not surprising. What was remarkable was Zhou Jiangnan's performance, which resembled an instinctive reaction, smoothly transitioning in the blink of an eye, leaving one in awe. Wang Yueran felt an illusion form. The boy before her was not a mere little fox, but rather an astute old fox. Noticing her silence and her gaze lingering in a daze, Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "Teacher Wang?" "Oh, certainly no problem." Wang Yueran snapped back to reality. "Since you call me older sister, I will definitely assist you. Thank you very much. After this is accomplished, I will treat you to a grand meal." Zhou Jiangnan climbed the ladder of camaraderie and added, "By the way, I need another favor. Could you help me record the sheet music?" "Huh?" Wang Yueran's mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit an egg. "You cannot write sheet music?" "Indeed, I cannot." "Then how could you compose such beautiful songs?" Wang Yueran clearly expressed her disbelief. "Truly, I lack any vocal training," Zhou Jiangnan insisted earnestly. The two exchanged incredulous glances, and after 3 seconds, Wang Yueran was utterly speechless. It was an outrageous situation. He had already produced completed songs, yet claimed to have no vocal foundation. Was this sheer talent? It was utterly terrifying. Dear God, could you grant me a measure of that talent? The expression she wore, a blend of astonishment and innocence, prompted Zhou Jiangnan to steal a few more glances. "Ah, you're trading this Sunday, but with such lengthy evening study sessions. When will you have time to record the sheet music? Isn't there a break from evening study on Saturday afternoon? We could do it then, though it may cut into your rest time." "No worries. I will be more than happy to help. Just come find me in the vocal classroom at school. You can play the piano while I take notes." Wang Yueran tilted her head. "Can you play the piano?" "Ha, such a cute and charming head tilt." Zhou Jiangnan smiled. "I know a bit. He was aware of the vocal classroom, which housed the only piano at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, treated as a treasure by the school, rarely touched by others. It must be said that beauty often leads to preferential treatment. Other music teachers might not even touch it once in a semester, yet Wang Yueran, having only been an intern for a few months, had free access to it. Thus, the disparity between individuals was painfully evident. Appearance was indeed a form of capital. Zhou Jiangnan genuinely appreciated Wang Yueran. Such a goddess-like figure naturally had an advantage from the start, yet she possessed a commendable moral compass. Wang Yueran was ecstatic. Wow, you can play the piano too? That is such a delightful surprise. Let's meet up on Saturday afternoon. All right, Teacher Wang, thank you. Wang Yueran waved her hand. Glancing at the time, Zhou Jiangnan needed to return for evening study. Her smile was bright and sweet, and Zhou Jiangnan reciprocated with a smile of his own. As he exited the teacher's office, he felt an unusual lightness in the air. It felt exhilarating to have received 100,000, as if it had fallen from the sky. A windfall without effort. Wang Yueran had been such a tremendous help. He needed to express his gratitude adequately. As for what gift to offer, he had some pondering to do. Chapter 37. Your piano playing is quite impressive. Saturday afternoon. The long-awaited break from evening study had arrived. Zhou Jiangnan declined Li Pengfei's invitation to play King of Fighters, timing his arrival at the vocal classroom perfectly. From afar, he could hear the enchanting sound of a piano, playing the classic Autumn Whisper. Approaching the classroom, he caught sight of a graceful figure seated at the piano, deeply engrossed in her playing. Wang Yueran was dressed casually today, donning a pair of jeans paired with a white t-shirt, her long hair cascading down to her shoulders, exuding a refreshing and natural vibe. Teacher Wang, your rendition of Autumn Whisper is truly delightful. Recognizing his voice, Wang Yueran paused her hands. It seems you have quite the musical knowledge. Would you like to give it a try? I only know a smattering. I have merely heard this piece before. I wouldn't be able to play it. Zhou Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively, moving closer to examine the school's prized piano. It appeared quite new, likely due to its infrequent use. He reached out and lightly tapped a few keys, and the melody immediately emerged. Wang Yueran gazed at him in astonishment. You can play this? Well, just a little. Zhou Jiangnan reflected on the piano, reminiscing about the years spent with Li Xiaoyu in the future, where they had shared moments of passion and affection. Countless afternoons and dusks were spent with her leaning against him, dreaming of what lay ahead. The piece most frequently played being Wedding in a Dream. The hearts of old friends may easily change, yet they say it is the hearts of old friends that are most fickle. Love, unsupported by bread, ultimately becomes but a castle in the air, incapable of withstanding the blows from the neighbor's hoe. That's wonderful. Before we record the songs, would you play this piece for me, so I can witness the charm of Zhou, the great talent? Zhou Jiangnan offered a serene smile. Having recently garnered the nickname of a talented scholar among his peers due to the recent commotion surrounding a love letter and his self-accompanied singing, he had even gained a modicum of fame in other classes. In the presence of his contemporaries, he felt no sense of restraint, even with the title of teacher attached to her. He unabashedly took the seat recently vacated by Wang Yueran, relishing the lingering warmth of the chair. His fingers danced swiftly across the black and white keys, long and powerful, prompting Li Xiaoyu to remark on more than one occasion that they were hands exceptionally suited for playing the piano. Wang Yueran shared this sentiment at that moment. The melodious notes fluttered and lingered, yet amidst the vibrancy of this March afternoon, there lingered a trace of inescapable melancholy, a feeling she sensed distinctly. Her gaze shifted to Zhou Jiangnan's face. From the profile view, he appeared strikingly handsome, a sun-kissed youth. Why, she pondered, did he harbor such sorrow? Being trained in the arts, she was more attuned to the emotions embedded in music, and she noted a hint of tenderness in Zhou Jiangnan's gaze. As the piece concluded, he remained enveloped in the music's emotional embrace. Teacher Wang, what do you think? He inquired. Oh, it's quite good. You play beautifully. Though it may not rival a professional skill, it surpasses that of an average person, Wang Yueran generously praised. It was astonishing that a high school student from a modest background in a small county could possess such remarkable piano skills. How long had you been learning? She asked. Zhou Jiangnan hesitated. Oh, I was interested before, and I happened to meet a kind person who taught me for a while. He preferred not to delve deeper into the subject, redirecting the conversation. Teacher Wang, shall we begin recording the music score? Wang Yueran nodded. You play. I'll take notes, one section at a time, and feel free to take it a bit slower. In that vocal classroom, the two young individuals began to collaborate. After each rendition, Zhou Jiangnan would glance at Wang Yueran, awaiting her response, his eyes imbued with inquiry. Wang Yueran, unable to hear the piano's melody, would look up at him, their eyes meeting, and she would instantly grasp his intent. If repetition was unnecessary, she would shake her head, If another playthrough was needed, she would nod. Gradually, they developed a surprising rapport, their eye contact becoming increasingly natural. Of course, amidst their earnest endeavor, neither harbored any romantic sentiments. Zhou Jiangnan merely admired her beauty. For a fleeting moment, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, stirring the papers before Wang Yueran and playfully tousling her hair, before swirling around to ruffle the classroom curtains. The breeze brushed against Zhou Jiangnan's heart, momentarily rippling the calm surface of his thoughts. Wang Yueran, when focused, appeared remarkably endearing. Her frowning contemplation was quite charming, eliciting a smile from him. How wonderful it was! This was the essence of youth. Upon reflection, Wang Yueran was merely a senior, just a little over 3 years his senior. Moreover, her youthful appearance added to her allure, and as she immersed herself in the music, all pretenses shed, she appeared even more petite, exuding a contrasting beauty. In the prestigious Sichuan Conservatory of Music, she likely stood out amidst a sea of beauties. Zhou Jiangnan found himself unexpectedly captivated by this thought, his admiration for her becoming increasingly evident, grounded in a mature and profound appreciation. Wang Yueran glanced up at that moment, and their eye contact felt peculiar. The boy before her possessed an indescribable aura, distinctly different from his contemporaries. He seemed more akin to a mature man. Zhou Jiangnan, are we still recording? Of course. I'm merely awaiting your response. If this section is satisfactory, shall I proceed to the next? Play on. Once again, the piano resonated. Their synergy grew, and before long, the score for Dear, That's Not Love was completed. Zhou Jiangnan naturally positioned himself beside Wang Yueran, picking up a pen to begin writing the lyrics. This time, it was his turn to focus, and she watched intently. His handwriting was remarkably elegant. These lyrics are quite fitting, she mused, momentarily lost in thought. Zhou Jiangnan paused, lifting his gaze. Teacher Wang, I'm finished. Chapter 38. I would quite like to have a younger brother like you. Oh, I'm ready. Wang Yueran turned nervously, striving to conceal her unease from Zhou Jiangnan. Please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom before we record the next song. In the restroom, she splashed cold water on her face, regaining her composed teacher demeanor before returning with poise. Shall we commence with the next piece? Since I'm not too familiar with this song, you may play and sing it once first. Zhou Jiangnan returned to the piano, performing displace time and space. I've blown through the evening breeze you once breathed. So do we count as embracing? Hearing those lyrics once more, now accompanied by the piano, imbued them with even more depth. Wang Yueran gazed in sheer admiration. She adored this song, claiming unfamiliarity was a ruse. Her specialty was music, and after hearing Zhou Jiangnan sing it once, she had memorized the general melody. At this moment, asking him to perform it again was merely a desire to indulge in the melody once more. Although Zhou Jiangnan's singing was not professional, and at times his pitch faltered, his voice resonated with emotion. As he sang, a vivid imagery of fleeting moments enveloped the room, transforming the song through his unique interpretation. Perhaps it was the original creator's deeper understanding of the song's essence that allowed for such a poignant performance. Wang Yueran reassured herself with this thought. The recording function on her phone already activated, capturing Zhou Jiangnan's performance in its entirety. Teacher, let us begin recording the piece, following our previous method. After he finished singing, Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the sky. The sun had begun to set, and if they did not hurry back, darkness would soon envelop them. He was indifferent, but the concern for a young female teacher alone with a 17 or 18-year-old boy after dark was palpable. This was an age where public opinion could be cruel. Wang Yueran readily agreed. You play the piano, and I'll compose the score, and they harmoniously collaborated. This time, the pace was markedly quicker than the previous song, and Zhou Jiangnan swiftly filled in the lyrics, completing the piece with a sense of fulfillment. Teacher Wang, I truly appreciate your help this time. Lin Longxian is expected to arrive around 10 on Sunday. I'll come early to wait for his call. Where shall I find you then? Let us meet in this classroom. Would you like me to accompany you? I'm curious to meet such a renowned agent. That would be splendid. After all, a famous agent is still just a person. It's no big deal. However, I must address you as sister in his presence. So, just consider me your younger brother. Haha, Zhou Jiangnan, you are quite the sly one. In reality, I'm only 3 years older than you. Calling me sister isn't a loss. In private, you may call me sister as well. Later, still calling you sister? Of course. My parents have always wished for a son. I don't feel particularly inclined. However, having a younger brother as talented as you wouldn't be unacceptable. How about I become your god sister? That seems a bit too fast. What is the rush? Am I not allowed to be your sister? Wang Yueran queried, a look of confusion on her face. Zhou Jiangnan felt an odd sensation within, suppressing his feelings as he gazed into her beautiful eyes. All right, sister. Ha ha ha. Obedient brother. See you later. By the time he returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. After a family dinner, old Zhou sat absent-mindedly watching television. Noticing his lack of intent to return to his room and study, he feigned a stern expression and admonished, "Child, what are you doing watching television? The college entrance examination is fast approaching. You must seize every moment to study diligently. Do not be complacent just because you've shown some progress in the second diagnostic exam." Zhou Jiangnan remained motionless, responding, "I've studied for a week. It's important to relax and balance work with rest. Don't worry, old man. I will definitely secure a place in a prestigious university. That would be akin to smoke rising from our ancestral grave. If you manage to get into a good university, I will host a grand feast for 3 days in celebration. Please, don't waste your money. I insist, when my child succeeds, a celebratory banquet is a must. Regardless, you must first ensure you can achieve that. Fine, as long as you're happy." Luo, Xiaoying, washing the dishes, listened to the banter between father and son. Her face adorned with a smile of happiness. This was the essence of home. Observing his father's joyful demeanor intensified Zhou Jiangnan's sense of urgency. He resolved to take him for a full medical checkup at the earliest opportunity. The sooner any potential cancer could be detected, the better. Furthermore, the current situation with the cement could not continue indefinitely. These matters needed to be planned after the college entrance examination. Having been reborn, he could not afford to leave any regrets in this regard. He stood up and returned to his room, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds. The following day, Zhou Jiangnan arrived at school early, only to find Wang Yueran had arrived even earlier. At that moment, she was meticulously polishing the piano. "Wang Lao, Yueran, you're here quite early. Of course, I live closer to the teacher's dormitory than you. Just wait a moment while I clean the piano." Her movements were gentle, as if afraid of damaging the instrument. Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "Is this piano really that precious?" "Absolutely. You wouldn't understand. My greatest wish is to have my own piano. For those who study music, an instrument is the best companion." Although Zhou Jiangnan was not an expert, he was aware that a decent piano could cost anywhere from 20,000 to hundreds of thousands. Even the most basic piano would set one back several thousand, nearly equivalent to the savings of an average family over 2 or 3 years. He regarded her thoughtfully, his gaze following her movements across the piano. After a moment, once Wang Yueran had polished the last corner, she turned to speak but was interrupted by a phone call. "Hello, this is... Okay, let us meet at the Qing Shui tea house next to the bus station. Let us go. We should head over now. He'll arrive in about half an hour." Chapter 39. The younger brother is small but clever. Lingjiang bus station is situated to the northeast of the county town. Although it is distant from the city center, it is not located in a desolate area. Long-distance buses come and go, surrounded by inexpensive motels and eateries, with workers hurrying by, burdened with their belongings. Zhou Jiangnan felt a wave of emotions wash over him. In a small inland county with no pillar industries, and one with a large population at that, the locals have no choice but to leave their homes and seek work along the coast, leading to a severe outflow of labor. At that time, the provincial capital Chengdu had yet to grow into its later prominence, not yet able to dominate the southwest region or even become the capital of New Zealand. Observing the scene before him, he could not help but think of construction sites and recall his years working under Zhou Gong. Who were those hard-working laborers' parents? And who would be their children? Thus, he resolved to study diligently and escape this small county, vowing never to become a laborer himself. Why the sigh? Are you regretting selling the copyright to your song? No, I merely lament how difficult life is. Merely existing requires all one's effort. Wang Yueran pondered for a moment before teasingly remarking, "Wait, Zhou, you're about to become immensely wealthy, yet you still retain such a compassionate heart. How admirable. Sister, remember to call me little brother later. Don't let it slip. Rest assured, I know better, you little rascal." Zhou Jiangnan prepared her a cup of by Tan Piao Shui. This tea house was the finest establishment near the station. They settled in a window-side private room, allowing them to see the station's exit. "Sister, I have a curious question. Do all music students aspire to own a piano, much like computer science students wish to own a computer?" "Not everyone, but I genuinely love music, which is why I have such aspirations. Besides, the piano would definitely stay at home. Who would move it to school? That would be foolish." "Oh, so it seems you come from a wealthy family, with space for a piano." "Not at all. My parents are just ordinary people. They only managed to buy a small apartment in Chengdu after working there for many years." "Chengdu, could you give me an address? When I go to university, I would love to send you some local specialties." "Ha, little brother, you're adorable. How thoughtful of you." Zhou Jiangnan grinned. "Why little brother? Why not big brother?" In terms of mental age, he was a decade older than her. Wang Yueran wrote down an address, watching as he solemnly tucked it away in his pocket. Lin Longxian was punctual and arrived at the tea house promptly. Upon entering the private room, he was taken aback. "Are you Mr. Chun?" The boy before him appeared to be barely 20. How could he possibly have penned such profound songs? Wang Yueran, lacking experience in dealing with strangers, stood up awkwardly. Zhou Jiangnan, however, approached confidently, extending his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhou Jiangnan, and this is my sister, Zhou Yueran." Wang Yueran's eyelids fluttered as she discreetly shot him a glare. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got down to business. Wang Yueran presented 2 handwritten scores on the table, immediately capturing Lin Longshuan's attention. As he perused the music, he hummed softly, occasionally posing professional questions, all of which Wang Yueran answered. Reviewing the 2 songs took merely 10 minutes. Lin Longxian had yet to sip the tea Zhou Jiangnan poured him. He promptly extracted 2 paper contracts from his bag, stating, "I want the songs. Let us sign the contracts right away." His eagerness suggested he feared Zhou Jiangnan might change his mind at any moment, and he showed no hesitation regarding the price. The 2 contracts were reviewed by Zhou Jiangnan and Wang Yueran. After confirming there were no issues with the terms, he took up a pen and signed his name. He paid no mind to the clauses regarding copyright buyouts or profit sharing. He had no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry as a composer. This was merely a one-time transaction. Selling was profit. Once the contracts were signed, Lin Longxian visibly relaxed, taking a sip of tea before reaching into his bag, producing a bundle of cash, 10 stacks, to be precise. "Miss Zhou, you seem quite astonished." I'm sorry. We generally don't carry this much cash with us. There are many thieves around." After her explanation, Lin Longxian appeared slightly taken aback, expressing a hint of concern. Fortunately, both parties were trustworthy. Upon completing the transaction, he carefully stored the handwritten scores and was ready to leave for Chengdu. Before departing, he regarded Zhou Jiangnan intently, leaving a business card. "Mr. Zhou, it's been a pleasure working with you. Should you have any suitable works in the future, feel free to reach out." Zhou Jiangnan nodded with a smile. Watching him leave, once he was gone, Wang Yueran confronted him directly. "Zhou Jiangnan, you just changed my surname. Do you realize your mistake?" Her feigned anger, however, sent Zhou Jiangnan into a momentary daze, as it reminded him of the days spent with Li Xiaoyu. "I acknowledge my mistake. How will you compensate me?" With that, Zhou Jiangnan handed over a thick stack of cash. "Wow, 10,000. I can't accept this." Wang Yueran was taken aback. This guy truly treats money as if it were nothing, casually offering such a substantial sum. However, she felt a surge of joy within her, as this once again affirmed Zhou Jiangnan's generous and affectionate nature. Having such a young boy as a little brother seemed quite delightful indeed. The 10,000 yuan seemed to burn like a hot potato as it exchanged hands between them, until finally, Wang Yueran firmly grasped his hand. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, please take me out for dinner." Zhou Jiangnan, no longer insisting, thought it over. After all, he had already secured the address and contemplated the gifts he wanted to present, so he was not overly concerned about the timing. As noon approached, Lin Longxian, having skipped lunch, rushed off in a flurry, a true workaholic. Zhou Jiangnan treated Wang Yueran to cold pot fish, and amidst the chaos of a bustling dining table, one could truly discern a person's refinement. Wang Yueran's elegant demeanor as she savored the fish was captivating, especially the way she held her hair back with her left hand. "Why are you staring? Eat up." "Sister, are you planning not to return to #1 high school after our college entrance exams?" How did you know?" "I haven't yet decided whether to pursue graduate studies or enter the workforce, but I definitely won't be staying here. Although being a teacher at #1 high school is quite appealing, a life that stretches out endlessly in front of her seems rather dull. She does not wish for that." With a smile, she inquired, "What about you? Which university do you aspire to attend?" "I can't say for certain about the school, but my direction is undoubtedly towards Jiangnan. The thought of osmanthus in autumn and lotus flowers by the riverside is truly enchanting." "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Jiangnan is indeed delightful. Of course, otherwise, why would you be willing to acknowledge me as your little brother?" "Ha, you are quite amusing, little brother. I'm not that young. Despite your youthful appearance by age, you are indeed my junior." Chapter 40, A True Man Goes All In. With a windfall of 100,000 yuan, Zhou Jiangnan maintained an unruffled demeanor, earning Wang Yueran's heartfelt admiration. He possessed a remarkable calmness during significant matters. This fellow was truly exceptional. After their meal, the two parted ways at the school gate. Zhou Jiangnan rode his bike to the outskirts, circling around a half-finished building project, jotting down several phone numbers. He did not intend to save his first bucket of 10,000 yuan. After all, it had fallen from the sky. He aimed to seize the opportunity to invest further while the land was being expropriated along the highway, thus amassing a solid foundation for his future entrepreneurial endeavors in college. The dilapidated building he had purchased previously had already begun construction on the 3rd floor, with several neighboring structures only partially completed. Zhou Jiangnan planned to return the 30,000 yuan he borrowed from Li Pengzi, using the remainder to invest entirely in self-built housing, striving to acquire a few more units. The planning announcement was due by the end of June, with less than 3 months remaining. In just 3 months, he could achieve over 100% return on investment. Could there be a faster and more lucrative method of earning money? Though he was reluctant to recall his past experiences with demolition, at least he had reaped corresponding rewards. He was well aware of the scope and direction of significant infrastructure projects. As long as he did not trigger a butterfly effect that would alter the course of history, he could secure a profit without loss. Carrying 100,000 yuan in his backpack while attending evening classes, he remained as composed as ever, even efficiently completing a set of comprehensive examination papers. After class, Li Pengfei, as usual, accompanied him back to the cement factory. Approaching home, Zhou Jiangnan opened his backpack and pulled out a stack of cash. "Pengzi, here's the 30,000 I owed you." Li Pengfei was astonished. "What? Where did you get so much money? Isn't that building still under construction?" It's no secret. I sang a couple of songs, and a celebrity's agent bought the rights for a handsome sum." "What? You can sell that kind of stuff?" Li Pengfei was dumbfounded. "You sold 2 songs for 30,000? Not 30,000, but 100,000. Zhou Jiangnan did not hide the truth. After all, this chubby friend had unconditionally given him all his savings, genuinely considering him a brother. Wow. Li Pengfei was at a loss for words, struggling to express his astonishment, and eventually asked, "So, when do we go get a foot massage? We can go for a proper one now, but as for the other type, let's discuss it later. The recent crackdown on illegal activities is quite severe. Do you think Uncle Li would hesitate to break your legs if he got caught?" Li Pengfei shuddered and quickly waved his hands. "I was just joking. Safety first. This matter can be discussed later." Zhou Jiangnan patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Just keep on the down low." Li Pengfei was non-committal, but after a moment, he asked, "With so much money, are you planning to give it to Uncle Zhou?" "No. I'm going to take some time to buy a few more self-built houses," Zhou Jiangnan replied firmly. "What is the point of giving it away? I'm already 18 and fully capable of civil actions. It's crucial to show some maturity. Once I start earning, I'll generously share, but for now, the priority is to seize this opportunity for a big score. You must keep this confidential, as our success hinges on this moment." He had conveyed the same to his newly acknowledged sister, Wang Yueran, trusting she would keep her lips sealed. Seeing Zhou Jiangnan's resolute demeanor, Li Pengfei promptly returned the 30,000 yuan. "Take it. If you're going to invest, do it all at once. Brothers should share both fortune and misfortune." "Exactly. Sometimes you have to risk it all to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. A true man goes all in." Zhou Jiangnan, filled with zest, and Li Pengfei both laughed as they headed home. Time flew swiftly, and soon another half-month had passed. During this period, Zhou Jiangnan acquired 3 more run-down self-built houses. He was indifferent to their condition. As long as the location was suitable and the price was drastically reduced, he would seize the opportunity. While he claimed 3 houses, they were actually 3 independent bungalows, with some featuring red brick and green tile roofs, yet they offered ample space at a bargain price. The total area of these 3 houses approached 400 square meters, and combined with the 3-story self-built house under construction, they amounted to approximately 800 square meters. At the minimum compensation rate, he could expect to receive over 400,000. This was a substantial sum in 2005. At that time, the average annual income for farmers in Sichuan province was only 450 yuan, and urban workers earned around 7,000 yuan annually. This amount was indeed a fortune. Zhou Jiangnan sat in the study room, contemplating sigh it spent before it even warmed up. If old Zhou found out, he would surely hang me up for a beating. Currently, he had less than 5,000 yuan left. "Not much, is it?" A seemingly random exclamation caught the attention of his desk mate, Huang Xiaolong. "What do you mean, not much? I mean, time is running out. Haven't you noticed? There are only 60 days left on the countdown." "Oh, right. In a month, we'll have the comprehensive exams again. I wonder how I'll fare in this final mock exam. You've been working so hard lately. Perhaps you'll climb even higher." "I love hearing that. This time, I aim to rank within the top 200, Zhou Jiangnan declared resolutely. Lin Yu was taken aback. Zhou Jiangnan, moving from over 500 to 300 is feasible, but maintaining that momentum to rise another 100 spots will be fiercely competitive. "Are you that confident?" Zhou Jiangnan smiled without a word. He had been diligently catching up on biology and had made significant progress in comprehensive studies. His recent test papers reflected substantial improvement. His English proficiency had always been strong, while his writing in Chinese had matured significantly, and his math scores now exceeded 120. Now that he has comprehensively integrated his knowledge of the sciences, entering the top 200 should be a certainty, shouldn't it? If it weren't for the fear of appearing overly ambitious. He might have even set a modest goal of breaking into the top 100. Remaining composed, he decided to solidify his strategy first. Zhou Jiangnan steadied his mindset and casually remarked, dreams are something we should still possess. What if they come true? Lin Yu chuckled lightly, while Zhao Wanwan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. She was deeply conflicted. Zhou Jiangnan's growing excellence only served to underscore her initial misjudgment, revealing her lack of foresight. Yet, harboring hopes for his downfall was not in her character, as her upbringing discouraged such a mentality. As time dwindled, her emotions grew increasingly complex. Although the college entrance examination loomed, Zhou Jiangnan's self-composed serenades and his recent impressive dunks on the basketball court had undeniably made him the focal point of discussion among the female students at school. What captivates people most? It is the tale of a wayward youth's redemption. Teachers often utilize such examples to inspire others. An exemplary student maintaining their status is expected, yet a previously unremarkable underachiever suddenly transforming into a star draws far greater attention. Such narratives abound in society, both ironic and realistic. Thus, despite the mere 2 months remaining, infatuated classmates continue to send Zhou Jiangnan love letters. Watching her former admirer now being pursued by others left Zhao Wanwan feeling resentful, and she found herself battling an urge to speak out. Ugh, how could she stoop so low? She chastised herself inwardly, redirecting her focus back to her studies. After a moment, she tossed her pen aside and muttered another curse. Damn Zhou Jiangnan. Chapter 41. The Third Mock Examination. The sea of knowledge is boundless, and there is no turning back. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The blackboard at the back of the classroom now bore a stark figure, 38. Days until the college entrance examination, 38. Classmates, tomorrow marks the third provincial mock examination. I hope everyone achieves excellent results, announced their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, before dismissing them for the day without evening study. Over the course of the past month, Zhou Jiangnan had devoted himself to his studies with an almost fanatic intensity, utterly absorbed in revision, impervious to any distractions. The sweltering heat, which had prompted Zhao Wanwan to intentionally fan herself in front of him, or the alluring dress worn by teacher Wang Yueran during music class, were of no consequence to him. Women only served to hinder his pace in solving problems. On the way home, he walked alongside Li Pengfei, who was pushing a bicycle, accompanied by Fang Xian. Jiangnan, I suspect I will perform poorly again on tomorrow's exam. A specialized program seems hopeless now. You're giving up before the exam even starts? Zhou Jiangnan retorted. Besides, you can try to focus instead of playing that dream journey game. Can't you wait until after the exams? You don't understand. My in-game wife is quite clingy, always nagging me for equipment. I've spent all my pocket money. Li Pengfei lamented, his face displaying a clear mix of happiness and annoyance. Oh, she even asked to meet. Should I agree? Wait, you're in online romance? Fang Xian interjected. Curiosity piqued. Li Pengfei was about to boast, but Zhou Jiangnan interjected in a serious tone. Fatty, have you ever heard of a creature called a ladyboy? What do you mean? Li Pengfei asked, puzzled. It means that through a computer screen, you have no idea whether the person you're chatting with is male or female. You might not even recognize a dog in disguise. Some male players intentionally masquerade as female characters to charm and deceive for gifts. What? Are you saying my wife could be a man? I didn't say that. You'll have to judge for yourself. Just imagine a burly guy chasing after you, sweetly calling you hubby or brother. Ugh, I can't even fathom that image. Ugh. Li Pengfei retched at the thought, while Fang Xian laughed uncontrollably. No way. I'll confront her and demand a video call. That can easily be fake too. You're so naive. Then what should I do? I've already spent over 2,000. I advise you to focus on your exams first. Afterward, meet her in person. I'll accompany you. If she turns out to be a ladyboy, we'll give him a good beating. Good brother. With those words, I feel much more at ease, Li Pengfei rejoiced, nodding in agreement. After the exams, let us make a trip to Rongqing to meet this sad smile. I just bought a no-rank gift for her. It seems I'll have to hold off for now. Zhou Jiangnan sighed, thinking that this glutton had too much pocket money. As they approached a familiar intersection, Fang Xian smiled brightly. Zhou Jiangnan, I wish you every success. Li Pengfei, with a hint of jealousy, chimed in, flower of the school, don't just wish him well. What about me? Oh, then I wish you safety. The difficulty of the third mock exam was comparable to the second, and Zhou Jiangnan navigated it with ease. After 2 months of relentless practice, his speed in answering questions had notably improved. He breezed through the Chinese section, submitting his paper ahead of time, and surprisingly solved the final math problem as well. The English section was no different. His listening comprehension was impeccable, and he finished the questions with ample time to spare, meticulously revising his essay before transcribing it onto the answer sheet. The comprehensive science section, typically the most challenging, was considerably easier for him this time. Having thoroughly reviewed the biological concepts, with precisely enough time, he completed all questions and conducted a final check. After 2 days of examinations, he felt no significant pressure, confident that his performance would surpass his previous results. As for his rank, he was too lazy to consider it. He preferred to leave himself with a pleasant surprise. After the exams, he rarely found time to join Li Pengfei for a game of King of Fighters at the arcade. With Mai Shiranui clad in a thigh-high slit skirt, her long legs executed a fluid combo, defeating Kyo Kusanagi and prompting Li Pengfei to cry out in frustration. "See, fatty, you might be facing someone like me, a guy playing female characters." Li Pengfei's expression darkened, hinting at a potential meltdown. He was eager to finish the college entrance exams and meet Sad Smile in person. The first innocent love of his life was now in jeopardy, as the term ladyboy haunted his thoughts. "Come on, it's just 2,000 yuan. You're destined to be a factory manager one day. That is just a drop in the bucket." Zhou Jiangnan spent his last game coin and stood up, patting him on the back. "Let us go check on those buildings to ease our troubled minds. Don't mention your dilapidated houses. It just makes me more despondent. I've already inquired, and the county government has no plans for this area. Superficial, just wait and see." Suddenly, Li Pengfei pulled out several love letters from his pocket and casually tossed them into Zhou Jiangnan's hands. "I'm just unlucky. For the past 2 years, I've helped you deliver love letters to Zhao Wanwan, and now I'm delivering letters from other girls to you, yet I've never received one myself. After finally finding a girlfriend in the game, she might be a ladyboy. What a calamity." Zhou Jiangnan, however, didn't he even glance at the letters before pulling out a lighter and incinerating them. "What are you doing? Why did you burn them? You're heartless." Ungrateful demeanor is just like Zhao Wanwan's. "You two are truly a match made in hell. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not planning to date anyone. With the college entrance exams approaching, who has time to write love letters? I wouldn't be interested in any of these girls. I'm no love-struck youth. Aren't you curious about what they wrote? What is there to be curious about? It's nothing but naive, youthful sentiments. Let the ashes commemorate my lost love. TSK. TSK. The love that has perished. It seems you have been profoundly wounded by Zhao Wanwan. Leave it be. What does it matter to her? Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend." A few days later, the results of the third examination were announced. As usual, Zhou Jiangnan sat calmly in his seat, composedly listening to old Zhang's speech, and his beaming expression was indicative of good news. Gao Qianjun scored 653 points, securing second place in the grade. Zhao Wanwan, with 638 points, ranked 10th, slipping one position. She must strive harder. Lin Yu scored 635 points, placing 11th in the grade. Old Zhang's gaze swept across Zhou Jiangnan, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. Once again, Zhou Jiangnan was recognized as the student who made the most significant progress in class, achieving yet another miracle. As the words left his lips, the classroom erupted in excitement. What? Him again? Did he advance by 300 places? Impossible. Last time he was ranked 298. And it would be remarkable if he could move up 30 or 40 places this time. Not necessarily. Teacher Zhang said he made the most progress, so he should have started from at least 50 places. Without further ado, old Zhang swiftly announced the results. Zhou Jiangnan, 613 points, tied for 37th in the grade. What? No way. Are you kidding me? Teacher Zhang, are you certain you didn't misread the name? Class 6 of senior year was in complete uproar. Zhao Wanwan could no longer contain her shock and turned to stare blankly at Zhou Jiangnan. He had become so formidable in his progress. Now she stood as the gatekeeper of the top 10 in the grade. Was Zhou Jiangnan about to surpass her and break through? Chapter 42. Turning the impossible into the possible. Old Zhang stood at the podium, thoroughly pleased with the reactions from everyone in the classroom. It was no wonder. Upon receiving the report card and learning of Zhou Jiangnan's ranking, his first reaction was disbelief, even rubbing his eyes several times to confirm he hadn't misread. After all, this was an unprecedented occurrence. Never in the annals of Lingjiang No. 1 High School had there been a precedent like Zhou Jiangnan's. In just over 3 months, he had catapulted from over 600 in the entire grade to the top 50. It was utterly outrageous. Even if his middle school exam results had placed him within the top 100, it only attested to his solid foundation. To regain his footing after more than 2 years of neglect could only be explained by sheer talent. A remarkable life needs no justification. If his previous placement in the top 300 could be attributed to luck, then this time it was an undeniable testament to his capabilities. Over the past few months, feedback from various subject teachers indicated that Zhou Jiangnan's progress was genuine and devoid of any embellishment. That rascal old Zhou, quietly raising such an impressive son, certainly chose the right moment to do so. Old Zhang mused internally, his gaze toward Zhou Jiangnan growing increasingly gentle. 37th in the grade. Admission to a 211 university was well within reach. It was time to aim for the prestigious 985 institutions. It appeared that the recent rumors regarding his early romance with the liberal arts student Fang Xin were merely fabrications. Early relationships would only lead to decline. So how could there be such rapid progress? This lad had promised him he wouldn't date before college, and he indeed kept his word. Zhou Jiangnan met old Zhang's gaze with a carefree smile. The charm of youth lay in transforming the impossible into the possible, did it not? Jiangnan, you are quite impressive. Keep up the good work. Your teacher looks forward to seeing your college entrance examination results, anticipating a miracle. Old Zhang offered encouragement and proceeded to read the remaining results. Some students advanced, while others regressed, leading to a mix of joy and sorrow. With only a month left until the college entrance examination, Old Zhang had no intention of adjusting the paired support system. After all, he had done his utmost to rescue those who could be salvaged. As for those who couldn't, they might as well wait for their demise at home. The report cards were affixed to the back of the classroom, and after class, the entire class gathered around to view them. Chinese, 128. Mathematics, 123. English, 139. Wow, that's incredibly impressive. I remember his English was merely average before. Haven't you heard he's been going to and from school with Fang Xin from the liberal arts class every day? Fang Xin is the top English student in the grade, nearly scoring full marks. They must have studied English together. Oh, that explains it. Pursuing the science class flower could only lead to self-doubt, but switching to the liberal arts class flower has resulted in rapid progress. Could it be that Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan are incompatible by zodiac? Oh please, you believe in zodiac signs? Believing in that is less credible than believing I am Qin Shi Huang. Zhao Wanwan glanced at the report card from a distance. Zhou Jiangnan scored 223 in the comprehensive science exam, remembering he had only scored 201 last time. It seemed he had indeed been working hard during this period. She listened to the idle chatter around her, particularly the comparisons to Fang Xin, feeling a tumultuous mix of annoyance and complexity. Damn, Zhou Jiangnan. It was you who actively provoked me from the beginning. Did I err in merely rejecting your advances? Why must you bind me to discussions about you? This is all you're doing. If your grades are poor, it's my fault. If they're good, it's still my fault. But why should your performance matter to me? Despicable, infuriating Zhou Jiangnan. She silently returned to her seat, suddenly turning her head and gritting her teeth, declaring, Zhou Jiangnan, I will absolutely not let you surpass me. Even if you score in the top 10 in the college entrance exam, I will ensure I am ahead of you. Zhou Jiangnan, who was reviewing biology, was utterly bewildered. What do you mean by surpassing me? What do you mean by being ahead? Please think before you speak. What madness is this? Whether you do well or poorly has nothing to do with me. You know what you're thinking. What am I thinking? What on earth are you saying? Just because I rejected your advances, you intend to humiliate me by any means necessary? First, it was translating love poems, then singing mockingly. Now it's your soaring grades. It's all aimed at me. Zhou Jiangnan truly could not comprehend the thought process of this schoolflower. Yet he also had no desire to continue entangled in her web. If you're sick, go home and take your medicine. I simply wish to study diligently. What does it have to do with you? Don't be so self-absorbed. You're the one who is sick. You're the one who is self-absorbed. Heartless and cold-blooded scoundrel. Insane, utterly insane. One cannot speak such things without a decade of cerebral thrombosis. Aren't you the aloof schoolflower? How easily you've been thrown off balance. And what do you mean by heartless? I haven't done anything with you. How am I heartless? I'd only be wasting my time arguing with a girl when I could be solving more problems instead. Zhou Jiangnan completely ignored her. Chatting with Zhao Wanwan would only shorten his lifespan, while conversing with Fang Xin and his sister Wang Yueran was far more pleasant. His disregard only served to heighten Zhao Wanwan's discomfort and frustration. Huang Xiaolong witnessed the entire exchange but dared not speak, silently biting his fingernails while observing with a detached gaze. Lin Yu, however, had the intention to advise Zhao Wanwan but was at a loss for how to express it. Most importantly, she could not comprehend Zhao Wanwan's mindset, perplexed by what she truly desired. Suddenly, she recalled a saying, the former self you ignored is now someone you cannot reach. In a flash of insight, she seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Zhao Wanwan likely could not bear the thought of someone she once cast aside being cherished by others, as it would imply her lack of discernment. Furthermore, girls possess an inherent tendency to compare. Zhou Jiangnan's previous infatuation had shifted to a close bond with Fang Xin, creating an imbalance within her. Yes, it must be this mindset that has driven her to a breaking point. Lin Yu gazed at the pouting Zhao Wanwan, her words caught in her throat. After a moment of contemplation, she relinquished her intention to persuade her. After all, Zhao Wanwan was an exceedingly proud individual. Thus, She resolved to act as if nothing had transpired, quietly engrossed in her studies like Huang Xiaolong, exuding an air of tranquil contentment. As the evening study session drew to a close, Zhou Jiangnan left the classroom prematurely. Upon his return, he directly approached Li Pengfei's desk, intending to swap seats. The rotundly elated exclaimed, "My good brother, you actually forsake the warmth of a gentle embrace for the shadows, or rather for the light? Starting tomorrow, I shall personally oversee your studies, and should you fail to qualify for college, you shall be ashamed to call yourself my brother." Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. "What? Which son of a?" He retorted, "Earthlings do not deceive one another. I shall inform Uncle Li about this. We shall share both fortunes and misfortunes." "Curse it. Now that you've said that, what can I do?" Lu Ming, seated behind Zhao Wanwan, was informed he was fortunate and urged to vacate. Thank you, Brother Nan." Zhou Jiangnan nodded with a smile. Zhao Wanwan, this young lady, had recently been emotionally volatile. The front row was a place fraught with conflict, and the back was decidedly more serene. As for Li Pengfei, he had just assured old Zhang that not only would he not allow this hefty fellow to hinder his studies, but he would also compel him to strive diligently. Brothers ought not to forget each other amidst wealth and prosperity. Chapter 43. Wishing you a bright future as the Gaokao approached ever nearer. A trend of exchanging message books emerged within the classroom. During self-study sessions, an anonymous message book was frequently passed around. Youth never fades. May your path be adorned with blossoms. Zhou Jiangnan casually inscribed a message before continuing to pass the book along. Moments later, another message book was returned, its pages brimming with heartfelt words, evidently treated with greater seriousness than the previous one. May your dreams shine like the stars and the ocean, illuminating your journey ahead. May your life be as poetic and dreamlike, filled with splendid moments. I am but a cloud in the sky, occasionally casting my shadow upon your heart. Whether you remember it or not, it is best to forget as we share this fleeting brilliance. Flipping through a couple of pages, he encountered deep and poignant phrases. Even a snippet from a poem titled Accidental. Whose message book is this? Everyone seems to be pouring their hearts into it. Curious, Zhou Jiangnan flipped to the front, and the three characters Zhao Wanwan caught his eye. Damn it, forget it, I shan't write anything. Ever since they swapped seats a month ago, Zhao Wanwan had not once graced him with a pleasant expression. She would even huff disdainfully as she passed by him, as if he owed her a considerable debt. One day after class, Lin Yu approached him, stating Zhao Wanwan was displeased about the seat change and privately expressed her disdain for Zhou Jiangnan. Given that she harbored such animosity, would it not be foolish to leave a message? Zhou Jiangnan glanced at Lu Ming in the front row and shook his head in sympathy. This newly minted sycophant, since being seated behind Zhao Wanwan, seemed to have had all joy sucked away, wandering about with a perpetual sigh, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. As for being the school belle's closest male companion, that was simply beyond imagination. More than once, he had witnessed Zhao Wanwan berating him for trivial matters. Since Lu Ming's arrival, Huang Xiaolong had miraculously gained breathing room. Alas, the poor lad, Zhou Jiangnan silently lamented, then casually confiscated Li Pengfei's gaming console, insisting that he focus on his studies. Jiangnan, you're stricter than my dad. If you weren't my brother, I'd surely throw down with you. Is it wrong for a father to care? Zhou's voice turned serious. Uncle Li has made it clear. If you fail to qualify for college, you'll be sent back to the factory to toil for 5 years, guarding a furnace surrounded by burly women. Is that what you want? The thought of such a scenario made Li Pengfei hastily shake his head. That's more like it. Just a few days left, hang in there. And after the exams, we can go swimming in Qingshui River. That sounds wonderful, but you better let me use that large truck inner tube of yours. Zhou Jiangnan owned a truck's inner tube that, once inflated, made the perfect swimming ring, and every time he took it out, Li Pengfei drooled in envy. Feeling his own purchased swimming ring was inadequate. Inflate it yourself, it's out of air. Damn it, you do it first. I have no experience with this. Li Pengfei's voice, though soft, rang out distinctly in the quiet classroom. Abort? Oh dear, has Li Pengfei gotten a girl pregnant and is now seeking an abortion? It may not even be Li Pengfei. Look, he's talking to Zhou Jiangnan. Perhaps Zhou has caused a life to blossom. That makes sense. Zhou Jiangnan is handsome and likely attracts friends easily, while Li Pengfei is dark and stout. Who would want to be with him? Zhou Jiangnan, could it be Fong Xian? Rumor has it she has a connection with him. The classroom erupted into chaos, with various speculations flying. Zhou Jiangnan glared at Li Pengfei, who feigned innocence behind his book, as if the entire matter had nothing to do with him. Zhou Jiangnan intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but reconsidered, deeming it unworthy of his effort. Rumors cease with the wise. With exams approaching, those who still concern themselves with gossip deserve whatever fate befalls them. He resumed his studies. only to hear a loud thud from the front row, unmistakably a book crashing onto a desk. Enough! Zhou Jiangnan erupted in fury. Are you all done? The exams are imminent. If you aren't studying, others are. So take your discussions outside. The once boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush. Her outburst startled everyone. They had never witnessed this proud belle lose her composure. Zhou Jiangnan, perpetually exuding an air of aloofness, commanded respect due to her father's position as deputy chief of the police department, and now, no one dared provoke her further. With the situation under control, Zhou Jiangnan felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the final push before the Gaokao. Ah, how I love studying, learning brings joy. As he saw the challenging problem, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. A month had passed since the third diagnostic exam, and it was evident he had made progress. He was determined to excel in the upcoming Gaokao. The bell rang, signaling the end of the evening study session. Jiangnan, I'm not heading back to the factory today. My mom insists I stay in the county for the last few days to catch up. Li Pengfei shouldered his backpack and departed. Zhou Jiangnan nodded, his pen still moving as he tackled a particularly tough problem he had only half solved. A rustling sound echoed, and soon the classroom emptied. So that is how it is. This really is quite the brain teaser. Just before the classroom's lights flickered out, he managed to solve the problem, stretching his arms and exhaling deeply in preparation to head home. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, extending a booklet. Zhou Jiangnan, why didn't you write me a message? Zhou Jiangnan looked up to find it was Zhou Jiangnan. Up close, her fair skin and striking beauty were undeniable. Didn't you say you disliked me the most? There was no need for me to write. Everyone else has written. If you don't, it won't be perfect. Hurry and write something now. Ah, so you specifically waited for me? Sort of. Regardless of past grievances, I still hope we can leave behind some pleasant memories as classmates. So you recognize that the previous memories weren't too pleasant? Zhou Jiangnan silently cursed to himself, reflecting for a moment before penning a passage. The universe is vast and can accommodate countless dreams. You may become a star. I can be the sun. You can transform into the moon, each radiating their own light. May we all have a brilliant future, shining brightly ahead. He passed the message book to Zhou Jiangnan, who savored it thoughtfully, her lips curling into a delightful smile. What about your message book? Why haven't I written in it? I didn't prepare one. Why not? There's no need. Once I become the sun, you can see me anytime. No need to seek memories in a message book. As Zhou Jiangnan prepared to leave with his backpack, the entire building plunged into darkness. Zhou Jiangnan, trailing behind him, let out a sharp scream, followed by soft sobs. What is wrong? I bumped into the corner of a table. It hurts so much. Can you walk? I can't see. After a moment of silence, he resolved to maintain his composure. Zhou Jiangnan sighed. Just hold on to me. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry up, or the main door will close. Oh. Zhou Jiangnan waved her hand in the dark until she found a warm hand and grasped it tightly. Why are you holding my hand? Didn't you ask me to? Hold on to my clothes. Flustered, Zhou Jiangnan swiftly grasped his shirt. The two hastened out of the building, releasing each other as soon as they glimpsed some light. All right, you can go on your own now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhou Jiangnan stood still, watching his silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 44. The College Entrance Examination. June 7th. The exam commenced punctually. Zhou Jiangnan, having learned from his previous life's experiences, opted for a safe and light meal before the test. He felt his mind brimming with knowledge, with only the prospect of an upset stomach threatening his chances for a good score. He sat quietly at his desk, awaiting the start of the examination as the proctor publicly checked the papers and distributed them one by one. The exam began. Announcements echoed through the hall, and everyone began to write fervently. The essay topic was to forget and to remember, and Zhou Jiangnan's thoughts flowed freely as he crafted an eloquent piece about remaining true to one's original aspirations and missions, filled with a heartfelt patriotism. Having navigated society for over a decade, he knew precisely what kind of compositions garner high marks. Language was secure. The mathematics in the afternoon posed some challenges. Yet he managed to complete the final major problem. Difficult as it was, it provided an opportunity to distinguish among the candidates. The following morning's English exam was a mere formality. Zhou Jiangnan relaxed as if indulging in a soothing massage, confidently anticipating a score of 140. The main event was the comprehensive science exam in the afternoon. After intensive study in biology, he wondered if he could achieve a breakthrough this time. The science exam indeed presented considerable difficulty. Fortunately, the biology section lacked any tricky questions. The real challenge lay in several complex chemistry problems. Clearly, he was not the only one struggling. Many in the classroom were visibly distressed, with some even resorting to crumpling paper into balls as a distraction. With only 15 minutes remaining, an announcement signaled the end. Zhou Jiangnan quickly reviewed the questions he had already completed. In the remaining time, he followed his instincts to tackle the problems, managing to address the challenging chemistry questions before submission. As for their correctness, he felt indifferent. Everyone faced the same questions, and if he struggled, so did they. Upon submission, the classroom was filled with sighs of despair. A fragile girl even began to cry before leaving the room. The atmosphere at school was somber. Zhou Jiangnan refrained from discussing answers with others, calmly exiting the school, only to find Li Pengfei and Fang Xin waiting for him at the entrance. "You're out so early, impressive." "Early? I recognized the characters on the test paper, but I didn't know them, so my comprehensive science exam is likely a disaster," Li Pengfei lamented. "I wasn't talking about you. I know your level all too well." "Damn it. All you can see are pretty girls," Li Pengfei flared up, feeling wounded by the jibe from his brother. Fang Xin smiled gently. "The liberal arts questions were manageable, not difficult, which is why I finished early." "What about you?" Fatty Pong said the comprehensive science was particularly hard. "Is that true?" She was well acquainted with Li Pengfei, but didn't use his nickname as Zhou Jiangnan did, instead playfully calling him Fatty. Zhou Jiangnan nodded. "It was indeed somewhat challenging. I barely managed to finish all the questions, but I'm sure I got several wrong." "What? You managed to complete them all? Wow. Are you aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University?" Li Pengfei exploded, feeling the sting of his friend's casual bragging, as his own paper was riddled with blanks. "What nonsense are you spouting? I can't get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Even if I could, I wouldn't go. Southern schools are far more comfortable." "Bah, so you think you're impressive now? In the future, I could say I have a brother who attends a prestigious university, and those losers will be envious." Zhou Jiangnan was aware that Li Pengfei had his own circle of friends, including some troublemakers, and chose not to engage further. The three chatted as they walked, all beginning to daydream about a carefree summer ahead. With 3 months until the university registration in early September, the thought alone felt delightful. As they reached the intersection, they typically parted ways to head home. Suddenly, Fang Xin produced a message book. "Jiangnan, could you leave me a message?" "Huh? Oh sure. Why do all the girls seem to have one of these? Do they really look at them again after writing?" In his memories from the past life, he had never revisited any high school memorabilia after graduation, as most classmates ceased to keep in touch. Women were indeed curious creatures. Zhou Jiangnan flipped through Fang Xin's message book, finding no blank pages left, so he asked, "It's all filled up. Where should I write?" "You can write on the first page, the one with my name." After a moment's thought, Zhou Jiangnan earnestly inscribed a passage. "People say flowers remind them of beautiful women, and the moon evokes thoughts of friends. I pondered for a long time and realized that the flower is you, the moon is also you. Why seek romantic memories when you are already unforgettable to me?" He returned a message book to Fang Xin, who did not open it on the spot, but instead placed it back in her bag. "See you on the day of choosing majors, Jiangnan. Goodbye." They waved farewell, and Zhou Jiangnan made his way home. Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying had been waiting at home, visibly distracted despite the television playing. As Zhou Jiangnan entered, Luo Xiaoying approached eagerly, taking his backpack and placing it on a chair. "Son, how did you do on the exam today?" "I think it went well. I feel optimistic." "That's wonderful. Can you maintain the level from the third mock exam?" Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the anxious old Zhou, offering him reassurance. "It will only be higher." "Great. Finally. My son is achieving something," old Zhou exclaimed, slapping the table and joyfully striding out the door. Luo Xiaoying asked, "Where are you going?" "Mind your own business. I'm going to get my son a watermelon, weigh out a pound of cold pig head meat, and buy a bottle of wine to celebrate." "Oh, why the rush? Let's wait for the exam results to come out." "I'm not in a hurry. Once the results are out, I'll throw a banquet and invite all our relatives from back home." Old Zhou hurriedly exited, while Luo Xiaoying, though pretending to scold him, couldn't suppress her laughter. "You see, your old man has led a life of unwavering honesty. And the last time he acted so impulsively was when you were admitted to the prestigious First Middle School during your high school entrance examination. Even at over 40 years of age, he can still lose his composure, and no one can rein him in." Zhou Jiangnan chuckled softly, recognizing that a child's success is the greatest reward for parents. Indeed, there will be many more days like this for old Zhou. The old man was pleased and encouraged him to go ahead. He emptied his backpack of all its contents, contemplated for a moment, and then gathered all the textbooks from previous years into a pile, leaving only some literary classics. "Mother, call the scrap collector when you're free to sell this pile of books. They take up too much space at home." Luo Xiaoying was heartbroken, dropping her spatula to rush out. "What are you doing? You must keep all these books. You never know when they might come in handy." "What use is there? I'm not repeating the year. You can give them to your cousin. He's in the 3rd year of junior high and could use them for early preparation." "Fine, as long as you're happy." The day after the exams, Zhou Jiangnan indulged in a delightful lie-in. Last night, old Zhou had surprisingly permitted him a small glass of wine, which worked wonders for his sleep. Accustomed to the routine of early mornings and late nights at school, he found himself feeling rather aimless now that he had some free time. His parents had already gone to work, and on the table lay a note and 200 yuan, pinned in Luo Xiaoying's handwriting. Dear son, breakfast is on the stove. Make sure to eat the eggs, not just the egg whites. Take this 200 yuan for pocket money. You can go anywhere in the county for fun, but do not go swimming at Qingshui River. At that time, the salary at the cement factory was barely over 800 yuan a month. So 200 yuan was quite a substantial amount for an ordinary working-class family. Feeling the weight of maternal love, Zhou Jiangnan tucked the money back into the drawer of the master bedroom. He still had about 5,000 yuan left from selling 2 songs, so there was no need to take more from home. Following Luo Xiaoying's instructions, he reluctantly swallowed an egg and then tidied up before cycling out. The weather was splendid today, perfect for a leisurely stroll around the county, and perhaps to spend some time in an internet cafe. Lingjiang County's urban area may not be large, but it boasts 5 public middle schools, including the first and second middle schools, as well as 2 vocational high schools, accommodating nearly half of the county's high school students. During holidays, internet cafes and pool halls are particularly bustling. Thanks to his experiences hanging out with Li Pengfei, Zhou Jiangnan adeptly navigated through several alleys to reach the newly opened Happy Internet Cafe. Boss, I'd like to charge 10 yuan. The owner accepted the money without asking for identification and quickly booted up a machine for him. Zhou Jiangnan logged into QQ, only to have the penguin icon flash with several friend requests. The usernames had a distinct vintage flair, such as incomplete love and habitual crying, which made him feel slightly overwhelmed. The only name that seemed more traditional was Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk. He rejected all the non-mainstream names and accepted the friend request from Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk. Next, he glanced at his own username, Misty Jiangnan, and found it too pretentious, so he changed it to Level 8 Gale. Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk showed as online, but the profile was blank, with only 1 star in level and the age listed as confidential, leaving him unsure if he was conversing with a youthful spirit or an elderly lady reliving her youthful days. The other party did not send any messages, and Zhou Jiangnan lacked the desire to engage in conversation. Just as he was about to start a game, a notification popped up and Li Pengfei's avatar appeared online. Brother De Peng, Zhou Jiangnan, you actually went out to surf the internet. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Level 8 Gale, Happy Internet Cafe. Brother De Peng, hang tight, I'll be there shortly. Li Pengfei's QQ avatar turned black as he logged off, and Zhou Jiangnan began playing CS while waiting. By the time he finished the game, that rascal still hadn't arrived, so he started browsing the forum. On the Spicy Province forum, a post had recently been made titled, "Rumor has it that a new highway will cut through our province, and someone is about to get rich from demolition." The post had only been up for about 10 minutes, but it quickly gained traction and was pinned as a hot topic. Zhou Jiangnan clicked on it and noticed that, although the rumor only vaguely outlined a few locations, it matched the highway route in his memory perfectly. The replies below were equally intriguing. Some users requested the original poster to provide proof of authenticity, while others pleaded for more insider information, and a few claimed the poster was a fraud deserving of damnation. The poster's responses were sparse, essentially stating that they were betting a household registration book on the matter, inviting believers and skeptics alike. Zhou Jiangnan refrained from replying, but felt reassured. Since the rumor had circulated, it could not be without foundation. At least it confirmed that his rebirth had yet to trigger a butterfly effect. While he pondered, Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk finally sent a message. Misty Jiangnan is lovely. Why did you change your name? Zhou Jiangnan chuckled, thinking, can't you read it backwards? It seemed that early internet users were still rather naive. He spontaneously crafted a little rhyme. Level 8 Gale, blowing into your heart, dispersing the gloom, making every day a clear sky. Moments later, the other party replied, oh, you have a great sense of humor. Zhou Jiangnan felt exasperated. Was that truly humor? It appeared that the threshold for awkwardness among middle-aged individuals was still quite high. He subconsciously assumed that the person on the other end was a woman in her 30s or 40s and was disinclined to engage in casual chit-chat, responding with a few periods and choosing to ignore further messages. Just then, Li Pengfei arrived at the internet cafe, and the duo, known for their gaming camaraderie, promptly dove into CS. During this time, Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk sent several more messages, but received no replies. After finishing a game, he returned to the chat window, only to find she had already logged off. Zhou Jiangnan felt no emotional stirrings and casually changed his QQ status to invisible. Jiangnan, help me analyze whether this sad shallow smile is a female or not. Li Pengfei had open dream of the West, where a character named Sad Shallow Smile was sweetly calling him brother. With a plethora of emoticons accompanying the text, Zhou Jiangnan found himself momentarily uncertain. Brother, I want a new color. Can you send me 10 colorful fruits, pretty please? Li Pengfei hesitated for a moment before replying. Didn't you just dye your hair? Why do you want to change again? Hee, it looks lovely. Please, darling. Zhou Jiangnan inhaled sharply. The other party's charm was subtly sophisticated, making it indeed hard to discern gender. Li Pengfei looked at him with eager eyes, full of helplessness. After a moment of thought, Zhou Jiangnan suggested, Fatty, have her add you on QQ. I already added her, look. Li Pengfei opened QQ, and the display showed that her username matched her in-game name, with her profile indicating she was female and aged 18. Fatty, just send a message. No, wait, let me handle it. Zhou Jiangnan swapped seats with him and began typing. Shallow smile. I'm feeling down. Kobe didn't win the championship this year. Who is Kobe? Is he your friend? Oh, I forgot you wouldn't know. Never mind. I wanted to ask for your advice on something. My cousin is about to turn 16. I'm unsure what gift to get her. Do you have any good suggestions? You can get her a Disney-themed plush toy, a cute little dress, or some anime cards and a planner. The other party rattled off a list without hesitation. And upon hearing planner, Zhou Jiangnan no longer had any doubts. This was something only a true enthusiast would know. He stood up with both hands clasped in a salute. Fatty, she is indeed a girl. The margin of error is less than 1. Li Pengfei rejoiced. Haha, I knew it. I told you she must be a girl. As soon as the sound faded, a voice floated in the air, murmuring, I only said it as a woman, not necessarily a beauty. What if she resembles a flower? Damn, perhaps it's best to wait until we meet before presenting her with a gift. The trust between individuals can crumble in an instant, and at that moment, the portly figure hesitated. Zhou Jiangnan witnessed him secure the ungraded item and place it into the warehouse. Once suspicion arises, the charge is already established. Indeed. How true that is. Chapter 46. An Unexpected Visitor. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since the college entrance examinations concluded. During these 10 days, Zhou Jiangnan could no longer resist the urge and went for a wild swim at Qingshui River with Li Pengfei. The hefty Li was clinging to a massive inner tube, eagerly demanding to swap it for his professional swimming ring. What could Zhou Jiangnan do but acquiesce? During this period, he occasionally played basketball, spent some time at an internet cafe, and checked on the progress of his self-built house every few days, leading a relatively fulfilling life. As for conducting market research prior to any entrepreneurial endeavors, that was entirely beyond his contemplation. Lingjiang, a rather small county, primarily harbored shops focused on sales. There was hardly any industry to speak of. If one had to mention selling milk tea, it wouldn't be entirely unfeasible to transplant the concepts of fresh fruit tea and diversified products from the future into the present. After all, rebirth necessitates redoing quests. Yet, he had no intention of trying during the summer break. He preferred to wait until university before embarking on any entrepreneurial ventures. For now, the priority was to monitor the progress of the third floor of his self-built house and strive for its swift completion. Recently, there had been rampant rumors in the county about land acquisition for a new expressway. Although no official plans have been released, informed insiders have begun to discreetly seek properties in the suburban town. According to the examination schedule in Sichuan province, the college entrance exam results were to be released on June 25th, with the application process concluding before July 5th. Compared to the estimation and application process in a few regions, the scoring and application had become quite humane. That evening after dinner, Zhou Jiangnan was enjoying a DVD with Li Pengfei when he suddenly received word that a call had come through to the cement factory's duty room, specifically requesting him. He was taken aback. Could it be that he performed exceptionally well, prompting a school to reach out early to recruit him? As they were all children of the cement factory, the duty room's elder typically wouldn't mention a fee for taking calls. Zhou Jiangnan answered the phone. Hello. Who is this? Hello. This is from the County Land Bureau. Do you have any self-built houses in the suburbs for sale? I can offer a premium. I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of selling. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Please don't hang up, my friend. I know you bought it for over 300 per square meter. How about I offer you 400 per square meter? Not for sale. 450. That's a generous price. Others wouldn't dare offer such a high amount. Thank you, but really I'm not selling. By the way, how did you find me? I have my own channels. Think it over tonight, and if you come to a decision, just call this number. After the call ended, Zhou Jiangnan thanked the elder and returned upstairs to continue watching the movie. Shortly thereafter, another call came in. Li Pengfei, puzzled, remarked, Jiangnan, you seem to be quite busy lately. Is another beauty after you? Beauty my foot. The last call was about selling self-built houses. This one is probably the same. Let me deal with it. Zhou Jiangnan went downstairs and returned shortly after. Fatty, another call came in about the house. There will probably be more. Why? There are plenty of houses over there. Why not contact them? Whoever sells first would be a fool. They probably think I'm young and easy to trick. Zhou Jiangnan reclined his chair, feeling quite pleased. Don't you know why they want to buy? Haven't you heard that a national highway is set to pass through there? I've heard, but so what? Dude, you really can't grasp such a simple concept? Road construction requires land acquisition, and with land acquisition comes demolition, which certainly warrants compensation. Li Pengfei's eyes widened in realization. For houses, how much compensation would that entail? Estimating at least 400,000. Zhou Jiangnan casually held up 4 fingers, stating a figure with nonchalance. Li Pengfei was incredulous. 400,000. We invested 12,000. And in just a few months, it has transformed into 400,000? Indeed, based on my understanding of the demolition policies, that number is only a minimum. We're going to strike it rich. Just remember not to forget us when you become wealthy, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Stay calm. Let us wait for the official announcement before jumping to conclusions. I told you more calls are bound to come. The elder in the duty room called for him again, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to rise and head downstairs. Throughout the night, he received no fewer than 10 calls, leaving the elder casting him curious glances by the end. Unless something unforeseen occurred, tomorrow, old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying would likely come to interrogate him. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling helpless, spoke many reassuring words before the elder finally believed he and T caused any trouble. With so many calls flooding in, Li Pengfei began to grasp that this situation was likely genuine, leading to a surge of questions in his mind. How did Zhou Jiangnan obtain this information and secure properties in advance? Was he truly able to foresee such events? The portly one, not particularly astute. Never let matters linger until the next day. Jiangnan, did you buy those self-built houses months ago? Did you already know this news? Zhou Jiangnan remained silent, his gaze profoundly contemplative. Li Pengfei, hands clasped and expression serious, urged, speak freely. I assure you I will not betray you. You don't actually practice astrology, do you? At that moment, the hefty boy displayed a hint of reverence, and Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. It's not as mystical as you think. I saw on the news that the country is advancing the development of the western regions, implementing a transportation-first strategy, with plans to construct a large number of highways over the next 5 years. Thus, I began to pay attention to related information. Our county, being the largest in terms of population in the province, will inevitably have highway access. Just look at the terrain of this county. To the east, north, and west, there are either mountains or distant land. Only by developing southward can we connect with Chengdu. I deduced that the highway would certainly pass through the southern route. His reasoning was sound, and Li Pengfei found every statement to resonate well, sensing an air of sagacity about him, which only deepened his admiration. Zhou Jiangnan's analysis was as fierce as a tiger, and he concluded, I admit there was an element of gamble involved, but it appears this time I bet correctly. Moreover, even if my gamble fails, those houses will still be there. In a decade or two, they will surely be claimed during urbanization, so I won't suffer losses. Li Pengfei fell silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Brother, you're destined for greatness. We're adults now. I'm waiting for you to take me to a spa. In that instant, Zhou Jiangnan felt a momentary daze, as if witnessing the rise of a pioneer in the bathing industry. Fatty, we brothers are meant for grand endeavors. You'll at least be a factory manager, and I certainly lag behind. Let us make it happen. I sense that you'll earn a fortune, whether as a high-ranking official or a successful entrepreneur. You possess that potential. May your words bring good fortune, Fatty. While we have time, let us go get our driver's licenses. What's the point of that? A boss doesn't need to drive. Fool, how will you woo the ladies without knowing how to drive? Should the driver stand by and watch while you handle business? That makes sense. Let us go. Let us sign up right now. Chapter 47. Oh no, is this my son? June 24th. The weather was clear, with not a cloud in the sky. Zhou Xiangdong stood anxiously before the furnace, his heart ablaze like the quicklime within, seething and on the verge of bursting. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan. When on earth did this batch of youngsters venture to purchase a house, and to buy 4 at once? As if the money were plucked from the ground, a sense of impending crisis enveloped him. His son had already developed his own independent thoughts and consciousness, undertaking significant endeavors without informing either him or Luo Xiaoying. Had it not been for the 2 drinks shared with the duty elder at the canteen during lunch, the couple might still be in the dark for some time. 4 self-built houses, after all, must have cost at least 100,000. The savings of the old Zhou family barely exceeded 20,000. How on earth could this rascal spend money so recklessly? Class leader, what's the matter? You seem quite distracted. Had a quarrel with your wife? Ahem, how could that be? Our relationship is as harmonious as ever. Zhou Xiangdong managed a sheepish smile. but could not suppress his curiosity. Xiao Lu, let me ask you something. If your son suddenly became very independent and ceased to seek your opinion, what would you do? Xiao Lu, a worker in their trio, already in his 40s, responded without a moment's hesitation. I would immediately head to the ancestral grave to offer incense. It would be a sign that our descendants have finally grown up, which is a good omen. Zhou Jiangnan, still unsatisfied, pressed on. But what if he came into several tens of thousands without informing you and spent it all in one go? What? Then I'd better prepare a few more belts. I'd make sure to teach him a lesson. Xiao Lu declared emphatically, devoid of his usual reticent demeanor. Class leader, is it that your Jiangnan has been disobedient? Not at all. I was merely inquiring. Keep an eye on the furnace. I'm stepping out for a smoke. Zhou Jiangnan quietly retreated to a corner, Xiao Lu's fervent emotions resonating within him. As a father, he had resolved to confront Zhou Jiangnan and give him a good talking to upon his return. Such significant matters should never be decided without parental consultation. What would become of them otherwise? At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan was just finishing his registration at the driving school with Li Pengfei, and the money in his pocket had dwindled considerably. Coach, I want to be able to check the results tomorrow, but I'll be here on the day after. The two exchanged pleasantries with their coach before cycling back, discussing the likelihood of checking results on the factory's rickety computer, ultimately concluding that a phone call would be more reliable. By the time they returned to the cement factory, it was already 6 in the evening. Zhou Jiangnan pushed open the door, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Old Zhou sat firmly in a chair, his gaze imbued with a menacing intensity. Oh, Zhou boss, you still know how to come back. What is it like to spend lavishly? Come, enlighten your old man. Oh, the audacity. To hear such sarcastic remarks from old Zhou was indeed a rare occurrence. It felt as though the sun had risen in the west. Zhou Jiangnan changed into his slippers and entered leisurely. Old man, what's the matter with you? What is the matter? I ought to be asking you that. What is the deal with those self-built houses under your name? Damn it, that old rogue must have betrayed him. Yet, despite the revelation, Zhou Jiangnan felt no fear. He merely flashed a smile at his mother, who seemed hesitant to speak. I knew that old rogue had lost his marbles and couldn't keep his mouth shut. He succinctly recounted the details of the house purchase. Initially, when he mentioned borrowing pocket money from Li Pengzi to save for the houses, both old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying merely twitched their lips. But as he revealed that the sale of 2 songs had fetched him 100,000, they could no longer suppress their astonishment and rose to their feet. Finally, when they learned that the houses were highly likely to be requisitioned for demolition, with compensation expected to double, the elderly couple fell into stunned silence. What could they do? Everything their son had said surpassed their comprehension. Old Zhou had spent over a decade working with cement, his entire life revolving around a mere patch of land. How could he grasp concepts like copyrights, government planning, or urbanization? As for Luo Xiaoying, she had dedicated her life to the family, entangled in the mundane affairs of daily life, only able to engage in conversations about her son's mental health, words that were foreign to her. Nevertheless, they grasped the core idea with remarkable clarity. Their eldest son, Zhou Jiangnan, had earned 100,000 yuan to buy houses, and with a little luck, that sum could multiply into several hundreds of thousands. How terrifying! How could such an extraordinary son be born unto them? At such a young age, he was already delving into government policies. What a calamity! Was this truly their son? The old Zhou family had been impoverished farmers for 3 generations. This hardly resembled their lineage. Zhou Xiangdong pondered deeply, scrutinizing Zhou Jiangnan from head to toe. And the more he looked, the more uncertain he felt. This boy had matured in the blink of an eye. Given that the sequence of events had been thoroughly explained, and the prospect of incurring any financial loss was non-existent, there was no need for any disciplinary measures involving belts. Moreover, with Zhou Jiangnan now standing at a towering height of 6 feet, old Zhou would find it impossible to restrain him, even during the New Year's slaughtering of the pig. If Zhou Jiangnan wished to flee, he would indeed be unable to pursue him. After a prolonged contemplation, old Zhou hesitantly uttered, Jiangnan, regarding the demolition compensation. How do you plan to arrange it? Old man, what do you need a belt for? Zhou Jiangnan calmly inquired, glancing at the belt concealed beneath his backside. Saving money was out of the question. Making money work for itself was the true path. Spending was essential when necessary. I've already made up my mind. I'll buy a house for you both in the county, arrange for a comprehensive health checkup, and keep some money at home. The rest will be saved for starting a business during college. Well then, every aspect was laid out clearly. What more could be said? Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou exchanged glances. Your father and I are perfectly fine living in the factory. Our health is good. There is no need to squander money on health checks, nor to buy a house in the county. We are more than happy with your success. As for entrepreneurship, that is beyond our means. You've grown up and have your own ideas. The money you earn is yours to use as you see fit. Your father and I understand you've matured, and surely you have your own plans. Besides, going to college and socializing will require expenses. Alas, how time flies. Their youngest, who had once been so small, had now blossomed into a handsome young man, ready to stand on his own. The assistance parents could offer would diminish with time. We've saved nearly 30,000 yuan. Feel free to take it whenever you need, Luo Xiaoying said, her voice filled with warmth. Yet Zhou Jiangnan felt his eyes welling with tears. In his previous life, old Zhou had succumbed to lung cancer at a young age, leaving his mother to live alone. He rarely returned home from the construction site, and the time spent with her was painfully scarce. People often remarked that being a son was the easiest role to play, yet it was the most challenging to fulfill well. In this lifetime, he vowed to take care of his parents, ensuring that no regrets remained. Mom, you and Dad should listen to me. The health check 1T costs much. It will put my mind at ease while I'm away at university. Yawa, where do you plan to attend university? Old Zhou interjected, alarmed. To Jiangnan. I'm applying to Lin University, where opportunities abound in developed regions. I've heard of Lin University, one of the top 10 schools nationwide. Are you confident? Don't end up failing the entrance exams. Rest assured, the results will be out tomorrow. It will be just fine. Although the house purchase was temporarily shelved, Zhou Jiangnan's insistence led old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying to accept the health check arrangement. At the dinner table, old Zhou unexpectedly poured half a glass of wine for his son. His youngest, Zhou Jiangnan, had finally grown up. Chapter 48, College Entrance Examination Results. June 25th, before dawn, Luo Xiaoying awakened Zhou Jiangnan. Today was the day the college entrance examination results would be announced. Old Zhou had long arranged with the duty elder to use the landline in the duty room to check his son's results. Zhou Jiangnan dawdled while dressing and grooming. And by the time he finished breakfast, it was already past 7. The trio hurriedly made their way to the duty room, only to discover that Li Jiangguo and his son Li Pengfei were also present. Good morning, Uncle Li, Zhou Jiangnan greeted, while Li Pengfei, standing behind his father, exchanged mischievous glances with him. Li Jiangguo nodded with a smile. Jiangnan, your grades have significantly improved. This time, you might even qualify for a 985 university. But does Pengfei's batch of kids know if they can manage to get into a vocational college? Hey, Uncle Li, don't listen to Fat Fei's nonsense. I believe he can get into an undergraduate program, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Li Jiangguo playfully tapped Li Pengfei on the head before turning to Lao Zhou. Xiangdong, you're just in time. Let us wait and see if Jiangnan is right. If Pengfei's score is high enough for an undergraduate program, I'll treat them both to a phone. I can't let you spend money again. What do you need a phone for while studying? Lao Zhou scratched his head. The younger generation is growing up and needs to carve out their own lives. The two boys have been inseparable since childhood, and no matter what, they need to support each other moving forward. University is different from high school. Students come from all over the country, and the necessary preparations for the kids must be made to ensure they do not fall behind at the starting line. Moreover, having a phone is convenient. They can call home anytime if they miss their family. As a businessman, Li Jiangguo's perspective and way of thinking surpassed Lao Zhou's comprehension, leaving him unable to argue and only able to urge Zhou Jiangnan to express his gratitude. By 8 o'clock, Li Pengfei, with a steely resolve, dialed the inquiry hotline 967-89100. Under the watchful eyes of several people, his fingers trembled as he entered his examination number. The results began to be announced. Chinese, 99 points. Li Jiangguo frowned, and Li Pengfei's heart raced. Mathematics, 126 points. Li Pengfei sighed in relief, and Li Jiangguo's frown eased slightly. English, 105 points. Both father and son were astonished. When had Li Pengfei ever scored over 100 in English? Before they could regain their composure, the voice on the phone continued. Science comprehensive, 195 points, total score, 525 points. Li Jiangguo stared intently at Li Pengfei, and both exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Jiangnan, quick to react, hurriedly congratulated. Uncle Li, Fat Fei, did quite well this time. Based on past admission lines, that score should qualify him for an undergraduate program. Li Jiangguo remained silent, while Li Pengfei was overjoyed, leaping in place and shouting. Ha! Wow, I can't believe I scored over 100 in English. Ha, Jiangnan. I'm definitely going to get into a vocational college. This is amazing. Just as he finished speaking, Li Jiangguo playfully smacked him on the head. You're being too complacent. Jiangnan is right. There is hope for a third-tier university, but all depends on this year's cutoff. Both father and son were delighted and quickly called Li Pengfei's mother to share the good news. Lao Zhou and Luo Xiaoying empathized and extended their congratulations. Once the call ended, everyone's attention turned to Zhou Jiangnan. Jiangnan, it's your turn. Let us see what kind of surprise you have for us. Li Pengfei handed him the phone, while Lao Zhou and his wife were tense with anticipation. Zhou Jiangnan calmly activated the speakerphone, entered his examination number, and then a voice announced, Chinese, 135 points. Mathematics, 141 points. English, 146 points. Science comprehensive, 277 points. Total score, 699 points. Silence enveloped the duty room. The elder, who was about to light a cigarette, was startled and withdrew his lighter. The factory director remained silent, feeling even less inclined to speak. The first to break the silence was Li Pengfei, who slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, What the hell? How did you achieve such incredible results? Is this even humanly possible? Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Are you allowed to have your moment of excitement? Who doesn't he indulge in a good meal during the new year? Li Pengfei was even more exhilarated, playfully punching Zhou Jiangnan on the shoulder. And the two brothers were overflowing with joy. Li Jiangguo was the first to pull out cigarettes, offering one to the elder and Lao Zhou. Lighting one for himself and savoring a puff, blissfully exhaling a smoke ring. Xiangdong, congratulations on raising a prodigy. Prepare for a celebratory feast. And Fat Fei also did well. Jiangnan owes much to Uncle Li's constant support. He won't forget his roots when he achieves great things. Indeed, Aunt Shuang also often looks out for him. He remembers all these favors, Luo, Xiaoying chimed in. While the adults discussed plans for a graduation banquet, Li Pengfei suddenly interjected, Old man, don't forget about the phone you promised. Li Jiangguo chuckled, pulling out his wallet. No need to wait for the cutoff line. Take the money now and buy it yourself. He handed over a stack of cash, which Zhou Jiangnan estimated to be around 6,000 or 7,000. After thanking Uncle Li, Li Pengfei eagerly dragged Zhou Jiangnan downstairs. Hurry, let us buy phones in the county, then hit the internet cafe for some fun. Li Jiangguo overheard and made no objection. With such results, he would support any decision his son made. The three adults watched as the two boys rode their bikes out of the factory gates, filled with pride. Li Jiangguo was already aware of Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei's plans to build their own house, including how his son had secretly procured cement for repairs. And he was not angry. Rather, he had been quietly paying attention. Lao Zhou's son was remarkable. It was as if he had transformed into someone extraordinary. He handled situations with poise, was measured in his actions, and remained humble and composed. Moreover, he was quite handsome and would surely achieve great things in the future. His own son, though not ill-natured, lacked cunning, and he would undoubtedly need Zhou Jiangnan's support. Being a factory director was no easy feat. Li Jiangguo felt genuinely pleased with Zhou Jiangnan's accomplishments. Lao Zhou, blissfully smoking, could think only one thought. Damn it, my son is incredible. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei sped along, their bicycles nearly smoking from the effort. They arrived at the county South Mobile Phone Street, where, despite the small town lacking in various industries, there were numerous shops selling phones. ZTE, TCL, Lenovo, Motorola, every conceivable brand was available. After browsing, Zhou Jiangnan resolutely chose a Nokia. Setting aside everything else, this brand was renowned for its durability, boasting an added self-defense feature that others lacked. Li Pengfei, having no expertise in phones, readily accepted Zhou Jiangnan's choice. They each purchased a Nokia 7610 and activated a phone card, with plenty of money left from Li Jiangguo. Let us hurry to the internet cafe before all the seats are taken. They stored their numbers, and Li Pengfei rushed excitedly towards the cafe. Zhou Jiangnan assumed he would dive straight into gaming upon arrival, but to his surprise, he first logged onto QQ and created a class group, inviting everyone with a QQ number. They pulled each other in, and unexpectedly, out of 63 classmates, 57 joined. Fat Fei, unable to contain his excitement, decided it was time to show off. Chapter 49, My Brother Scored 699. Showing off is an art form. Even if the achievement isn't his own, Li Pengfei was still eager to boast. A brother's success is also a reflection of his own. Is there any issue with that? Wasn't Zhao Wanwan so confident in her abilities? Wasn't she adamant about not letting Zhou Jiangnan surpass her? Now, let us see what she has to say. Li Pengfei was convinced that Zhao Wanwan could never score 700 points. Zhou Jiangnan might very well be the top scorer in their class. Big pung. Has everyone checked their exam results yet? Damn, don't even mention it. My mom broke my feather duster in a fit of rage. Well, at least it's a bit better than the third mock exam. I'm checking now, don't rush me. Daping, you must be Li Pengfei, right? Your name is unmistakably yours. You seem quite exhilarated. It appears you fared well on your exam. The chat in the group is ablaze with excitement. Meanwhile, in a room within the family quarters of the county police station, Zhao Wanwan sits in her pajamas before her computer, calmly observing the messages in the group chat. She gazes at the username 8th level Gale, eagerly awaiting his comments. Suddenly, the avatar flickers, and Lin Jianxing sends a message. 1-1. Have you checked your scores? I only scored 675. You must have done significantly better, right? The identity behind the nickname is evidently Lin Yu. Zhou Jiangnan types on her keyboard. Not by much. I only scored 688. Wow. What an auspicious number. Congratulations. Lin Yu exclaims, then inquires, who is Zhou Jiangnan in the group? I'm curious about his score, but I don't know his QQ number. I know. His username is 8th level Gale. Zhou Jiangnan types a message, contemplating sending it, but ultimately deletes it all. Replying instead, I don't know either. She doesn't wish to appear overly concerned with Zhou Jiangnan, especially not wanting anyone to discover that she has added him on QQ. The previous username Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk was a newly registered account, while this prominent one in the class group goes by 1-1. After a few private messages, the atmosphere in the group has already heated up, thanks to Li Pengfei. Everyone, allow me to spill some tea. Our forever top scorer, Gao Qianjun, has achieved a staggering 701 points. Absolutely phenomenal. This score guarantees him a place at Qingbei. Let me share a tidbit too. Zhou Xiaolong, who has joined the group, scored 671. Wow. He has 8 dark horse in the college entrance exam. With that score, he can choose any 985 university. Have you all forgotten about another individual? I suspect he might be the true dark horse. I wonder how much he scored. You mean Zhou Jiangnan, right? Is he even in the group? Come forth and speak. Li Pengfei nudged Zhou Jiangnan. We recalling you. Make your grand entrance. Grand entrance, my foot. I prefer to remain low-key. I dislike showing off, Zhou Jiangnan observed quietly. With no intention of speaking up, you of all people, writing romantic poems, singing love songs, and dunking. When have any of those been low-key? I see you're just waiting for them to finish talking before you make a grand reveal. I'll play along for now and 1T expose you. At that moment, someone called out to Li Pengfei. Da Peng, you and Zhou Jiangnan are inseparable. Don't you know how much he scored? Ahem, I haven't been with him these past few days. I'll call him later to find out. Wait, did you buy a phone? What model? Li boss, take me along. I'll leave the backside matters to you. Let us not discuss that today. The group began to stir, their focus shifting dramatically. Lin Yu retorted, I know on 1S score, revealing it would astonish you all. How much? She can't possibly be higher than Gao Qianjun, right? Not quite, but 688 is still impressive. Goodness, that S terrifying. Zhou Jiangnan really has no chance of surpassing her now. That character is quite peculiar. Bored, Zhou Jiangnan felt a fleeting blush on her cheeks. She was no longer an oblivious girl. Recalling her last resolute statement to Zhou Jiangnan about not letting him surpass her, she remembered the peculiar look in his eyes. At the time, she hadn't reacted, but later reflection nearly drove her to madness. It was all her fault for hastily omitting the word over. Besides Lin Yu, only Huang Xiaolong had heard that, and the nickname Mighty Dragon crossing the river must belong to him. Why is it that Zhou Xiaolong scored 678, while Huang Xiaolong could only manage 541? That S the disparity. Zhou Jiangnan resolved that next time she filled out her college application, she would give Huang Xiaolong a good scolding for being so thoughtless and unable to keep his mouth shut. The group continued to report numerous high scores from others, but none exceeded 688, indicating that Zhou Jiangnan had secured the second-best position in the class. Others shared results from other science classes, revealing that the highest score in the 2005 graduating class of Lingjiang High School was 702. It was known that only 2 students had surpassed 700 points, the other being Gao Qianjun, who remained the second best in the school. Presuming all goes well, Zhou Jiangnan's South score could place her back in the top 10 of her grade, undoubtedly bringing a delighted smile to their homeroom teacher, Old Zhang. As things began to settle, Li Pengfei sent a sunglasses emoji, preparing to show off. Da Peng, I'm back. Want to know how much Nin Shui scored? I'm in a good mood today. It's rare for me to change Zhou Jiangnan's title from Douchebag Nan Shui. The person in question felt his cheeks flush at the side. Fatty. That's enough. Don't overdo it. Li Pengfei ignored him, grinning widely as he read Lin Yu's messages. Li Pengfei, how much did Zhou Jiangnan score? Guess for yourself, Lin Yu. Let us see if he surpassed Zhou Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan felt increasingly vexed. Damn fatty. Just like Huang Xiaolong, he has no good. Lin Yu pressed on. From your words, it seems he might have outscored 1-1. Zhou Jiangnan panicked. Could Zhou Jiangnan really have surpassed her? Others began to flood the chat with a barrage of question marks and exclamations. Suddenly, a user named Leave a Name Before the Fire chimed in. Hee, I'm different. I only want to know if Peng Ge can get into a college. Lu Ming, don't think I don't recognize you just because you're using a pseudonym. I scored 525, and Jiangnan says I can get into a third-tier school. Can you beat me? Oh heaven, are you blind? The user Leave a Name Before the Fire cursed as he exited the chat. Lin Yu flattered the fat boy a bit to satisfy his vanity, then continued to press for results. Li Pengfei tossed out a number, 699. The group fell silent immediately. After more than 20 seconds of stillness, no one spoke. Li Pengfei nearly thought the internet had cut out. Just 1 point shy of 700. Damn it. This is the ultimate dark horse. Now it's over. Zhou Jiangnan can not only talk and write, but also sing and play. He is handsome. And his scores are explosive. What merit do I have to be classmates with such a big shot? Now I regret it, deeply regret it. Proximity to the red makes one red. If I had known, I would have befriended Fong Xian sooner. What a fool. Don't you take a moment to assess yourself. Are you as good as Nanshan? Are you as handsome as him? No, you possess nothing, not even scores that can compete. How could the school beauty, Fong, possibly take a liking to you? You dog. Your words are so hurtful. As Li Pengfei furiously typed away, he was thoroughly enjoying himself, unable to contain his glee. Showing off is simply too delightful. Chapter 50, The Goddess Weeps. In the internet cafe, the relentless clatter of keyboards echoed. Li Pengfei transformed into a land-based keyboard deity, a human cannon, exuding an air of confidence. Zhou Jiangnan felt utterly speechless. Fatty, that score is mine. Why are you so thrilled? Hehe, Jiangnan. I know you're not adept at showing off, so it's more fitting for me to take the lead in this moment. We're brothers. What is yours is mine. Just watch. Li Pengfei suddenly called out in the group. Zhao Wanwan, my brother has surpassed you. What do you have to say? After observing quietly for a long time, Zhao Wanwan could no longer contain herself and replied, Li Pengfei, are you out of your mind? How much he scored is none of my business. How was it none of your business? You used to look down on him, calling him too weak, throwing away the love letters he sent. Now he has risen and put you in your place. Didn't he expect that, did you? So what if I said it? Zhou Jiangnan hasn't spoken, and yet you're in such a rush. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Wanwan was furious. If she could speak, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. You disgusting fatso. Your thoughts are utterly vile. Don't let me see you. I swear I'll make you pay. Li Pengfei, emboldened, continued to escalate his taunts, as if he were the one who had been the loyal dog for over 2 years. The others remained silent, merely observing him charge forward in the group chat. When it came to playing the rogue, Zhao Wanwan was certainly no match for him. Before long, her avatar disappeared, clearly having been forcefully removed from the chat. How satisfying. I've longed to confront her. What is she so proud of, just because she is beautiful and academically accomplished? Damn it, I'm merely a gopher delivering love letters, and she glares at me every time. All those origami cranes she discarded are now coming home to roost. She has finally been brought down a peg. Li Pengfei reveled in his verbal onslaught, quickly ordering 2 bottles of cola and some delightful egg yolk pies from the cafeteria. Zhou Jiangnan did not condone his actions. If one's affection for another causes distress, it strays from the very essence of that affection. Ultimately, while he scorned his own behavior as a lovesick fool over the past 2 years, he also recognized the impropriety of his actions. Besides, the image of a brawny man folding paper cranes was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Moreover, confession is a ritual of victory, not a clarion call for assault. He had the right to love, just as Zhao Wanwan had the right to refuse. Given a second chance, why not start anew? They were essentially strangers. Why entangle their lives? Such games are for children. Fatso, let me emphasize this. Let bygones be bygones. High school is over. The past should remain in the past. Please don't associate me with her in future discussions. I dislike it. Li Pengfei paused for a moment, swallowing his egg yolk pie. All right, I've voiced my grievances. I'll 1T bring it up again. The two reached a consensus and were about to engage in a game of CS, when suddenly Lin Yu anxiously interjected in the group chat. Li Pengfei, you scoundrel. You made Wanwan cry. I called her, and she could hardly speak. She hasn't wronged you. Why do you torment her? Just wait. If anything happens to Wanwan, let us see if Zhao uncle will spare you. Lin Yu's words sent a chill down Li Pengfei's spine. Damn it. How could I forget that Zhao Wanwan's father is the deputy director of the police bureau? She wouldn't be fragile enough to contemplate something drastic, would she? Jiangnan, what should we do? Have I landed us in trouble? Surely, Zhao wouldn't seek revenge for personal grievances? Not likely. She is not as fragile as you think. Forget it. I'll go apologize on your behalf. Zhou Jiangnan sought out Zhao Wanwan's QQ account and sent a friend request. Having cried her fill, Zhao Wanwan was now drying her tears while sipping yogurt. Upon seeing that a prominent account had added her as a friend, her heart skipped a beat. What should I do? Is he here to mock me? After a moment's contemplation, she decided to accept the request. Zhou Jiangnan sent a message. Classmate Zhao, I apologize for the fatso's behavior. He tends to speak without thinking, and I've already reprimanded him. Moreover, you should be celebrating your excellent results. Congratulations. Thank you. I thought you had come to ridicule me too, Zhao Wanwan replied. Not at all. Only children stoop to such behavior. I have no interest in that. Everything that transpired in high school is behind us. We are bound by fate as classmates. Oh, then congratulations to you as well. You've scored exceptionally high, surely securing a spot at Tsinghua or Peking University. Thank you. You're not angry anymore, are you? Not angry. That's good. Let us leave it at that then. Goodbye. Zhou Jiangnan quietly exited the chat. Zhao Wanwan blinked. This insufferable man had indeed turned heartless. He just came to go through the motions of an apology? No way, I'm angry again. Just as she was about to send that message, she reconsidered and deleted it. The education she had received since childhood did not support such behavior. Since Zhou Jiangnan had let go, why not allow the past to be carried away by the winds? Zhao Wanwan messaged Lin Yu to inform her that she was no longer upset, which relieved Lin Yu. The conflict between Li Pengfei and Zhao Wanwan was merely a minor episode. The focus of everyone remained on the college entrance examination results, for that was the matter that would shape each of their futures. Someone began speculating in the group about this year's admission cutoff scores. Some believed it would be around 510 for the third-tier universities, while others thought it might hover around 520, but no one expected it to reach 530. Li Pengfei was elated, increasingly convinced of his chances for undergraduate admission. The school had announced that on June 27th, all classes would organize the application process by class. This year marked the first year of transitioning from estimated scores to actual score submissions, and to prevent students from making mistakes due to ignorance of the rules. Many important details needed to be explained in person. Everyone in the group was eagerly anticipating the day after tomorrow, looking forward to discussing their applications together and deepening their friendships, vowing never to lose contact no matter where life took them. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan's thoughts were occupied with another matter, or rather, another person, Wang Yueran. She had mentioned that she would finish her internship after the college entrance exams, but he was unsure if she had returned to school. He recalled her phone number, which he had quietly saved in his new phone, contemplating calling her when Li Pengfei was not around to check in on her. He hadn't even bid farewell to his big sister before she left. He felt he had not been a competent younger brother. They played games for a while longer, with Li Pengfei insisting on dragging Zhou Jiangnan into fantasy westward journey. Thus, he registered a character named Yinyu Jiangnan. The Fatso's Dragon Palace character guided him through the Great Wild Goose Pagoda, and by the time they logged off, they had reached level 30. In the evening, they bought some snacks on the street and rode their bikes back to the cement factory. Without Feng Xin's contact information, Zhou Jiangnan had no way of knowing her exam results. Upon returning home, they were greeted by a sumptuous dinner. That evening, Li Jiangguo and his wife unexpectedly came over to Zhou Jiangnan's house for a meal, which delighted the Fatso immensely. Mom, weren't you shopping in Rongchen? Why are you back so soon? Li Pengfei's mother, Zhang Shuaying, dressed quite fashionably, but without the pretentiousness of a wealthy lady, replied, Aunt Luo prepared a feast, and Uncle Chun invited us to dine together. As an aunt, I must come to celebrate Jiangnan. The two families enjoyed a lively dinner together, during which Zhang Shuaying presented Zhou Jiangnan with a generous red envelope, for which he expressed his gratitude profusely. Thus ended a delightful day, with everyone eagerly awaiting the arrival of the day after tomorrow. Chapter 51. Filling out applications. If your heart is filled with anticipation, then time will never seem sufficient. 2 days swiftly passed, and when Zhou Jiangnan arrived at the classroom, it was already filled to over half capacity. Li Pengfei had returned to the county seat with his parents the previous night, arriving even earlier than Zhou Jiangnan, and was animatedly chatting with a girl in the front row. The atmosphere in the classroom was generally lively, as only a few from class 6 of the senior year had performed poorly on the exams. The moment Zhou Jiangnan stepped through the door, he captured everyone's attention. Wow, isn't that South Brother? Our dark horse has arrived. Don't call him South Brother. It should be South God. He is handsome, talented, and has excellent grades. I foresee him becoming a great writer. The classmates cheered. Zhou Jiangnan responded with a smile and strolled to his seat. Jiangnan, I tried calling you last night, but you were always on the line. Li Pengfei flaunted his newly purchased phone, resembling a foolish son of a landlord. Oh, I just got it and don't quite know how to use it. I must have pressed the wrong buttons, Zhou Jiangnan replied casually, while internally he was preoccupied with another matter. He had indeed called Wang Yueran last night, and he couldn't let that fatso find out otherwise. Who knew what rumors would spread from his loose lips? On the phone, Wang Yueran congratulated him on his impressive scores and mentioned that she would be returning to Rongqing School that very morning, expressing hope that they would meet again by fate in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiangnan felt a surge of discontent. In stories, meeting again by fate often implies that they would never see each other again. With such a captivating and enchanting older sister, one must ensure they meet again. If fate does not provide, one must forge it themselves. As she prepared to leave, How could a younger brother not see her off? In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, he urged Wang Yueran to wait for him, promising to accompany her to the station after he had completed his college applications, honoring their bond as siblings. Wang Yueran giggled and gladly accepted his request. Thus, despite the cacophony of voices in the classroom, Zhou Jiangnan felt little desire to engage in the discussions. He was eager to finalize his applications and fulfill his promise to see her off. Surely, seeing someone off cannot be considered as mere flattery, can it? Which university are you planning to apply to? Jiangnan, Tsinghua, or Peking University? Lin Yu, who had mysteriously appeared behind him, inquired. Tsinghua or Peking? Absolutely not, he replied. In my previous life, Zhao Wanwan attended Tsinghua. If I apply there, wouldn't it just lead me to the same city? I need to keep my distance from her to avoid unnecessary heartache. Zhou Jiangnan responded, I am not applying to either. I will go to Jiangnan University. Jiangnan? With your scores, it would be a pity not to aim for Tsinghua or Peking, but Jinling University, Linen University, or Shanghai Jiaotong University are all excellent choices. Which are you considering? Perhaps Linen. I have a fondness for that city. Haha, may your wishes come true. Lin Yu cheerfully returned to her seat. Just as Zhou Jiangnan sought a moment of quiet, Li Pengfei approached him once more. Nanshan, lend me your wisdom. With my scores, which university can I hope to attend? The scores for Sichuan province had already been established. 595 for the first batch of science undergraduates, 550 for the second, and a mere 525 for the third batch. This hefty fellow had barely scraped by the line. He was indeed fortunate. Let me think. May I see that college application guide you have? Zhou Jiangnan took the guide, scanned it, and found it difficult to make a choice. This fellow had no intention of leaving the province. He would likely have to gamble on a lesser-known major at some independent college. How about this one, the Film Academy? Let's take a chance. All right, I'll discuss it with my parents. Li Pengfei dashed out to make a phone call and returned shortly after. My parents said they checked their connections. And it seems the odds are in my favor. I'll go with it. With his indecision resolved, Li Pengfei felt a newfound lightness as he began to roam around, inquiring about other choices, but most opted for secrecy. Not long after, their homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, entered the classroom with a beaming smile. This year, Class 6 had made quite a name for itself, achieving an impressive overall performance, which would translate into a nice bonus for him. Especially with Zhou Jiangnan emerging as a dark horse. One must understand the honor at Tsinghua or Peking University slot could bring to the school and its teachers. It would warrant a grand celebration with banners hung throughout the campus. With a sense of pride, Old Zhang ascended the podium and, as usual, announced the entire class's results. Zhou Jiangnan had remarkably surged to third place in the grade, a stunning comeback after 3 years of relative obscurity. Aside from him, Zhao Wanwan also astonishingly broke into the top 8, landing precisely in 8th place. Along with Zhou Xiaolong and other unexpected contenders, the envy of other homeroom teachers was palpable. Students, you are the most outstanding class I have ever taught. In terms of scores, we rank first in the entire grade, Old Zhang reflected, while students below muttered in jest. Just last time he said we were the worst class he'd ever had. His change of heart is astonishing, Lin Yu remarked. Huang Xiaolong quickly chimed in. Indeed, he changes his tune faster than one turns a page. Silence. I wasn't speaking to you, came the predictable retort. Huang Xiaolong, feeling deeply aggrieved, lamented that ever since his adoptive father had fallen from grace, teacher Lin's demeanor towards him had soured. Thankfully, these dreary days would soon come to an end. Wanwan, which university do you intend to apply to? My scores are a bit awkward. There aren't any good majors at Tsinghua or Peking, and my parents have pored over the guide, asking around, suggesting Linen University, which I also find quite suitable. Oh, Zhou Jiangnan is going to Linen University too. Lin Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she scrutinized Zhao Wanwan skeptically. Confess honestly, did you two conspire in secret? Zhao Wanwan was taken aback, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. With Zhou Jiangnan's scores, attending Tsinghua or Peking was practically guaranteed. Why would he forego such an excellent opportunity? To be accepted into Tsinghua or Peking in Lingjiang County would immediately elevate one to a household name, with the school not only offering rewards but also displaying grand banners at the entrance, akin to ancient parades. It should have been a time of triumph and glory. Yet he chose Linen University instead. Could it be that he knew I was going there and deliberately chose to forego Tsinghua? He still harbors feelings for me? Oh dear, what should I do? If he pursues me to university, should I accept him? Zhao Wanwan found herself lost in thought, momentarily forgetting to respond. Wow, could it be that my guess was right? You, Wanwan, say you don't want him, yet your demeanor suggests otherwise, Lin Yu teased excitedly. That is not true. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll scratch you. Zhao Wanwan retorted, flailing her hands at Lin Yu. and soon they were embroiled in a playful tussle. Old Zhang observed the commotion with indifference, thinking them good students who should be happy about their commendable achievements. After a moment, Zhou Jiangnan, out of breath, declared, "I truly don't know. I've never asked him. Besides, which university I attend is my own business. It has nothing to do with him." Lin Yu persisted. "Jiangnan, you've changed. You used to express disdain and contempt for Zhou Jiangnan. Now your tone has softened. Could be you like him without realizing it?" "Absolutely not. If you keep spouting nonsense, I will ignore you." After their playful argument concluded, Old Zhang began distributing the Sichuan Province 2005 college entrance examination candidate application cards. Without hesitation, Zhou Jiangnan filled in Linen University as her first choice, selecting a few random schools for her second and third choices. Since she had already decided on her university, Zhou Jiangnan didn't need to consult Old Zhang like the others. He swiftly completed his application card and left. By the time Old Zhang realized, his prize student had vanished. Clutching the application card, he glanced at it and felt as if the world were spinning. He thought he might faint at any moment. "Rebellious student, I told you to apply to Tsinghua or Peking, and you chose Linen instead? This truly infuriates me." Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he resolved to visit Zhou Jiangnan's family that evening to engage in some earnest persuasion regarding his choices. The final application summary still required each student's signature for confirmation, so there was still time for amendments. Chapter 52. Did he drink my milk tea? By late June in Lingjiang, the weather had turned quite warm. Zhou Jiangnan dashed out of the classroom and sprinted to the back gate of the school. Wang Yueran, at the milk tea shop, bit down on her straw and, upon seeing him arrive breathless, smiled radiantly, making the very air seem to shimmer. Zhou Jiangnan grinned as he approached. "Good sister, I'm here. What a nonsensical address." Wang Yueran put down her milk tea and checked the time. "It's barely 9 in the morning. Have you really completed your applications so early? Have you thought it through? Did you check everything?" With a parched throat, Zhou Jiangnan casually grabbed her milk tea and took a sip before responding. "I've already told you I'm going to Linen University. I filled in my first choice and came out." "Ah, you didn't fill in your second and third choices? Hurry back and complete them. You can't be careless." Wang Yueran exclaimed in shock, realizing her younger brother's impulsiveness. "No, if my score doesn't allow me to attend Lin University, then there's no need for me to pursue higher education at all." "Little brother, you are quite confident, aren't you?" "Sister, I'm not a child anymore." Zhou Jiangnan's gaze was piercing as he noisily sipped through a straw. "Oh, my milk. I finished it." Wang Yueran paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, shooting him a disapproving glare. "I thought you were different from other boys. Turns out you're just as bad." "Oh, what are you talking about? I can't quite understand you. I'm an adult now, not child." Zhou Jiangnan feigned ignorance. "Oof, you know exactly what I mean." Wang Yueran dragged her suitcase to the roadside to wait for a taxi, and Zhou Jiangnan hurried to assist her. The moment he grabbed the suitcase, his hand brushed against hers, feeling cool and exquisitely smooth. Today, Wang Yueran was dressed refreshingly. Perhaps it was because her internship had concluded, transforming her from an intern teacher into a senior student. With the heat of the day, she wore a floral sundress and a white t-shirt, her hair styled in a bun. "Ah, this damned goddess aura." Zhou Jiangnan hailed a taxi, stowing the suitcase in the trunk, then nonchalantly squeezed into the back seat beside Wang Yueran, completely unembarrassed. Wang Yueran tilted her head to scrutinize him, pursed her lips, and then broke into a radiant smile, looking utterly delightful. This little brother has quite the charm. His actions are so adept and seasoned. His flirting techniques are plentiful. "Jiangnan, I truly didn't expect your college entrance examination score to be so high. With 699 points, why didn't you apply to Qingbei? That's the dream of so many." "Because I like it. I like Jiangnan." Zhou Jiangnan replied with confidence. A strong individual never complains about their circumstances. They thrive wherever they go. It doesn't necessarily have to be Qingbei. Besides, Linen University isn't lacking. There are plenty of beautiful girls there. "Oh, is that one of your considerations?" "Truly, none of the boys are decent. I can't believe I didn't notice you were so lecherous. Didn't Confucius say that food and sex are part of human nature? I'm a pure man, and I'm no exception, just like on this hot day. Seeing you makes my heart feel at ease." The banter between the two astonished the taxi driver, nearly choking on his saliva. Goodness, what is the relationship between these two handsome young people? At first, he thought they were a couple. This is all too chaotic. And this boy who scored 699 points? Why isn't he going to Qingbei? Did I step out without checking the calendar? What a bizarre world we live in. "Excuse me, classmate, may I interrupt? Are you a senior from number 1 high school?" "Yes." "Oh, my apologies for the intrusion." Zhou Jiangnan looked at the driver, bewildered, while Wang Yueran chuckled. "Zhou Jiangnan, look at you. You don't resemble a student at all. The handsome boy awkwardly scratched his nose, thinking, what a rude driver, ruining the farewell atmosphere. I'll file a complaint. I'll complain as soon as I get out. The driver silently noted Zhou Jiangnan's name, planning to ask his son, who was in the second year of high school, when such an impressive student had emerged from number 1 high school. The taxi soon arrived at the bus station. Zhou Jiangnan paid the fare and retrieved the suitcase, while Wang Yueran gracefully walked ahead, her long legs glowing with a radiant whiteness. It's no wonder the younger brother is insatiable. The sister is simply too enchanting. Zhou Jiangnan grumbled behind her, openly admiring her. This truly is a pair of exquisite legs, long, straight, and flawless. Any addition would make them too long, and any subtraction would make them too short. By modern standards, she could easily be a leg model. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into a soft palm. Wang Yueran had sensed something was amiss while walking ahead. Her woman's intuition prompted her to turn around, and, indeed, caught the lecherous little thief red-handed. She stood on her tiptoes and tapped Zhou Jiangnan's forehead, exasperatedly scolding him. Honestly, I've noticed you're a bit naughty. It seems you lack any respect for me. I ought to keep my distance from you. Zhou Jiangnan grinned. Sister, you're leaving now. I'm just trying to take a few more glances to solidify the memory, so I 1T forget you later. Besides, looking 1T cost me a thing. Sister, that title is rather amusing. Wang Yueran withdrew her hand and teased. What's next? Are you going to serenade me with farewell? I would love to, but alas, there are no ancient pavilions or willow trees by the roadside to set the mood. If you don't mind, I could sing Kiss Goodbye instead. Wang Yueran shot him a sidelong glance. This boy has quite the way with words. Who claimed he was weak and unmanly. Dream on. Let us hurry. If we miss this bus, I'll have to wait over an hour. She furrowed her brow, thought for a moment, and added, this time, you lead the way, you naughty little brother. Zhou Jiangnan laughed, taking the suitcase and striding ahead. Wang Yueran observed his back, tall and handsome, clad in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, exuding a refreshing and sunny demeanor that would surely be quite striking in college. Such a high-quality young man is far superior to those greasy, lecherous boys at school. It's a pity he is a bit young. Otherwise, I might consider him. No. Wang Yueran, what are you thinking? Get her head straight. She shook her head, trying to dispel her fanciful thoughts, but failed to notice Zhou Jiangnan had stopped, resulting in her colliding with him. Like a fledgling swallow returning home, she dove into his embrace, crashing against his chest, feeling the firmness of his muscles. Sister, why did you throw yourself into my arms? Zhou Jiangnan smirked. Ah, Wang Yueran was startled, bouncing back a meter like a rabbit. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at him. Zhou Jiangnan, why are you so wicked? I merely turned around to see why you had fallen silent. Who knew you would suddenly bump into me? You can't blame me for that. Yes, it's my fault. It's not entirely your fault. If we must place blame, let us say it's the melancholic atmosphere of parting that makes one reluctant to say goodbye. Bah, who is reluctant to part with you? You're a little devil. Zhou Jiangnan winked, hinting at something. Wang Yueran ground her teeth in frustration, stomping her foot in anger. The more she reacted this way, the more excited Zhou Jiangnan became. Perhaps knowing that they might not meet again, he unleashed the repressed spirit from his past life, becoming much more flirtatious. Through this playful teasing, he realized Wang Yueran was genuinely interesting, sometimes wise and sometimes adorably foolish. However, the joyful moments were fleeting. After purchasing the tickets, the bus soon departed. As she opened the window to wave goodbye, Wang Yueran called out, Goodbye, mischievous little brother, the exceptional Zhou Jiangnan. Sister, don't forget me. I will miss you. Safe travels. Zhou Jiangnan replied loudly, then waved his phone. Wang Yueran understood his implication, indicating they could still keep in touch, which made her smile gently. She opened her phone's contacts and changed Zhou Jiangnan's name to Little Brother. Having such an internship experience before graduating college and encountering such a talented and interesting younger brother truly made the trip worthwhile. It's a pity that in the end, they were not on the same path. She had to decide whether to pursue graduate studies or enter the workforce. Romantic entanglements are but trivial matters. Chapter 53, 3 Types of Girls. After bidding farewell to Wang Yueran, Zhou Jiangnan felt a tinge of melancholy. Although they hadn't spent much time alone together, he found Wang Yueran to be a remarkable individual, truly an exceptional girl. Among the few high-caliber girls he had encountered since his rebirth, only Wang Yueran exuded such grace and playfulness, embodying the delightful blend of both sweetness and sophistication. Zhou Jiangnan found himself remarkably compatible with her, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease in her presence. In stark contrast, Zhao Wanwan's lofty pride and indifference to others' feelings often rendered communication with her a blood-boiling affair. Such a girl could only be admired from afar. Although Fong Xin was gentle and considerate, her thoughts were intricate and delicate. A girl like her possessed a soft and sensitive heart, necessitating careful attention to one's words during conversation. For one could never predict which remark might inadvertently touch upon her tender sensitivities. Thinking of Fong Xin, he recalled her words about filling out college applications and bidding farewell. Zhou Jiangnan understood her implication, meeting again at the old school gate. Glancing at the time, which was still shy of 10 o'clock, he deemed it the perfect moment to return to school, and thus hailed a taxi. As anticipated, Fong Xin was waiting at the school gate. Upon seeing him alight from the taxi, she expressed surprise. "Jiangnan, you're arriving so late to fill out your applications?" "Not at all. I completed my applications long ago. I was just at the bus station seeing off a friend." "Oh, so you returned for something else?" "Not really. I was just thinking about what you said about bidding farewell after filling out applications. And since I didn't have your contact information, I could only come back and hope for the best." Zhou Jiangnan smiled. "Fortunately, you haven't left yet. Otherwise, I would have no idea where to find you." A flicker of warmth and joy passed through Fong Xion's eyes as she gently asked, "So, you came back because of me?" Indeed, receiving the answer she longed for, her heart swelled with warmth, and she felt an irresistible urge to share that she had also applied to Linen University. However, before she could speak, Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "I saw your scores. You're the top arts student in the city. Which school did you apply for, Tsinghua or Beida?" "Well, that is a secret. You'll find out in due time." Fong Xian suddenly felt reluctant to reveal the mystery so soon, and with a playful blink, she chose to keep it to herself. This mischievous expression momentarily captivated Zhou Jiangnan. "All right, I suppose I'll find out eventually. The school will unfurl a banner." Fong Xian winked, "Not necessarily." After chatting for a while, Zhou Jiangnan asked for her contact details, only to discover that not only did she lack a QQ account, but her phone number was also a landline. This was indeed awkward, as one couldn't carry a landline to college. He rummaged through his pocket, feeling embarrassed. "Oh no, I didn't bring any paper to write my number down for you. Do you think you can remember it if I say it out loud?" "How silly. You can write it on your palm." His cheeks flushed at the simplicity of her suggestion. Unable to help himself, he gazed at her, and in their shared glance, Fong Xian's eyelashes fluttered, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks, lending her a delicate charm. Indeed, it was true that those designated as campus beauties possessed exceptional beauty. Zhou Jiangnan handed her a pen, and she wrote her number on her palm, silently reciting it to memorize. Just then, Li Pengfei called. "Jiangnan, where the hell have you been? I came back from the restroom, and you were gone." "I'm at the school gate." "Dude, you didn't even call me when you left." Without further ado, he exclaimed, "Shall we head to the internet cafe?" Fong Xian is here too." Li Pengfei's loud voice caught Fong Xian's attention, and she asked, "Are you guys going to the internet cafe?" "I've never been. Can I join you?" "Perfect. We can help you register a QQ account." Zhou Jiangnan readily agreed and urged Li Pengfei to hurry up. Once the trio was assembled, they strolled to the cafe, with the generous Li Pengfei treating them to snacks. Zhou Jiangnan naturally sat in the middle, and after helping Fong Xian register her QQ account and adding each other as friends, Li Pengfei encouraged the innocent girl to play Dream of the Westward Journey. Having never played an online game before, Fong Xian was quickly entranced by the cartoonish graphics, creating a character named Xian Kai, and upon seeing others' tricolor appearances, she gasped in awe. Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes, realizing that girls, regardless of age, were drawn to flamboyant things. The affluent Li Pengfei, without a second thought, purchased 10 dyeing items to help her achieve a stunning look. Yet, instead of battling monsters to level up, Fong Xian became utterly absorbed in catching sea turtles into Donghai, infuriating the benevolent Li Pengfei. Surrendering to the futility of the situation, Li Pengfei shifted his focus to assisting Zhou Jiangnan in acquiring summoning beasts. To showcase the game's allure and keep his good friend engaged, he bought a stack of advanced crafting guides and iron to forge weapons. Unbeknownst to this oblivious fatso, Zhou Jiangnan was well-versed in Dream of the Westward Journey from a past life, fully aware of its mechanics. While introducing the game, he proudly crafted a weapon. "Wow, that's impressive. You can even create your own weapons?" Zhou Jiangnan feigned astonishment, then seized control of the game. "Let me give it a try." Before Li Pengfei could react, he had crafted several sets of iron and proceeded to identify them, unexpectedly producing a level 120 untitled fan. "What the hell? Your luck is outrageous. First, you aced the college entrance exam, and now you're dominating the game. This fan could easily fetch 3,000 yuan. The novice Fong Xian was taken aback. "What? You can sell things from the game in real life?" The innocent girl was utterly oblivious to the world of online gaming. Had this been 10 years later, such an item would fetch tens of thousands. But in this era, it was considered quite cheap. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. I'm not selling it. This game is quite enjoyable. I can now flaunt this fan. Indeed, he brandished the glowing weapon while mingling with a ghost-catching squad, drawing attention from the leaders who eagerly hailed him as a big shot. Li Pengfei was thrilled to see his friends' interest peaked. Finally, they could enjoy gaming together. He generously gifted Zhou Jiangnan and Feng Xin additional items, boasting that he would help them both reach level 120 before the start of university. Feng Xin shyly replied, Pengfei, I don't have that much time to play. I need to help my grandmother this summer and might stay with my dad for a while. Zhou Jiangnan echoed, Fatty, I also can't spend all my time at the internet cafe. I need to find something to do soon. The two of them were dismissive, leaving Li Pengfei exasperated. What the hell? The college entrance exam is over. It's time to relax. Feng Xin has her commitments. But you're not planning to start working, are you? Don't even mention that. I don't want to hear those words. Zhou Jiangnan cursed. Have you forgotten that we signed up for driving lessons? I need to practice driving soon. And aren't you planning to go to Rongchen? I can accompany you, and we can wholesale some goods to sell a market. Sell a market? How much can you make from that? Not important. It's about gaining experience. Otherwise, it'll be too dull just hanging around. Fine. When are we going to Rongchen? I'll inform Xiao Xiao in advance. Xiao Xiao is Zhou Jiangnan's in-game wife. Preferably sooner rather than later. Once the application forms are signed, we'll leave, aiming for a round trip in a day. Feng Xin interjected. Who is Xiao Xiao? Zhou Jiangnan smirked, asked this fatty. Feng Xin's eyes brimmed with curiosity, while Li Pengfei's face flushed crimson. Just a friend from the game. Oh, so it's an online romance, Feng Xin drawled, an understanding look on her face. Li Pengfei chugged his cola to mask his embarrassment. Chapter 54. What does Zhao Wanwan have to do with it? After an exhilarating day, Zhou Jiangnan returned home as dusk settled in. A Jialing 125 motorcycle was parked downstairs, bearing an unfamiliar license plate that caught his attention. Upon entering the house, he found two additional guests. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, and the department head were seated in the living room, while Lao Zhou engaged them in conversation, and comrade Luo Xiaoying busied herself in the kitchen. Jiangnan, you're back. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the trio in the living room turned their gazes toward it. Old Zhang greeted them warmly. Luo Xiaoying wiped her hands on her apron, saying, Yaoer, today we have a teacher visiting. Hurry inside while I prepare another dish for dinner. Zhou Jiangnan, pondering briefly, surmised that the purpose of Old Zhang and his companion's visit was likely related to college entrance examination applications. It was hardly surprising, as every year after the examinations, Lingjiang No. 1 Middle School competed with other local institutions for the number of students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University. The admission rates of these prestigious universities have become the most significant benchmark for Lingjiang No. 1 Middle School and a focal point of concern within the local educational community. With a score of 699, he should theoretically have secured a place at either institution. The fact that he applied to them was bound to raise alarms among the teachers and school administrators. Director Deng, Teacher Zhang. Zhou Jiangnan greeted as he took a seat. Old Zhang got straight to the point. Jiangnan, Uncle Zhang has witnessed your remarkable journey over the past 3 months. To ascend from being ranked outside the top 600 to the top 10 in such a short span is unprecedented in the history of Lingjiang No. 1 Middle School. You have truly blazed a trail. This year, we have analyzed that the estimated cutoff for Tsinghua and Peking University is around 685. There are 6 students in the science class who scored above 685, yet only you and Zhao Wanwan have not applied to these institutions, which has taken us by surprise. We visited Zhao Wanwan before coming here, and after discussing with her parents, we can understand their perspective. Scoring 688, indeed, may not guarantee entry into a desirable program at Tsinghua or Peking University, so her decision to forego them is somewhat justifiable. However, your choice not to apply is perplexing. With your score, you could certainly secure a place in a prestigious program. What could possibly be the reason behind this? As Old Zhang grew increasingly animated, he could no longer contain himself and stood up, fixing an accusatory gaze upon Old Zhou. Xiangdong, the child is still naive, but you, as a father, should lend him guidance in making his choices. For 3 years in high school, you've not closely monitored his academic progress. I refrain from saying much due to the bond shared among classmates, but at such a pivotal moment in his life, you can no longer remain passive. At that moment, Luo Xiaoying entered with the last dish, and upon seeing Old Zhang so agitated, she smiled awkwardly. Teacher Zhang, please don't be so worked up. Let us eat and discuss it. Not eating. We have another place to visit afterward, Old Zhang insisted. Just a little, it's already mealtime. And since you're here, Luo Xiaoying urged. Old Zhang was about to refuse again when Director Deng patted his shoulder and interjected. Well then, Let us trouble you for 2 more sets of chopsticks. Zhou Jiangnan shot a glare at Zhou Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling compelled, served rice for the 2 teachers and offered them dishes with chopsticks. Zhou Jiangnan habitually reached beneath the table for a bottle of liquor, but Luo Xiaoying shot him a disapproving look, prompting him to retract his hand. Let us have a drink. The last time we toasted was at your wedding. Since we're all together now, let us indulge a bit. Old Deng will be riding afterward, so he can pass this time, old Zhang said, snatching the bottle and pouring himself a generous amount. Old Zhou, aware of his old classmate's dissatisfaction, could only awkwardly accompany the toast. After a few sips, old Zhang cursed, Jiangnan, why are you choosing to squander your potential? Zhou Jiangnan scratched his nose, somewhat speechless. How could Lin University be that inferior to Tsinghua and Peking University? Before he could articulate a response, old Zhang continued his tirade. Is it because you still have feelings for Zhao Wanwan? Are you hoping to pursue her? Her father is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. She will eventually rise in status. If you don't aim for Tsinghua or Peking University, do you think your background is worthy of her? As these words left his mouth, the atmosphere turned tense, and the other 3 adults were momentarily taken aback. Old Zhou slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his expression turning increasingly hostile. Luo Xiaoying showed little reaction, but ceased her movements as well. Director Deng, perceptive as always, sensed the situation was becoming awkward and quickly intervened. Oh, Minfu, what are you saying? It's normal for young people to be curious about relationships, especially since Jiangnan is quite handsome and Zhao Wanwan is beautiful. Mutual attraction is natural. Moreover, both are now adults, and their progress in this examination shows that their emotional matters have not hindered their studies. This isn't the topic we should be discussing. As for your decision not to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University, I believe Jiangnan must have his own reasoning. Why don't we hear from him? All eyes turned toward Zhou Jiangnan, especially old Zhou S., filled with skepticism, as if ready to reprimand him at the slightest misstep. Zhou Jiangnan, unperturbed, calmly slurped a noodle and even took a sip from old Zhou's glass confidently. Dad, Mom, Director Deng, Uncle Zhang, I have contemplated this decision thoroughly. Please don't rush me. Let me explain my thoughts. Firstly, I must emphasize that my desire to attend Lin University has no relation to Zhao Wanwan. I was unaware of her intentions to go there beforehand, and we share no romantic entanglements. I do not harbor feelings for her, nor does she for me. Old man, please do not look at me with those skeptical eyes. It truly has nothing to do with her. Regarding my choice of Lin and University, I have several reasons. First, I prefer the climate of the South. The northern winters are brutally cold, and I wish to avoid that. Second, Uncle Zhang knows I have a fondness for classical poetry, and my proficiency in Chinese is partly due to this passion. Having immersed myself in the beauty of poetic expressions, I have a natural inclination towards the Jiangnan region. Do not give me that look, old man. You named me Jiangnan, so it seems destined that I should go there. Perhaps you should reflect on that. The third reason, which is quite significant, is that I believe the Jiangnan area not only boasts economic prosperity, but also possesses a vibrant business atmosphere and environment, which is conducive for my future entrepreneurial aspirations. Lastly, I would like to pose a question to you all, which holds greater importance, the major or the institution? To be frank, my grades would not allow me to study the best majors at Tsinghua or Peking University, but at Lin University, I would have the liberty to choose. Furthermore, Lin University is a nationally recognized institution. I do not perceive it as being significantly inferior to Tsinghua or Peking University. I'm now 18 years old, an adult, and I am capable of making my own decisions regarding my life. Fueled by the liquor, Zhou Jiangnan stood up, exuding a spirited resolve akin to a young scholar ready to engage in a battle of wits. However, in the next moment, old Zhou slapped him on the back of the head. You think you can make decisions? I haven't even spoken yet. You think you can decide anything? What do you mean by you do as you please? He is still just a child. In this household, who makes the decisions, you or I? Luo Xiaoying set her chopsticks down and glared at Zhou Xiangdong. You better keep quiet. I'll count to 3. Chapter 55. This Jiangnan is not that Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan nodded, turning his gaze towards Zhang Minfu. Uncle Zhang, I appreciate your concern. I'm fully aware of my choices, and I assure you that my future accomplishments will not disappoint you. Old Zhang downed the remaining white liquor in one gulp and sighed, Xiangdong. Our children are growing up, and we are aging. Zhou Xiangdong also finished his drink, breaking into a silly grin. To him, his son's current achievements were akin to a blessing from their ancestors. Whether or not he attended Qingbei was of little consequence. This lad was already making decisions about purchasing a home. He was no longer that little child stumbling behind his father. After the meal, the family saw Director Deng and Zhang Minfu off. The motorcycle roared away, and old Zhang took the initiative to wash the dishes. While Luo Xiaoying listened to her son describe the comparative merits of Linen University and Qingbei. The couple felt no qualms. As long as their son was happy, that was sufficient. Parents are eternally forgiving of their children, always echoing the same sentiment. Mom and Dad support you. The road leading out from the Lingjiang People's Cement Factory undergoes major repairs every 3 years due to the heavy trucks that frequent it. The delicate cement road cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of these colossal vehicles, and it soon becomes a crumbled mess. Director Deng rode his bike with Zhang Minfu back toward the county town, their next stop being the home of Fang Xin, who was quite a remarkable student, Ling City's top scorer in the arts and second in the province. Oddities abound each year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. The daughter of the deputy mayor had chosen to apply to Linen University as well, which is indeed a curious turn of events. Fang Xin's identity as the deputy mayor's daughter became widely known after she was bullied by a local ruffian, prompting a county-wide crackdown. Teachers at the school lamented the strictness of Vice Mayor Fang's household. The only daughter, she was left in the countryside to live a frugal life with her grandmother, relying solely on her own efforts to excel in her studies, never once mentioning aspirations for Olympiad awards or seeking to enhance her college entrance exam scores through athletic prowess. The integrity of Fang Su's administration as a vice mayor could be discerned from the very outset. Indeed, the family had a commendable reputation. Old Zhang, why have Zhou Jiangnan, Zhao Wanwan, and Fang Xin, 3 promising candidates for Qingbei, all opted for Linen University? It is understandable that Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan, as classmates, might have made a pact to attend Linen together, but Fang Xin is from the liberal arts class. Why would she make such a choice? Who knows? Perhaps we should inquire. Old Zhang furrowed his brow, recalling that he had recently heard that Fang Xin and Zhou Jiangnan had grown quite close. If the top liberal arts student had chosen Linen University because of him, then this young rascal would have single-handedly undermined Lingjiang No. 1 High School's aspirations for prestige. However, it seemed that Director Deng was unaware of this development, so it was best for him to feign ignorance. By the time the motorcycle reached Qianjin village, it was already past 7 in the evening. Fang Xin was taken aback upon seeing Director Deng and Zhang Minfu, but quickly called for her grandmother. Grandma, Director Deng and Teacher Zhang are here. Old Zhang quietly remarked, Old Deng, the responsibility for this student's guidance falls upon you. After all, I am not her subject teacher. Rest assured, I will handle it, replied Director Deng as he parked the motorcycle and politely greeted Grandma Fang, who welcomed the 2 men warmly into her home. Good evening, ma'am. We have come to hear Fang Xin's thoughts. She is our city's top liberal arts student. Yet she has chosen not to apply to Qingbei University. Grandma Fang was momentarily taken aback. She was no ordinary rural woman and understood precisely the stature of Qingbei within the nation. Xin, you did not apply to Qingbei University? Grandma, I applied to Linen University. Fang Xin replied softly, respectfully offering tea to the 2 teachers. Grandma Fang furrowed her brow. Why not? Have you consulted your father? Fang Xin clung to her arm. Because I like Jiangnan. I haven't mentioned it to Dad yet, but he is so open-minded, he will surely understand. What a clever maneuver. Presenting her father with a flattering compliment. If Grandma Fang opposed her decision, it would imply her son was not open-minded. Thus, the matter would become one between father and daughter, sparing the grandmother from entanglement. Director Deng perceived no wrongdoing in this. However, Zhang Minfu, who worked in a literary capacity, sensed the underlying tension. The previous declaration of affection for Jiangnan came from Zhou Jiangnan, who truly adored the picturesque region of Jiangnan. Now, the one expressing fondness for Jiangnan could be referring to either the geographical area or merely the name itself. This Jiangnan might not be the same as that Jiangnan. It was not his duty to dissuade the young woman. Zhang Minfu remained observant, focusing on providing companionship. He could not help but muse that scoundrel Zhou Xiangdong. Having a son is indeed a marvel. It appears he may be ensnaring the deputy mayor's daughter. Truly impressive. His old wife could still hold her own. Perhaps he should learn a thing or two from Zhou and start a new account to refresh his experience. Silently, he sipped his tea, observing Director Deng's patient exhortations, while Fang Xin maintained her gentle yet resolute demeanor, showing no signs of yielding. This girl likely had her heart set firmly. Oh, Fang Xin, how foolish you are. The liberal arts program at Qingbei is the best in the nation. With your background and the prestige of Qingbei, how much pride could that bring to your father? Have you considered consulting him for his opinion? The teachers have their phones. You could call him right now. Director Deng, my father is an upright man. He does not wish for us to use his name as leverage, nor do I need to bring him honor. He will not oppose me. Xin, call your father and hear his thoughts. The 2 teachers have come a long way. We must have a definitive answer. Fang Xin did not use Director Deng's phone. Instead, she placed a call on the landline to her father. The voice on the other end was somewhat noisy, suggesting that Fang Su was still in a meeting discussing work matters at such a late hour. He only asked his daughter one question. Have you made up your mind? Fang Xin replied that she had, and thus old Fang's response was blunt and straightforward. Then go ahead and do it. Dad supports you. Oh dear, what a predicament. These parents seem so irresponsibly casual. How can Linden University possibly compare to Qingbei? One is SSSR, the other SSR. Qingbei is, after all, a uniquely prestigious institution. Alas, disappointment, failure, and disillusionment clouded the air. Director Deng offered a few lackluster words of encouragement, echoing sentiments similar to those expressed upon leaving Zhou Jiangnan and Zhou Jiangnan's home. Then thanked Grandma Fang for her hospitality and rode away on his motorcycle, feeling somewhat despondent. On the road, he remained puzzled. Old Zhang, I truly cannot fathom what her reasoning is for this choice. Old Zhang responded wistfully. Does one need a reason to love someone? What are you saying? Director Deng felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, his muscles tensing nervously. Zhang Minfu, what do you have in your pocket? It's poking me. The keys. Sit back a little. Don't be so close to me. Hold on to the iron frame at the back. You Japanese, are you out of your mind? Zhang Minfu grumbled. Can I keep the keys in my pocket? Besides, if I'm too drunk to sit still and fall, wouldn't that be considered a workplace injury? You're not worried I'll usurp your position as department head, are you? Those in the ideological work sector have dirty minds. Chapter 56, Prosperity Through Demolition. Lingjiang One high school was fortunate. The class of 2005 produced an unprecedented 6 candidates for Qingbei. Lingjiang No. 1 High School was also rather unfortunate. Among the 6 candidates, 3 have enrolled in Linden University, and no amount of persuasion has been able to sway them back. The principal, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of invective upon Director Deng and Zhang Minfu, holding them culpable for the deteriorating situation, despite the evident advantages on our side. What could Deng and Zhang possibly say in their defense? The principal's perspective is indeed profound. Just as the entire county buzzed with discussions about the peculiarities surrounding the college entrance examinations at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, another sensational piece of news was confirmed. The mountainous region of Lingjiang County, notorious for its treacherous roads, is finally set to gain a highway. A national level plan has been officially unveiled, featuring a highway traversing multiple provinces, with one access point situated in the suburbs. According to the planning map, this entry point is located in the area of the former development zone, which is poised for land acquisition and demolition. Of course, a single highway, even when considering the land control zones on either side, will not require the complete demolition of the entire town. Where there are those who rejoice, there are also those who lament. Li Pengfei gazed at the planning map, utterly in awe of Zhou Jiangnan, feeling as though he had encountered a marvel. South God, forever a deity. Jiangnan, oh my divine one, all your 4 properties lie directly in the path of the planned road, each one a bullseye. How on earth did you manage this? Do you possess the ability to foresee the heavens by reading the stars? The rotund figure clasped his hands in prayer, his expression earnest. Master, please tell me, when will I encounter sweet love? Zhou, the master, cast a sidelong glance at him, feigning a mystical calculation. None. You can't even find love, yet you desire sweet affection? You must be dreaming. Li Pengfei immediately erupted in fury. What use is a deity that does not bless me? He lunged forward, seizing Zhou by the throat, and they soon found themselves in a scuffle. The manager of the internet cafe, sporting yellow hair, hesitated for a moment before deciding whether to intervene, but seeing that neither had drawn blood after a while, he rolled his eyes and chose to ignore them. Zhou Jiangnan subdued the hefty Li and whispered, Fatty, keep your voice down. Wealth should not be flaunted. Ouch, get your hands off me, it hurts like hell. Li Pengfei grimaced, casting a wary glance around the cafe, fearful that their previous conversation about real estate might have attracted unwanted attention. The two, distracted, played games for short while before agreeing to log off early. On their way home, the duo fantasized about the compensation from the impending demolition, envisioning the triumph of acing the college entrance exams, feeling almost buoyant with each step. With the spring breeze on my back, I shall see all the flowers of Chang'an in a day. Li Pengfei, brimming with enthusiasm, pointed at his bicycle, declaring, once the money is in hand, I shall immediately acquire a motorcycle, the kind that can carry a girl. Trust in me is not misplaced. A bicycle can indeed transform into a motorcycle. By the way, let us prepare. We'll head to Rongqing together tomorrow. Wonderful. Will you accompany me to meet my online friend? Sure. We can set off early and reach Rongqing by around 11. If things go well, treat her to lunch to foster some rapport. Then we can explore the Lotus Market near the North train station in the afternoon. No problem. I'll message her right away. Li Pengfei, unfazed by the potential cost of data, sent a message to his online love, feeling quite flush with cash after the college entrance exam results. Soon, they arranged to meet at a shopping mall near the East Bus Station, and Brother Dapeng was so excited that he nearly launched his bicycle into orbit. Upon returning home, Zhou Jiangnan found his mother, Luo Xiaoying, busy in the kitchen, while his father, old Zhou, had yet to return from work. Mom, I'm back. Wash your hands. Your father will be home soon, and we're about to eat. Oh, let me see what is for dinner. Wow, braised pork with salted vegetables. What special occasion is this? He reached for a piece, but Luo Xiaoying swatted his hand away. Don't grab with unwashed hands. It's not a special day. Your second uncle brought over some meat after slaughtering a pig, and he also took that pile of books of yours back for your cousin. His second uncle, a butcher, always had a steady supply of meat, while his cousin, Luo Tsong, was quite rotund and notoriously poor in academics, making it a waste to pass those books to him. Why didn't your second uncle stay for dinner? I tried, but he said he was too busy. After all, he has to take your cousin for tutoring every day during the summer vacation. TSK, I see that Luo Xiaoping has been coddled too much. A kind mother spoils her son. Indeed, it's your second aunt who indulges him. Every time your uncle tries to discipline him, she rushes to protect him. Little Tsong has gone astray, you know. Rumor has it he has been hanging around with a bunch of delinquents on their motorcycles. The mother and son sighed in unison and began discussing how the second uncle wanted Zhou Jiangnan to tutor his cousin for a while, a request he politely declined. Education relies on the individual. If I were to teach Luo Xiaoping, I'd probably end up beating him 5 or 6 times a day. Either he dies or I do. Forget it. I can't be bothered to provoke resentment. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to. I'm planning to visit Rongqing tomorrow. As soon as Zhou Jiangnan finished speaking, he heard old Zhou's voice booming. Who is going to Rongqing? The disheveled old Zhou entered, his face radiating pride despite his unkempt appearance. Since his son's remarkable college entrance exam results were announced, he had become the envy of others at the factory. Striding with confidence, the factory was a microcosm of society. Any news would quickly spread. Zhou Xiangdong's son had ranked 3rd in the county for science and 4th in the city, inciting envy among other parents. Having spent a lifetime comparing himself to other people as children, how could old Zhou not feel a sense of pride when the best child was his own? Moreover, today everyone at the factory was abuzz about the new highway, with discussions of demolitions and government compensation. Rumor has it that compensation will start at 600 yuan per square meter, meaning the demolition of a single house would begin at 100,000 yuan, a sum that could not be saved in a lifetime. Xiao Lu from the team spoke of this with a face full of dreams, and Zhou Xiangdong instantly recalled the several properties his son had purchased for him. Swelling with pride, my son is truly remarkable. He is the pride of the Zhou family. Jiangnan, I've heard about the highway demolition. Are your properties affected? And what are you going to Rongqing for? Zhou Jiangnan, his mouth full, nodded affirmatively. They're all within the demolition range. I anticipate the government will soon come to discuss matters with me. As for Rongqing, Li Pengfei and I are heading over to scout for opportunities. Opportunities? You're planning to start a business? You've never done that before. Don't let yourself be deceived. Old Zhou exclaimed, alarmed. Don't worry, I have a plan. Besides, I'm already 18, and with over 2 months until college starts, I can't waste time doing nothing. Oh, I don't understand business, so be careful. Old Zhou muttered, feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart. His son has truly grown up, becoming increasingly independent. Zhou Jiangnan, having lived 2 lives, was adept at reading the atmosphere and understood his father's sentiments. Dad, Mom, no matter how old I get, I will always be your son. No matter how far I go, I will always return to your side. Old Zhou felt comforted and joked, Go wherever you want. Your mother and I are fine. Indeed, a good man should seek greatness beyond. As long as you are successful, that is all that matters. Luo Xiaoying joined in the laughter. Chapter 57. Zhao Wanwan buys stockings. The following dawn, the duo boarded the earliest bus to Rongqing, with Li Pengfei yawning continuously. Soon falling into a deep slumber, Zhou Jiangnan gazed out at the scenery, noting the many new buildings lining the county road, built by those who had gone out to work and invested their earnings into these homes. What a pity. As the high-speed road was completed, this county road gradually fell into disrepair, and later, with the advent of a new expressway, it was utterly abandoned. The value of properties along this route plummeted significantly. What does this indicate? It suggests that choices hold greater importance than mere effort. If one fails to find the right entrance, no amount of effort will yield anything but painful repercussions. Furthermore, it is essential to adapt to the evolving tides of times. The decade following 2005 marked an era of fervent infrastructure development and rapid advancement in the internet, where capital predominantly flowed into these 2 sectors. For impoverished youths yearning to transcend the shackles of societal class, these realms are their only avenues. When the car arrived at the East Station, it was just past 11. Li Pengfei, upon exiting the station, suddenly became awkward and his speech faltered. Jiangnan, do you think my outfit is appropriate? Am I going to appear too unsophisticated? Jiangnan scrutinized him carefully. Clad in a standard English logo t-shirt paired with dark denim jeans, his hair styled into a tousled fringe, and sporting sneakers, he appeared to be a spirited, chubby young man. Not bad, I think it's quite trendy. Don't be so dismissive. Is my hairstyle a bit disheveled? I feel like if I had cut it short like yours, it would look great too. Had I known, I would have done it as well. No, not everyone can pull off my hairstyle. It depends on one's facial features. Bah, you scoundrel. With that pretty face, are you planning to sell yourself? Li Pengfei spat in jest. The two hailed a rickshaw, and within minutes, they spotted the mall sign. As they approached their destination, Pengfei grew increasingly anxious. Jiangnan, amused, took the lead and headed toward the milk tea shop. Upon entering, they found 3 young women seated at separate tables. One had dyed blonde hair, another had slightly curly hair, and the last had sleek black hair. Jiangnan, which one is she? How would I know? You're the one who arranged this. What should I do? I wanted to video call her earlier, but she didn't respond. I don't know which one she is. Why are you just standing there? Go ask them one by one. Jiangnan gave him a push, and Pengfei stumbled forward, flailing his arms in front of the trio. The 3 young women looked up, seemingly bemused by his antics. I must have taken a wrong turn, he stammered, turning to flee, wishing for a hole to disappear into. Jiangnan seized him. My apologies, ladies, my friend here suffers from intermittent shyness. May I inquire which of you is Xiao Xiao? The girl with blonde hair hesitated for a moment before standing. I am. Ah, so it's you. This is my buddy, Da Peng. Jiangnan examined her closely. She had a round face and donned a fashionable, non-mainstream outfit, embodying a spirited, youthful vibe. Onlookers gathered, intrigued, as Pengfei and the girl exchanged awkward glances, both too bashful to speak. With a resigned sigh, Jiangnan decided to move them to a different location for conversation, retreating outside to avoid any awkwardness. Time slipped away before the 2 online acquaintances finally recognized each other. Jiangnan's stomach growled with hunger just as Pengfei emerged, beaming with joy alongside the blonde girl. What gives? The cowherd and the weaver girl are too engrossed in their reunion to spare a thought for my poor, starving self. Xiao Xiao, this is my childhood friend. Zhou Jiangnan, Li Pengfei introduced. Jiangnan, this is Zhu Xiao Xiao. Hello, handsome, Zhu Xiao Xiao greeted warmly. Not bad, at least she is polite, Jiangnan acknowledged with a nod. Let us go eat. Chubby, it's your treat. The trio headed straight for KFC. After thoroughly enjoying a hearty meal at Pengfei's expense, Jiangnan prepared to depart for the North train station and the Lotus Market. Li Pengfei hesitated, mumbling, Jiangnan, why don't you go on your own? I'll wait here. The chubby fellow's tendency to prioritize romance over friendship began to surface, but Jiangnan understood. After all, beginnings are often filled with exquisite moments. All right, keep in touch. Leaving the 2 enamored individuals behind, the solitary Jiangnan boarded a bus destined for the Lotus Market. In the 2000s, the Lotus Market was the largest hub for small commodities in Chengdu. Jiangnan wandered about with keen interest, examining various trinkets and toys, and after a thorough exploration, he had formed a plan. He dismissed clothing, socks, and sandals, focusing solely on stockings. This item boasted high profit margins, and buyers typically did not haggle. After comparing prices at 3 different stores, he arrived at a wholesale shop specializing in stockings and struck up a lively conversation with a middle-aged female owner, who was busy selecting high-heeled shoes. After discussing the texture, quality, and thickness, Jiangnan promptly decided to purchase several hundred pairs. As he crouched down to pack his purchases into a plastic bag, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Excuse me, how much for these stockings? The crisp voice was strikingly reminiscent of the fierce teacher in the classroom. Jiangnan turned to see Zhao Wanwan. What was she doing here? Holding a pair of stockings. She was accompanied by an elegant middle-aged woman, both now noticing Jiangnan on the ground. Their gazes locked, creating a moment of palpable tension. From Jiangnan's perspective, the campus belle had finally shed her oversized school uniform and now donned a lovely skirt, her fair legs exposed and glowing. In her hands, she held the delicate nylon stockings he had just felt, and he couldn't help but imagine how stunning they would look on her porcelain skin. Stop! Stop! No more thoughts. No matter how beautiful she is, I must not be tempted. A man's shoulders must bear responsibilities first. Steadying himself, Jiangnan was about to greet her when Zhao Wanwan called out first. Oh, what are you doing here? Am I not allowed to be here? No, I mean, what a coincidence to run into you here. It just shows how small the world is. I might as well leave the province next time. As Jiangnan resumed packing his stockings, the middle-aged woman beside Zhao Wanwan furrowed her brow. Wanwan, is this your friend? Zhou Jiangnan linked her arm with the woman's. Speaking sweetly, Mom, this is my high school classmate, Zhou Jiangnan. Oh, so you're the one who acted heroically and scored 699 on the exam. Zhou Jiangnan? Yes. That's me, he replied. The woman's demeanor softened as she greeted him. Hello, Xiao Zhou, I'm Wanwan's mother, Su Hui. Jiangnan stood up, wiping his hands. But he didn't extend his hand for a shake. Hello, Aunt Su, my hands are covered in dust. I wouldn't want to soil you. Are you out here by yourself, Xiao Zhou? What are these bags for? Oh, just passing the time. I'm here to wholesale some stockings to sell back in the county. Try my hand at setting up a stall. Wow, this young man is quite capable. You just finished your college entrance exams and aren't off having fun. Instead, you're already learning to be self-sufficient. Wanwan, look how independent and resourceful he is. You should take a page from his book. To her mother's remarks, Zhao Wanwan surprisingly held her tongue. She nodded slightly, her emotions complex. What a coincidence. Wherever I go, he seems to follow. Could this be fate? Chapter 58. Is there too much fate between us? High school classmates. A boy with a strong sense of justice. Third in the county and fourth in the city for the college entrance examination. A remarkable academic prodigy. Moreover, he possesses artistic talents, and now he is independent and determined to start business. Though it may be a humble stall, it reflects his strong practical skills. In contrast, many other boys his age, upon receiving their break, find themselves either gaming or romancing, spending their parents' money without a care, as if life were complete upon finishing their exams. Su Haik possesses a profound understanding of the essence of university life. Without formidable self-discipline and practical skills, the 4 years spent in university merely amount to time squandered. Even with self-discipline, one might only approach university with the same seriousness as high school studies. However, success in the professional realm demands more than mere academic prowess. It requires audacity, capability, and innovative thinking. She scrutinized the young man before her, known as Zhou Jiangnan, and found herself increasingly impressed. Such a diligent young man was indeed worthy of her daughter's friendship. The adage one is influenced by their companions rings true. Surrounding oneself with positive energy undoubtedly alters one's aura. With a warm smile, Su Haik suggested, Xiao Zhou, what a rare encounter we have here. Given the sweltering summer heat, let me treat you to some ice cream. Please don't decline. After all, you and Wanwan aren't just high school classmates, but likely university classmates as well. I have some matters to discuss with you. At the mention of this, Zhou Jiangnan felt a wave of confusion. In his previous life, Zhao Wanwan had been accepted into Qingbei University, so he could not fathom why she had chosen Linen University this time. Could it be a case of fate intervening, creating a butterfly effect? As if sensing his thoughts, Zhao Wanwan met his doubtful gaze, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Classmate Zhou Jiangnan, I had no idea you also applied to Linen University. I only discovered it after filling out my application. I didn't intend to attend the same university as you. Her explanations, instead of clarifying, only seemed to heighten the strangeness of the situation. Su Haik, being astute and the wife of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, had encountered numerous people and situations in her life, and her daughter's unusual demeanor instantly piqued her curiosity. Suddenly, a revelation struck her. The puzzle is solved. No wonder Wanwan suddenly changed her mind about not applying to Renmin University, after all her previous concerns about insufficient scores and her disdain for the northern climate. The true reason lay with the young man before her. Su Haik began to scrutinize Zhou Jiangnan with renewed interest. Firstly, she was quite pleased with his hairstyle. It was neither dyed nor styled in an unkempt manner, but rather appeared spirited. Furthermore, his attire was quite appropriate, devoid of any gaudy accessories, and his trousers were unblemished and neat. Lastly, his appearance was commendable, with a refined visage and resolute gaze that held a hint of depth. Overall, he garnered a solid score of 90. Zhou Jiangnan, oblivious to the satisfaction radiating from the attractive woman before him, refrained from probing into Zhao Wanwan's explanations. Instead, he casually inquired, what major did you apply for? Law, Zhao Wanwan replied. Oh, he exhaled, relieved that they did not share the same field of study. Su Haik, with a knowing smile, insisted, let us proceed, a dessert shop is just ahead. Allow me to treat you to a refreshing treat. At this point, the shop assistant interjected, excuse me, miss, do you still want the stockings? Zhao Wanwan, recalling the ultra-thin stockings she had been holding, hastily returned them to their place, saying, no, thank you. It was her mother's insistence that wearing stockings could deter pesky mosquitoes, which were particularly bothersome during summer in Sichuan. She hurriedly tugged her mother forward, with Zhou Jiangnan following in resignation. Boss, I'll leave my things here for now and pick them up later, Zhou Jiangnan said. Sure thing, handsome. We'll keep an eye on them for you, the shopkeeper assured. Upon arriving at the dessert shop, Su Haik encouraged him to order whatever he fancied. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling generous, ordered a cup of mango sago, knowing full well that the cost was trivial for the wife of a bureau chief. Zhou Jiangnan, indulging in a blueberry sundae, listened quietly as her mother conversed with him, becoming so engrossed that she found herself frozen, spoon in mouth. Zhou Jiangnan had to admit that this young lady was indeed beautiful. The way her little tongue licked the ice cream was utterly captivating, a talent that seemed innate. Alas, she was a fierce tigress. Su Haik inquired about various topics, such as his family background, future plans, and when he would be attending school. He answered with a casual air, pondering why he felt as if he were being interrogated rather than engaged in a conversation. Through their discussion, he learned that Zhao Wanwan's family owned property in Rongqing, confirming their affluent status. Xiaozhou, since you and Wanwan will be university classmates, she is venturing far from home. As a young lady, I can't help but worry. If anything arises, please look out for her, Su Haik requested. Su-ai. Zhao Wanwan is quite capable. She likely won't need my assistance, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Better safe than sorry. Consider this a request from I. It's always good for a girl to have a familiar face nearby, right, Wanwan? Zhao Wanwan, lost in thought while chewing her spoon, snapped back to reality, mumbling a few incoherent sounds, seemingly oblivious to the question posed. Zhou Jiangnan had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, her mother had treated him to ice cream. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Furthermore, given Zhao Wanwan's lofty ambitions and prideful nature, it was unlikely she would ever require his help. Thus, agreeing to the request posed no significant issue. At this moment, Zhao Wanwan spoke up. Zhou Jiangnan, where are you planning to set up your stall? Not decided yet. I'm just joking around, he replied. With such a large bag, can you manage to carry it back? It may look big, but the fabric isn't heavy. Besides, Li Pengfei will help me out, he explained. Oh, where's Li Pengfei? I haven't seen him around, she queried. He has something to attend to. He's waiting for me at the bus station. Zhao Wanwan continued to chatter away, leaving Zhou Jiangnan feeling overwhelmed. Why was she so talkative today? It was as if she were a walking encyclopedia. She even questioned how he had performed so well in the college entrance examination. As if she hadn't seen him burning the midnight oil. Despite her fierce demeanor, she was trying to maintain a ladylike facade in front of her mother. Wasn't tea that exhausting? However, the time spent over dessert was fleeting, and eventually, they finished their treats. Zhou Jiangnan suggested returning to Lingjiang, lest he miss his bus. His demeanor was unmistakably clear. Thank you for the hospitality. I must take my leave now. Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at his comical appearance. Struggling with the bulging bag. Wanwan, Xiao Zhou is quite a decent person, Su Haik remarked. Ah, he wasn't like this before. This change has only occurred in the past 6 months, Zhao Wanwan recounted, deliberately omitting any mention of past incidents. Upon hearing this, Su Haik's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 3 years of stagnation can lead to an extraordinary transformation. This young man truly possesses potential. He is worth befriending. Zhao Wanwan nodded obediently, her long hair and short skirt radiating a luminous glow. Chapter 59, A Call from the Relocation Office. When Zhou Jiangnan found Li Pengfei, he was bidding a heartfelt farewell to Zhu Xiaoxiao, who had just boarded a bus. The rotund boy lingered at the bus station, glancing back regretfully. Fatty, stop being so sentimental and come help me out, Zhou Jiangnan called out. Li Pengfei turned at the sound of his voice. Noticing Zhou Jiangnan lugging a hefty bag and couldn't help but mock. What's up with you? Did you come to the city to scavenge? Shut it, this is my merchandise. Help me carry it for a bit, Zhou Jiangnan insisted, tossing the bag onto his friend's shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. So, how was your afternoon with Zhu Xiaoxiao? You seem to hit it off well, Zhou Jiangnan teased. We found an internet cafe and play Dream of the Red Chamber for a few hours, Li Pengfei replied. What? That's it? Didn't you do anything else? Zhou Jiangnan inquired. Come on, Jiangnan. Xiaoxiao is very innocent. She's not the kind of girl you think she is. She needs to be cherished, Li Pengfei retorted. Sure, she is pure, and you're lofty, while I'm the one with a filthy mind. Don't tell me you spent the entire afternoon without even holding hands. Well, she mentioned that we shouldn't rush during our first meeting. We should gradually nurture our feelings. Li Pengfei chuckled foolishly. I dyed her hair and even gifted her a weapon of no rank as a meeting present. She was delighted, saying she would treat me to milk tea next time. Oh, look at you, a sentimental romantic after all. Who was it that once scornfully remarked about me fawning over Zhao Wanwan? At least I didn't spend any money, while you, my friend, have undoubtedly splurged quite a bit. A weapon of no rank, though it may be an inexpensive female character's tool, still starts at 1,000. I haven't spent that much on my ragged socks and underwear. Zhou Jiangnan gazed at the rotund figure of his friend ahead, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. If it weren't for him carrying that bag, he would have given him a good military-style beating. Nurturing feelings? Treating someone to milk tea next time? These words were like daggers to his ears. Someone riding a motorcycle can at least pop a bottle cap without spending a dime, while your pile of gifts has not only failed to earn you a kiss, but hasn't even touched a bottle opener. Bah, pathetic love-struck fools deserve their fate. Fatty, it's time for a lesson. When action is required, one must take it. Why coddle someone only to hand them over to another as a partner? Sometimes, the bicycle you hesitate to ride may very well have someone else already pedaling away, occasionally performing jumps and flips until it's in ruins, and you remain none the wiser. Upon hearing this, Li Pengfei abruptly halted, turning to Zhou Jiangnan with a serious expression. My intuition tells me she is a good girl and one to act recklessly. Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Fine, I want to say more, but keep your wits about you and hurry home to buy a ticket. Sometimes, a well-intentioned word can fall on deaf ears. It seems this fatty is due for some emotional turbulence. By the time they returned to Lingjiang, the sun was setting. Zhou Jiangnan ascended the stairs with his bag, preparing to scout the pedestrian street early the next morning, setting up a stall in anticipation of his admission notice. As for Li Pengfei, it appeared that this fool was about to fall in love, and he couldn't rely on him for the time being. The summer night was not particularly long. The next morning, he rode his bicycle to the county. However, upon arriving at the pedestrian street, he received a call from the demolition office, requesting him to discuss the relocation matters in person. The county was swift in its actions. As soon as the highway planning was announced, a relocation command center was established, immediately identifying the target demographic. Zhou Jiangnan owned 4 houses, each situated along the Highway S route, making him a prime target for acquisition. The urgency of the call prompted him to head straight to the demolition office. The destination was a bungalow not far from the development zone, marked by a conspicuous sign that was clearly newly erected. Zhou Jiangnan entered. Hello, I'm here to inquire about the relocation policy. Whom should I speak to? The staff in the office looked up, puzzled at the sight of such a young lad. Although he was tall, his face still bore the marks of youth. A middle-aged man inquired, Where are your parents? They should be here. Why is a child coming alone? Zhou Jiangnan replied with a smile. No need for them. The house is mine, and I'm here to negotiate. Besides, you just called me, didn't you? You are Zhou Jiangnan? Yes, that's me. Zhou Jiangnan produced his ID, and after the middle-aged man carefully verified it, he escorted him into the negotiation room. The office buzzed with whispers. Everyone was astonished. Recently, they had all reviewed the property records, and the Housing Authority's transaction documents clearly indicated that the 4 houses had been purchased quite recently. They had assumed the properties were bought by parents in their child's name, expecting the parents to accompany him during negotiations. To their surprise, the actual owner was indeed this 18-year-old boy. Yet, the highway planning had been kept under strict confidentiality before its release, aside from a few high-ranking officials. No one in the county had any inkling of the plans. They had investigated Zhou Jiangnan's background, discovering he was merely the child of a cement factory worker, with no connections to any prominent figures. How could he possibly have known the insider information? This only heightened their curiosity. Besides the source of his substantial funds, what audacity did this young man possess to undertake such actions? Despite the middle-aged staff's probing, Zhou Jiangnan steadfastly maintained that it was a gamble, claiming he merely stumbled upon this opportunity. After hours of discussion in the negotiation room, the staff proposed a compensation standard of 550 yuan per square meter, to which Zhou Jiangnan non-committally replied that he would consider it. Exiting the demolition office, he swiftly made his way to the self-built housing area. Sure enough, the usually elusive homeowners had gathered, huddled in small groups discussing demolition compensation. Zhou Jiangnan casually inquired among a few, and they all echoed the sentiment that anything below 700 yuan was unacceptable. Some even demanded a starting price of 1,000 yuan, clearly aiming to cash in on this opportunity. Now Zhou Jiangnan was well informed. He had no intention of being a stubborn holdout. After all, he would soon be heading to university and had no time to waste with the demolition office. However, the standard of 550 yuan per square meter was far too low. His mental benchmark was at least 600 yuan. He needed to play it safe. He casually enjoyed a bowl of noodles before returning to the pedestrian street to scout. He stayed until evening, observing the distribution patterns of other vendors before concluding his reconnaissance. The pedestrian street was bustling with vendors at night, predominantly selling grilled sausages and fried snacks, with a few stalls selling socks. Fear was of no concern. He was selling stockings, a unique offering. After choosing a preferred spot, he planned to arrive early the next day to begin. There was no name on the stall. It was first come, first served. He had no fear of disputes over stall space. The others were merely timid individuals, and those who dared to act tough wouldn't be found selling on the street. As for the demolition office, he would let them stew for a while. He would neither be a stubborn holdout nor a naive victim. Being young did not equate to being easy prey. The next half-month was quite fulfilling for Zhou Jiangnan. He practiced driving with his instructor, occasionally slipping him a cigarette, allowing him to dominate the steering wheel for a good portion of the time. In the evenings, he set up his stall. Although he had secured a prime location, others were hesitant to confront him, given his tall stature, occasional display of a tiger head tattoo on his arm, and the ostentatious gold chain around his neck. Zhou Jiangnan's tough guy persona was entirely fabricated. The tiger head was merely a temporary tattoo, easily removable with alcohol or toothpaste. The gold chain was nothing more than a piece of cheap trinket that would float in water. To enhance his image, he donned flashy shirts and sunglasses exclusively while manning his stall. He would occasionally pretend to be on the phone, loudly discussing matters of violence and intimidation. In reality, the phone screen was black. His intention was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Indeed, the surrounding vendors kept their distance, and most customers were intimidated by his appearance. Zhou Jiangnan remained unconcerned. His target clientele was never the meek, law-abiding citizens. It was the spirited girls with dyed hair who rode motorcycles that caught his interest. In this era, in a sixth-tier city like Lingjiang, those who don stockings are either affluent women who walk ahead of fashion trends or rebellious young girls who are utterly indifferent to public opinion, devoted solely to their sexual liberation. To the average person, such attire is merely a symbol of sensuality. Donning them renders one unrespectable. Zhou Jiangnan, with a laid-back demeanor, set up his stall and, astonishingly, sold over 100 pairs of stockings in just half a month, netting him nearly 1,000 yuan after deducting costs. It turns out that to earn money, one must tread an unconventional path. Honest labor yields little reward. Calculating the timeline, he noted that the first round of admissions had concluded, and soon the first batch of undergraduate admissions for Sichuan province would commence. His father, old Zhou, had already hinted at throwing a celebration for his son's acceptance once the notification letter arrived. Zhou Jiangnan allowed him to indulge in his excitement, for to the elderly, the college entrance examination is a monumental event in life. During this period, the demolition office would call him almost every other day, persistently urging him to sign the agreement for the demolition. Occasionally, they resorted to threats, hinting at forced demolitions or changes in planning if he refused to comply. Zhou Jiangnan dismissed their intimidation with disdain. Who were they trying to scare? No household in the area had signed yet. As for changes in planning, that was sheer nonsense. A national road network could not be altered by a mere small county. His demands weren't unreasonable. 600 yuan per square meter was simply too low. They needed to increase the offer. After another couple of days, the demolition office called again. Director Su, Zhou Jiangnan replied, "Please stop pressuring me. I'm quite busy, and if I agree to that pittance, others will come after me with pitchforks." As soon as he answered the phone, Zhou Jiangnan expertly engaged in verbal sparring, while Su Haoyang on the other end frowned in exasperation. After several dealings, they had become familiar. Zhou Jiangnan knew that Su was the deputy director of the demolition office, while Su had learned that Zhou Jiangnan was far from the harmless persona he projected. This young man was a slippery character, meticulous in his speech and actions. Enough of the prevarication, Su said sternly. "Come here right now. I've summoned our director, and he wishes to speak with you personally." Over half a month had passed with no progress in the demolition work. Every household was a tough nut to crack, and Zhou Jiangnan was the only potential breakthrough. "Fine. You're delaying my dinner time, so you'll have to provide a meal," Zhou Jiangnan quipped as he tossed a pair of black stockings to a provocatively dressed woman in a short leather skirt, ignoring her alluring figure as he deftly packed up and left. As he mounted his bicycle, the woman stamped her foot and called out, "Hey, handsome, you haven't paid me yet." 19 yuan and 80 cents rounded up to 20 was just about right. Zhou Jiangnan waved nonchalantly as he pedaled away. "Oh wait, shouldn't you be giving me the change?" She realized too late, her frustration palpable. "Sir, could you keep an eye on this?" Zhou Jiangnan tossed his snakeskin bag into the demolition office lobby, greeting the security guard before making his way inside. The guard, accustomed to his presence, took the cigarette Zhou offered but couldn't help but wonder why this flashy young man always brought a snakeskin bag. Was it to carry money? If not for knowing the backstory, he would never have allowed this flamboyant youth through the door. As soon as Zhou Jiangnan entered, Su Haoyang hurried over, grasping his arm and leading him to the director's office. "Xiao Zhou, when you meet the director, remember to negotiate well. Civility breeds prosperity. No need for any nonsense." "Rest assured, Teacher Su, I, Zhou, have always believed in winning people over through virtue," he replied with a smirk. The two entered the director's office and conversed for over an hour before emerging. Zhou Jiangnan exited with a spring in his step, and Su Haoyang was positively beaming. Finally, after such a lengthy discussion, they had made some headway. If they didn't start moving forward, the county would hold meetings to lay blame. He felt a flicker of gratitude towards Zhou Jiangnan. With him taking the lead, It was akin to breaching a fortress wall, making subsequent negotiations much more manageable. In truth, the baseline compensation offered by the director had not increased significantly, still 600 yuan per square meter, but they had added a bonus for being the first to reach an agreement. Zhou Jiangnan was quite pleased. With 4 properties totaling 800 square meters, he was set to receive 480,000 yuan. Adding the bonus of 40,000 yuan, he would receive a total of 520,000, averaging 650 yuan per square meter. This met his expectations, and he saw no need to prolong negotiations further. Dinner consisted of cold pig's head meat paired with congee, courtesy of Su Haiyang, who watched as Zhou Jiangnan devoured the meal with relish. "Teacher Su, I've signed the agreement. When will the funds be deposited?" he inquired. "Once you hand over the keys, the money will be in your account within 7 working days. This time, it's earmarked for this purpose, so there will be no delays," Su Haiyang replied, his expression a mix of excitement and absurdity. Having dedicated his life to local government work, he had only recently secured his position as deputy director through his brother-in-law's influence. Approaching 50, his savings barely exceeded 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, this young man, barely older than his own son, was now a millionaire. "Damn it all," he thought, feeling a pang of envy. "What's wrong? Stomach upset?" Zhou Jiangnan asked, noticing Su's change in demeanor. "No, it's just an imbalance in my heart," Su replied. "Why can't I have a son like you?" "Don't worry. You could always find a son-in-law like me," Zhou Jiangnan teased. "Well, I don't have a daughter, but I do have a beautiful niece." "How beautiful?" "Incredibly so. You wouldn't be worthy of her. My sister says she's the belle of the first high school." "Come on, old Su. You can't be talking about Zhao Wanwan, can you?" Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback. This middle-aged man's surname was Su, and Zhao Wanwan's mother also bore the same surname. Could it be that he was her uncle? Su Haiyang was equally stunned. "Do you know Wanwan?" "Of course. I'm also from the first high school. Who doesn't know the belle?" "What? You also attended the first high school?" Su Haiyang fell into a state of despair. Even the pig's head meat lost its appeal. Chapter 61. "Niece, do you know Zhou Jiangnan?" Su Haiyang fell silent. This young man, having dealt with various matters, spoke with such precision. Now, with his flashy floral shirt and ostentatious gold chain, he resembled a carefree rogue. Initially, Su Haiyang had merely lamented Zhou Jiangnan's sudden wealth. But now he realized this young man was also a student of Lingjiang First High School. "What gall? Xiaozhou, so you're also a senior this year. How did your college entrance exam go?" "Ugh, don't mention it. It didn't go well." "Oh, then I'm relieved." I mean, that is truly a pity." Su Haiyang found the pig's head meat palatable once more, and after finishing his meal, he even swiped a cigarette from Zhou Jiangnan. Leisurely preparing to leave for the day, Zhou Jiangnan retrieved his snakeskin bag, humming a tune as he headed home. On July 17th, an email arrived at the cement factory, and old Zhou joyfully brought home his son's acceptance letter. "Don't touch it. Let the youngest open it. Your clumsy hands might tear it," Luo Xiaoying admonished. Calling Zhou Jiangnan from his room with a stare the couple was animatedly discussing. As Zhou Jiangnan pulled out a wad of cash, "Dad, Mom, this is my money." No, keep it to yourself. At times like this, who needs your money?" Luo Xiaoying commanded Lao Zhou. "You go and withdraw 5,000. Zhou Xiangdong nodded foolishly, put on his shoes, and headed out the door. Meanwhile, the home of Deputy Director of Public Security Zhao Junmin was already bustling with guests. With his daughter having gained admission to a prestigious university, colleagues and friends felt compelled to come and offer their congratulations. Moreover, with so many relatives and old acquaintances, the place was abuzz, the threshold nearly worn thin from the comings and goings. Normally a person with a penchant for cleanliness, Su Hui was uncharacteristically relaxed, greeting the leaders one by one alongside her daughter. Zhao Wanwan displayed grace and poise, demonstrating her upbringing. After the rounds of greetings, the evening culminated in a family banquet. Su Haiyang also arrived, presenting a monetary gift to his niece in celebration of her academic achievement. As glasses clinked and toasts were made, the family beamed with joy at the mention of Zhao Wanwan's school. The elders were particularly delighted. Not only was Wanwan beautiful, but her academic prowess also held promise for Junmin's prospects, suggesting that in the future, only the most exceptional suitors would be worthy of their little princess. "Junmin and Xiaowei have truly raised a remarkable daughter. A gem like her is rare to find in this county," they exclaimed, listening to the elders' praises. Zhao Wanwan felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. "Aunt, please stop flattering me. I'm not as extraordinary as you claim." Su Haiyang laughed in reply. "Your aunt is not mistaken. In this county, I know the children of officials. Either they are average in appearance or lackluster in academics. There is truly no one as outstanding as Wanwan. For instance, the former county chief's daughter was unremarkable, and when she failed to get into a good university, her family sent her abroad at great expense. Then there's the son of director's son from the finance bureau, who didn't even manage to pass his undergraduate entrance exams. The best among them is merely a child of the education bureau, who ended up at Sichuan University. Historically, those who get into Tsinghua or Peking University are typically from ordinary families. There's no need to compare. After taking a sip of wine, Su Haoyang counted on his fingers, stating that among the offspring of officials, there was truly no one who could rival Zhao Wanwan. Zhou Jiangnan, seeing his daughter being lauded by his brother-in-law, raised his glass with a beaming face and exchanged some pleasantries. Suddenly, Su Haoyang appeared to recall something, putting down his chopsticks. Speaking of the youth, I recently encountered a little fox, a glib talker with impeccable actions, just a lieutenant colonel. Everyone turned to him, awaiting further elaboration. Wanwan, have you heard of Zhou Jiangnan? He seems to know you. Yes, he's my classmate. Oh, you do know him. This lad is indeed a student of the lieutenant colonel. Brother, what's the matter with Zhou Jiangnan? How do you know him? Zhao Junmin asked, momentarily taken aback, with curiosity. Oh, that kid has tattoos, wears sunglasses, and sports a floral shirt with a thick gold chain. He looks nothing like a lieutenant colonel student. Zhao Wanwan was taken aback. Just the other day, in Rongsheng, he looked fresh, tall, and handsome. How had he transformed into this Shamate style? Uncle, you must be mistaken. Zhou Jiangnan is quite shy. My mother saw him last time, and he was a clean-cut individual. How could he have tattoos? How could I be wrong? I've been dealing with him every day lately regarding the demolition of his properties. I wore my mouth out, and he occasionally treats me to a meal. Now, Su Hui was intrigued, and the three of them eagerly pressed for details. Su Haoyang recounted the situation regarding the demolition. Upon hearing the description of Zhou Jiangnan's Shamate appearance, along with a snakeskin bag in tow, Zhao Wanwan was left speechless. After contemplating his unique style, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Haoyang sighed. This little rascal has pocketed over 500,000, and he seems to consider it a trivial sum, speaking so nonchalantly about it. By the way, he took the college entrance exam, right? What score did he get? Su Hui shot him a look. Brother, he scored higher than Wanwan, 699. What? He managed that score? Wouldn't that mean he could go to Tsinghua or Peking? Su Haoyang spat in disbelief. Damn, this little brat even told me he didn't do well on the exam. He could no longer contain his expletives. Feeling utterly duped throughout the entire demolition negotiations by Zhou Jiangnan's appearance, Zhao Junmin laughed heartily. Brother-in-law, that young man is actually a model of commendable behavior recognized throughout the county. How could he possibly be a Shamate slacker? After decades working in township politics, you've been outsmarted by a kid. This is too amusing. Laugh all you want. I'm not lying. Those kids indeed dress that way. The youth today are too wild. Is that so? I don't believe it. Zhao Wanwan, filled with curiosity, immediately thought of the market stall he mentioned and decided to inquire about its location to observe. However, her uncle might not be wrong after all. Perhaps Zhou Jiangnan had truly changed during this time, possibly falling into decadence alongside Li Pengfei. Becoming a Shamate was not out of the question. What kind of decent young man sells stockings at a market stall? She fumed. How irritating. If he turns into a Shamate, how can I still claim he is my high school classmate when we're in university? Chapter 62, Little Boss. How much for this pair of stockings? Without further ado, after dinner, Zhao Wanwan was eager to go out shopping, hastily pulling her mother Su Hui along as they rushed outside. If she were to set up a stall, the best location in Lingjiang would undoubtedly be the pedestrian street. Her instincts told her that Zhou Jiangnan was likely to be there. Fortune favored her, for that very evening, Zhou Jiangnan indeed had a stall set up. At that moment, he was clad in a floral shirt and colorful shorts, casually fanning himself with a large palm leaf. Perhaps due to the heat, he wore a pair of flip-flops of an obscure brand. A provocatively dressed woman in a super short leather skirt was engaged in a heated discussion with him. From a distance, Zhao Wanwan could not hear their conversation, nor could she see where his gaze was fixed beneath his sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses at night was a clear sign of trouble. Zhao Wanwan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This was the so-called dark horse who scored 699 points. Hailed as the handsome star of Class 6? Mom, over there. Should we go over? Of course. This little Zhou is quite entertaining. Let us go take a look. Su Hui, with a hint of a smile, led her daughter with grace, her fitted dress accentuating her elegance. Zhao Wanwan, in denim shorts and a fitted tee, proudly followed behind with her high ponytail. As they drew closer, the conversation between Zhou Jiangnan and the woman became clearer, leaving them even more incredulous. Hey, handsome. I waited 2 days for you. You thought you could escape? You can't. You're like a firefly in the dark, so bright and distinct. Hold on, miss. What do you want from me? You're the miss. Your whole family is. When are you going to pay back the 2 dimes you owe me? Who owes you money? Don't make baseless accusations. Oh, you're denying it now? Look at these stockings. This is the pair I bought from you the other day for 1980, and you had the audacity to charge me 20. Zhou Jiangnan slapped his forehead. Come on. Was it worth squatting here for 2 dimes? You could have made dozens or even hundreds in that time. Stop talking nonsense. Even if it's just 2 dimes. It's my hard-earned money. Pay up, you scoundrel. I don't have change. Either buy another pair of underwear, and I'll give you a discount. Zhou Jiangnan pointed at the newly arrived merchandise, a seductive little Mercedes, his eloquence flowing like a blossoming lotus. This was the latest offering in the provincial capital, donning it. No man could resist your allure. Charming and sensuous, tantalizingly elusive, elevating one's worth to astronomical heights. Indeed, it could be hailed as the finest battle attire of the year. The woman in the leather skirt picked it up with skepticism, yet surprisingly accepted it with delight. Not a dime was spared in return. As she spent 20 on a pair of panties, Zhou Jiangnan flicked the cash, producing a crisp sound, then tucked the bills into his pocket, patting his thigh with satisfaction. Huh, little Zhou is quite amusing. Su Hui's laughter roused Zhao Wanwan from her stupor. She could hardly fathom how Zhou Jiangnan had transformed into this. A mercenary, slick, and silver-tongued. Did he resemble a model student of virtue poised to attend a prestigious university? It was utterly shameful to associate with him. She turned to leave, but Su Hui forcibly pulled her hand. Little boss, how much for these stockings? Zhou Jiangnan lounged on the ground, catching sight of 2 pairs of beautiful legs from the corner of his eye. Without looking up, he stated, seasonal new arrivals, silky temptation, a weapon to ensnare men. 19 yuan a pair, no haggling. What if an ant buys them? Are they discounted? No discounts. Only ants buy stockings. Little Zhou, you should at least look at who we are. When Zhou Jiangnan finally raised his head, he realized it was Su Hui and her daughter. Zhao Wanwan wore a frosty expression, as if 200,000 yuan were owed to her. Oh, Su Annie, if you're buying, no need to pay. I'll gift you a pair. Haha, you're truly amusing, Su Hui remarked, pointing at his tattoo. Can you even read? Ha, it's fake. Just a trick. And that chain? Fake as well, made of painted wood. As they conversed, Zhao Wanwan could no longer contain herself. Zhou Jiangnan, why are you selling women's items as a grown man? And these, underwear? Such lewd items, how shameless. Zhou Jiangnan remained unfazed and replied coolly, where there is demand, there's a market. Who says men cannot sell? Disdain for little underwear, is it? At least it's a Mercedes. If your husband doesn't tea arrange for you, I'll live stream myself eating excrement. I don't care. If others can sell, you cannot. Zhao Wanwan blurted out, her face turning crimson under Zhou Jiangnan's puzzled gaze. Why? Because you are a student at Linen University. Su Hui interjected with a smile. What Wanwan means is that she fears for your image. It would be good if the school labeled you a delinquent. Oh, then I must thank Zhao classmate. I shall gift a pair of stockings as well. Zhou Jiangnan handed over a pair of black stockings, which Zhao Wanwan swatted to the ground. You're just wallowing in degradation. Let us go, Mom. Wait a moment. Su Hui picked up the 2 pairs of stockings and smiled at Zhou Jiangnan. Little Zhou, thank you for the gift. Next time, Annie will treat you to a meal. Zhou Jiangnan waved them off, watching the mother and daughter depart. It's still the alluring mature woman that works wonders. Zhao Wanwan has no grasp of what seduction entails. Everything is fine, but she has a mouth on her. Zhou Jiangnan continued to confidently peddle women's goods. Li Pengfei hadn't contacted him for several days. The rascal was utterly absorbed in gaming, infatuated with Zhu Xiao, caught up in an online romance. However, it mattered not, as old Zhou was hosting a dinner tomorrow, with the Li Jiangguo family invited. It was the perfect opportunity to discuss the division of the compensation funds, as the 520,000 yuan from the relocation had already arrived. Li Pengfei was among the 3rd batch of undergraduate admissions, and he wouldn't know his results until late July. Business at the market was booming, and the women of Lingjiang County were becoming increasingly open-minded in their aesthetics. Zhou Jiangnan estimated he could earn several thousand before school started. Meanwhile, at home, Zhao Wanwan fumed. Mom, why did you accept his stockings? I refused to accept his degrading gifts. Zhao Jumin had gone back to work overtime. Su Hui produced the stockings, smiling Wanwan. Little Zhou is much cleverer than you realize. What he is doing is not self-degradation. Haven't you noticed he occupies the prime spot with little competition? Moreover, only men understand men in this world, so there is nothing wrong with him selling women as products. In fact, it draws more attention and sells better. It's been said that women's money is the easiest to earn, and after just a brief time, his business hasn't ceased. Don't you agree? Zhao Wanwan pondered, realizing the truth in her mother's words. I bet his tattoos and chains are just for show. Su Hui tore open the packaging and examined the stockings. The quality seems quite good. Would you like to try them? They can enhance your figure. Zhao Wanwan blushed. Mom, what are you saying? Su Hui smiled silently and retreated to her room with the stockings. Chapter 63. A minor disturbance at the graduation banquet. enhancing one's figure. The sofa produced a small yet perfectly rounded curve. Was there really a need for enhancement? Zhou Jiangnan gazed at the remaining pair of black stockings on the sofa, hesitated, and finally, with gritted teeth, carried them back to her room. She locked the door, adopting a critical mindset, and donned the stockings for the first time, then approached the dressing mirror. Her long, slender legs were enveloped in a sheer black fabric, accentuating the curves of her thighs and rear to perfection, emanating an allure that was almost enchanting. Ironically, combined with her aloof demeanor, it created a contrast that was both pure and provocative, igniting a blush that spread across her entire being. She flushed, contemplating something, then spat in disgust. Disgusting lecher. After washing up, she logged on to QQ. Her account fishing boat sings at dusk coming online, and noticed the profile of 8th level Gale was active. Zhou Jiangnan sent a message. Friend, may I ask you a question? What type of girls do boys like? At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan had already closed up shop and was chatting with Wang Yueran via text message. Upon seeing her query, he couldn't help but chuckle. Addressing her as friend was quintessentially old-fashioned. How could she still be discussing boys and girls? Perhaps she was an older sister? Zhou Jiangnan's mischievous side emerged, and he replied straightforwardly, good-looking. Zhou Jiangnan wore a knowing expression, paused for a few seconds, then sent another message. What counts as good-looking? Big breasts, slim waist, curvy hips, long legs. What about the face? If you have those, does the face even matter? Zhou Jiangnan nearly spat blood in disbelief. Zhou Jiangnan was indeed not a good person, and her contempt for him deepened. Yet, curiously, why did she desire to know how he perceived her? She spun around, realizing she fit all those criteria, and her face wasn't lacking either. Could she be considered his white moonlight? Fong Xin wasn't that impressive. At least she only had an A cup, Zhou Jiangnan thought shamefully. Zhou Jiangnan had no time to indulge an older sister in idle chatter. Simply not blocking her was already generous. He was focused on how to present a gift to Wang Yueran. He had decided long ago to gift her a piano. With the relocation funds now in his possession, he felt uncomfortable not spending some of it. Outside, old Zhou was cheerfully calling relatives and friends, confirming the venue for the graduation banquet at the Lingjiang Grand Hotel in the county seat. Minfu, you must come. I've been grateful for your care towards Jiangnan these past 3 years. Without you, we wouldn't even dare to touch her chopsticks. Zhou Jiangnan was aware that he was calling his homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, and a smile crept across his lips as he contemplated treating the ever-stoic Old Zhang to a cigarette the following day. At last, he felt he possessed the qualification and confidence to declare to everyone, "Here I stand before you. Do I not bear some resemblance to my former self?" The next day, at the Lingjiang Grand Hotel, the prices were not modest. Old Zhou had indeed spent a considerable sum to reserve 6 tables for the gathering of relatives from both the Zhou and Luo families. Given the prevalence of graduation banquets during this period, he had been unable to secure a private room and was thus relegated to the hall. The Li family, including Li Jiangguo, also made an appearance. Zhou Jiangnan discreetly pulled Li Pengfei aside, suggesting he find a moment to transfer funds at the bank. Li, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together, declaring his imminent purchase of a motorcycle. After a lengthy wait, none of the subject teachers had arrived. It was only as the banquet was about to commence that the homeroom teacher, Zhang Minfu, sauntered in, reeking of alcohol. My apologies, this banquet season has been overwhelming. I've already attended 2 others upstairs, including one hosted by Director Chen's family. I had to down half a glass as an apology before leaving. But I simply had to attend Jiangnan's graduation feast, he explained. Zhou Jiangnan then realized that it was not that the other teachers were preoccupied. They had likely gone to congratulate those in positions of power. Though he was unfamiliar with Director Chen, he harbored no resentment. Such is the nature of society, essentially a makeshift troupe inherently inclined to flatter those in authority. Old Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had hoped to host the teachers in a more upscale venue, yet not a single one had shown up, leaving him in a precarious position. Fortunately, Li Jiangguo, with his experience, managed to diffuse the tension with a few jovial remarks. He patted Old Zhou on the back, saying, "Since everyone who should be here is present, let us invite Teacher Zhang to say a few words." Zhang Minfu delivered a heartfelt speech, extolling the miraculous transformation of Zhou Jiangnan, declaring that in his decades of service, he had never witnessed such a precedent. The Zhou and Luo families, being of humble origins, erupted in thunderous applause upon hearing of their descendants' remarkable achievements, filling the hall with a cacophony of celebration. While it was quite normal for a family to gather and enjoy a meal together, the hotel was also hosting other banquets, including one for Director Chen's family upstairs. "Why is it so noisy downstairs?" Director Chen frowned. One of the teachers stepped outside for a glance and whispered in his ear, Another student family is hosting a graduation banquet. Oh, is it the family that lured Zhang Minfu away? The teacher nodded. Director Chun was the head of the Lingjiang County Education Bureau, directly overseeing their livelihoods, and his son had just been accepted into a prestigious university. Director Chun furrowed his brow, saying, "The senior year group is here, and the school leadership is present too. Zhang Minfu is favoring one over the other." The teacher understood and hurried downstairs to pull Zhang Minfu aside, urging him, "Director Chun is displeased. You must accompany me back to apologize over drinks." Zhang Minfu hesitated. Does a leader really concern himself with such trivial matters? I already downed half a glass before I left. That's how leaders are. We must hurry, the teacher insisted. After much deliberation, Zhang Minfu relented, but Zhou Jiangnan sensed his predicament. "Uncle Zhang, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. My father and I can visit you later." With a sigh, Zhang Minfu ascended the stairs once more. Moments later, as dinner was underway, Principal Liang unexpectedly appeared downstairs. "Zhou Jiangnan, come, let me introduce you to some leaders." "Principal Liang, I'm not familiar with any leaders. You will be once you meet them, particularly Director Chun from the Education Bureau, who is quite interested in your achievements. If you don't go, Teacher Zhang will have to endure 3 cups of punishment." Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. He found the bureaucratic culture utterly distasteful. Old Zhang was merely a diligent language teacher, yet they insisted on perpetuating this drinking culture. When Zhang Minfu had come downstairs, he had been visibly unsteady, indicating his poor tolerance for alcohol. Another 3 cups might spell disaster for him. He raised his glass to toast his relatives, then leaned toward old Zhou, murmuring, "Dad, I'll go see what is happening. There is no need for concern." Li Jiangguo chuckled. "Do you want me to accompany you? I know a few people." "No need, Uncle Li. Enjoy your meal. I can handle this." Zhou Jiangnan ascended the stairs with an air of calm, while Principal Liang incessantly cautioned him not to offend the leaders. As there were other county leaders at Director Chun's table, Zhou Jiangnan smiled. It was merely the culture of drinking. In his previous life, every project had required dealings with local officials, so he was well acquainted with the dynamics. Principal Liang pushed the door open, and all eyes turned toward them. Zhou Jiangnan focused intently. The entire leadership of the school had gathered, and they were seated at a secondary table. The individuals at the main table were undoubtedly the heads of various bureaus. At the head of the table sat a man with gold-rimmed glasses. Portly and with a sharp gaze, this could only be the infamous Director Chun. The table was laden with abalone and lobsters, a veritable feast of delicacies. "This is the county's greatest dark horse in over 30 years? "Indeed, Director. He is Zhou Jiangnan, who has secured admission to Linen University. His scores would guarantee him a place at Tsinghua or Beida. What a pity. It is rare for our county to produce such a talent, and yet it appears squandered. This reflects poorly on you, Principal Liang. Your efforts have fallen short. My apologies, Director. Allow me to drink a cup as penance." Principal Liang lifted his glass and downed it. However, Director Chun shook his head, stating, "While leaders certainly have room for improvement, the individuals executing the tasks bear the primary responsibility. The homeroom teacher cannot be exempt from accountability." His gaze fell upon Zhang Minfu, and the implication was clear. As the homeroom teacher, he bore the brunt of the responsibility and must also drink. The principal, department heads, and other school leaders exchanged knowing glances. Zhang Minfu had a drink, and they must ensure he appeased the director. With no choice, old Zhang reluctantly raised his glass and took another large gulp. Coughing and turning pale, his complexion oscillating between red and white, Zhou Jiangnan felt a pang of discomfort. In later years, Zhang Minfu would pass away prematurely from heart disease, leaving behind a widow and orphans. His health was evidently poor, and he could not withstand further drinking. Just as he was about to sit down, Director Chun interjected. "Old Zhang, not only are you Zhou's homeroom teacher, but you are also my son Ling Yun's language teacher. Both students have been accepted into prestigious universities, a cause for celebration. Let us have another drink." "Yes, let us have another. This is joyous news." Laughter erupted, and old Zhang, with a grimace, forced down another glass. His lips pressed tightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. "Ling Yun, remember, once a teacher, always a father. You should toast to Teacher Zhang again and show him the respect he deserves." With those words, it was evident to all present that Director Chun was attempting to embarrass Zhang Minfu for having briefly visited Zhou Jiangnan downstairs. The director's temperament was indeed as narrow-minded as rumored. Zhang Minfu's face turned ashen as he fought against his nausea, apologizing, "I'm truly unable to drink anymore. Director Chun, I will vomit." "Not to worry. Those who can vomit have better alcohol tolerance. We could never outdrink you. I genuinely cannot drink anymore. I have a stomach ulcer. It's a rare occasion of joy today. Your refusal to drink would be a slight against everyone." Zhou Jiangnan could no longer bear to witness this. He felt an urge to punch the insufferable Director Chun. Seizing the cup from Zhang Minfu's hands, he smiled and declared, "Director Chun, Teacher Zhang is indisposed. Allow me to drink this on his behalf. Jiangnan, you, Uncle Zhang, sip some tea to ease your stomach. I know what I'm doing." Zhou Jiangnan's demeanor struck Zhang Minfu as quite unfamiliar. He distinctly perceived a profound worldly wisdom in the depths of the student's eyes, markedly different from before. Before he could utter another word, Director Chun applauded, exclaiming, "Excellent. Young Zhou is a man of gratitude and loyalty. Ling Yun, you should raise a toast with Zhou. Perhaps you could become friends." Chun Ling Yun rolled her eyes, thinking, who on earth would want to befriend this country bumpkin? So what if he achieved high scores? Many high achievers end up working menial jobs. Ultimately, society relies on family background and connections. However, as her father had spoken, she could not refuse. "Hello, I'm Chun Ling Yun from Class 3. Zhou Jiangnan, Class 6. The two clinked glasses, and Zhou Jiangnan downed the drink without a hint of hesitation. He was utterly oblivious to the complex expression on Zhao Wanwan's face at another table, as she observed him intently. "Haha, young Zhou is impressive. Since you've accepted your mentor's toast, you must continue drinking." Director Chun bellowed with laughter. Zhou Jiangnan cleared his throat. The aroma of the liquor was rich and indulgent. He confidently settled into his seat, requesting additional utensils from the waiter, relishing the lavish spread of delicacies before him. A middle-aged man with a square face smiled at him, his gaze brimming with admiration. Zhou Jiangnan returned the smile, despite having no idea who this old fellow was. If one is to play a role, one must commit fully. He sampled some food before boldly approaching the main table, offering to toast everyone regardless of familiarity. He also made his rounds to the school leader's table, effortlessly navigating the toasts and drinking, presenting himself as a person of charm despite his humble origins. In contrast, the guest of honor at this graduation banquet, Chun Ling Yun, appeared less adept, unable to match his social finesse. Zhou Jiangnan was unconcerned with this official offspring, his mind solely focused on outmaneuvering Director Chun to redeem some dignity for old Zhang. "Director Chun, under your guidance, our county's education sector flourishes. This is a cause for celebration, and I must toast you." With a heart full of excitement and a trembling hand, he raised another glass to the leader. "Ling Yun and I hit it off instantly. In the Jiangnan region, should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Come, Ling Yun, let's toast your father. Esteemed leaders, our school has excelled this year. We must commend Director Chun for his contributions. Wouldn't you agree?" He then invited everyone to join him in toasting Director Chun once more. As the rounds of drinks circulated, the guests gradually caught on to the unfolding spectacle. "Damn, this kid is ruthless," he asked, clearly aiming to give Director Chun a hard time. How on earth did he develop such a tolerance at just 18? Director Chun began to sense something amiss. He had intended to embarrass Zhang Minfu, yet his prized student was turning the tables on him. Dazed, he turned to the square-faced man beside him, exclaiming, "Old Zhao, I must tell you this kid is crafty. Despite his scores, he insists on attending Linen University. He must be after your precious daughter." The square-faced man chuckled. "That cannot be. Director Chun, you're drunk. There's no connection whatsoever." "Nonsense," Director Chun retorted. "Your daughter's choice not to attend Qingbei is understandable, as she may not secure a good major, but this lad's scores are quite impressive. Among us, there are 3 young people who have gained university admission, 2 of whom are headed to prestigious institutions, while my son barely made it into Jinling University of Technology. Though not on par with them, it still holds merit in the Jiangnan region. Ling Yun and Wanwan have known each other since childhood. As they venture forth, they can support one another." Since it was a rare occasion of joy, old Zhao was prompted to call Wanwan over. "Ling Yun, Zhou, you 3 should drink together." Zhou Jiangnan had already surmised that the square-faced man was Zhao Wanwan's father, Zhao Junmin. As expected, Zhao Wanwan was summoned from her corner. Chun Ling Yun, having had a drink, was indifferent to the opinions of others, gazing dreamily at Zhao Wanwan. "Wanwan, when will you come to school? Let us go together." Zhao Wanwan shot him a cold glance. "I don't like to walk with someone who enjoys stinky tofu. Then I want to eat it anymore. You're too weak. If we encounter trouble on the road, will I have to protect you? Slim though I may be, I possess muscle. I'm quite strong. How can you prove that?" Chun Ling Yun insisted, while Zhao Wanwan, exasperated, pointed at Zhou Jiangnan, saying, "If you can outdrink him, I'll walk with you." Chapter 65. They're always brave warriors for love. Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback, bewildered. "Are you kidding? She wants to flirt with you. And you use me as a shield? The more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she can be." This little minx was clearly still miffed about him, saying she was inferior to stinky tofu, truly a harbinger of misfortune. Zhou Jiangnan felt the misfortune descend upon him and shot an unhappy glare at Zhao Wanwan. She met his gaze defiantly, her eyes evidently expressing that her debt would eventually be repaid. What was wrong with asking him to help her with a drink? Zhou Jiangnan narrowed his eyes and turned to Chun Lingyun, the little drinker. Brother, this isn't my concern. You two can sort it out yourselves. He took his cup and marched back toward Director Chun. That old man was just a few drinks away from collapsing. Now was the time to pursue victory relentlessly and not to worry about reputation. However, Chun Lingyun blocked his path. I don't care, since Wanwan has set the condition. I will give it a try. You drink with me. Are you going to listen to whatever she says? Can't you stop being a sycophant? This is getting ridiculous. Wherever you go, there's always a brave warrior fighting for love. Stop talking nonsense. If you're scared, just say so. I'm not bullying a kid, bro. What do you mean? Nothing. If you're so impressive, then drink up. I need to take care of my relatives downstairs after this. Zhou Jiangnan downed 3 cups in succession and raised his hand. Chun Lingyun, gritting her teeth, also drank heavily. Those accustomed to drinking knew that consuming liquor quickly could easily lead to intoxication. The pure-hearted warrior's vision blurred, the world spun, and he collapsed to the ground, only to be assisted by those around him to the sofa. Ha, what lightweight. Zhou Jiangnan maintained his composure and cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wanwan, lingering on her for a second, which made her feel guilty. His gaze resembled that of her father, Zhou Jiangnan, when he was furious. Was he contemplating a punishment? Zhao Wanwan's mind raced with thoughts. Zhou Jiangnan turned back to Director Chun, enthusiastically putting his arm around him. Director Chun, come, let me toast you once more. Director Chun attempted to divert the conversation, evading the toast. Director Zhao, you must get a horse. Wanwan and I are classmates. Zhou Jiangnan pulled Zhao Jiangnan over, prompting Director Chun to drink again. Director, if you refuse a toast from the younger generation, are you fearing me? A man should never decline, especially a high-ranking leader. Director Chun, who valued his reputation, found himself in a dilemma. Principal Liang, oblivious to the situation, approached to ingratiate himself by blocking the drinks. Zhou Jiangnan promptly gulped from the shared jug, leaving the old man to confront the challenge, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhao Junmin sat happily beside them, neither encouraging nor obstructing the drinking. Others had already consumed enough and dared not challenge Zhou Jiangnan, fearing to be outmatched by the young novice. With no one to intervene, Director Chun was overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground like a heap of mush. Director Chun? Goodness, he asked, frothing at the mouth. Someone call for help. The scene erupted into chaos as Zhou Jiangnan clapped his hands and descended the stairs, content to remain in the shadows. Zhao Junmin gazed at the retreating figure, caught between laughter and tears. Indeed, as his brother-in-law had remarked, this fellow was quite the trickster. Zhao Wanwan stared blankly at his silhouette, feeling overwhelmed by the formidable aura he exuded today, entirely unlike a mere high school graduate. Especially striking was his unflinching demeanor as he raised his glass, effortlessly engaging in lively banter while downing his drink. His poise and composure were a stark contrast to the person she once knew. What troubled her most was that these changes had emerged only after he ceased his pursuit of her and seemingly coincided with his acquaintance with Fong Xin, leaving Zhao Wanwan feeling quite unsettled. So, when you draw near, you become worse, huh? Yet, with someone else, you transform for the better? Are you made of Play-Doh, shifting shapes at a whim? Just moments ago, as Zhou Jiangnan passed by her, the scent of alcohol on him carried an unexpectedly pleasant fruity aroma. However, he didn't spare her a glance, which felt utterly excessive. What's wrong with a big man acting as a shield for me? So many people would gladly take on that role, and I wouldn't even be pleased. It was infuriating, truly maddening. At that moment, Zhang Minfu staggered out of the restroom, evidently having purged himself. After searching around and not spotting Zhou Jiangnan, he inquired of Zhao Wanwan, "Where is Jiangnan?" "Teacher Zhang." "He went downstairs," Zhao Wanwan replied. "Oh, that rascal. He didn't even call for me. I must go see," Zhang Minfu remarked. "Teacher Zhang, wait, I'll accompany you," she offered. "Haha, you're worried I might fall, aren't you?" "No need. I feel much better now that I've purged my stomach." Zhao Wanwan silently followed him out of the private room. As they reached the stairs, they heard a lively commotion from downstairs. Zhou Jiangnan was engaged in cheerful conversation with friends and family, interspersed with the boisterous voice of the plumply Peng Fei. "Jiangnan, you little rascal. When did you develop such a drinking capacity? You've completely ravaged the upstairs." Zhang Minfu joined the gathering with a laugh, adding, "If it weren't for your assistance today, I fear I might have drunk myself to oblivion here. This situation arose because of me. Otherwise, how could they have poured so much liquor on you upstairs?" Zhou Jiangnan noted, "I see that you're looking a bit pale, Uncle Zhang. It would be wise to get a checkup at the hospital to ensure your heart is in good condition." He handed a glass of juice to Zhang Minfu, saying, You should refrain from drinking alcohol and have some food instead. Zhang Minfu relished the dishes before him, feeling that the food downstairs was far superior to what they had upstairs, and he dined with great satisfaction. A gathering devoid of harmonious energy made even the finest abalone unappetizing. As he settled in, Zhao Wanwan became conspicuously visible behind him. The presence of such a vibrant beauty drew the attention of everyone present, causing Li Pengfei to leap in surprise. "Holy cow, Zhao Wanwan, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed. Zhao Wanwan shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Why can't I be here? This hotel isn't yours." "No, I meant, what brings you to our gathering?" "This is Jiangnan's celebration. You weren't invited. Teacher Zhang was drunk, and I was concerned he might fall. Is it not permissible for me to bring him here?" She replied. Li Pengfei was about to say more when Li Jiangguo smacked him on the back of the head. "We're all classmates. Must you be so chatty?" He then stepped around Zhao Wanwan, warmly approaching Zhou Jiangnan, who had also descended. "Director Zhao, my foolish son often speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense." Zhou Jiangnan waved his hand with a smile. "That is merely youthful banter amongst them. I have no time to concern myself with such matters. I've come specifically to pay a visit to Xiao Zhou's parents. They have raised such an outstanding son, and I wish to learn from them." Zhou Xiangdong nervously rubbed his hands together, and Li Jiangguo quickly pulled him over, saying, "Xiangdong, this is Director Zhao from the County Police Department, who has come to visit you." Zhou Xiangdong, who had only ever interacted with the village head, was rendered speechless in the presence of the police chief. Zhao Jiangnan extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Xiao Zhou's father. Is it all right if I join you for a drink?" Zhou Xiangdong stammered, and Luo Xiaoying hurriedly cleared a space, allowing Li Jiangguo to seat Zhao Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan shrugged and called for the waiter. "Add 2 sets of chopsticks. Director Zhao is graciously joining us for a drink. If our Zhao de Shuhua doesn't mind, she can join us for a meal as well." "Humph. Can I sit now?" Zhao Wanwan inquired, glancing at Li Pengfei. "Please take a seat, be my guest." Esteemed lady, Li Pengfei rolled his eyes. Zhao Wanwan smoothed her little skirt and sat down, her voluptuous figure catching attention as she positioned herself beside Luo Xiaoying. The atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 66. Fang Xin is much better than you. The name Zhao Wanwan resonated with the Zhou couple like thunder. Particularly, there have been rumors at school that Luo Xiaoying once believed Zhao Wanwan to be her son Zhou Jiangnan's early romantic interest. Now, witnessing the real deal gracefully sitting beside her, she felt utterly inadequate. This girl was simply stunning, fair-skinned, beautiful, with an elegant demeanor, and her father was a deputy chief. There was no comparison to her own son. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of salted pork in front of Zhao Wanwan, saying, "Xiao Zhao, you should try this. I made it at home and brought it along." Zhao Wanwan hesitated at the sight of the pork, thinking that one piece would set her back a month in her diet. Zhou Jiangnan, assuming she was put off by Luo Xiaoying's chopsticks, darkened his expression and passed the bowl to her, saying, "Mom, if she doesn't want it, I'll eat it. I don't mind." In an instant, Zhao Wanwan panicked. Although Zhou Jiangnan's momentary disdain flickered out quickly, she still caught it. It felt utterly unjust. She hadn't said anything. So why was he jumping to conclusions? That single thought pierced her heart. The usually aloof goddess had her eyes well up with tears, her defenses crumbling. Luo Xiaoying also panicked, scolding her son, "Why are you being so greedy? Xiao Zhao didn't say she didn't want it. I'll deal with you later." Li Pengfei made a face, smiling slyly. Zhao Wanwan bit her lip, suppressing her grievance, and quickly regained her composure, sweetly saying, "Auntie, please call me Wanwan. I didn't mean to be ungrateful. I'm just worried about gaining weight." Luo Xiaoying brightened up, her enthusiasm returning. "It's just a piece. It's rich, but not greasy. You want to gain weight." Zhao Wanwan took a small bite of the meat. Zhou Jiangnan, wishing to avoid the awkwardness, took his wine glass over to Zhou Xiangdong's table. When the daughter refused to show him any respect, he had no choice but to charm her father instead. Zhao Jiangnan was graciously accepting Li Jiangguo's compliments, with Zhou occasionally chiming in, and the atmosphere appeared harmonious. Zhou Jiangnan boldly interjected, "Director Zhao, it's all my fault. I was so focused on toasting Director Chen earlier that I didn't attend to you properly. Now, I'd like to raise a toast with my father and Uncle Li." Zhao Jiangnan's gaze sharpened. Could this little trickster be attempting to outdrink him? Naive. He had never feared anyone in his military career when it came to drinking. "Very well then, you young rascal. I suppose you're my benefactor. Whether you seek me out or not, I must toast you a few times." Zhao Jiangnan noticed Zhou Jiangnan's puzzled expression and reminded him, "That girl you saved last time, she is none other than Mayor Fang's daughter. If anything had happened to her, my position would have been at stake." Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback. Good heavens, what a twist. So, Fang Xin is indeed quite formidable. No wonder she never mentioned her family background. He maintained his composure, setting down his cup to fetch Li Pengfei, grinning. But I can't take all the credit. The fat guy here was also involved. He helped me save her, so he should drink with us too. Li Pengfei, confused by the turn of events, instinctively tried to retreat at the mention of drinking. Li Jiangguo, troubled by the lack of opportunity to hone his skills, was not about to let him escape at such a critical moment. Firmly grasping his son, Jiangnan is right. Such a rare connection should be cherished. You all should raise a glass to Director Zhao. Li Pengfei, unable to refuse, reluctantly downed the drink. With the first glass downed, a second soon followed. Under Li Jiangguo's relentless pressure, he consumed several more drinks, quickly succumbing to a state of inebriation, his words becoming slurred. The rotund fellow plopped himself down next to Zhao Wanwan, brazenly beginning to berate her. Zhao Wanwan, I'm not trying to be rude, but Fang Xin is far superior to you. Zhao Wanwan, who was in the midst of her meal, was bewildered by his sudden outburst, questioning his intentions. Where are you getting at? You claim she is more beautiful, but in terms of lineage, she is the mayor's daughter, and academically, she surpasses you. What exactly are you so proud of? My brother, Zhou Jiangnan, was infatuated with you during our first and second years, to the point of embarrassment. He adored you to the core, lacking any semblance of dignity, while you treated him with indifference and disdain. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Jiangnan isn't lacking in any regard. He possesses looks, talent, and now his academic performance even eclipses yours. What is not to like? As for family background, the future is uncertain. He is destined for great things. I was against him writing you love letters. Even a stone can grow warm over time. Yet, you not only failed to reciprocate warmth, but mocked his sensitivity, as if he were less than a man. You cannot fathom how distressed I felt witnessing his sorrow. Thankfully, he has awakened. I am utterly elated. He has discarded all those paper cranes, no longer fixated solely on you, and has become radiant in his own right. You once looked down on him. Now, he may not even regard you as worthy. Let me tell you, Fang Xin and I are also friends. It's evident she has an affection for Jiangnan. Why else would she choose to attend Linen University instead of Qingbei? Li Pengfei rambled on endlessly. And while Zhao Wanwan initially maintained a stoic demeanor through his jabs, upon hearing that Fang Xin would also be attending Linen University, she could no longer contain herself. Is Fang Xin dating Zhou Jiangnan? She blurted out. Not yet, but it's only a matter of time. After all, the barrier between a girl pursuing a boy is quite thin, he replied, puffing up with pride as he turned to Luo Xiaoying. Aunt Luo, you must keep a close watch on Jiangnan. There will be countless girls vying for his attention in college. Who knows, you might soon have a grandchild to dote on. Luo Xiaoying felt a wave of awkwardness. This drunken Li Pengfei was far too indiscreet, and she wondered why Shuang was not there to manage her son. What nonsense are you spouting now? Zhou Jiangnan grumbled, pulling Li Pengfei from his seat. Hey, I'm simply saying Fang Xin surely has feelings for you. Stop talking nonsense. She is the mayor's daughter. Be careful, she doesn't have your father dealt with. If she isn't interested in you, I'll let you use my head as a soccer ball. Li Pengfei retorted as he returned to his seat, adding, I advise you to choose Fang Xin. She is far better than Zhao Wanwan. Shut it, fatty. I've told you before, wise men don't fall into the trap of love. Love is something even dogs don't pursue. Zhou Jiangnan remarked, noticing Zhao Wanwan's silence. In a gesture of politeness, he offered, the fatty is just drunk and speaking without thinking. Just brush it off. To his surprise, Zhao Wanwan asked earnestly, did you and Fang Xin agree to take the entrance exam for Linen University together? Her gaze was fixed on him, her expression grave. Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback. Shaking his head, she also applied to Linen University? I had no idea. Zhao Wanwan pouted. Li Fatty mentioned it. Zhou Jiangnan turned to Li Pengfei. Fatty, where did you hear that? From my classmates in the liberal arts. It's common knowledge, Li Pengfei answered. Oh, this is the first I'm hearing of it. No wonder Director Chun is upset. The top student in the liberal arts didn't even apply to Qingbei, which is indeed a significant loss, Zhou Jiangnan mused. Appearing to be catching up only after the fact, Zhao Wanwan, feeling discontent, set her chopsticks down and rose to leave. Thank you, Auntie. I've had enough. Luo Xiaoying, feeling flustered, was at a loss as to how to respond. After all the commotion, she finally understood that a girl named Fang Xin seemed to have a close relationship with her son, and moreover, she was the daughter of an official. Goodness. If that were the case, the Zhou family would be hard-pressed to handle such a situation. Chapter 67. One man, two women, three oddities. Time flew by. More than half a month had passed since the graduation banquet. During this time, Zhou Jiangnan had already transferred the money to Li Pengfei. The rotund fellow had indeed purchased a motorcycle, transforming into a flashy motorcycle youth. Fong Xin had been out of touch for quite a while. Her QQ was offline, and she hadn't T-called. Wang Yueran occasionally chatted with Zhou Jiangnan, still caught in the dilemma between work and graduate school. Zhou Jiangnan continued to set up shop on the pedestrian street, and surprisingly, business was thriving. By mid-August, the admissions process in Sichuan province had concluded. Lingjiangno. One high school prominently displayed banners at the school gate, celebrating the impressive results of this year's college entrance examination. In the graduating class of 2005, 6 students reached the Qingbei cutoff, with 3 ultimately being admitted. A total of 273 students from the school scored in the first tier for undergraduate programs, with 68 admitted to 985 universities and 14 to the top 10 domestic universities. This remarkable achievement prompted the school to organize a commendation ceremony for outstanding examinees. Scheduled for August 18th, Zhou Jiangnan received an invitation and was to be one of the exemplary student representatives to go on stage to receive an award. Due to the attendance of county leaders responsible for education and to enhance the formality and visual appeal of the photographs, the school advised that all students taking the stage wear white shirts. Li Pengfei scrutinized the notification and grumbled with a hint of jealousy. All this bureaucratic nonsense. Why not let people wear suits? What are you getting worked up about? It's not like you're going on stage, Zhou Jiangnan chuckled, tossing a pair of ultra-thin black stockings across to a sultry woman at the opposite stall, completely ignoring her tantalizing gaze. The skirt is so short. It's perfect for stockings. You're quite charming. I'll give you a discount. 19 yuan and 80 cents. Thank you. You're quite sweet with your words. Here, S20. Keep the change, she replied, as the bill exchanged hands, her fingers grazing his palm, sending a delightful shiver through him. Being a handsome lad selling stockings, he was used to this sort of attention. Li Pengfei, observing the woman's flirtation, wished he could be Zhou Jiangnan, taking on all of that pressure. Jiangnan, the money is in. When are we heading to the supermarket for a shopping spree? My big motorcycle is itching for a ride. You need me to accompany you to the supermarket? Ride your motorcycle to the provincial capital and find Zhu Xiaoxiao to keep you company, Zhou Jiangnan replied, surveying the dwindling stock on his stall, realizing he would be closing up shop soon to await the start of the school year. He planned to order a gift for Wang Yueran before heading to university. The saying goes, gifts for lovely ladies and swords for heroes. As a younger brother, he must present his elder sister with a surprise. Perhaps a piano worth 10,000 yuan would suffice. With about 20 days remaining until university registration, Zhou Jiangnan had much to arrange. He still needed to take the final driving test for his license. The health check for his parents was approaching, and he had to book train tickets 15 days in advance. There was an overwhelming amount to do. At precisely 5 p.m., Zhou Jiangnan wrapped up for the day. He purchased a casual white shirt from the pedestrian street and paired it with jeans and casual leather shoes. What is this? A shirt with jeans and leather shoes? That's not how it's done. Fashion doesn't work like that, Li Pengfei chattered on. You know nothing about trends. This casual outfit can still be worn in college. Zhou Jiangnan retorted disdainfully to Li Pengfei, then mounted his motorcycle and headed back to the cement factory. Tonight, the factory cafeteria would serve a special meal to celebrate the assistant manager's acceptance into a third-tier university. The moment of glory had finally arrived for Li Pengzi. On the morning of August 18th, Lingjiang No. 1 High School was adorned with vibrant flowers, and a red carpet stretched all the way to the school gate. A stage had been erected in the indoor basketball arena, where all the third-year students from the class of 2005 gathered for the timely celebration of outstanding college entrance exam achievers. Zhou Jiangnan sat in the front row, impeccably dressed in a white shirt, his posture upright. To his left sat Zhao Wanwan, and to his right was Gao Qianjun. Zhao Wanwan wore a short-sleeved white shirt, her hair styled in a high ponytail, with soft bangs framing her unadorned, delicate face, which appeared almost translucent. She was stunning, but unfortunately, she had a sharp tongue. Zhou Jiangnan glanced to his left, where Fong Xin was seated, and after nearly 2 months apart, she seemed even more gentle. At that moment, Fong Xin looked his way, and their eyes met, prompting a shared smile. Fong Xin, long time no see. How have you been? He inquired. I'm doing quite well. I've been spending time with my father in Lingshan City, and just returned yesterday. I just learned that you also applied to Linen University. No wonder Principal Liang was nearly driven to despair. Is it really that extreme? Zhou Jiangnan replied. I mentioned before that I prefer cities in the south, so I chose Linen. Their conversation, conducted over Zhao Wanwan, seemed to irk her, as she felt distinctly annoyed by their disregard. Damn those 2 lovebirds. Can't they keep it down? It's so noisy. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she interrupted. Fong Xin, do you like Jiangnan? Huh? Fong Xin responded, momentarily flustered. Don't. Oh, but you just said you like southern cities. Isn't Jiangnan's Linen a southern city? Zhao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Fang Xian's mind momentarily blanked, and she blurted out, oh, I do like Jiangnan. I knew you liked Jiangnan. Otherwise, why would you score so high and not apply to Qingbei? Zhao Wanwan elongated her words, sounding almost teasing, leaving Fang Xian at a loss. In the brief exchange, Zhou Jiangnan realized that Fang Xian was no match for Zhao Wanwan. Although she usually maintained an aloof demeanor, she was a seasoned conversationalist, equipped with her own array of tactics. The gentle Fang Xian was completely outclassed. Poor girl. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, signaling to Fang Xian to disregard Zhao Wanwan. However, Zhao Wanwan seemed to take delight in the conversation, turning her body to deliberately block Zhou Jiangnan's view and engaging Fang Xian. Fang Xian, I'm also going to Linen University. We'll be alumni. How fortuitous. We should keep in touch. Oh, that sounds great. I've heard about it. Did you know that many people say we are the oddities of this year? Especially regarding you and Zhou Jiangnan? Huh, I had no idea. Why do they say that about us? Because your scores could easily have landed you in better programs at Qingbei, and I could just barely get in. We passed up the schools they dream of and coincidentally chose Linen University, so they call us the one guy and two girls, three oddities. What nonsense. Can they just say whatever they want? Zhou Jiangnan's expression faltered, nearly choking on his own saliva. From behind, he observed Zhao Wanwan's slender waist and how her black trousers imparted an office lady vibe. Fang Xian was similar, though her hairstyle was a neat fringe, exuding a sweet girl aesthetic. A trio of one man and two women was not entirely unappealing. Quite stylish indeed. Chapter 68, unbeknownst to Wanwan. The podium was now filled to capacity. Zhou Jiangnan looked up to see the deputy county head in charge of education seated at the center, with Director Chun from the Education Bureau beside him. This old man had been carried to the couch like a limp dog after Zhou had gotten him drunk last time. One could only wonder if he would hold that against old Zhang. The leaders each delivered their speeches, and Principal Liang appeared radiant. Outstanding students lined up to receive their awards. The county government awarded a bonus of 10,000 for those admitted to Qingbei, while entrepreneurs sponsored another 10,000. For the other top 10 students, the government provided 5,000, with an additional 5,000 from sponsors. After collecting their certificates and bonuses, Zhou Jiangnan returned to his seat, only to find Gao Qianjun beside him looking frantic, nearly on the verge of tears. What's wrong, Gao? Zhou Jiangnan asked. Gao Qianjun was sweating profusely, stammering, Jiangnan, it's bad. I can't find my speech. What speech? The one I'm supposed to give as a representative later. What am I going to do? I spent all night writing it. Zhou Jiangnan looked at him sympathetically, wondering how one could lose their speech at such a crucial moment. Gao Qianjun searched frantically, then abruptly left his seat to find teacher. Moments later, he returned, dejected. The host hastily approached Principal Liang and whispered something. The principal's expression darkened as he urgently reported the situation to Director Chun, who frowned immediately. Can't he go off script? No, he just finished writing it last night. Before the event, I had him practice, and he was trembling. If he goes off script, he might not get a word out. Then we should have someone else. Aren't there two others who got into Qingbei? That won't work either. The other two are particularly introverted and studious. They are even more timid than Gao Qianjun and haven't prepared at all. What a mess. If this goes wrong, Sioux County head will blow up. Is there anyone else with a representative story? Well, Zhou Jiangnan's achievements are quite representative. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's name, Director Chen immediately thought of that kid who had gotten him drunk and decided to use him as a backup. In such a formal gathering, a seasoned leader could easily fumble without a prepared speech, let alone a young man who had yet to enter society. If the representative's speech went well, it would be a highlight. If it faltered, it would be a disgrace. If someone was destined to embarrass themselves, Director Chen hoped it would be Zhou Jiangnan. That's the one. Go arrange it. Just as it was time for the student representatives to give their remarks, Principal Liang whispered a few words to the host, treating this like a desperate measure. The host gritted his teeth. Now, please welcome outstanding student representative Zhou Jiangnan to the stage. Zhou Jiangnan, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name, thinking he had misheard. Zhou Jiangnan, please come up and share your thoughts. The host repeated. Zhao Wanwan poked Zhou Jiangnan, who was still dazed. His expression was one of utter confusion and shock, almost comical. They're calling you. Zhou Jiangnan, go to hell, what is so funny? Zhou Jiangnan shot back, glaring at her, while Zhao Wanwan struggled to contain her laughter, and Fang Xian blinked in surprise. Principal Liang seized the microphone. Zhou Jiangnan, yes, you. Hurry up and share your thoughts. Curse it all. There's always a disaster waiting to befall me. Zhou Jiangnan wore a forced smile while internally cursing, reluctantly making his way to the stage. Li Pengfei, sitting in the back row, was laughing so hard he was on the verge of tears. One could easily imagine how speechless his suddenly called-upon friend must be feeling. Zhou Jiangnan ascended the stage, where Director Chun acknowledged him with a nod and a smile, concealing malice beneath his cordial facade. It was evident that the last-minute personnel change was orchestrated by Chun, a man who shamelessly sought personal vendettas in such public settings, a truly deranged spectacle. Reflecting on the absurdity of such a person holding the esteemed position of Education Bureau Director, overseeing the educational affairs of the region, it was indeed a lamentable irony. However, Zhou Jiangnan had no intention of returning to Lingjiang County after graduation. He was indifferent to the offense he had caused. What did it matter? He grasped the microphone, relaxed his posture, and made slight adjustments, exuding an air of composure and confidence. After all, it was merely a speech. In his previous life, he had managed hundreds of workers on construction sites, frequently addressing safety meetings and drills, so Zhou was undaunted. What was required was merely eloquence. Dear fellow students, to be candid, I am somewhat bewildered as to why I have been chosen to speak today. The affection of the school has descended upon me with the swiftness of a tornado, leaving me utterly unprepared. Since there is no preparation, I shall speak extemporaneously. I will forego the customary expressions of gratitude towards the nation, the government, and the school, and we shall plunge directly into the heart of the matter. Just 6 months ago, I was a lackluster student, the kind who fades into obscurity. Certainly, 99% of you have never heard my name. It all began with a personal awakening. From a rank of 600, I surged into the top 300 within a month and a half. Subsequently, I ascended into the top 100 in just 1 month. Ultimately, I inadvertently scored 699 on the college entrance examination, attributing it largely to luck, though one cannot deny that luck is a form of capability. Therefore, it is imperative for one to discern what they truly desire. With one hand in his pocket, Zhou Jiangnan became increasingly animated. He occasionally referenced classical texts, his words flowing effortlessly, radiating confidence and charisma without a hint of hesitation. In an era where self-help gurus thrived, the motivational platitudes he had absorbed rolled off his tongue seamlessly, bombarding the audience with fervor. Zhao Wanwan, having never witnessed such a bold Zhou Jiangnan, found herself momentarily speechless, captivated by his distinctiveness. She was not alone. Fong Xian beside her, and Lin Yu in the back rows, were equally astonished. The girls had never encountered such an articulate male peer. Zhou's white shirt, imbued with a touch of maturity, created a striking contrast against his 18-year-old youthful visage. His denim jeans, paired with casual leather shoes, exuded an air of carefree nonchalance. In summary, he was far more pleasing to the eyes than the portly leaders on stage. Zhou Jiangnan's rhetoric oscillated between the lofty and the colloquial, occasionally peppered with crude expressions that stirred his classmates' passions. Li Pengfei even mused that it would be a travesty for him not to lead a cult given his gift of gab. Zhou Jiangnan continued his eloquent discourse, leaving Director Chun filled with regret. It was utterly unexpected that this young man not only avoided embarrassment, but rather commanded the spotlight. The college entrance examination is not an end. It is merely the commencement of another competition, with boundless futures awaiting us. Even the most seasoned figures must respect the youth, for the potential of the young is not to be underestimated. We, the future, shall undoubtedly become the pride of Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Let us strive together. He delivered a resounding conclusion, and as he finished, County Director Su led the applause, with everyone joining in fervently. At that moment, a collective question filled the air. Who had dared to label Zhou Jiangnan as weak and introverted? Zhao Wanwan felt her cheeks flush, stirred by Zhou Jiangnan's impassioned delivery. Her mind drifting to cherished memories, the awkwardness of their first encounter, the innocence of his first love letter, the warmth of the milk he once delivered. What had once been distasteful now transformed into sweet nostalgia, reminiscent of his tender admonishment to be good and not cause a fuss, which had made her inexplicably soft-hearted. As for Lin Yu behind her, she had already succumbed to infatuation. On this day, Zhou Jiangnan exuded an air of invincibility, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Chapter 69, The Hardware Softening Project. County Director Su applauded, and Director Chun had no choice but to join in. Everyone aside from him found the student representative's speech to be remarkably impressive. Zhang Minfu, watching from the audience, felt a surge of pride, envious of Zhou Xiangdong. How could this seemingly straightforward man have fathered such a loquacious son? Upon returning to his seat, Fong Xian gently inquired, Jiangnan, when do you plan to report to university? Zhou Jiangnan replied, classes commence on September 5th. I intend to leave on the 2nd. What about you? My father will take me. He busy, but he'll be free on the 5th. Fong Xian's tone carried a note of regret. Zhao Wanwan, however, felt a rush of delight, having almost believed Fang Xian would propose they travel to school together. Fortune smiled upon her, as the divine intervention of the Queen Mother of the West seemed to bless her. With Li Pengfei no longer in the picture, Zhou Jiangnan was unlikely to become a romantic rival. Indeed, Zhou Jiangnan remarked, "You must be flying then?" Fang Xian nodded in affirmation. "That is quite unfortunate. I believe that for one's first journey to university, it should be by train, traversing through the diverse landscapes of various provinces, immersing oneself in the distinct local cultures. The sensation of distancing from one's hometown while drawing closer to the future is what the pursuit of knowledge truly embodies." When Zhou Jiangnan waxed philosophical, it was as if an old sow had donned a brassiere, delivering one grand theory after another. Fang Xian listened with wide-eyed admiration, feeling an even deeper sense of regret. Zhao Wanwan, however, rolled her eyes, appearing dismissive of Zhou Jiangnan's musings. Before long, the award ceremony drew to a close. The county leaders posed for photographs with the distinguished students. Due to his height, Zhou Jiangnan found himself in the third row, while Fang Xian and Zhao Wanwan, the two school beauties, stood in the second row right before him. Just as the photographer pressed the shutter, the two girls subtly leaned toward each other, unnoticed by anyone. After the ceremony concluded, Fang Xian promptly took a taxi to the bus station, eager to return to Lingshan City. Zhao Wanwan departed alongside her close friend Lin Yu. Emboldened, mustered the courage to ask Zhou Jiangnan for his phone number. "Blimey, Lin Yu has a crush on you. Why does every girl I encounter suddenly declare their affection for me? Am I currency?" Zhou Jiangnan retorted, feigning disbelief. "Honestly, I'll ask her if you don't believe me." Silence. "Let us head to the pedestrian street. I'll treat you to hot pot." Zhou Jiangnan playfully punched Li Pengfei before leaping onto his motorcycle, feeling the weight of 5,000 yuan in his pocket, waving his hand grandiosely. "Let us indulge in a foot massage while we're at it." Li Pengfei, initially intent on voicing further complaints, was instantly distracted by the mention of a foot massage, hastily starting the engine. Finally, the day has arrived. Buckle up. With a swift start, Li Pengfei shot off with Zhou Jiangnan, leaving behind a group of girls who had rushed out, hoping to exchange numbers, feeling utterly dejected. The two friends reveled in a lavish meat feast at a hot pot restaurant before Zhou Jiangnan led the way to a street lined with foot massage parlors. Outside the expensive foot era establishment, he paused. Pedicure, 38 yuan. Foot massage, 48 yuan. Shoulder and neck relaxation, 58 yuan. Hardware softening project, 188 yuan. Li Pengfei suddenly raised his voice. "What the hell? Why is the hardware softening project so expensive? I have to try it." Hardware softening? Is that a term that existed back then? Zhou Jiangnan pondered, his hands behind his back, contemplating, ultimately hesitant to draw conclusions. While those in construction often indulged in foot massages, he found it challenging to gauge the prices of this 2005 establishment, especially since it was situated adjacent to a police station. As he gazed at the several police cars flashing their lights, and two seasoned officers scrutinizing the scene, Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose and pondered, "Well, I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps it shouldn't be so severe. Could it be a form of softening? Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. It's on you." Fatty insisted stubbornly. Being adults over 18, they had the right to choose their own pursuits. "All right, just follow my lead, and if by chance you gain some insight, remember that young people mustn't err." Zhou Jiangnan acquiesced, vowing to maintain order amidst chaos. Fatty nodded eagerly. However, when the project engineer arrived, he regretted his decision profoundly. This hardware softening project was not as he had imagined. It merely entailed foot callus removal, nail trimming, and shoulder and neck massages, essentially a complete pampering service aimed at relaxing stiff areas, with certain exceptions. Witnessing a burly man adeptly tending to feet while smoking was far less appealing than the foot massage Zhou Jiangnan had chosen. At least that involved a female technician. Cursing under his breath, Li Pengfei slumped in the recliner, his eyes filled with humiliation as he stared at the ceiling, while Zhou Jiangnan nearly succumbed to laughter. Upon exiting, Fatty continued to grumble incessantly. "Enough already. If you wish to explore the mysteries of life, wait until school starts and seek out Zhu Xiao. After all, you're attending university in Rongqing." "No, I can't wait. I'm going within these few days." Li Pengfei resolved to attempt a software softening, hoping to rekindle his romantic connection. After chatting for so long and investing money to refresh his setup, it was time for an upgrade. Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, don't act recklessly. I have no desire to hear you serenading tears behind bars through glass in the future." Li Pengfei confidently shook his head. "Rest assured, I am well aware. Xiao professes her love for me and is willing to sacrifice everything for me. And you believe her just like that? Are you foolish?" Love is not merely spoken. It must be demonstrated. Reflect on what she has genuinely done for you all this time. Why should she pave the way for you just because you charge ahead? Li Pengfei fell silent, stubbornly lifting his chin. Forget it. I can't be bothered to advise you. It's better to test the waters early. And if it doesn't work out, part ways sooner. Zhou Jiangnan stretched contentedly, falling back into his familiar role of being a mentor. Fatty, do you know what women truly desire? Good looks? Don't be absurd. Being handsome is of little use. What women genuinely cherish is wealth. As long as you're willing to spend, you could burn through the CPU. No, I don't want a transaction. I yearn for true love. What a naive notion. Your so-called love is fundamentally a transaction. Zhou Jiangnan spat, exasperated by Li Pengfei's obstinacy. I speak only the truth. Ask yourself honestly. Are you tall? Are you handsome? Not tall, not handsome. Do you possess wealth? Yes. Then that's all that matters. You may be tall, rich, and handsome, but you only have wealth. What else can you rely on? Li Pengfei's expression darkened, as if he were about to explode, and Zhou Jiangnan wisely chose to retreat. You will inevitably awaken to reality. Given your family's wealth, women will be plentiful in the future. Just hope that when you're sailing on your yacht, you won't forget your brothers. I don't care. Xiao Xiao loves me for who I am. She isn't materialistic. All right, Brother Da Peng is right. Chapter 70, Journey to University, September 2nd. Rongqing was still engulfed in a sweltering heat that left one feeling uneasy. A green train wound its way along the tracks, as people hurriedly boarded. Seat 47 in car 8, this is it. Zhou Jiangnan heaved his suitcase into the overhead rack and settled into his seat, exhaling a sigh of relief. Today marked his departure for school, and he had managed to secure a hard seat ticket after much effort. The thought of enduring over 30 hours on the train already made his posterior ache. However, his spirits remained high. This journey heralded not only the commencement of a new chapter in his life, but also the resolution of several lingering concerns. The first matter was his parents' medical checkups. Before his departure, he had taken Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying for comprehensive examinations, and thankfully, both were in good health. Old Zhou showed no signs of lung cancer. Even nodules had not been found, which was a cause for celebration. The second matter involved repaying Wang Yueran's kindness. Zhou Jiangnan had spent nearly 11,000 yuan on a piano, including delivery costs. Wang Yueran had helped him earn 100,000. So repaying this favor brought him peace of mind. The delighted older sister had completely lost her composure over the phone, exclaiming in surprise and insisting she was at a loss for how to reciprocate. Zhou Jiangnan had teased her, if you truly wish to repay me, perhaps you could offer yourself. Ha ha ha, you little rogue, you're becoming less innocent by the day. When are you coming to Linen? I'll send you off. To the school, or to your heart. Of course to the station. No mischief now. Wang Yueran insisted on seeing him off before his departure. Her little brother's protests were in vain. Zhou Jiangnan reminisced about the scene, a smile creeping onto his lips. When this exquisite beauty with her hair styled in a bun stood at the train station's entrance, passers-by couldn't help but steal glances. Dressed in a floral dress, she was a vision of grace. Zhou Jiangnan smiled and opened his arms, seizing the moment to give her a hearty embrace while she was still momentarily stunned. And then he dashed into the station with his suitcase before she could react. You, Wang Yueran stammered, pointing at him. I told you not to see me off. I despise farewells. The more you talk, the more melancholic it becomes. So just a hug will suffice, Zhou Jiangnan replied earnestly. Zhou Jiangnan, why have you never shown this side of yourself? How could you take advantage of me? Wang Yueran stomped her foot, hands on her hips. It's never too late to see it now. Goodbye, sister. I'll be keeping tabs on this. Sister S favors are not so easily come by. And you'll soon find that out. Oh, had I known, I would have opted for a kiss goodbye. Ah, you little rogue. You're in big trouble. Wang Yueran jumped in frustration outside the station, while Zhou Jiangnan, grinning, left her with a charming silhouette as he swaggered away with his suitcase. That embrace had transformed Jiangnan into a figure of elegance. Wang Yueran truly embodied his ideal type. Leaning back in his seat, Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but think of his troublesome friend, Li Pengfei. This foolish fellow's romantic endeavors had recently brought him nothing but disappointment. After their foot massage outing, Li Pengfei had impulsively ridden his motorcycle to Rongqing the next day, eager to surprise Zhu Xiaoxiao at the nursing school she attended. However, after waiting for over 3 hours, he was met with the sight of Zhu Xiaoxiao walking out hand in hand with a blonde, both laughing as they headed to a short-stay hotel. To make matters worse, Zhu Xiaoxiao was wearing the floral dress Li Pengfei had gifted her. Not one to give up easily, he lingered outside the hotel for another half hour. When Zhu Xiaoxiao finally emerged, blushing and disheveled, it was clear that her visit was not for English lessons. In that moment, his heart plummeted. As he rode away on his motorcycle, he could feel Zhu Xiaoxiao's frightened gaze following him. Fatty's youthful romance had lasted only 3 months. Now forever lost in the rearview mirror. To console him, Zhou Jiangnan had no choice but to drink with him until dawn, nearly missing his train. He could only hope that this foolish friend would awaken to reality soon, as Zhou Jiangnan still felt the weight of his own headache. Sitting in the middle of the 3-seat hard bench, he felt a twinge of regret. If only I could secure a seat by the window or in the aisle. Being wedged in the middle is exceedingly uncomfortable. If, by chance, I find myself flanked by men on either side, it would be even more disheartening. The conductor is urging passengers to take their seats as individuals are boarding the train in a steady stream. Among those heading eastward, many are laborers journeying to the bustling metropolis, each grappling with large bags as they vie for space in the overhead compartments, quickly filling them to capacity. Among them are also a number of youthful faces, such as a young couple seated across from one another, clearly university students based on their attire and demeanor. Zhou Jiangnan, arms crossed, closes his eyes to momentarily escape into a reverie, feeling no inclination for conversation. The previous night's revelry has left Li Pengfei inebriated and sprawled on the floor, and Zhou is not much better off. That rotund fellow drinks recklessly, possessing an impressive tolerance. The train plays a saxophone rendition of Going Home, which only intensifies the bittersweet emotions of parting. As Zhou Jiangnan's ears are filled with echoes of heartfelt farewells, he cannot help but recall his mother, Luo Xiaoying, who sent him off in the morning with tearful admonitions to take care of himself. A child's journey of 1,000 miles is fraught with a mother's worries. No matter where one goes, the longing for home remains. Comrade Lao Zhou is not in a better state, persistently lamenting that his son did not allow him to accompany him to university. Zhou Jiangnan shakes his head. What's the point of sending him off? Parting has always been a source of sorrow. He has no desire to shed tears on the train. It's not as though he would never return home. Before long, a familiar female voice calls from a distance. Dad, I told you to leave early. You had to go to the office first, and we almost missed the train. Ugh. Why is it so crowded and smelly? Didn't they say taking the train to school is the most enjoyable experience? Zhou Jiangnan can hardly suppress a laugh, but hears a deep male voice respond. Hey, I suggested we take a plane, but you insisted on the train. Isn't this a hassle? I've been saying the train is cramped, and it's difficult to even use the restroom. Ignoring the advice of the elders leads to immediate consequences. The female voice, now irritated, retorts, if you find it so bothersome, you didn't have to come with me. I said I could manage on my own, yet you insisted on accompanying me. Wasn't that your mother's arrangement? Besides, I'm concerned about you traveling alone. What if something happens along the way? The man's voice grows nearer. Let me see, seat 46, 48, here we are. Look, we're late, and there's no space left for the luggage. The female voice, growing impatient, suddenly falls silent, and moments later, exclaims, Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing here? Zhou Jiangnan opens his eyes to find the girl before him is none other than Zhao Wanwan. What a coincidence indeed. It seems that fate has conspired to bring them together. He could never have imagined that Zhao Wanwan, the affluent young lady, would choose to board the train. Could it be that she is seeking her very own frog prince? Zhou Jiangnan glances at his ticket. Carriage 8, seat 47. This is where I'm supposed to sit. Where else would I go? The fleeting glimmer of surprise in Zhao Wanwan's eyes quickly fades as she frowns. That's not what I meant. I mean, it's such a coincidence that we run into each other here, and our seats are adjacent. Indeed, it's a small world after all. Zhou Jiangnan replies, rising to allow her passage. He nods at Zhao Jumin, greeting him. Director Zhao, will you be sitting inside? No need. Wanwan enjoys the view. So let her go in, Zhao Jumin says, lugging a pink suitcase as he searches for a suitable place to stow it, casually adding, when we're out and about. Don't call me Director Zhao. We've already shared drinks, so just call me Uncle Zhao if you don't mind. Zhou Jiangnan remains noncommittal. The aisle is already packed with people and luggage, making it difficult for him to lean back and create space for Zhao Wanwan to enter. She huffs and tips on her toes to squeeze past. Today, she wears form-fitting jeans, a snug white tee, and a sun protection jacket, exuding youthful vitality. The young man seated across from the couple pretends to adjust his glasses, clearly taking the opportunity to gaze appreciatively at her. However, his subtle maneuver does not escape his girlfriend's notice, who pinches him hard in response. Zhou Jiangnan can hardly contain his amusement. What are you laughing at? Am I that funny? Zhao Wanwan glares at him, mistaking his laughter for ridicule of her peculiar gait. For reasons unknown, she finds herself easily irked in Zhou Jiangnan's presence, and all her composure vanishes in an instant. Zhou Jiangnan chooses to ignore her. A self-satisfied woman only grows more spirited with every comment. Zhao Wanwan bends over, squeezed past him, her cheeks flushed, and Zhou Jiangnan feels as though he glimpsed a glimpse of an unseen ancestor. As the train speeds onward, weaving through the rolling countryside, the scenery is far from grand or expansive. Zhou Jiangnan grows increasingly disenchanted, and her resentment towards someone accumulates, who claimed that traversing through the mountains and fields of different provinces, experiencing unique local customs, and savoring the feeling of being ever further from home while drawing closer to the future encapsulated the essence of academic pursuit. I fell for your empty words. A man as charming tongue is but a deceiver. The day wanes into evening, and mealtime approaches. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, treasure porridge, beer, soft drinks, bottled water. Make way, everyone. Clear the path, and tuck in your little stools. The vendor, with a strong local accent, struggles to navigate through the crowded carriage with a small cart. Those with no standing room hustle to the sides, muttering complaints. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan finds this scene oddly comforting. In this day and age, merely managing to obtain a standing ticket for the train is a stroke of luck. Even the restroom doorway is occupied by travelers. Those with experience know not to drink water on green trains. If absolutely necessary, a small sip suffices, but one must avoid gulping it down. For traversing the throngs to reach the restroom is a daunting task. Zhou Jiangnan pulls out a cup of instant noodles from his bag to eat. The braised beef noodles contain not a morsel of meat. This company could continue operating until it exhausts an entire cow. Zhou Jiangnan, who had been wrinkling her nose at the smell of the noodles, is suddenly amused by his quip and struggles to stifle a laugh. Passengers in the carriage begin pulling out biscuits, fruits, and some even order box meals, eating silently. Zhou Jiangnan orders a box meal as well. But Zhou Jiangnan lacks an appetite. He offers his meal to Zhou Jiangnan. Zhou, would you like some? I'll trade you for 2 oranges. Zhou Jiangnan has a bag in front of him containing oranges gifted by Wang Yueran. I'm full. You should save it for Zhou, classmate. Feel free to take any fruit you want. If she says she doesn't want it, tossing it away would be wasteful. You probably won't have enough with just 1 cup of noodles. All right then. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Jiangnan no longer declines. He can afford the box meal, being a newly affluent individual with savings of 400,000. Jiangnan. The train-s box meals are notoriously overpriced and unpalatable, making instant noodles seem far more appealing. Zhou Jiangnan hands Zhou Jiangnan an orange, and after a while, she takes another for herself. Zhou Jiangnan watches as she tilts her elegant neck back to drink half a bottle of soda, contemplating whether to speak up, but ultimately refraining. Let be. I will respect the fate of others. This young lady will soon realize the significance of the restroom. As the train enters a series of tunnels, darkness envelopes the carriage. Many passengers have already closed their eyes to rest, and the sound of snoring begins to fill the air. Zhou Jiangnan, having had little sleep the night before while accompanying the rotund fellow, feels drowsiness wash over him and drapes his coat over himself, surrendering to sleep. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and amidst a hazy consciousness, he felt someone shaking his arm, reminiscent of a lifeline tethering a worker's very existence. Damn it! Who are you all? Zhou Jiangnan abruptly opened his eyes, ready to unleash a torrent of curses at the reckless imbeciles. To his surprise, it was not a group of fools, but rather the aloof school beauty, Zhou Jiangnan. Her face was flushed, a picture of helplessness as she gazed at him. Her voice a timid whisper, I just wanted you to help me a little. You're so fierce. What is the matter? Zhou Jiangnan inquired softly. I drank too much water, and I want to... Zhou Jiangnan pointed despondently towards the aisle, and then gestured to his right. I don't know where my dad went. Understanding dawned on Zhou Jiangnan. This girl needed to relieve herself, but, as a novice train traveler, was clueless about the restroom's location. Furthermore, the aisle was teeming with people, making passage a daunting challenge. Serves you right for guzzling so much juice and indulging in the fruits my older sister provided. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle at her predicament. Her expression suggested she had been holding it in for quite some time. The restroom is at the junction of the carriages, he informed her, rising to clear a path. Can't you take me there? Zhou Jiangnan retorted, her irritation palpable. Zhou Jiangnan was not inclined to indulge her. He had long ceased to cater to her whims. Did she not realize that times had changed? Is this the tone with which you request my assistance, classmate? He replied coolly. You jerk, I dislike you. Zhou Jiangnan snapped, begrudgingly vacating her seat only to retreat after 2 steps. Zhou Jiangnan, please, will you help me get there? She implored, a surprising softness in her tone. Taken aback by her capitulation, he decided to relent. After all, they were classmates. It was wise to leave room for future encounters. Fine, just follow me, he instructed. Squeezing past her, Zhou Jiangnan trailed behind, struggling to navigate the crowded aisle. Zhou Jiangnan recalled a conversation he once had with Li Pengfei. Even goddesses must attend to their earthly needs. No one is above the mundane. Yet, He hadn't anticipated the adorably anxious expression on Zhao Wanwan's face. If only she had a mouth for words alone. Chapter 72, The First Intimate Encounter. Suddenly, Zhao Wanwan let out a piercing scream, springing forward to grasp Zhou Jiangnan's hand. "What on earth are you doing?" Zhou Jiangnan exclaimed, pulling his hand away in annoyance. "I stepped on someone's foot," she replied defensively. "Did they yell?" "No." "Then why on earth are you screaming?" Zhou Jiangnan retorted, exasperated. With so many people crammed into the train, stepping on toes was hardly an uncommon occurrence. The individual she had stepped on didn't even complain. Why should she? Back in high school, she had been a fierce lioness. Now, she seemed more like a timid kitten. And to think she wanted to hold hands? No way. The old rules applied. She could hold onto his clothing instead. Once the initial shock wore off, Zhao Wanwan regained her composure, her indignation rising. How dare Zhou Jiangnan forcefully shake her off? Countless boys longed to hold her hand, and here she was, offering him that privilege, only to be met with such ingratitude. What, if Fang Xian could hold hands, why can't I? She fumed, clearly upset. As she stormed into the restroom, another shriek erupted from inside. What now? Zhou Jiangnan pushed the door open, just as Zhao Wanwan bolted out, nearly colliding with him. What's wrong? It's filthy and reeks. I can't use that restroom. Zhao Wanwan exclaimed, visibly shaken. Zhou Jiangnan, lacking any sense of humor, shoved her back inside. Didn't you say you couldn't hold it any longer? Hurry up. There's a line forming. Frustrated, Zhao Wanwan bit her lip, and moments later, she emerged in tears, pounding on his shoulder. It's all your fault. Everything is your fault. Wait, how is this my fault? Zhou Jiangnan was flabbergasted, wondering if she had lost her mind. It's because of you. If you hadn't said that college students need to take the train, I would never have canceled my flight and come here. Zhou Jiangnan suddenly realized Zhao Wanwan had eavesdropped on his conversation with Fang Xian and had taken it to heart. As the train entered a tunnel, the pressure change made his ears ache. Zhao Wanwan covered her ears, the dim lighting in the carriage making it hard to see. In a huff, she turned to walk away but stumbled, nearly falling forward. Zhou Jiangnan, quick to react, caught her just in time. You go ahead, she stammered, defiantly shaking off his hand and sulking to the back. Zhou Jiangnan cracked his knuckles in irritation. If she were his daughter, he would have set her straight long ago. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to engage with her childish antics. After a few steps, he heard another cry behind him. Turning around, he instinctively reached out as a shadowy figure stumbled toward him. Soft, fragrant, and unexpectedly yielding, he instinctively tightened his grip. Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing? Zhao Wanwan's furious voice broke through the air as she slapped him. What's the matter? Everyone is trying to sleep. Can't you keep your voice down? He scolded, grasping her wrist to prevent further strikes. Unable to escape his grip, Zhao Wanwan felt humiliated and began to cry. In a fit of rage, she bit down on his shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Damn it, are you a dog? Let go, or I swear I'll make you pay. Who do you think you are, the school beauty? No school beauty acts like such a petulant child. I don't care. I'm going to bite you to death. You're a scoundrel taking advantage of me. You fell. It wasn't intentional. So now I'm to be blamed for catching you to prevent your fall? Bah, you pinched me. That was intentional. It was just a reflex. I truly didn't mean it. Zhou Jiangnan felt embarrassed, the absurdity of the situation overwhelming him. Zhao Wanwan, unconvinced, continued to struggle. After several unsuccessful attempts to reason with her, Zhou Jiangnan finally lost his patience and slapped her, plunging the world into silence. Enough. Let us go. Following behind him, Zhao Wanwan was clearly sniffling. Meanwhile, Zhao Junmin was anxiously searching for his daughter. Upon seeing the two return, he noticed Zhao Wanwan's tear-streaked face, believing in the whimsical tales of Zhou Jiangnan. The green train has become a veritable torture. This is merely the first night, with an entire day and night still ahead. What to do? Zhao Junmin nodded toward Zhou Jiangnan, expressing gratitude. Thank you. This girl is traveling far for the first time and is quite oblivious to many things. Zhou Jiangnan repeatedly insisted it was unnecessary. Glancing at the time, which was just past 8 in the evening, and having regained some energy after a brief nap, he took the initiative to engage Zhao Junmin in conversation. Seeing his interest in criminal investigation, Zhao Junmin, feeling somewhat bored, was pleased to share some tips on fraud prevention. Somehow, as the conversation flowed, it transitioned into discussions of solving cases. Zhao Junmin vividly recounted some of the cases he had encountered: robberies, homicides, sexual assaults. Zhou Jiangnan was utterly captivated, while the young couple across from him had unknowingly awakened. The young man couldn't help but interject. Didn't the girl say she wouldn't report it? And he still killed her? Zhao Junmin sighed. Indeed, human nature is the most difficult to fathom. Regardless of gender, one must remain vigilant. Especially young women traveling alone, Self-protection is paramount. He scrutinized them under the dim light of the carriage and inquired, "You appear to be a student as well? Which university are you attending?" The young man adjusted his glasses and replied confidently, "Linen University of Technology." His female companion glanced over at Zhou Jiangnan and remarked, "I'm from Linen Media College." Zhou Jiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Was that not the very institution attended by Su Cece? However, considering Su Cece's current age, she was likely still in high school, given that she was several years younger than him. The girl across from him was decent-looking, yet paled in comparison to Zhao Wanwan. Chapter 73, Arrival. In the cramped carriage, time stretched interminably. Once the conversation among the group picked up, the atmosphere became lively. The young man opposite, also quite talkative, laid out some sunflower seeds and snacks on the table, encouraging everyone to partake, and began to greet Zhou Jiangnan. "Hey there, handsome. Are you also a university student?" "Indeed. I just got accepted and am on my way to registration." "Oh, we're all in our third year. Which university do you attend?" "Linen University." "Impressive. I'm Qin Leping. We're fellow townsmen. Let us keep in touch." The young man quickly warmed up, exchanging QQ numbers for mutual support before gesturing toward Zhao Wanwan. "And this stunning beauty, is she your girlfriend?" Zhou Jiangnan hastily replied, No, I couldn't possibly aspire to that. Her father is right here. She is my high school classmate." "Oh, my apologies, I assumed wrongly." The young man quickly backtracked. Zhao Junmin waved dismissively, maintaining a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan, with her eyes closed, felt a flicker of satisfaction at his remark about not being worthy of her. She feigned ignorance and continued to rest, silently observing the lively exchange. After a while, Zhou Jiangnan subtly probed into the situation at Linen Media College, jesting about whether it was filled with beautiful girls, even jokingly suggesting that Qin Leping could help him find a girlfriend there. "Ha ha ha, little Zhou, with your looks and being such a top student. If you go to the media college, it's like Tang Sung entering the kingdom of women. How could you possibly worry about finding a girlfriend? It's all about broadening social circles and increasing exposure. In this day and age, looks aren't everything for boys. Material foundation is what truly matters." Qin Leping's female companion became animated. "How could looks not matter? If my boyfriend is handsome, I could forgive him for any quarrel." Zhou Jiangnan found himself momentarily speechless. The girl continued, "If you're looking to date, I know a few younger girls who are all quite beautiful. I can introduce you." Zhou Jiangnan's interest piqued. He smiled. "That sounds wonderful. Once I get to school, we could even organize an inter-college mixer." At that moment, Zhao Wanwan let out a heavy scoff, her tone dripping with sarcasm. TSK, wasn't he someone saying he wouldn't date? That women only slowed down his study pace. The tone of her voice made Zhao Junmin's brow furrow, sensing an ominous premonition. Zhou Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "I meant before college, now that I'm in university." "Times have changed, Zhao classmate." Zhao Wanwan was momentarily at a loss for words but managed another disdainful scoff. "Ahem, little Zhou, you young people should prioritize your studies." Zhao Junmin quickly interjected, imparting his life lessons. "As I've learned over the years, don't rush into relationships. At 18 or 19, it's the perfect time for pursuing your ambitions. Young people are like the rising sun. Their energy should be focused on serious matters. Establishing a family is no easy feat. Everything costs money: housing, food, clothing. What about the expenses for a child's milk formula in the future? A man's greatest burden is responsibility." It seemed that old Zhao was engaged in a kind of ideological work at the bureau. The young ones were left in a state of bewilderment by his fervor. Zhou Jiangnan internally scoffed, thinking, "You can say what you want, but why you keep staring at me? Your tone is so impassioned, one might think I'm your son." Moreover, in the realm of adulthood, the burdens one carries are not solely responsibility, and the rising sun is not always the sun itself. Such profound truths should be directed towards Zhao Wanwan. As fate would have it, old Zhao, caught in his fervor, swiftly redirected his focus towards Zhao Wanwan. "Wanwan, remember what your father just said. As a young lady, you must protect yourself. Never." Before he could finish, Zhao Wanwan interjected. "So, do you regret marrying my mother?" "Huh? What did you say?" "I sense you regret it." "I'll tell Mom you regret marrying her." "I never said that." Old Zhao looked utterly bewildered, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He knew all too well his wife's temper. If his daughter stirred the pot, he would surely face several days of punishment upon returning home. Despite his authoritative position as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, at home, he was no different than a henpecked husband, unable to overcome the trials of domestic life. "Didn't you say if you married later, you'd be a full bureau chief by now? You might even hold a higher position. It's all a waste of youth," Zhao Wanwan declared proudly. "Did I say that?" Zhao Junmin glanced at Zhou Jiangnan. "You did." "Uncle Zhao," Zhou Jiangnan confirmed with a nod. "Ahem, my daughter. I assure you, my love for your mother is genuine. Without her, what would I achieve as a leader? The blood-soaked landscape pales in comparison to the subtle charm of your mother. Old Zhao's rapid shift in attitude left everyone astonished. This seasoned man turned out to be quite the devoted admirer, which likely contributed to Zhou Wanwan's unfavorable view of men as mere sycophants. Zhou Jiangnan's eyes flickered with disdain, while Qin Leping's companion looked at him with admiration, saying to Qin Leping, "See, learn from Uncle Zhao. This is what it means to be a man." Zhao Wanwan, like a victorious swan, held her head high, gazing at Zhou Jiangnan. "What are you looking at?" "That's merely Uncle Zhao's life philosophy. It doesn't represent all men, nor does it reflect me. Nietzsche once said that when meeting women, one should carry a whip." Zhou Jiangnan resolutely declared, "I, Zhou Jiangnan, shall never again be a sycophant. The past version of myself has long since perished." Zhao Wanwan scoffed again, falling silent. With this little interlude, Zhao Junmin found it difficult to continue imparting his wisdom. He was thoroughly ensnared by Zhao Wanwan, unable to scold or reprimand her, truly a seasoned daughter-slave. Hearing Zhou Jiangnan's declaration of no longer being a sycophant, old Zhao inexplicably sighed in relief. His gaze towards Zhou Jiangnan growing increasingly appreciative. The young lad has proven himself worthy of trust and responsibility. The train sped along its route, with passengers drifting in and out of slumber. Eventually, it entered a vast expanse of plains, where the mountains diminished and the waterways proliferated, signifying their arrival in the Jiangnan region. In the early hours during a scheduled stop, Zhou Jiangnan purchased several duck heads, eager to test the spiciness of the local delicacies from Sichuan. The result was, of course, tears nearly streaming from his eyes due to the heat. The surplus duck heads were shared among the others, with old Zhao indulging in one. Zhao Wanwan, when awakened, stubbornly refused to eat, her lips curled in defiance, as if she wished for someone to force one into her mouth. After a few more hours, the train finally arrived at its destination, Linen South Station, now past 9 in the morning. The early autumn air in Linen was somewhat chilly, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to wrap his coat tighter around himself. He had only visited this place once before during a work trip and had no experience navigating to Linen University. However, it was of no concern, as a shuttle bus was already arranged for them. Zhao Wanwan took the coat passed to her by Zhao Junmin, enviously watching Qin Leping depart with his girlfriend, expertly making their way out. At the exit, a welcoming volunteer approached. "Greetings. Are you new students at Linen University?" The two nodded, and the volunteer, brimming with enthusiasm, guided the trio to the shuttle. Yet, it was evident that Beauty received preferential treatment, as a bespectacled senior swiftly took Zhao Wanwan's luggage from her. One might have thought they encountered a bandit or a thug. Chapter 74, Affability upon arriving at the university. Everyone dispersed to complete their registration. Zhou Jiangnan, dragging his suitcase, was about to leave when Zhao Junmin urgently pulled him aside, deliberately avoiding Zhao Wanwan's incessant chatter. "Xiao Zhou, throughout this journey, I've come to see you as a fine young man, particularly with your admirable sense of masculinity. Do maintain that. Uncle Zhao, if you have something to say, please be direct. I'm in a hurry to finish my registration and secure a good dormitory bed. Then I shall be direct. You see, Wanwan has been raised in a sheltered environment. Her mother and I initially intended for her to stay within the province, but given her exceptional scores, it would indeed be a pity. Besides, she herself wishes to venture beyond Sichuan. It's not easy for a girl to be out on her own, and with her beauty, I can't help but worry. In Lingjiang and even across Sichuan, I can offer some assistance, but here, it's beyond my reach. You both are high school classmates, now university alumni, and fellow townsmen. I hope you can look out for her. A father's concern is universal. Even the resolute deputy director of public security is no exception. As Zhao Junmin expressed his earnest hopes, Zhao Wanwan grew increasingly impatient. After a long and arduous journey, she merely wished to complete her paperwork and take a shower, reflecting on how she had endured the train ride solely due to Zhou Jiangnan's suggestion. She shot him a displeased glare as he continued to chat with her father. Passers-by were captivated by the striking newcomer, Zhao Wanwan. Understanding old Zhao's sentiments, Zhou Jiangnan did not decline the request. Moreover, given Zhao Wanwan's pride, she would hardly seek his help. "No problem, I will assist," he assured. "Wonderful. During the new year, when you return to Lingjiang, my wife and I will treat you to a meal. Your Aunt Su Hui speaks highly of you. Ha! We shall see when the time comes. Uncle Zhao, I must take my leave." Zhou Jiangnan waved goodbye to the father and daughter, not bothering to greet Zhao Wanwan, and proceeded to the new student registration area for the computer science department. He was majoring in computer science, while Zhao Wanwan pursued law. As for Feng Xian, she was studying Chinese language and literature. The lower-year undergraduates of Linen University were all located within the same campus before they would later be separated. Fate would surely bring them together again. Zhou Jiangnan glared at his retreating figure, her irritation growing as she observed the enthusiastic senior girls around her. The computer science department, in comparison to other faculties, appeared somewhat lackluster. The other departments boasted beautiful seniors with charming voices, while the computer science department was represented by a couple of scruffy boys and a rather unremarkable senior handling the reception. "Hello, I'm here to register," Zhou Jiangnan said, handing over his admission notice. The senior's eyes brightened. Despite the untamed messiness of his thick hair, it was evident that the freshman was quite healthy. She promptly took the documents from him and facilitated his registration. A scruffy senior began his sales pitch. "Freshman, do you need bedding and blankets? I see you've only brought a suitcase. You probably didn't tea-pack those essentials, and the university won't tea-provide them. You'll have to buy your own. I have some new sets available. Care to take one?" Zhou Jiangnan decisively declined, having been tricked by such unscrupulous dealers in his previous life. The merchandise was merely refurbished goods used by others. After completing his registration, he made his way to his assigned dormitory, BUN 303. The door was ajar. Upon closer inspection, he was relieved to find only one occupant within. With 3 remaining beds, Zhou Jiangnan promptly chose the window-side position and greeted the first occupant while placing his luggage down. "I'm Zhou Jiangnan from Sichuan. What's your name?" "Zheng Dahong from Northern Anhui." The individual, wearing black-framed glasses, was not particularly tall and appeared somewhat slender, dressed plainly, with a timid demeanor evident in his darting eyes. Zhou Jiangnan extended his hand with a smile. "Brother Zheng, we'll be roommates from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Zheng Dahong shook his hand in return. After organizing his belongings, Zhou Jiangnan headed to the commercial street on campus to purchase bed linens and blankets, quickly setting them up before lying down to rest. After more than 30 hours on the train, his bones felt as though they might crumble. The moment his head hit the pillow, he swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. He was awakened after an indeterminate amount of time by a cacophony of voices. The other 2 dorm mates had arrived. Upon seeing him awake, a round-faced boy with a buzz cut exclaimed, "Bro, you're finally awake. I was afraid to speak too loudly. I'm Guotai, from Quansheng." Zhou Jiangnan was speechless. This boy's voice had already been loud enough to rouse him, yet he still felt it necessary to raise his volume. He turned to the other new arrival, who was dressed smartly, his clothes crisply ironed, and his hair neatly styled, exuding an air of refinement. Noticing Zhou Jiangnan was awake, the other politely introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Su Yunshe from Huijing." "Zhou Jiangnan from Sichuan," he replied with a courteous nod. With all 4 dorm mates present, it was peculiar that not a single local from Linen was among them. In just a brief exchange, Zhou Jiangnan had already discerned the personalities of the other 3. The earliest arrival, Zheng Dahong, was rather introverted, Guotai was boisterous and carefree, and Su Yunshe, likely from a well-off family, displayed politeness tinged with a sense of distance. However, such brief interactions could only provide a glimpse into their characters. Further observation was necessary to determine their compatibility. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 5 in the afternoon and clapped his hands together. "Now that we're all here, have you all settled in?" The other 3, unsure of his intentions, nodded instinctively. "Then let us head out to grab something to eat and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings." Zhou Jiangnan jumped off his bed, casually wiping his face. Guotai and Su Yunshe then beheld his full figure, tall, well-built, and handsome. "Wow, when I registered, I heard there was a handsome guy in our major. Could it be you?" Guotai suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Yunshe's expression shifted slightly, as he felt an unexpected pressure. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled and shook his head. "Not at all, I'm merely moderately handsome. If we're talking about true charm, it's Yunshe here, elegantly handsome and refined. Old Gua, your taste certainly requires some refinement." Guotai scrutinized the 2, recognizing that while Su Yunshe did indeed possess a more delicate and scholarly appearance, Zhou Jiangnan was not lacking in appeal either. "Enough already. It's not as if we are overly concerned with appearances. Let us go grab a bite to eat." Zhou Jiangnan, ever affable, took the lead, closely followed by Guotai. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yunshe decided to join them, leaving only Zheng Dahong behind. "Dahong, come on," Guotai urged. Zheng Dahong hesitated. "You all go ahead. I'll just head to the cafeteria later." This feeling of awkwardness felt oddly familiar. "I'm referring to the cafeteria," Zhou Jiangnan teased as he playfully draped an arm over Zheng Dahong's shoulder. "We share a dorm. It's not as if we would devour you." With his slender frame of just over 1.6 meters, Zheng Dahong found himself swept along by Zhou Jiangnan's exuberance, unable to protest, and thus followed him out of the dormitory. Su Yunshe trailed behind, observing the faded color of Zhang Dahong's trousers and the frayed edges of his round-neck t-shirt. Deep in thought, he then glanced at Zhou Jiangnan's retreating figure. It was evident that he initially intended to dine off campus. Yet he swiftly altered his plan to accommodate Zhang Dahong. His emotional insight was commendable, along with his amiable nature. Chapter 75, The First Class Meeting. A simple meal swiftly bridged the gap between the four of them. Each individual who gained admission to Linen University was, in their own right, a paragon of excellence from their high school days, each bearing their share of pride. For instance, Zhou Jiangnan was likely the quintessential male idol in high school, fair-skinned and elegant, exhibiting decorum while dining, exuding an air of nobility. Thankfully, he was born in the Summer Kingdom. Had he ventured to the United States, he would undoubtedly have found himself lamenting his fate. At just past 9 in the evening, the counselor arrived at the dormitory to notify each resident about the class meeting scheduled for the following morning. After a day of toil, everyone felt weary. Fortunately, their 4-person suite featured bunk beds with a desk below and a private bathroom. However, the order of showering was determined solely by personal discretion. Guotai, lacking any sense of decorum, barged into the bathroom, singing at the top of his lungs, his off-key vocals causing Zhou Jiangnan to wrinkle his brow imperceptibly. This fellow truly sang atrociously. Zhou Jiangnan laughed and chided him to hurry up. Before long, the four had completed their evening routines and lay chatting on their beds before succumbing to slumber. The following day, they arrived punctually at the Computer Science and Technology College classroom. Zhou Jiangnan surveyed the room, noting a plethora of boys with only 4 girls scattered amongst them. At a cursory glance, they appeared unremarkable. Upon closer inspection, they were even less impressive. Yet, it was of little consequence, as he had no intention of seeking a girlfriend within the class. Guotai, however, immediately let out a sigh, his disappointment unmistakable. They found their seats, and gradually more students trickled in, totaling 46. This year, the computer science class at Linen University comprised 47 students, with 1 yet to arrive. Counselor Gu Qing glanced at the time and frowned. Never mind, we won't wait any longer. She ascended the platform and commenced the announcement regarding military training arrangements and various important notices for new students. After only a brief period, a girl hurriedly entered the room. Breathless. "Excuse me, teacher, I've entered the wrong classroom. I'm sorry for being late." 46 pairs of eyes turned to her, causing her to blush and bury her head in her chest. The boys were somewhat excited. She was rather attractive. Guotai nudged Zhou Jiangnan. "What do you think?" Zhou Jiangnan scrutinized her, with her blunt bangs and round face, dressed in a pale pink t-shirt tucked into her jeans, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. She had a hint of style, albeit minimal. Nevertheless, her figure was decent, boasting an appealing waist-to-hip ratio and long legs. She is quite passable, certainly above average in the vast sea of linen. What? That S merely above average? Your standards are exceptionally high. Just after Guotai expressed his thoughts, Zhou Jiangnan interjected, "In my high school, she would indeed be considered pretty." Zhang Dahong, though not particularly loquacious, nodded in agreement. Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose. "Is that so? It seems I have been rather superficial." The girl stood bashfully at the entrance, and Counselor Gu Qing glanced at the last blank space on the attendance sheet. Cheng Luoi, quickly find a seat. She was not in the same dormitory as the other 4 girls, so it was not unusual for her to be left behind. Cheng Luoi blushed as she squeezed into the row with the other girls. The class meeting continued. As new students, they could not select class representatives immediately. This typically occurred after military training, once classes officially commenced. At this point, students were still unfamiliar with one another and required time to build rapport, while military training served as a means to observe their performances. However, a class could not function without at least 1 male and 1 female leader. Following tradition, Gu Qing decided to temporarily appoint a male and a female to serve as liaisons, assisting in the dissemination of notices. To kick things off, let us introduce ourselves, so we can get to know one another better. One by one, they approached the platform for their introductions, mentioning whether they had held student leadership positions in high school. Starting from the front row, the students took turns speaking. Zhou Jiangnan and his friends were seated towards the back, eagerly perusing the attendance list to match faces with names. Gao Shi, from Yuzhong, served as the academic representative. Wu Xiaojun, from southern Shaanxi, was a member of the student council. Jiang Hongmei, from western Guizhou, has never held a leadership role. After the first row had introduced themselves, it turned out that the vast majority had held significant positions in high school, leaving Counselor Gu Qing quite pleased. Han Yinxiu, from western Guangdong, class monitor. Gaoning Liu, from northern Jiangsu, cultural committee member. I am Cheng Luoi, a local from Linen, and I served as the English class representative. The girl who had arrived late stepped onto the platform, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Laughter erupted from the audience. Being an English class representative hardly constituted a leadership role. Cheng Luoyi hurriedly descended the stage, her face flushed and biting her lip, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Guotai could hardly contain himself, his eyes sparkling with interest as they remained fixed on her. Su Yunqing shot him a disdainful glance and ascended the stage. Hello, everyone. I am Su Yunqing from Huijing. I enjoy painting and calligraphy, and I serve as the League Branch Secretary in high school. If anyone wishes to visit Huijing, I can serve as your guide. His refined demeanor elicited additional glances from several girls, and Counselor Gu Qing regarded him favorably. After Su Yunqing concluded, it was Zhou Jiangnan's turn. He confidently walked up to the stage, a smile gracing his face, dressed in a simple and clean outfit devoid of any adornments, radiating an air of ease. I am Zhou Jiangnan, hailing from Sichuan, and I have never held a leadership position. His stature stood out in the classroom. Though not as fair as Su Yunqing, his deep-set eyes told a myriad of stories, complementing his handsome visage and creating an indescribable allure. Cheng Luoyi stared at him, and Zhou Jiangnan subtly nodded, causing her to quickly bury her head again. The other four girls beside her were even more excited, with one being Su Yunqing and the other Zhou Jiangnan. It was unexpected for Class 1 of Computer Science to have two handsome individuals suddenly emerge, one refined and the other possessing a deep, captivating presence. However, it seems Su Yunqing had the edge in terms of overall appeal, his attire exuding an air of sophistication. Once all had introduced themselves, Counselor Gu Qing had already made her decision. Guotai, you serve as the student council president in high school, so for now, you will take on the role of contact person for the boys. Gao Ninglu, you will take on the responsibility for the girls, ensuring that Cheng Luoyi, who is not in your dormitory, is informed about everything. We cannot afford to leave her behind. The expressions of the two individuals called upon varied. Guotai was overjoyed, while Gao Ninglu wore a frown. Gu Qing disregarded their thoughts and continued. Starting tomorrow, we will officially commence military training for a duration of 15 days. During this period, leave will only be granted for health reasons or special circumstances, and those who truly need to request leave must approach me individually for a leave note. It is imperative to adhere to discipline throughout the training, as there will be a drill competition. I hope that all members of our class can embody our spirit and firmly establish a sense of collective honor. You are all students of Linda, and our school prides itself on nurturing high-caliber talent. Always remember that you represent Linda's image. Additionally, following the military training, there will be a welcome cultural gala for the entire school, and attendance is mandatory. I have arranged several matters, and it seems the time is drawing near. Thus, I shall conclude today as class meeting. Dismissed. Chapter 76, Military Training. Military training is an experience that every university freshman must undergo, though the content varies from one institution to another. Some follow a conventional approach, while others merely go through the motions, and some even engage in artillery drills. The military training at Lenin University falls into the conventional category. Coincidentally, this period has been marked by brilliant sunshine. Although it is technically early autumn, the heat remains stifling. On the playground, the freshmen from the School of Computing were divided into several formations, each led by their respective instructors. Guotai, having been appointed as the male leader, energetically dashed back and forth, his ingrained bureaucratic tendencies evident in every move. Ugh, as long as Guotai is around, the civilians will never find peace. Even Su Yunqing, despite his calm demeanor, couldn't suppress a silent curse. Guotai had already corrected him several times, nitpicking at the slightest misstep. Look at Jiangnan. Doesn't he resemble a puppet of the imperial army? A veritable traitor? Jiangnan grimaced. As someone from Shandong, he understood the obsession with the system, and it was no wonder Guotai was so exhilarated. Well, from now on, he shall be known as Colonel Gua. Indeed, that name suits him well. Just look at that bureaucrat, always casting glances toward Cheng Luoyi. One wonders what he thinks he might see beneath those military uniforms. Zheng Dahong suddenly interjected. Stop talking. The colonel is looking our way again. Be careful he doesn't T-report us to the instructor and make us stand at attention for an extra half hour. As anticipated, Guotai's gaze swept over them again, devoid of any familial ties. With the instructor temporarily convened in a meeting, Guotai felt empowered, a sense of authority lifting his spirits. The noon sun at 11 o'clock was dizzying. Jiangnan felt beads of sweat pouring down his face, his entire body soaked. Other formations had already begun to rest, and he could see some individuals swaying, clearly on the verge of collapse. Damn it, are you trying to work us to death? Jiangnan exclaimed, raising his hand. Gua, let us take a break. No way. The instructor hasn't returned. We can't stop, Guotai retorted without sympathy. Su Yunqing, irritated, chimed in, other classes are resting. Don't drag us into your performance. What if someone faints from heat stroke? Complaints began to ripple through the crowd, discontent evident in their murmurs. Guotai gritted his teeth, unwilling to relent. If the instructor comes back and sees, I'll be in trouble. To hell with that. If he is angry, let him blame me for leading you. Jiangnan snapped, increasingly frustrated with Guotai's inability to read the situation. Just then, Cheng Luoyi suddenly collapsed. Gao Ninglu let out a shriek, and the others, encountering this scenario for the first time, were momentarily stunned and at a loss. Jiangnan hurried over, quickly deducing it was heat stroke, and promptly pinched Cheng Luoyi as pressure point. Guotai panicked. You all stay here. I'll go find the instructor. He dashed toward the teaching building. Jiangnan felt Cheng Luoyi's forehead, her skin burning with fever, observing her flushed face and unresponsive demeanor. He knew they couldn't wait any longer, so he lifted her into his arms. Make way, everyone, head to the shade under the trees to rest. Yunqing and I will take her to the school hospital. The two raced toward the hospital, especially since Jiangnan was carrying someone, weighing at least 100 pounds. It was surprising how strong he was. After a while, Guotai returned, panting alongside the instructor, looking bewildered. Whereas Cheng Luoyi, by the time you returned, the golden flowers had already wilted. Jiangnan and Su Yunqing took her to the hospital. Gao Ninglu rolled her eyes, increasingly disliking this temporary partner. The instructor, unaware of the situation, darkened his expression and thundered. What you all doing? Who allowed you to disperse? A boy in the class couldn't contain himself. Instructor. Other classes are resting. Can't we? You can, but only with my permission. Did you file a report? The instructor's tone was menacing. Who led this? Jiangnan and Su Yunqing. The instructor nodded, acknowledging this information, then bellowed, assemble. Stand at attention for another half hour. The group, seething with anger, shot disapproving glances at Guotai. Damn sycophant. Little Japanese Colonel Gua. Jiangnan, carrying Cheng Luoyi, dashed onward, paying no heed to any notions of propriety. Upon reaching the hospital, the school nurse examined Cheng Luoyi and promptly administered an intravenous saline solution. Good thing you came quickly. She'll be fine once her temperature drops. The doctor's reassurance eased Jiangnan and Yunqing's worries. They left Cheng Luoyi at the hospital and headed back to the playground. Passing by a small shop, Jiangnan bought 2 popsicles, leisurely enjoying them with Su Yunqing. Upon arriving at the playground, they sensed something was amiss. The instructor stood before them, his face darkened, while everyone else regarded them with pity. Seeing the popsicles in their hands only deepened the absurdity of the situation. Well, you too. I want to even begin to admonish you. Guotai interjected, unwittingly provoking the instructor's ire. Jiangnan, here. Yunqing, here. For leading the disregard of military training discipline. You are both to stand at attention for 1 hour. Everyone else, disperse. As the others left, the resentment in their gazes toward Guotai was palpable. Damn you, sycophant. Little Japanese Colonel Gua. Jiangnan and Su Yunqing stood resolutely under the sun, while the others drank water and rested in the shade, some even munching on watermelon. This bunch of beasts. Suddenly, Jiangnan recalled a phrase. After we leave, they will build schools and hospitals for you, and raise your salaries. Not because they've had a change of heart, nor because they've become good people, but because we were here. The benefits you enjoy now are the sacrifices made by me and Su Yunqing. Gao Ninglu, unable to bear it any longer, seized the moment when the instructor was chatting with other instructors and rushed over to bring water to the two. Oh, Gao, you shouldn't shut up. It's none of your business. Gao Ninglu snapped at Colonel Gua, and the other classmates wore unfriendly expressions. Only then did Guotai realize he had incurred the wrath of the masses, especially his dorm mate, Zheng Dahong, whose gaze had turned distant. I'm doing this for the good of the class. Jiangnan replied calmly, Old Gua, life is not merely black and white. You'll understand this sooner or later. The realm of martial arts is not solely about violence and conflict. The university also necessitates an understanding of human relationships. Thus, one should refrain from forming judgments based solely on first impressions. Among the 4 individuals in the dormitory, Su Yunqing appears aloof and indifferent, yet possesses a kind heart and a noble spirit. Zheng Dahong is cautious and meticulous, always considering others. Guotai, on the surface, exudes a carefree and boisterous demeanor, but beneath lies a rather self-centered disposition, a quintessential example of a refined egoist. Chapter 77, Talent Show. Where there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts. As time passes, the personalities of each individual gradually unfold, leading to the emergence of distinct cliques. After the day's military training, upon returning to the dormitory, Su Yunqing refrains from speaking to Guotai. Zhou Jiangnan does not intentionally target him, yet his demeanor has grown considerably cooler towards Guotai. Zheng Dahong immerses himself in his studies, maintaining a neutral facade. Guotai may have realized his shortcomings, lying on his bed and pondering Zhou Jiangnan's earlier remark. After a day of rigorous training, they were all utterly exhausted. Once they had completed their evening routines, conversation was sparse, and they quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, military training commenced punctually once again. Cheng Luoyi arrived at the playground and first expressed her gratitude to Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunshe. She had already heard from Gao Linglu about the incident from the previous day and felt quite remorseful for the punishment they received on her behalf. It's nothing. We are classmates, and it is only natural to help each other. How do you feel today? If you're not well, don't hesitate to ask the instructor for a leave of absence. No, it's unnecessary. I'm fine now. I cannot let my condition hold back the entire class, Luoyi asserted. You're right, we are a collective, Guotai chimed in. Please move away. I want to deal with you. Cheng Luoyi retorted, visibly displeased. Guotai, caught off guard by her sharp response, sheepishly retreated to a corner. Cheng Luoyi turned back to Zhou Jiangnan, her face brightening with another smile. Although she had fainted from heat exhaustion yesterday, she had heard from Gao Linglu that Zhou Jiangnan had carried her to the hospital in a princess carry. Gao Linglu remarked on Zhou Jiangnan's surprising strength and gentlemanly demeanor, with his hands positioned appropriately. The thought of that moment made Cheng Luoyi blush. She had never been embraced by a boy before, let alone held in such a manner. She had once harbored a crush on a boy from the school team, only to have her budding affection quashed by her parents' disapproval. That boy was merely athletic and somewhat handsome, with poor academic performance. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan stood tall and handsome, undoubtedly excelling academically at Lenin University. Yet, she found herself wondering if he could play basketball. Oh my, I never anticipated that university life could be so delightful. Perhaps I might stumble upon love around the corner. Embarrassed, she suddenly dashed away, leaving Zhou Jiangnan bemused. He nudged Su Yunshe playfully. Yunshe, you seem rather charming. You've left that girl quite smitten. Su Yunshe shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, do you think that by saying this, I would reciprocate with compliments? Dream on. Hey, I'm being serious. Guotai insisted. I'm serious as well. The military training instructor on that day was comparatively humane, ensuring ample rest periods. As per tradition, there were inter-class singing activities, where each class would showcase a talent, with the losing class's instructor having to perform. The College of Computer Science had 6 majors, with 15 classes of freshmen. Guotai volunteered to sing a rendition of the hero's song, much to the instructor's disdain. Many were left speculating about his inflated sense of self-worth. However, it must be noted that the freshman cohort was indeed filled with talent. Some could dance hip-hop, others played the flute, and there were even those practicing Tai Chi. Zhou Jiangnan, scratching his head in confusion, wondered if these individuals were truly extraordinary. Not only were they academically proficient, but they also possessed various talents. The geographic disparity became evident. Those from the affluent eastern coastal regions tended to be more versatile, while students from the western and northeastern regions often found themselves at a disadvantage. After all the hard work put into studying, they arrived at university only to discover so many peers who outshone them. The sense of disparity was palpable. Some are born into privilege, while many others toil like beasts of burden. Zheng Dahong awkwardly declined the invitation to perform, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothes. All right. If someone doesn't wish to perform, they need not be coerced. Not everyone is like you, Zhou Jiangnan interjected, unable to bear Guotai's incessant teasing. Yet, Guotai retaliated with a sly remark. Then you go up and perform for Dahong. This impudent suggestion stirred Zhou Jiangnan's ire, making him contemplate delivering a swift military-style punch to Guotai. The instructor, in agreement, chimed in, I think that's a splendid idea. Anyone unwilling to perform should find a substitute. In that moment, Guotai felt elated, as if he had won the lottery. Su Yunshe grew increasingly irritated at his antics. Sensing the frustration of a beleaguered spirit, Zhou Jiangnan, feeling the pressure, reluctantly stepped forward to sing Misplaced Time and Space. His voice, filled with a sense of fragmentation, conveyed a song unlike anything the audience had previously encountered, resonating beautifully, especially with the female listeners who were captivated. Even girls from neighboring classes could not resist coming to listen. After Zhou Jiangnan concluded, the instructor promptly called upon Cheng Luoyi. To everyone's astonishment, she performed a classical dance, her graceful form and sweet smile rendering her performance enchanting, even in military training attire. It was no wonder Guotai was left speechless. A round of applause erupted, and Guotai, eager for more, called for another performance, only to receive a disapproving glare from Cheng Luoyi. Zhou Jiangnan, you must perform again. The instructor threw the ball back into his court. Zhou Jiangnan felt an urge to curse. What more could he possibly showcase? Surely, he expected to haul a piano over. Instructor, I have no more talents left, not a single one. then sing another song. Is it possible to abstain from performing? No, we cannot bend the rules. Then I'll dance, but I require a partner. My apologies, Li Xiaoyu. It seems I must once again call upon the skills you taught me. Handing her a CD from the past, he reminisced about their former affection. Shaking off the unwelcome memories, Zhou Jiangnan addressed the instructor. A social dance cannot be performed solo. The instructor, understanding, loudly inquired, "Are there any girls who can dance?" After a long pause, there was silence. "Instructor, I believe we shouldn't be too rigid about gender. Boys can dance too." Laughter erupted. "Su Yunche, you could partner with Zhou Jiangnan. After all, you're good friends. Say another word, and I'll make you regret it." Su Yunche growled, glaring at the boisterous classmate who dared to speak out, fighting for his dignity. I can," Cheng Luoyi volunteered, raising her hand. Standing side by side, one at one. 65 meters, and the other at 180 meters, they surprisingly appeared harmonious. Without further ado, Zhou Jiangnan grasped her hand and led the dance, eager to conclude the performance. There was nothing shameful in sacrificing for the sake of art. For Cheng Luoyi, this was her first close encounter with a boy her age. The sweltering heat accentuated the masculine scent of Zhou Jiangnan, a stark contrast to the fragrance of autumn osmanthus. The warmth of his hand resting on her waist sent her heart racing. "Steady now, just finish the dance." The voice of Zhou Jiangnan whispered in his ear, his breath sending shivers down her spine, rendering her utterly weak. Cheng Luoyi was entirely oblivious to the dance she was performing, being swept away by Zhou's influence. Reduced to a mere instrument. Spinning, leaping, I kept my eyes closed. Guodazwa's fist clenched in envy, turning purple. Su Yunjia raised an eyebrow. Zhou Jiangnan is quite something. This is intriguing. Chapter 78. You were chosen to shoot a film. Damn it. I have yet to experience the martial arts. And this new batch has already begun to indulge in the arts. The senior from the school's publicity club expressed his discontent. Yet professionalism compelled him to press the shutter, capturing the moment of their dance. The department head had issued directives to document the new students' military training, aiming to seize some quintessential moments. As the dance concluded, Zhou Jiangnan swiftly released Cheng Luoyi's hand, and she returned to the ranks. The instructor, visibly impressed, made an immediate decision. "You two shall lead our formation." At this proclamation, Guotai's spirits plummeted. There was no helping it. Looks were innate, and he simply could not compete. Military training continued day by day. Then one day, Zhou Jiangnan received notification. The school's publicity department was organizing the filming of a promotional video for the new students to be showcased at the upcoming welcoming ceremony. As the casting was based on recommendations from various faculties, he was nominated by the College of Computer Science as a representative of the class of 2005. Alongside him was Cheng Luoyi, the consequence of their earlier dance. Zhou Jiangnan was utterly bewildered. Why would they want me for a promotional video? I'm no actor. Perhaps I could manage something more risque. Jiangnan, this recommendation is both the college's arrangement and the publicity department's intention, Counselor Gu Qing explained during a motivational talk. Firstly, your dance with Luoyi was indeed impressive, captured by the reporters from the university's news center and published in the school journal. The college leadership believes you epitomize the vibrant spirit of the new students, representing our computer science department well. Secondly, I am aware of your excellent college entrance examination scores, sufficient for admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. Your decision to choose our university indicates your fondness for it. Therefore, participating in this promotional video is quite fitting. Of course, the college did not solely recommend him. Several other students would also appear, albeit without individual credit. After Gu Qing's lengthy explanation, Zhou Jiangnan finally grasped the rationale. Sighing, he lamented once more the burdens of youth that accompanied his handsome visage. Exhausted, he returned to the dormitory, where his 3 roommates lay languidly on their beds. Guotai, upon his return, inquired, "Jiangnan, I heard you're shooting a video?" Zheng Dahong gasped in surprise, and Su Yunjia turned his head. At this point, sleep was the last thing on Zhou Jiangnan's mind. He held little regard for Guotai, who lacked any sense of propriety in interactions, behaving overly familiar with everyone. This boorishness would only lead to future troubles. In the real world, he would face repercussions. Whatever, he thought, we're all in the same dorm. I 1T stooped to his level. You seem well informed about this promotional film, Guodazwa grumbled. Indeed, it's true. Being handsome certainly provides advantages. People like us are born at a disadvantage, aren't we, Dahong? Guodazwa's frustration was palpable, while Zheng Dahong chose to ignore him. Zhou Jiangnan decided to divert attention from Guotai. Yunjia will also be appearing. Won't you be envious? Su Yunjia, taken aback, replied, How come I didn't know? You'll find out soon enough. Several of our classmates will be featured, not just me. This only deepened Guodazwa's displeasure, and he stormed into the bathroom. determined to be the first to shower today. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head at Su Yunjia, too weary to engage further. In private, Su Yunjia had already expressed his desire to switch dorms, finding it exhausting to be around someone with no sense of boundaries. While they may appear generous, their small-mindedness became evident in competition. This was inconsistent with his prior impressions. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Cheng-Li was surrounded by her roommates, chattering excitedly. She and 3 other girls from Class 2 formed a dormitory, all clad in light sleepwear, resembling a lively assembly of rabbits. Luoi, will you be dancing classical for the promotional video? No, not at all. I'm uncertain. Why not try wearing traditional Hanfu? It would be ethereal and enchanting. Exactly. I heard that tall, handsome boy from your class will also participate, along with that cultured little charmer. They'll be captivated. Class 1 truly has a wealth of talent. A gathering of hidden dragons and phoenixes. Oh dear, what are you all discussing? This is a serious film shoot, you know? Unbeknownst to Zhou Jiangnan, the promotional video had gathered nearly all the aesthetically pleasing and charismatic students among the newcomers, including Zhao Wanwan and Fong Xin. The leadership of the news center this year was quite imaginative. Talented individuals and captivating beauties embodied the Jiangnan spirit of Linen University. For Zhou Jiangnan, the sole advantage of participating in the promotional filming was the exemption from military training during the shoot. Su Yunjia could hardly contain his excitement. With only 8 days left of military training, further exposure to the sun would leave him 8 shades darker. The transformation from fair to dark would alter his charm irreparably. That night, upon learning Cheng Luoi would also be involved, Guotai retired early, saying not another word. The atmosphere in the dormitory had grown tense. Su Yunjia was evidently closer to Zhou Jiangnan, while Zheng Dahong maintained neutrality, engrossed in his studies. If he had to express a preference, this Anhui native found himself more comfortable among Zhou Jiangnan and the others. Recently, Guotai had whispered to him several times about Su Yunjia's affluent background, claiming his living standards far exceeded the norm. Zhou Jiangnan appeared no less impressive, his demeanor suggesting he was not raised in an ordinary household. Moreover, both were strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented. In the dormitory, it was only Guotai and himself who seemed to belong to the same social stratum, destined to unite. Zheng Dahong, perplexed, wondered why there was a need to delineate social classes. Zhou Jiangnan was quite approachable, after all. Furthermore, while Su Yunjia appeared aloof, he was never condescending, always polite and measured. Not to mention, Zhou Jiangnan had extended help on numerous occasions, taking care of Zheng Dahong's feelings during their first meeting by suggesting they dine together. Zheng Dahong recalled that Zhou Jiangnan had originally suggested heading to the food street outside the campus. Everyone here gained admission to Linen University through merit. Does only Guotai think I'm foolish? This Anhui native could see through to the truth of people's characters at a glance. Zhou Jiangnan was well aware of this phenomenon, but had no intention of changing it. He repeatedly reminded himself to relinquish his urge to help and to respect the destinies of others. After all, he was not Guotai's father and need not teach him how to be astute. The protagonists of novels may possess a commanding aura that inspires reverence. Yet Zhou Jiangnan regrettably believed he lacked such presence. Indeed, he had no desire for it. The 3 roommates were distinctly unique, harmoniously differing, yet each beautiful in their own right. Moreover, once university life settled into a routine, he would need to focus on making money and starting a business. Who had the time to meddle in trivial matters? Zhou Jiangnan mused inwardly. It was evident that Guodazwa harbored feelings for Cheng Luoi. If you like someone, have the courage to confess. If the confession fails, take action. Worst case scenario, you end up in prison. If you can't even muster the bravery to act, can you truly claim to have feelings? Bah, what a worthless sentiment. At Linen University, the dormitories typically lights out by 11 in the evening. Zhou Jiangnan quickly finished a shower and went on to do laundry. In his previous life, working on construction sites, he detested the smell of sweat and was thoroughly exhausted by the suffocating environment of the temporary shelters. If anyone dared to carelessly toss their stinky socks in room 303 of the Buyuan dormitory, Zhou would undoubtedly take it upon himself to rectify the situation. This was his bottom line. He would never allow the dormitory to harbor any foulness, lest it breed monstrous red-haired creatures. Chapter 79. The 4 Great Beauties of Freshmen. Dahong, rest assured, I shall take your place in sleeping in, said Zheng Dahong, as he and Guotai left early for military training the next morning. Su Yunche inexplicably chimed in with this remark, leaving Zhou Jiangnan utterly flabbergasted. Who would have thought this young master from Huijing would possess such a bashful nature deep down? With a bit more familiarity, he might even utter some coarse language. How naive of me to underestimate him. Zhou Jiangnan leaped off his bed, quickly freshened up, and prepared to head to the cafeteria to grab a few buns. Su Yunche shouted that he was kidnapped by his bed and unable to rise, imploring Zhou to bring back some food. The young master, in a state of blissful nonchalance, appeared to have liberated his spirit from the confines of military training. Zhou Jiangnan, not one to refuse, tidied himself and stepped out the door. "It's best you stay here and not wander," he instructed, turning to close the door. A moment later, an irate yell from Su Yunche echoed through the dorm. "Zhou Jiangnan, you little fool." Zhou Jiangnan paid no heed to it. Even the aloof scholar could be rather amusing at times, resembling a bumbling fool. Minutes later, savoring the delectable buns, Su Yunche found himself thinking that this little fool might actually be quite likable, worthy of deepening their friendship. After their meal, on the way to the news center, Su Yunche suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Jiangnan, have you heard about the 4 great beauties of the freshmen? I haven't. Are you the one ranking them?" Zhou Jiangnan shook his head. "How could that be? I lack the capacity for such judgment." It was initiated on the school forum with a voting poll. It had only been a week since school started. How could anyone have already discerned all the freshmen? "I don't know, but I suspect it's those seasoned veterans from the news center," Su Yunche speculated, revealing his inner playboy as he counted off on his fingers. Jiang Xinyue from the School of Foreign Languages, rumored to be a wealthy young lady from Shenzhen. Fang Xian from the School of Humanities, also said to hail from Sichuan. Like you, Zhao Wanwan from the law school, a cool goddess, also apparently from Sichuan. And lastly, Yin Shang, with a rare surname, from the School of Economics. The forum unanimously recognizes them as the 4 most beautiful freshmen, though I haven't seen any of them yet. Have you heard of Fang Xian or Zhao Wanwan? Both from the same province? Zhou Jiangnan smiled faintly. "I had 2 classmates in high school. If they don't share names, I might know them." "What? No way." Su Yunche exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Your schoolmates? What do they look like?" "Quite beautiful." "Oh, Brother Nan, do introduce me. When can we organize a reunion? I would love to participate as a special guest and broaden my horizons." I knew it. A 19-year-old boy couldn't possibly be as composed as he pretends. Beneath that gentlemanly facade lies a true lecher. Zhou Jiangnan scoffed at him, apprehensive that another lickspittle was emerging in his vicinity. Guodazhua was already showing signs of becoming a sycophant. In the future, as prices soar, every lickspittle would bear their share of the blame. Stabilizing market prices is everyone's responsibility. Quickly now, I suspect you will meet them today. Zhou Jiangnan felt little curiosity towards Jiang Xinyue and Yin Shang. Having seen countless beauties in his past life, including the exquisitely beautiful Wang Yueran in this one, sighing, he suddenly found himself missing his older sister. Having not seen her in over 10 days, wondering how she was faring. What else with a sigh? "Aren't you excited to see beautiful women?" Su Yunche queried, perplexed. This fellow's standards were obviously high. Even Cheng Luoyi, in his eyes, could only be classified as above average, perhaps indicating a rich history with romantic entanglements in high school. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, opting not to elaborate. Soon they arrived at the publicity center. In a large multimedia classroom, dozens of individuals were already seated, each strikingly handsome. The males were somewhat dashing, while the females were all exceptionally beautiful. Zhao Wanwan and Fang Xian sat together, likely having shared a high school connection that lent them a sense of familiarity. By the window sat a girl with an oval face, exuding confidence and charisma, her smile bright and distinctive. Another girl appeared exquisitely petite, undeniably sweet among the crowd, resembling a little lowly. Surely, these 2 were the remaining beauties among the 4. Zhou Jiangnan grasped the situation at a glance. As he and Su Yunche entered the classroom, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Cheng Luoyi had already arrived and couldn't help but wave them over. Zhou Jiangnan, Su Yunche, over here. Su Yunche prepared to sit nearby, as it was customary for members of the same school to congregate. However, at that moment, Fang Xian exclaimed joyfully, "Jiangnan, you made it. We're over here." This was quite the turn of events. The newly appointed flower of the School of Arts proactively greeted a male student. And the astonishing part was that the boy appeared entirely unperturbed, as if they were old acquaintances. Could they possibly be a couple? Su Yunche's mouth gaped in surprise. "Is she really your classmate?" "Indeed. Our high school's 2 leading beauties. The one who just called me is Fang Xian, and the proud-faced girl beside her is Zhao Wanwan. Do you wish to join me?" Well, how can I just? Never mind. It's too sudden. I'll sit with Cheng Luoyi. There's someone from the School of Management there." Su Yunche struggled to form coherent words. Transformation had occurred. This fellow was becoming a sycophant. Zhou Jiangnan slapped him on the back, exasperated at his lack of resolve. What flowers or trumpets? Brother Nan only crushes flowers. With a casual stride, he approached and sat beside Fang Xian. Zhao Wanwan glanced at him, emitting a nonchalant hum, her pride evident. The oval-faced girl by the window observed as one boy, the refined one, took a seat at the back, while the other, a tall young man with short hair, boldly sat beside Fang Xian and Zhou Jiangnan, drawing curious glances. The adorable, petite girl also regarded Zhou Jiangnan with interest. Unfazed, he turned to Fang Xian and remarked, "You've been here for quite a while. How come you didn't call me or even send a QQ message? Have the new flowers captivated your attention, overshadowing the old ones?" Fang Xian shot him a reproachful look, knowing he jested and not genuinely angry. "I've been busy. My dad dropped me off at school and left. I haven't even had the chance to buy a phone." "All right, I'll forgive you halfway. Treat me to lunch, and you'll be fully pardoned." Zhou Jiangnan's mischievous nature shone through. Zhao Wanwan, thoroughly disapproving, interjected, "Zhou Jiangnan, as a grown man, how can you expect a girl to treat you to a meal? I've never seen such a boy." "Well, now you have. No interruptions, please." Zhou Jiangnan shrugged, noticing her intent to continue. He raised his hand in the air dismissively. Zhao Wanwan instantly recalled a moment from the train when that very hand had slapped her backside. Smack! The sound was crisp and resonated distinctly. You're such a scoundrel." Zhao Wanwan seethed, unable to contain her anger upon seeing him. Zhou Jiangnan disregarded her, engaged in light-hearted banter with Fang Xian. Zhao Wanwan was seething with indignation. It had only been a mere 10 days since the law school commenced, and already upperclassmen were approaching her. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan, how dare he silence her? As if she were eager to converse with him. She could hardly recall who had been trailing behind him, showering him with attention in the first place. Ugh, men are nothing but pigs. They deserve nothing less than disdain. There's a saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder, yet seeing him only deepens the ache. Whether it be love or hate, the more one fixates on someone, the more it feels like carving a knife into one's own heart. Unbeknownst to her, one day she would unknowingly etch a perfect statue of Buddha within her heart. Love, hate, greed, infatuation, and anger, regardless of the reason, the moment one kneels to worship is the moment of defeat. She was blissfully unaware. Chapter 80. I insist on pairing you with Jiang Xinyue. All right, students, please settle down. The head of the school's publicity center gestured for silence, bypassing the self-introduction segment to delve straight into the agenda. All of you are exemplary new students for various colleges, and you are well aware of the purpose of gathering here. Thus, I shall directly outline the arrangements. The filming of this welcoming promotional video is time-sensitive and carries a heavy workload. The overall plan and all storyboard scripts have been prepared, and your only task is to appear and speak on camera. However, there are 8 students whose segments will require additional performance. I will call out the names of those students, and you will proceed to the adjacent office for further discussion. The head was a decisive female administrator, completely unfazed by the murmurs in the audience. She picked up the list and began to read the names circled on the page. Jiang Xinyue, Fang Xian, Yun Shang, Zhao Wanwan, Xie Xiaofeng, Zhou Jiangnan. You 8 come with me. The rest of you should familiarize yourselves with your lines and get into the groove. Zhou Jiangnan followed along, relieved that the brooding Su Yunjia was absent from this group, his gaze still tinged with a hint of resentment. He felt insulted, as if his appearance were being belittled. Su Yunjia, how could you not be on the list? Cheng Luoyi, you're not on it either. Let us not hurt each other. Upon entering the adjacent office, the 8 stood in a line, the boys generally taller than the girls. Among the 4 girls, the one who had previously leaned against the window was the tallest, confidently measuring over 173 meters. The petite girl resembling a cute lowly was the shortest, barely surpassing 160 meters. Among the boys, Zhou Jiangnan was the tallest, with the others around 170 meters, not far off. This arrangement instantly highlighted the differences in height. The female head was astute and began to form groups. The promotional video featured 4 representative scenes, each pairing a boy with a girl based on height and talent. Upon hearing this, the 8 remained relatively still. The boys were not particularly excited, and the girls maintained their composure. The head understood their sentiments. After all, these 8 were stunning individuals, each proud and poised. Assessing the situation, she proceeded with the allocations. Zhou Jiangnan, you can play the piano, correct? How do you know, teacher? Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback. He had never mentioned his piano skills before. You need not concern yourself with how I know. You'll be paired with Jiang Xinyue, who has won singing competitions, making for a perfect duet. Wait, who is Jiang Xinyue? I think I would pair well with Fang Xian. We are old collaborators. It said better to dismantle 10 temples than to break up a marriage. I believe in Buddhism. I refuse to break the temple, yet I shall dismantle your heretical pair. How about that? As long as you're happy. The expression of Master Lu, with her brows furrowed, was quite intimidating, causing Zhou Jiangnan to cease his futile protests. Fang Xian's cheeks flushed, casting a reproachful glance his way. Zhou Jiangnan was thoroughly amused, barely holding back her laughter. There was something exhilarating about witnessing Zhou's misfortune. After that brief interlude, the tallest girl confidently approached, arms crossed, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. I am Jiang Xinyue. It seems collaborating with me may be a bit of a burden for you. Please bear with it. That is not what I meant. What did you mean then? Forget it. It doesn't matter. This spirited heiress from Shunsheng was both sharp-tongued and straightforward. Zhou Jiangnan looked at Fang Xian helplessly, who merely shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. Zhou Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with mischief, silently cheering Jiang Xinyue on. Go for it. Give that Zhou scoundrel a hard time. Zhou Jiangnan, well aware of her intentions, shot her a glance, deliberately lingering on her figure for a moment. Zhou Jiangnan immediately bristled. Damn it. Why didn't I shout harassment on the train back then? The memory still feels humiliating. That scoundrel is utterly despicable. When it comes to love, he wants to even spare a hair, but when turning his back, he can ruin you entirely. Cursed man. Bastard. Fang Xian was paired with Lu Zhao. Zhou Jiangnan was paired with Xie Xiaofeng. Yin Shang was teamed with Wang Jingyuan. The head quickly arranged the remaining 3 groups and tossed 4 sheets of paper their way. Adopting a hands-off approach, the scenes for your 4 groups will be as follows. Unlike the adjacent group, you will determine the specific performance, content yourselves. I will only evaluate the final result. You all represent the image of over 5,000 new students from Linen University's class of 2005, as well as your respective majors, departments, and even provinces. I hope you will present your utmost excellence. I must return to the other room to handle matters. Feel free to discuss among yourselves. I expect the performance content to be finalized by tomorrow morning at the latest. The head exited with flair, leaving 8 bewildered boys and girls staring at one another. Though their thoughts centered on Zhou Jiangnan, they could not express it too overtly. Their innocent feelings had yet to blossom. Fang Xian adjusted her emotions, quickly immersing herself in her role. The others followed suit, discussing with their respective partners, while the petite girl cast a curious glance at Zhou Jiangnan as she departed. In the spacious classroom, only 2 remained, staring at each other. Zhou Jiangnan reclined in his chair, indifferent to his appearance, addressing Jiang Xinyue, who was fixated on him. What are you staring at? You handle the song selection. I'll play. You think it's that simple? Anyone can play the piano. The teacher must have had her reasons for selecting you. Please showcase your strengths. Is it too much to ask to prepare here? Of course not. Is there a problem? I need to warm up and prepare. Stop wasting time. If it comes to it, I'll play and you can dance. The contrast could work. I've seen your dance photos in the school magazine. Quite flamboyant. How crude of you. Speaking so vulgarly for a girl, Jiang Xinyue retorted coldly. Forget it. I won't embarrass myself any further. It's better for you to take center stage. Zhou Jiangnan retrieved his strength from his pocket, a pen. Jiang Xinyue was momentarily taken aback, questioning, is this your talent? What else? Should I really reveal something else? Zhou Jiangnan countered. Jiang Xinyue instantly realized he had been making a cheeky innuendo. Very well, you dare to mock me, and you shall see the consequences. She scoffed. It's of no concern. If you dare to pull it out, I will look. I just fear it won't measure up to this pen, which would be utterly embarrassing. Why is this girl so fierce? The men of Shunsheng truly have it rough. Forget it. It's not worth the trouble. Zhou Jiangnan unfurled a sheet of paper, remaining silent. What's the matter, afraid? Is it that you cannot play the game? Jiang Xinyue continued her taunts, but her attention was swiftly captured as she observed him begin to write on the paper. His calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, with each stroke elegantly flowing, perfectly balanced in weight. It was a sight that was both pleasing and captivating. With a mere flick of his hand, he commanded the winds and rains, washing his hands clean to cease the tempest.